In the future, not being sterilized is illegal because humans have completely entered a society of cultivating immortals. And cultivating immortals requires a clear mind and few desires. Therefore, the necessary condition for being admitted to the immortal cultivation school is sterilization. However, the original owner of this body did not choose sterilization, but still successfully entered the immortal cultivation school, and inexplicably became a genius in the school of immortal cultivation. You can't be happy about this, just because when you checked your phone, you found a lot of collection messages inside, all of which were reminders of overdue loans on various major cultivation platforms. At the same time, related memories flooded into your mind. Originally, this guy started borrowing money for extra classes before entering high school. After entering Songyang High School, in order to keep up with everyone's grades, he came up with another idea and started borrowing money to improve his grades. Borrowing money everywhere to take medicine for extra classes, forcibly stimulating his potential. The potential is gradually being drained as not only does the money borrowed increase. This is a genius who disguised himself as a cultivator relying on platform lending. Even his mother couldn't stand him, and finally left. Calculate the total amount of overdue loans. Cold sweat immediately broke out on your forehead. Just because you found that the interest was accumulating. You already owe more than 700,000 yuan to various major platforms. After looking at my account again, I found that there was only a little over 50 yuan left. I actually owed 70,000. You suddenly punched the bed and angrily said, "In this world, even for a high school graduate who was considered a prodigy, this is still a huge debt." No wonder this guy is obsessed with all sorts of rituals. He is a person with no hope in life. He had his fun. Now it's my turn to pay off his debt. Rubbing his hungry stomach, he stood up decisively, thinking to himself, forget it. I might as well go to school first. At least I can get a meal there. He remembered that Songyang High School should provide 3 meals a day. And this month's meal fee had already been loaded onto the card, with a huge debt of 700,000, and only 50-something yuan on him. He had no money to eat outside. So I left the stuffy apartment, walked through the alley full of sewage, and squeezed onto the bus with a group of people, packed in the sweaty and food-smelling carriage. The air conditioning was on but it felt like it wasn't. You feel like a takeout that has been squeezed and deformed, being jostled towards the city center. After an hour and a half and changing 2 buses, you, covered in sweat, finally squeeze off the bus. Walking and stopping along the way, you finally arrive at the school gate. You can see the big words Songyang Advanced Immortal Tao Middle School at the entrance from a distance, and on the electronic screen at the school gate, there is even a list of top 10 grades for the 3 grades of high school last month. In fact, you can see that Songyang High School is a school that values student performance very much. If you were to summarize while recalling at this moment, it would be that Songyang High School values achievements above all else. This is a world where everyone is judged solely by their grades, where studying and exams are as natural as breathing, and where almost everyone has extreme score discrimination. Why is your score so low? No wonder you have to wait in line at the cafeteria for so long. You have such a low score. You are not qualified to eat with us at the cafeteria. Those who study well should humiliate those who study poorly or all positive energy on campus. This is completely a world where scores are paramount. A hell for those who study poorly. You looked at the electronic screen and saw that you were ranked 10th in the senior class, thinking to yourself, luckily, I am one of the top scorers. Although my current ranking may not be entirely accurate, at least I haven't been exposed yet, so I should still be able to live a decent life at school. The cafeteria at Songyang High School serves breakfast, and you followed your memory here, casually found a seat and sat down. You had just taken a bite of a meat bun when you noticed someone sitting in the empty seat in front of you. This is a girl with long black hair and fair complexion. The name that comes to your mind is Bai Jinjin. To be precise, she is Bai Jinjin, who ranked first in the total score of the first year. A woman at the top of the first year's disdain chain. Looking at the girl sitting in front of me drinking porridge, I thought to myself, she and I are friends because I am in the top 10 of the grade. Is this what they call the circle of good students? Bai Jinjin is the kind of person who feels like she's sulking as long as she doesn't smile. Even ordinary words, in her mouth, can feel a sense of distance that keeps people at a distance, just like sitting in front of you at this moment. As long as she doesn't say a word, you can't help but wonder if she has any opinions about you. As you focused on recalling memories related to Bai Jinjin in your mind, wanting to confirm the relationship between the two of you, you heard the girl speak, after eating, meet me in the small garden. I'll be waiting there for you. Watching the figure of the other person leaving, a hint of contemplation flashed in your eyes. After a while, after you have eaten and drunk your fill, you also left the cafeteria and came to the small garden behind the school. This is a quiet place behind the dormitory building, where at this moment, most of the students have rushed to the teaching building, and it is almost impossible to see any figures. Bai Jinjin stood in front of a flower bed, and as soon as she heard your footsteps, she turned around and quickly walked up to you. With a bang. Kneel down on the ground. Bai Xinjin holding your thigh and saying, just now there were too many people in the cafeteria. I was embarrassed to say, can you lend me some money? I'm almost a month overdue on my loan. I'll kneel down for you. Looking at this scene in front of you, you curse in your heart, what a crappy school. Both the 1st and the 10th grades are full of loans. And now you have also remembered that you and Bai Xinjin know each other not because of any good grade circle, but because the other person is your online contact who has promoted loans to you. Once again, I'd like to introduce Zhang Yu's classmate, Bai Xinjin. He and Zhang Yu are good brothers who share lending intelligence from major platforms and have a solid friendship of borrowing money around together. Thinking about the other guy just now in the cafeteria underneath that cold poker face, was constantly thinking about how to borrow money from himself, so Zhang Yu shook his head helplessly. You loosen me up first. Where can I get the money to lend you? Bai Xinjin shook her head and said, you're only in the 10th grade. How much money can you spend? Must have applied for a much smaller loan than I did, said she, a little stiffly and shyly. Just help me pay my debts. You can do whatever you want. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up at his words. Looking at the originally cold Bai Xinjin's face like a peach blossom at the moment, he only felt that there was some other charm. He looked Bai Xinjin's body up and down and asked, true anything? Bai Xinjin bit her lip lightly and nodded. Aha. Zhang Yu, can I mortgage you then? Bai Xinjin let go of her hand and glared at Zhang Yu. UZ, are you really broke? Zhang Yu took out his cell phone and lit up the balance and overdue information. Bai Xinjin stood up and patted his dusty pants leg. Then looking at Zhang Yu somewhat incredulously, he said, you owe $700,000? Even after graduating from college I'm afraid you'll have to work for a long time to pay it off. You're only a freshman in high school and you're spending money like that? Bai Xinjin shook her head repeatedly as she spoke. Zhang Yu, how in the world did you spend this money? Zhang Yu rubbed his head and said, I forgot. You wait for me to think about it. Bai Xinjin looked at Zhang Yu suspiciously. You wouldn't have taken it and invested in something, right? Are you being lied to? As Zhang Yu recalled, he was also a little uncertain. There should be none, right? Bai Xinjin's expression, however, became serious all of a sudden. The more I think about it, the more I feel that Zhang Yu has a problem spending more than $700,000. Give me your cell phone to see. Zhang Yu understood that the other party was concerned about him. After all, investment, fraud, gambling, sudden death and going off the deep end were the top 5 causes of death in Sonyang City, respectively, with going off the deep end ranking 5th. And the same doubts about the original body welled up in his mind at the moment. At that moment, he took out his cell phone. It just so happens that I also want to review how this money was spent. So let's look at the running water together. When the two men swept their eyes across the cell phone screen, they saw the sum of money spent on Zhang Yu's original body. And while Zhang Yu saw this, the details of many related memories kept coming back from the mind as well. Dandenong Pharmacy, 280, 00. Dandenong Pharmacy, 250, 00. Time is not on my side. Quiet room 120, 00. Zhang Yu said as he looked at it. This is the elixir I bought at the school pharmacy. Then rented a quiet room to spit. The teaching content of Sonyang High School, in addition to language, math, physics, history and other general education courses, is the immortalism-related courses, and the so-called immortal path is the path of cultivation by which a person becomes an immortal step by step. It is also the most important and score-accounted content taught throughout high school, and is a key item in getting into a prestigious university. Vomiting, on the other hand, is one of the most basic skills of immortalism, bringing together the spiritual energy in the atmosphere through vomiting. Only then can the mana in the cultivator's body be accumulated, and only by possessing enough mana could one push for stronger battle power and climb to a higher realm. One could say that mana is the foundation upon which all immortal techniques operate. For example, if you want to break through to the foundation establishment realm and the chi refining realm, the requirement on mana is 60 points or more. In contrast, the upper limit of mana that could be mastered at the chi refining realm was 100 points. In the system that the 10 great clans are trying to build, everything is standardized and digitized to the best of their ability. Even mana is the same. Like the current mana tests in schools are accurate to 1 decimal place through and through. Bai Xinjin nodded slightly and continued to scroll down. Water show catering services, 532, 00. Zhang Yu said, this is a food supplement addition to the cafeteria. Which costs more? In immortal Dao cultivation, the strength of the physical body was equally vital. The intake of large quantities of food rich in spiritual energy and elements of the immortal way is then also a part of a cultivator's daily routine, and is known as dietary supplementation. Lungcheng Educational Services Limited, 1500, 00. Lungcheng Educational Services Limited, 300, 00. Zhang Yu recalled and said, Well, this is the tuition fee for the last trip, and the cost of renting a spirit root. Spirit root is a special gift, possessed by only a very few geniuses. It was able to make the cultivator's cultivation efficiency and combat power grow greatly, as once the most famous threshold of the immortal way. Even Zhang Yu and his mother, who used to be in junior high school, knew about all the legends about spiritual roots, so much so that the original Zhang Yu tutored to pay off his loans. He also used the rental of a spiritual root as an excuse to get his mother to call in money. But after today's increasingly advanced Sento technology, ordinary people like Zhang Yu who did not have a spiritual root had been able to spend money on renting a spiritual root to enhance their cultivation efficiency. Continuing to turn the page. In addition to a slight explanation by Zhang Yu at the very beginning of the latter cost items are almost all similar back and forth, and almost all of them are related to immortal cultivation. Soon after rummaging through Zhang Yu's expenses in recent months, Bai Yi's eyes had filled with pity when she looked at Zhang Yu. You kid really did spend so much on your immortal Dao cultivation? And it ended up owing more than $700,000 to make it to 10th place? It's only been over 3 months since school started, right? What are you going to do next? As a person who had traveled across the other world for only the first day, Zhang Yu was naturally confused about the road ahead. At this moment, he shrugged his shoulders and said, "Let's mix it up first and figure it out slowly." Looking at the time, it was almost time for class to start. The two of them chatted as they walked towards the school building. How is it that you, who owe over $700,000, look more relaxed than I, who owe over $200,000? Bai Xinjin looked at Zhang Yu's calm appearance. Reminder, you won't have the money to keep dropping on your studies next. Do you know what happens when you can't afford to study? Any idea how dangerous our situation is right now? Zhang Yu, what consequences? Bai Xinjin said. There are still 3 weeks to go before the monthly exam. And you can't afford to rent a spirit root for 3 weeks. No money for pills. No money for cram school. You can't even afford to buy your daily supplements. While everyone else is getting better every second. And it's not unusual for you to drop dozens of places in your grade ranking by then. That's going to get you kicked right out of the demonstration class. Combined with what Bai Xinjin said, many more relevant memories surged out of Zhang Yu's mind. There are a total of 10 classes in the entire high school. From class 1 to class 10. Which are divided according to the results of the monthly exams. According to Zhang Yu's ranking, he was naturally assigned to the class with the best treatment, also known as a demonstration class, and in addition to looking at the grades on each monthly test for the regular general education exams, the most important thing is ultimately the achievement of immortal way cultivation. After all, general education is only 50 points. The rest of the Sento subjects add up to a full 650 points, especially since we're all seniors. And we've all been officially practicing immortality since the beginning of the school year. There was actually a limited difference in terms of cultivation. Although he appears to be 10th, if he doesn't maintain his previous rate of improvement over the next few weeks, that could easily be thrown into the dozens. Bai Xinjin continuing to run out of money, getting ranked worse and worse, and being treated less and less. In this vicious circle will step by step be kicked from class 1 to class 10. With no money and no grades, you'll be combustible garbage in the eyes of your teachers. She said, full of gravity, a joke in the mouths of the students in the demonstration class, an object for those dragons in the regular class to realize their cheap sense of self-superiority. Bai Xinjin held her head. Don't talk about cultivation resources in such a situation. It's hard to maintain a stable morale, and your grades will only get worse and worse, and you'll eventually fall into the elimination line, only to be kicked out of Songyang High School with an injury and an outstanding debt. Seeming to see that pathetic future in her mind's eye, Bai Xinjin tilted her head to look at the sky and, lamenting, do you want to live at the bottom of the entire school's chain of contempt and be repeatedly insulted, and eventually become the dregs of society who flunked out of high school? Zhang Yu pulled the corner of his mouth at his words. Then what do you think should be done? Bai Xinjin was silent for a moment and turned his head. Brothers, to be honest, owe $700,000 to rush to the 10th place. You may not really be suitable for the immortal way. I don't know how you got into Sonyang, but my advice is, drop out of school and work part-time. Otherwise I'm afraid you'll fall deeper and deeper. Zhang Yu didn't respond. In his heart, he was lamenting. The only good thing about this crappy world is that I can cultivate immortality. And as a result, I've only been here for a day and I'm told that I don't have the talent to cultivate immortality? Shortly after returning to the classroom, Zhang Yu picked up his vibrating cell phone. Then he realized that it was Bai Xinjin who transferred $500 to him and sent a message. Bai Xinjin, pay the utility bills first. Zhang Yu was slightly stunned, and suddenly sniffed his clothes. Immediately, I realized that White really smelled like he hadn't bathed in the past few days. The smell, though he had gotten used to it himself, should have been more noticeable to an onlooker. thinking that the other party's financial situation was so bad even gave him money. Zhang Yu sighed in his heart. After typing a large text on my cell phone and then deleting it all, I finally replied back. Thank you. Zhang Yu, who had finished returning to his cell phone, looked into his palm. The symbols on it were found to be half filled with black. This all the way to school and into the classroom. Zhang Yu had realized that this symbol on his palm was only visible to him. At the moment, he counted the time, and estimated that the symbol would be completely filled with black this evening. I just don't know exactly what happens when it's filled. Chapter 3 Sports. Without too much time to lament, shortly after Zhang Yu returned to the classroom, the math teacher with the black-rimmed glasses had walked in with a stack of papers. Today we'll talk about the last roll we did. Hand out all the rolls. Look at what's wrong. How many times have I told you that if you don't understand something, come ask me? I sat in my office for 3 hours yesterday afternoon and not one person came to ask me a question. Not long after the math papers were handed out, the tall, majestic gym teacher came inside the classroom and look at the math teacher and say, "You're sick." After dismissing the sick math teacher, physical education teacher Wang Hai looked at the many students and said, "This class has been changed to physical education, but don't forget to review the math yourselves when you get back. The general education program also accounts for 50 points on the high school exam. So 1 point off the high school exam is a lot of people off. Speaking of general studies, let me tell you, by the way, I've also spoken to your language teacher about changing the next language class to PE as well, together with the original PE class. This whole morning will be my PE class." The crowd followed physical education teacher Wang Hai to the indoor practice field. He saw that this practicing ground was as huge as a square, and it was even filled with various kinds of exercise equipment. Wang Hai said, "The Qi practicing realm, as the first realm of the immortal Tao, is important to solidify the foundation. And how strong the foundation is laid this freshman year will determine what heights you can reach in your future sophomore and junior years." And feeling these familiar scenes, numerous memory details also continued to pour out of Zhang Yu's mind. Immortal cultivation has been consolidated since the grouping and integration of the 10 major sects. Nowadays, it had long since possessed a systematic division of realms and strengths, which encompassed everything, covering every aspect of immortal Tao techniques, and could be said to be as vast as a sea of smoke. The most widely known are the 10 realms of the immortal way. The key indicators that determine which immortal Tao realm a person can ascend to are the level of Tao heart and the level of mana. Like, for high school students, the only way to cross the 10th level threshold in Tao heart is to have over 60 points of mana. It was only then that one could break through from the Qi refining realm to the foundation establishment realm. Instead, the immediate high school gym class is designed to hone the physical body and refine the will. After all, a strong physical body can both increase the efficiency of mana enhancement. Again, it helps a lot with the strong will needed for the Tao heart rank, and it also enhances the real-world combat ability of the Qi refining realm. If Dharma and mana are the foundation of immortalism, then the strength of the physical body, as exercised in gym class, it is the foundation of the foundation. At the same time, a wave of light swept through the bodies of the many students present in the room. Displayed all their flesh strength data on a large screen not far away arranged from high to low. First place Qian Shin flesh strength level 1, 15. No. 2 Bai Jinjin flesh strength level 1, 13. No. 3 Ho Tai Yao flesh strength 1, 12 level. And Zhang Yu didn't find his score until he saw 19th place. 19th Zhang Yu flesh strength 0, 82 level. The immortal technique among the Koan ruins has evolved over time. Today all kinds of data and indicators are more and more refined. Like physical strength is not only quantified, it's retested every gym class. And this indicator, like the Tao heart, could only reach a maximum of level 10 in the Qi refining realm. Although the strength of the physical body is not a key indicator for breaking through the immortal Tao realm, however, it is related to the efficiency and combat power of the practitioner, and is an important foundation of the immortal way, accounting for 150 points out of the 650 points in the immortal way subject. Has flesh strength dropped to 19th place? Zhang Yu looked at his results. In his mind, he remembered that the progress of his physical strength during this period of time was constantly surpassed by those around him. Meanwhile, students around the room were pulling out syringes and sticking them in their arms. Punch various types of enhancement supplements into yourself. After these various different brands of supplements have been delivered into the body, not only will it improve the strength of muscles and bones, but it will also improve the efficiency of workouts ranging from several to 10 times, making it a must-have drug for upperclassmen. Here, you can go a day without a workout, but you can't go a day without a needle. The best schoolboys even tend to go up 8 stitches a day. Zhang Yu then saw Bai Jinjin not too far away, who in a single breath had stuck a total of 9 needles into her buttocks, arms and thighs respectively. Only compared to the many large men around him, Bai Xinjin looked much smaller. Zhang Yu remembered that this was because the two sides had different directions of physical exercise, and so the shapes they molded were not quite the same. And the physical education teacher Wang Hai, who was on the side, saw Zhang Yu's delayed action to tie the needle. Frowning, he walked over. Zhang Yu, you haven't zapped the function enhancer for a few days? Zhang Yu doesn't dare to say he's broke. He knew that this was as humiliating as poor grades in Songyang High School, and he only dared to say it when he interacted with friends like Bai Xinjin, who knew what was going on. Secondly, those broken memories in his mind told him that the original body, because of too much drugging, the internal organs and cardiovascular burden are so heavy that he has fainted several times and is starting to become life-threatening. Then he heard Zhang Yu perfunctorily say, I want to try it without medication, which knew that Wang Hai frowned even more tightly after hearing this. Sounding like a thunderclap, he said, have you been watching the natural body refining propagated by those netizens who can't eat the pain of dosing again? That's all a lie. How can you keep up without medication? Look at how many places you've fallen. If you keep this up, you're going to be kicked out of the demonstration class on your next monthly exam, he said with a face of hatred. Letting you beat the medicine to refine your body is not beating it for me anymore. It's not like I'm going to gain any meat if you dope it up. With that, he casually pointed to a student in the distance. Look at Qian Shun. 12 shots a day of dragon and elephant preparations to grow sinew and bone, and 2 shots of painkillers to suppress the pain of the flesh tearing and growing. 2 pin Tao Tai Li speed up metabolism and the absorption of the elements of the food in the immortal way, and eat 15 pounds a day wildly to gain weight. In just 3 months, his flesh strength then skyrocketed from 0.13 to the current level 1.15, becoming the strongest flesh body in senior year, topping your natural body refining for 20 years, accompanied by Wang Hai's telling of the. Zhang Yu remembered how Qian Shen had gone from a thin dog of less than 1 meter 73 months ago to a small giant that was now over 2 meters tall and weighed over 300 pounds. Wang Hai then pointed at another student. Look at Zhao Tianxing, who was not as good as you before. The day before yesterday also flesh strength broke 100 level. Now real blood is like lead in mercury. Arterial gel hardening, heart skyrocketed 3 times its size. Just pointing at a random circle of students, Wang Hai sighed. Zhang Yu, I am seeing that you used to be able to rank in the top 10 in terms of physical strength. Your talent is not bad, and your drug resistance is excessive, which is why I told you so much. Looking at Wang Hai's bitter look, Zhang Yu also felt the other party's concern, but either a lack of money or a fear of death has made him reluctant to tie the pill now. Just as he was thinking about what to explain to the other man next, then he saw Wang Hai pull out a box of potions from a side bag. The so-called 3 parts practice, 7 parts eat. The remaining 90 parts all depends on how you tie the medicine. This is the latest Divine Elephant Power Functional Enhancer from the Vajra sect. The quality is guaranteed by the large sects. 1 stitch tops 10. I'll be honest with you, this was still in the lab. It's from a good brother of mine. See, you have good talent. Now I'll sell it to you at a 20% discount. 10 bottles count for you 8,800. Looking at Wang Hai's appearance of selling medicines to himself, Zhang Yu also completely remembered at this moment. More than half of the various flesh enhancement supplements that these students in the class eat and fight are bought from Wang Hai's side. And situations like this are normal in Songyang High School. After all, medicine and body are not separated from each other. Every gym teacher is both an excellent body refining expert and an excellent pharmaceutical salesman, often with even more pharmaceutical channels behind them. But at the moment, Zhang Yu could neither afford these, nor could his body afford the potions. One can only think of the perfunctory. Looking at Zhang Yu, who was pushing back and constantly looking for excuses, Wang Hai let out a cold snort and put the medicine back. With a hateful face, he said, well, you're on your own then. Looking at the gym teacher who turned away and began instructing and selling to the rest of the class, Zhang Yu sighed helplessly and said in his heart, in this Thai place, are all gym classes this difficult? Just then, a teenager came up to me and he came over to Zhang Yu and asked, Wang Hai sold you again? The student who spoke looked bright-eyed, like a neighborly teenager. Zhang Yu's head was also flooded with memories related to the other party. He is Zhou Tianyi. Zhou Tianyi is Zhang Yu in the first day of school to recognize the dinner and self-study hitchhiker. The two of them have been eating together for 3 months. They've been studying together for 3 months. And in the process, a fragile friendship was forged. However, as the memories flooded out, the first thing that came to Zhang Yu's mind was the other party's grade ranking. Ranked 25th in your grade. Good enough to eat with me at my table. How did I get this grade discrimination too? Zhang Yu felt that as the memories continued to merge, he seemed to be constantly affected by it's becoming more and more important to rank the grades in this school. And at this moment, when he heard Zhou Tianyi's inquiry, he nodded his head and said, well, wanting to sell divine elephant power to me. You didn't buy it again? Seeing Zhang Yu nod his head, "The," Zhou Tianyi hissed, "You kid is not afraid of the old king to fix you?" "Fixing me?" Zhang Yu said. "It's just that I didn't buy the medicine. It's not that bad." Zhou Tianyi shook his head repeatedly and said, "Alas, do you want to hear a gossip about Wang Hai? Forget it, I'm not a gossipy person." Zhang Yu turned around and walked towards the practice equipment on the side. "Intend to familiarize yourself with the meat and the content of your physical education program," Zhou Tianyi continued. A teacher complained that Wang Hai was in the next office. The shot cracked the roof. Zhang Yu's footsteps stopped. He was not a gossipy person. But with such rotten gossip, he had to see what was going on. Zhou Tianyi said. Wang Hai later explained that he did not do it. The thumping sound is him teaching a lesson to a disobedient student. Later I asked the first two classes of students, and it turned out that Wang Hai had long been in the habit of physically punishing poor students, especially if you don't buy his medication. If your grades are slipping, you're going to get the lead bully. I heard there was another student he made jump off a building a couple years ago. Hearing the word jump, Zhang Yu's gaze suddenly condensed. Wang Hai, this is alright? Zhou Tianyi was unimpressed. Wang Hai's teaching performance has always been very good. He is the ace physical education teacher of Sonyang High School, who has taught 3 students who were number 1 in the city in terms of physical strength in the college entrance exams. Some say he has access to some of the drugs that are still in the labs at the Grand Clan. Even if the school really didn't want to use him anymore, most students and parents wouldn't agree that. They're all counting on Wang Hai to buy medicine and help them improve their physical strength. With that, he looked at Zhang Yu and admonished, "If you keep not buying medicine and your grades don't go up, I'm afraid he'll be screwed too." Looking at Zhang Yu, whose brows were furrowed, Zhou Tianyi curiously said, "I said that your kid used to tie the needle also quite a lot. Why suddenly do not buy? It will not be no money, right? Do you want me to borrow some to you?" Sensing the sincerity in the other party's eyes, Zhang Yu however smiled helplessly. "No need. Really do not need? Zhou Tianyi, why don't you tie mine first today?" Zhang Yu naturally shook his head back and forth. He was really afraid that he would just die a violent death if he had a few more needles. According to the memories in his head, there is no shortage of people in this world who have been seriously injured, disabled, or even killed by overloading on drugs, and even MT. High school has people who are seriously injured every year by overdosing on drugs. But even so, there is still a steady stream of students seeking physical strength and using drugs, and the original body has been showing signs of being overwhelmed since last week. Thinking that the original body not only owed a huge debt of $700,000, but also left him such a physical body, Zhang Yu then lamented again in his heart. Just as the two of them were whispering, a cold gaze suddenly swept over. Only Wang Hai droned. "Don't talk small talk down there in gym class." Zhang Yu and Zhou Tianyi immediately stopped their exchanges and each began their workouts. I only saw Zhang Yu come to a large iron ball. His body's muscles shook, and after he fiercely exerted his strength, then he picked up the 100-kilogram iron ball. Immediately afterward, accompanied by the contraction and expansion of the sinews of his body in a flare-of, the large iron ball was carried around his circumference as if it were a toy. As the iron ball flew up and down and rotated, Zhang Yu also felt his body's qi and blood surging. The body parts are also gradually heating up. It's a warm-up. The whole thing was etched into his flesh and blood as if by instinct. Zhang Yu he completed his warm-up training with little thought, and in the training that followed, his mastery of this physical body grew deeper and deeper. The related memories kept popping up from the mind as well. The refining of the body at the qi refining stage is mainly about refining the sinews and bones. Break the upper limit by practicing over and over again, and eventually raise the flesh strength level. Specific approaches, such as the one most widely circulated among high school students. It is the technique known as the 36 styles of bodybuilding. The 36 styles of fitness is a body refining technique created by the 10 great clans specifically for teaching in high schools. 36 movements with different equipment can fully develop the physical body and effectively enhance its strength, within the framework of the immortal way summarized by the 10 great clans. All martial arts and Taoist arts are divided into levels 1 to 100. Like most of the students at Sonyang High School managed to get started after a week or two of study, practicing a basic martial art like the 36 styles of fitness to level 1. And if you can continue to level up, the workout of the 36 styles of fitness will then become stronger and more incredible. But it obviously wasn't easy. And in Zhang Yu's memories of, in the 3 months since the start of the school year, Baixinjin was the only one who had raised the 36 styles of bodybuilding to level 2. And because of that, it took Baixinjin 9 stitches a day to maintain her flesh strength score at second in the whole year, right behind Shenshin who was 16 stitches a day. The level of the 36 styles of bodybuilding is related to the efficiency of the increase in the strength of the physical body, but the real key to determining strength levels and performance in gym class remains physical strength itself. Speaking of which, my flesh strength is 0.82 level. One could just casually fling a few hundred pounds around, and the flesh strength of the chi refining realm can reach up to level 10. After the foundation is built, the highest level that can be reached is level 20. The gap between people in this is too big. Zhang Yu only wanted to practice casually at first to familiarize himself with the content of physical education class and his body, but as he practiced the 36 movements of fitness in one set, he became more and more serious. More and more carefully, as if there were an instinct in his body urging him on, inspiring him to let him work out consistently. The sinews were continually torn, the bones were continually pounded, and under exercise after exercise his fleshly body, after repeated destruction, finally gushed out a warm current from it and began to silently repair the damage in his flesh and blood. This was the mana within Zhang Yu's body, and just like the past few months of gym class, flesh was destroyed under the weight, and then it was constantly repaired and made stronger by mana. Phew! In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed, and Zhang Yu exhaled a deep breath. I only felt that my body was aching at the moment, and my flesh and blood felt like it was about to disintegrate. No wonder you need painkillers. He looked up at Bai Xinjin, who was still sweating in the distance, and there were other students on the other side of the room who were also working out like crazy, and a sense of urgency instinctively surged through them. It seemed to urge him to keep pressing himself again. If the original world was so crazy about exercising, I'm afraid I would have died from practicing long ago, right? That is, there are various medications supported under the Sendo technique over here. There is also mana, which is able to hold up and also become stronger and stronger. Feeling the aches and pains coming from all parts of his body at the moment, and the still elusive desire to work out, the longing for the instinct to become stronger. Zhang Yu's heart also had to lament the depth of the original Zhang Yu's obsession in his heart. But as the workout continues, this instinct that lies deep within the human body seems to be fading as well. The future path would ultimately depend on the Zhang Yu of this moment to choose for himself. When the morning's physical education class was completely over, Zhang Yu was already exhausted on the field. Around them stood a group of students who were still alive and kicking, still frantically cultivating. Zhang Yu lamented that this is the difference between having or not having medication. Suddenly he caught a glimpse of the dark patch in his palm and it was found that less than a quarter of the top had been left that had not already been filled with black. Chapter 4, Inviting the Gods. Looking at the change in the position of his palm, Zhang Yu couldn't help but think, what exactly does this mean? It's not going to fill up and then I'll hang up, is it? Unfortunately, no one could answer the uneasiness in Zhang Yu's heart at the moment. After finishing the morning's physical education class, Zhang Yu then dragged his half-dead body and Bai Xinjin, Zhou Tianyi ate lunch together, and then rested for a moment before ushering in the afternoon classes. The first class of the afternoon was a history class, and the lecturer was an old man with white hair. The old man entered the classroom and then sat himself down behind the podium. Flipping the book open, it was casually explained. As for the students under the stage who were grasping for time to rest, exhale, and cultivate, even leaving the classroom to refine his body didn't seem to bother him. Zhang Yu wasn't interested in listening to the content of this history teacher's lecture. He just quickly flipped through the textbook. The mind then kept recalling the contents and understanding them in conjunction with its own memories. There is no state in Koan ruins. Everything is monopolized and held by the 10 major sects. There are 36 floors above the ground in the Koan market. The first floor is roughly the size of 2 Chinas, and consists of various cities of varying sizes. Each city has a city government erected by the Great Clan to manage it. The world of the first level aside from the immortal way related. The level of technology seems to be about the same as in my last life. But the people seem to be having a much harder time. The first level of the Koan ruins is also where Zhang Yu has been living all this time. As for further up, then he's only seen it in TV and movies. According to Zhang Yu's memory, the only way to enter the second level of the Koan ruins was to go to university. And only if you graduate from college and join a large clan, then you can go up to higher levels. It can be said that in this Koan ruin, only the mastery of a stronger immortal power, a higher authority, it's the only way to move up the ladder one step at a time. And the higher up you go, the more abundant the aura is said to be, and the more developed the technology of the immortal path. All kinds of materials are also getting richer and richer. When he thought back to this, Zhang Yu couldn't help but look back out the window, feel the sunlight that pours down from the sky. Such real skies and sunshine. Is this place really in some supergiant building? The first layer is the size of 2 Chinas. So how much space does the entire Koan ruin take up? Surely it's no longer on Earth? How on earth did I come to be in this world again? His mind unconsciously recalled the sight of the world he had just come to, thinking about the bizarre ritual, and then his head felt a wave of vertigo again. Zhang Yu hurriedly shook his head. For him at this moment, compared to these big events? Or are the immediate matters of high school grades, living expenses, earning money, and gym class more demanding of his attention? And thinking about grades and cultivation, Zhang Yu had another headache. In addition to the morning physical education classes, there are also 4 separate subjects in the Immortal Way grade, namely Taoist Heart, Mana, Martial Arts, and Taoist Arts. Of these, 150 points are for Dao Xin, 150 points for Mana, and 100 points for Martial Arts, Taoist 100 points. And according to the memories in Zhang Yu's mind, recently, his performance ranking has been slipping on all fronts. There isn't a single subject that isn't regressing. At this rate, it seems like it's only a matter of time before I end up getting dropped from MT high school. And another question popped up in Zhang Yu's mind. Now it seems that Zhang Yu's family is neither rich nor he didn't have any outstanding talent for immortality himself, and neither his first nor second year interviews seemed to be very successful. How in the world did he get into Songyang High School? Zhang Yu repeatedly recalled that. I just remember that the original body was the one that topped the less than ideal interview results to get into MT. And thinking of the original body's family, his gaze twitched slightly as he pulled out his cell phone and opened his address book. By the way, should we contact Zhang Yu's parents and sister after school? In the afternoon session, Zhang Yu then spent it in reviewing and organizing the memories in his mind at the same time. This made him understand more and more about the knowledge in his mind, about this world, and about Zhang Yu's identity. The time rolled around to the 6 o'clock dismissal. The school day is all but over for the day, but for the vast majority of MT Pleasant High School students, only half of the day's classes are over, and they will need to attend their respective tutorials next, then study until the latter part of the night to rest. And unlike the students who rushed to their respective tuition classes, Zhang Yu was currently sitting in the empty cafeteria. Without his savings and borrowing limit, he has not attended tuition classes since 2 weeks ago. So after finishing his dinner, he thought for a moment, but turned on his cell phone. Try it. First he called Zhang Yu's mother, then his father, but they were all unanswered. Recalling the memories related to Zhang Yu's parents and sister in his mind, he finally had no choice but to call his sister. Zhang Yu? Listening to the slightly icy voice on the other end of the cell phone, Zhang Yu said stiffly, "Sis, can you lend me some money?" In a moment of silence, just when Zhang Yu thought the other party would hang up the phone, from the cell phone came a voice. "When you were in first grade, I told Mom and Dad that you had no talent for the immortal way. Going down this road is a complete waste of time and money. After the separation, but Mom bought into your delusions, hardly wanting to put you through high school on her own. Even when she came to us not long ago to borrow money and try to touch my tuition. And it turns out you're an insouciant douche who has to take out a loan to fix a ferry in order to study in high school. You're up to your ass in debt now, aren't you?" In the face of the other party's accusations, Zhang Yu was speechless, because based on the memories he had organized in his mind, what the other party said was not wrong. After their parents separated with their respective siblings, knowing that their mother's income was insufficient, the family has no money, but the original Zhang Yu was too selfless, and finally hardened his head to jerk a small loan also to cultivate immortality, all the way up to the present with a loan, and his mother helped him pay back, over and over again, as Zhang Yu repeatedly took out loans, again and again. After realizing that the hole was getting bigger and bigger, it finally left him. The voice on the other end of the phone continued, "This is the last time we'll be in touch, and you're on your own to pay the debt you've incurred. One more piece of advice, drop out of school then go work off your debt. I'll call you back in a few minutes for 500. Seeing as how we used to be a family, that's enough money to get you a job before you starve to death." Listening to the sound of the other party's phone hanging up, Zhang Yu sighed helplessly. Fortunately, it's at least up to 500, counting the 500 given by Bai Xinjin. Zhang Yu's current savings finally exceeded 100. However, while walking home, Zhang Yu's advice from the other party still continued to flood his mind. Quit school to work part-time? Lying back on the bed of the rented house, Zhang Yu stared blankly at the somewhat moldy ceiling. His grades are down, he's broke, he's in debt, and his flesh is overwhelmed. He had to admit that the dropping out of school early to work part-time seemed like a sensible decision. Just then, a stinging pain came from the palm of the symbol that only he could see was finally filled with black in this moment. At the same time, a clear female voice rang out from the side. "Kid, the invocation ceremony has been completed. It's time to grant 3 wishes." Zhang Yu turned his head violently and realized that a rag doll was sitting on the edge of his bed. Looking at that rag doll with its yellowed and faded fabric and crooked stitching, as if it might crack at any moment, he reacted with a jolt. Wasn't this the same world he had come into yesterday? The rag doll you saw in the creepy rooftop ritual? Rag doll, hey, did you hear what I said? 3 wishes, not one less. facing the bizarre scene in front of him. Zhang Yu only wanted to leave. At this moment, he was no longer a white boy who knew nothing about this world. After organizing the memories in his mind, he knew that gods were not some nebulous beliefs in this world, but rather administrators who were in charge of countless affairs, both large and small, within the entire Koan ruins. But these righteous gods were by no means something that Zhang Yu, an immortal Dao wastrel, could casually invite. A deity that can be summoned by Zhang Yu's so-called invocation ceremony must be one that is rumored to wreak havoc on the four directions and kill people with grass. An evil god that was severely cracked down on by the 10 great sects and the various positive gods. Those mortals made a deal with an evil god and ended up dead. The little stories of the souls flying away were ones that the common people of the first floor of the Kunzui had grown up hearing. This Zhang Yu fellow was desperate and ended up finding his way to the evil god? No wonder I get dizzy when I think of the memories in question. Is this also a tactic of the evil god? Zhang Yu sensed the danger at the first moment and wanted to leave. But then the thought stopped the constant trembling. The original Zhang Yu had approached the evil god only because he had been truly desperate. To work at the bottom of the ladder for the rest of my life to pay off my debts. Or do you risk your life for a chance to continue cultivating immortality? Evil god, my first wish is for you to grant me 100 wishes. After saying that, Zhang Yu swallowed his saliva and nervously looked at the other party and asked, "You can do it, right?" "Oh, of course I can do something so simple." Looking at the smile that appeared on Zhang Yu's face, Ragdoll let out a snort. "But my choice is not to do it, because after the invocation ceremony is complete, it is you who will fulfill my 3 wishes. If you choose to refuse to grant me my wish, or if you deliberately delay or even fail in the process of realizing it, then all of them will be under the backlash of the ritual, and your blood and flesh will burst and your soul will be dispersed. Well, my first wish is that you have to grant me 100 more wishes." Zhang Yu, who heard these words, was slightly stunned. In his heart, he cursed, "Not to engage in such an invocation ceremony, just to fulfill your wish for you? Is this Zhang Yu an idiot? And 100 wishes? That's okay?" And the ragdoll smiled slightly after she said her first wish, and the empty eyes made of black buttons continued to look straight at Zhang Yu. "Ready? I'm going to say my next wish." Zhang Yu's heart suddenly tightened at the words. What is this damn thing wishing for again? If you really want me to fulfill 1,000 wishes for her, won't I become her slave? Or maybe, make a wish that I simply can't fulfill. Won't I be sure to die? Ragdoll slowed down and said, "I've thought about it. My next wish is for you to help me collect a collection of antiques." Zhang Yu gulped. "Antiques?" Ragdoll giggled and said, "Don't worry, I've got it all figured out for you. You just go ahead and buy everything in your cart." Zhang Yu smelled a slight stagnation, then took out his cell phone and opened his shopping cart according to his memory, then found inside has been selected full of all kinds of Buddha statues, offering table, incense burner, wooden sword. Its price is not expensive. Just one of them have to be tens of thousands of dollars. And not being able to afford these antiques doesn't seem to fulfill the wishes of the evil gods. Wouldn't that be death by ritual? Thinking of this, Zhang Yu hurriedly asked, "Do you think you can change your wish?" "I'm afraid I can't afford so many antiques." Push and shove. Ragdoll's eyes glazed over. There seems to be endless malice pouring out of the black eyes. "Do you want to renege on the debt? If you can't afford it, then go borrow it. If you can't borrow it, then sell your heart, liver, kidneys, spleen and lungs. There's always a way for you to get the money together." Zhang Yu looked seriously at the ragdoll and said slowly, "If that's the way, then I'll die to fulfill this one wish, right?" Doll laughed softly. "So what? Zhang Yu, you are choosing to immediately lose someone who will help you fulfill 1,000 wishes in the future right now. Or give me some time to get a future disciple of a great clan to buy these antiques for you, and then go to one after another to help you fulfill those 1,000 wishes? Ragdoll gave Zhang Yu a somewhat surprised look. Continue. "Zhang Yu, I've done the math. And to buy all these antiques, even if I worked and fought for decades on the Kuan market floor, I probably wouldn't be able to come up with that much money. But if I could join the great clans, then it won't take more than a couple years to save up that amount." Ragdoll, "So? Zhang Yu, that is to say that, as long as I study hard, cultivate hard, and keep getting stronger, get into a prestigious university, graduate and then join a big clan, and you'll be able to rely on your clan's salary to fulfill your wish." After another moment of silence, the ragdoll said abruptly, "You mean you're going to read well and then go to work and earn a paycheck and get my wish that way? You tricked me?" Infinite malice poured out of the ragdoll's eyes as if they were two huge black holes, to suck in all the light around them instantly. Zhang Yu clenched his fists and tried his best to suppress his constantly trembling legs. Staring at the ragdoll in front of him, he said word for word, "Your first wish is for me to fulfill 1,000 wishes for you. The second wish would be to collect antiques from the shopping cart. How can I fulfill 1,000 wishes if I die poor while collecting antiques for you? If I know this, and yet still fulfill the second wish with certain death, wouldn't it be a willful failure to fulfill the first wish? Deliberately failing to fulfill the first wish, that would be a violation of the ritual. I'm afraid I'll die from the ritual's backlash if I fail to fulfill even the second wish, right? So study hard, go to college, work hard for your money. It's the only viable plan I can think of at the moment that would fulfill the first and second wishes. Accompanying Zhang Yu's words, the room was dead silent. A moment later, the ragdoll's voice rang out. Let me see your balance. Upon seeing the balance on Zhang Yu's account in various text messages about overdue loans, the ragdoll didn't say anything for a long time. This kid, Ragdoll's mind thought wildly, normally speaking will not encounter this kind of situation. After all, the ritual picks the target should be all rich people. Buying that pile of antiques is just a matter of lifting a finger. But this boy is too poor to fulfill his first wish. So much so that the poor came out of a hole. MD, didn't I say I wanted to find a rich man? Why did you find me such a piece of? After a long silence, the Ragdoll looked at Zhang Yu and said, what you said is not unreasonable. Fine, go study hard and I'll come back for you when you've made enough money, said the doll, sneering once more. But remember this, it's all about fulfilling my wish. Next, once you slack off a little in accomplishing your wish for me, then they will all die under the ritual backlash. Looking at the gradually disappearing ragdoll, Zhang Yu violently exhaled a breath of relief. The body went limp and collapsed on the bed. Suddenly, he remembered something and exclaimed, wait a minute, what the hell did I get out of this ceremony? This ceremony? While suspecting that his crossing may have had something to do with the ceremony. Still, he didn't dare to tell the secret directly, but chose the sideways approach. As a last resort, he decided to keep the secrets of Earth dead in his heart and never reveal them. Ragdolls have completely disappeared without a trace. Only a voice stayed in Zhang Yu's ears. You have been stimulated potential, but everyone's potential isn't the same. What exactly? You feel yourself. Outside the room, Ragdoll thought to himself as he walked. This kid is poorly qualified. Potential stimulation is nothing more than enhancing your magic power or physical strength, right? I don't think he can even get into college, let alone join a big clan. How can he fulfill my wish? It's kind of fun to be clinical though. Let's see how far you can struggle. Inside the room, Zhang Yu watched as the black mass of symbols in his palm gradually began to change. Chapter 5 The Feathered Book. With a flurry of changes in the black symbols in his palm, a thick book as black as ink had appeared in Zhang Yu's hands. Hashu? Looking at the two large words on the cover, Zhang Yu's heart slightly froze. Then, along with a jump of his mind, the black book in his hand has become windless and automatic. Naturally, I turned to the first page. It's a catalog, right? Looking at the table of contents, except for the prologue on the first line of it was all followed by lines of blurry, unreadable handwriting, as if it had been coded. Zhang Yu thought to himself, this means that there is only the prologue now? In a flash of thought, he turned to the prologue and what appeared before them were portraits of people on the left page, and lines of data and information on the right page, respectively. Is that a picture of me? Only the portrait of the figure on the left page. It was Zhang Yu sitting with his legs crossed and his eyes lightly closed. So much so that it looks like it's meditating. Its demeanor is so lifelike that it gives the impression as if the character in the painting is still breathing in and out. In particular, there is a vague glow running through it. Zhang Yu felt that should represent the flow of mana within him. And on the right-hand page are lines of information and data, respectively. Zhang Yu, Dao Xin 1 level, Mana 7, Flesh Strength 0, 83 level, Martial Arts, 36 Styles of Fitness level 1, Sanshou level 1, Taoism, Basic Exhalation level 1, Basic Heart Refining level 1. This is me? Above are data on the qualities of each of the immortal paths. The Dao Heart level here is rather like the test in school. It can't be accurate to the back of a decimal point. And below that are the martial arts and Taoist techniques I've learned so far. Of the 4 skills below, in addition to the 36 styles of physical fitness, which were used to enhance the strength of the flesh. There's also the Sanshou, loose hands, which is used to build up practical combat abilities, learned in the martial arts class, the basic vomiting method, which is used to refine mana in the mana class, and the basic refining heart method, which is used to enhance the Taoist heart. All are just starting out at level 1. Zhang Yu looked at the numbers above and said in his heart, is this the potential inspired by the evil god? This book is able to detect my various attributes? But, should be more than that, right? According to that evil god it's stimulating my potential. But what kind of potential is light detection? I get to measure it every day at school. There should be other wonderful things. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu decided to test it out as he focused his attention on the attribute numbers. In his heart, he drank. Feather book, add some to me. Looking at the data on the book that didn't move, Zhang Yu secretly sighed that this evil god just doesn't give a damn. It didn't realize his potential at all. Trying to turn to the next page, I realized that it actually had the words unfinished business written on it in big letters, associating it with what had not yet been shown on the previous catalog. Zhang Yu guessed in his mind, what does it mean? Could this ability be upgraded? Upgraded to have the later functions? All he could do was flip back to the front again and constantly focusing on their lines of data and skills to see if they could trigger any effects. And just as he was focusing his attention on the 36 styles of fitness level 1, suddenly, he felt the line jump slightly, and was actually dragged right along, going back and forth on the page with his thoughts, just as Zhang Yu dragged the 36 styles of fitness level 1 around on the pages of the book, wondering what the point of this is. 36 styles of fitness level 1 steeply condensed as it touched the portrait of the figure. It was actually absorbed directly by Zhang Yu in the portrait. With this burst of absorption, Zhang Yu only felt as if a clear spring was pouring down from his heavenly soul cap. Some kind of indescribable feeling surged up in his heart, making him feel that he had a strange connection with Zhang Yu in the portrait. At the same time, the portrait, which had been sitting cross-legged, stood up abruptly and it actually began to rehearse the 36 styles of bodybuilding one move at a time. And a line of small letters had surfaced above the portrait, 36 styles of fitness level 1 plus. Look at that little plus at the end. Zhang Yu got excited all of a sudden. It's coming. My potential has really been stimulated. His attention was quickly focused on the plus that. It felt as if I had pressed on it with my own thoughts. The next moment, the plus was seen to become 0/10 after a slight blurring. Then a wave of enlightenment rose from Zhang Yu's heart, practicing the 36 styles of bodybuilding 10 times. You can complete the Budo upgrade. Looking at the 36 styles of fitness level 1, 0 out of 10, on the feather book, Zhang Yu was surprised in his heart. Practicing 10 times will upgrade this martial art? You should know that since the beginning of the school year, this fitness 36 style Zhang Yu practiced many times. It never felt like it was going to be upgraded at all. 10 times? Zhang Yu was a bit impatient to try it out, only to see him take a step out and, accompanied by a banging explosion, his body's flesh and blood twisted and turned like a giant python, erupting with layers of power. Although when he was in school, Zhang Yu practiced the 36 styles of fitness with the help of equipment, but that's just to increase the effectiveness of the practice. In fact, the 36 styles of bodybuilding is the most basic body refining martial art. You can practice with or without equipment. Even more so, practitioners can focus on different directions such as strength, speed, and dexterity according to their inclinations. For example, the original Zhang Yu chose the direction of balanced development of strength and speed. It didn't turn out to be big. At this moment, Zhang Yu was seen prancing back and forth within the tiny room. His feet exploded with a thumping sound on the floor, while his body's flesh and blood gradually heated up after continuously expanding and contracting. But no sooner had he practiced a few moves than a shout of curses came from around him. Sick! Demolishing a house in the middle of the night? Zhang Yu immediately stopped and said helplessly in his heart, the soundproofing in rental houses is too poor. I can't practice my martial arts at night. Looking at the feather book floating in his palm, Zhang Yu was somewhat unable to resist the foolishness in his heart. I just want to immediately give a burst of practice, practicing the 36 forms of bodybuilding 10 times in one breath to see the effect. How about another place? I remember a crappy building with no one nearby. A darkness. The thumping sound kept echoing through the hallway of the rotten building, with neon lights flashing back and forth in the distant streets. The figure of a teenager surfaced in the shadows from time to time. It was none other than Zhang Yu who had rushed to the rotten house to practice the 36 styles of fitness. Only at this moment, his gaze was grave and he was practicing the 36 styles of fitness exercise move by move. And in a few moments he was already drenched in sweat and looked hot. Zhang Yu Ben had been working out all morning during the day, and eventually fell to the ground in exhaustion, and without the aid of injections, pills or dietary supplements. At this moment, as soon as I practiced the 36 forms of healthy body, I felt that my body was sore and weak. Every movement and every transportation of energy brought pain like tearing of tendons and flesh. But thinking about the changes in the feathered book just lifted his spirits for a moment. Eventually, he insisted on practicing the 36 styles of fitness all over again. Panting, Zhang Yu couldn't wait to open his palms and the feathered book once again surfaced along with his thoughts. Looking at the 36 styles of fitness level 1 out of 10, on it, Zhang Yu could not help but show a hint of delight on his face. Is this my potential? Raising the 36 styles of fitness to level 2 seems to actually work. I'm going to practice enough 10 times tonight. Zhang Yu couldn't wait to start the 36 styles of fitness a second time, but after a few moments he sat down, exhausted, and It only felt as if both hands and feet were no longer his own. I can't. It's at the limit. Looks like I'll have to try again tomorrow. Just when Zhang Yu decided to stop exercising, take a break and go home for a good night's sleep, a vicious chill surged up from his heart. At the same time, a voice sounded in his head. Please keep the ritual agreement and work hard to fulfill your wishes without willful laziness and procrastination. 10. Please keep the ritual agreement and work hard to fulfill your wishes without willful laziness and delay. 9. Please keep the ritual agreement and work hard to fulfill your wishes without willful laziness and procrastination. 8. As the countdown of that voice continued on and on, that vicious chill in Zhang Yu's heart became more and more intense. It was as if something was going to surge out of his body furiously, tearing apart all of his flesh and blood. Rituals, engagements, wishes. He responded immediately as well. Could this be the power of that invocation ritual? What that rag doll had said immediately flooded Zhang Yu's mind. If you choose to refuse to grant me my wish, or if you deliberately delay or even fail in the process of realizing it, then all of them will be under the backlash of the ritual, and your blood and flesh will burst and your soul will be dispersed. Zhang Yu said in his heart, so it's because I intend to study hard through get into a prestigious university, join a big clan, and make money to fulfill your second wish, then slacking off in the process. It's considered a willful laziness and procrastination towards fulfilling a wish? If I don't listen, could it be that I'm going to die under the ritual backlash? Hearing that the countdown had unconsciously counted to 3, Zhang Yu jumped up in a hurry, with a cry of anguish. He then forced himself to endure the agony of ripping tendons and flesh all over his body and start practicing the 36 poses of fitness. And the very moment he started practicing, the countdown that had just taken place disappeared completely without a trace. Chapter 6 Freedom. Asterisk asterisk. Bang. Asterisk asterisk. Bang. Asterisk asterisk. Bang. Bang. The blackened concrete room was accompanied by a chorus of low grunts and crashes that Zhang Yu finally finished practicing the 36 styles of fitness for the second time against the intense pain that kept coming from all over his body, only to see him sit down on the ground with a thud, his entire body having gasped for air, feeling the still slightly trembling hands and feet. Zhang Yu only felt that this body had completely reached its limit, and every inch of flesh and blood on his body did not want to move. But it was in this condition that the nasty chill and the voice in his head came again. Please keep the ritual agreement and try to fulfill your wish without willful laziness and delay. 10. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhang Yu cursed angrily in his heart. I've already reached my limit. I really can't practice anymore. I have class tomorrow. But no matter how he goes about it, and how he explains it, that countdown was without pause or hesitation. Seeing that the countdown was about to come to an end step by step, Zhang Yu could only curse and, once again, he stumbled up and practiced. Normally, when most people do their workouts alone, it's the case that it's hard to force yourself to your true limit. Only when a master, teacher, or coach is supervised and strictly demanded by someone, it's often the only way a person can work out to their limits again and again. It was the same for Zhang Yu, and if he were to be on his own, I'm afraid that after practicing the 36 forms of fitness once or twice today, I was so tired that I didn't want to move and just rested. But the power of the ritual was like a demonic trainer at the moment, staring at him all the time, and the threat of death urged him to exercise on without the slightest laziness. 3rd time, 4th time, 5th time, all the way up to the 10th time, under the repeated threat of the ritual power, Zhang Yu had practiced the 36 styles of bodybuilding for the 10th time. During this time the flesh and blood all over his body went from tearing agony to a huge pain like a pinprick. Then at the end it seems to have gradually started to numb. He has even felt that his hands and feet are going to disappear. At the same time, every ounce of mana in the body was forced out and it was continuously injected into those damaged flesh and blood. After these 10 workouts, Zhang Yu only felt that no matter whether it was his flesh and blood or his body's mana, it was as if it had been drained. Just like a piece of rag that had been wrung out thousands and thousands of times. Not a single drop could be wrung out. At this moment, Zhang Yu just wanted to lie on the ground, not even bothering to move a bit. To his credit, the voice that had been urging him on as if he were dying didn't ring out again this time. It seemed to think that at this moment he had truly put his best foot forward and had truly reached his limit. And in the course of the exercise just now, Zhang Yu had also slightly scratched the surface of the characteristics of this ritual power. This thing is kind of like an artificial retard. Not really intelligent. It just works according to certain rules. Something similar, Zhang Yu had once seen it in the movies and TV and also the news in the Koan market. Those powerful magic treasures all contain artifact spirits. And these artifact spirits are like artificial intelligence. There is a certain amount of intelligence to deal with all sorts of problems. And even those artifact spirits that are powerful enough have intelligence that is no less than that of a human. At this moment, after making sure that the ritual forces were not out to force him to work out again. Zhang Yu was also finally able to relax his spirit and feel the effects of the upgraded 36 styles of bodybuilding. Yes, right after Zhang Yu completed the 36th form of bodybuilding for the 10th time, he could feel this martial art upgrading. In that instant, his knowledge and understanding of the 36 styles of bodybuilding became deeper. Many of the original details that were not noticed and not understood enough. In that instant all of them were like a flash of lightning appearing at first, floating in his mind, and above the feathered book. The initial 36 styles of fitness level 1, 0 out of 10, also became 36 styles of fitness level 2, 0/20. Just 20 more times of practicing will raise the 36 styles of fitness to level 3? If we keep practicing like this, won't we soon be able to push the 36 styles of fitness to level 10? Zhang Yu knew that in the Qi refining realm, the level of martial arts and Taoist techniques could only be cultivated up to level 10. When the time comes, even if I don't get a needle or a pill, the effect of the workout is not below by Xinjin and the others. No, it may even be far beyond. At this rate, it's not impossible to raise the strength of your physical body to number 1 in your grade in the future. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu's heart was invigorated and he only felt that his body didn't hurt as much. Terrifying. My potential is just too terrifying. Once it's stimulated by the evil god after that, it's simply going to be a blast. With a bright vision of the future, Zhang Yu, who had exercised his physical body to the limit, gradually fell into a sleepy state and fell asleep without realizing it. After sleeping until 5 o'clock the next morning, Zhang Yu instinctively woke up. It's like waking up at 5 o'clock countless times in the past, but today his limbs were so sore and weak that even opening his eyes was incredibly laborious. Zhang Yu at this moment did not want to get up at all, even though he had already awakened. Just want to go back to sleep for a while, even if this is the concrete floor of a crappy building. 5 minutes. Just 5 more minutes of sleep. But just at this moment when Zhang Yu wanted to stay in bed, a voice that sent chills down his spine once again resounded from the bottom of his heart. Please keep the ritual agreement and work hard to fulfill your wishes without willful laziness and procrastination. 10. Holy! Zhang Yu snapped his eyes open and listened carefully as the voice continued to ring out. After repeatedly confirming that it wasn't a hallucination, all that could be done was to curse and sit up. Zhang Yu at this moment steeply realized that things might be more serious than he originally thought. In the future, as long as it has to do with studying, practicing, going to college, or working, that is, things related to studying, practicing, working, and earning money to fulfill the second wish, I can't even slack off a little bit? 24-hour supervisors, huh? With all the fatigue and labor, Zhang Yu could only rush back to the rented room in a hurry. Feeling covered in grease and sweat stains, he grabbed a 323 for water refill and, after another 5 minutes in the shower, I hurried to the bus stop. Looking up at the display on the platform, Zhang Yu Xin said, is the next bus still 10 minutes away from the station? Finding a pole to lean against, he said in his mind, take a break and, it's a good thing that didn't tell me to grab this time to practice. Zhang Yu, who had just thought of this, regretted it, because a vicious chill welled up from his heart. That nightmare-like voice sounded again. Please keep the ritual agreement and work hard to fulfill your wishes without willful laziness and procrastination. 10. Zhang Yu cursed in his heart, is this thing monitoring the thoughts in my head all the time? As soon as I think of a way to make an effort and don't do it, it's going to get me killed? So in the midst of a loud countdown, Zhang Yu could only topple a laborious body, surrounded by people who were either surprised and, or puzzled, or appreciative, or indifferent stares. The workout of the 36 styles of fitness began. Drink! Bang! Along with the last punch struck, Zhang Yu, who was sweating, once again sat down on the ground in exhaustion. Looking at the bus getting closer and closer in the distance, he was thankful beyond words. Finally, and surprisingly, Zhang Yu even found a seat on the bus today. It made his heart happy again. It's finally time to get some rest. Squint a little. You can't force me to practice on the bus, can you? Unless it's tuna. Just thinking of the word vomit, Zhang Yu felt bad. Please keep the ritual agreement and work hard to fulfill your wishes without willful laziness and procrastination. 10. Sure enough, that countdown went off again, forcing Zhang Yu to sit in the car while running the basic exhalation method. The whole thing about spitting in the car while you're riding sounds so simple and cost-effective. But even the old Zhang Yu gave up after a few tries. One is because the environment in the car is so noisy that it makes it difficult to concentrate. The second and most important point was that Zhang Yu, who woke up early every day, was too tired. Rarely did he have a spot where he just wanted to squint for a little while. He couldn't fight the urge to exhale at all. The few times I've tried it, I also tend to vomit for a while before I start to get confused and try to sleep. However, at this moment, under the compulsion of the ritual power, Zhang Yu could only endeavor to exhale. In the process of constantly fighting against sleepiness, he endeavored to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth through one breath and one inhalation. At this time he also thoroughly understood that things were much more serious than he had previously thought. This isn't just any 24-hour supervisor. This is driving me to my death at all hours. As long as this thing is still in my possession, then all laziness, touching the fish, entertainment, enjoyment, relaxation, will leave me. No more weekends, much less vacations, no more fun in my life. Every second will be dedicated to study, to practice, to work, until the second wish is fulfilled. Zhang Yu unconsciously hugged his head. I will become a complete and utter learning machine, a working bull and horse, and will no longer have any leisure time. Be a role king for the rest of your life, until you are completely destroyed by this pressure. He lamented in his heart. If this life is like this, then even if the immortal path is accomplished, what's the use of living a few hundred more years? How many more years of living is how many more years of suffering? Cthulhu. The surrounding passengers all looked at Zhang Yu, who was holding his head with a pained face. But Zhang Yu couldn't care less about that anymore. Accompanied by the please comply with the ritual agreement, countdown sounded again. He had already resumed sitting upright, forcibly suppressed the sadness in his heart, and continued to run the basic vomiting method. But at the same time, a determination gradually surged in Zhang Yu's heart. In fact, until this morning, Zhang Yu, who came to this world, was a bit confused in his heart. While thinking about getting into a prestigious university, joining a big clan, and practicing immortality with success. But it's hard to say how much of that is the influence of the memories of the original, the choices he made to go along with the inertia of his life. Until this moment, Zhang Yu finally had a goal that he had resolved to, something to be accomplished even with 100 folds, that is to become strong enough, so strong that he removes this ritual power that is forcing him to do so completely. Zhang Yu wants freedom. Chapter 7, The Gap Between Man and Man. On the bus. After possessing the feather book, Zhang Yu had thought that his future life would be the feather book. Show me where your limits are, which knows that it will turn into ritual. Zhang Yu, let me see where your limits are. But things have come to a head, and Zhang Yu wants to undo the power of the ritual. The only path he could think of was to make himself stronger, and so he could only cultivate hard at the moment, only to see that between Zhang Yu's exhalation and inhalation, the spiritual energy of the earth and sky surged into his body in strands, converging into the sea of qi in his dantian. It was refined into mana bit by bit, tamping down the foundation of his immortal Tao. However, when he thought of the process of practicing the 36 styles of fitness last night, Zhang Yu wanted to do as he had done. Let's see if we can quickly level up the basic spitting method as well. Only the feathered book unfolded with the movement of his mind. Then Zhang Yu's attention was slightly focused over towards the basic vomiting method level 1 on the page and immediately dragged the basic vomiting method level 1. But just as he was dragging the basic exhalation method level 1 towards his character portrait, a glimmer of clarity welled up from the feathered book. You can only focus on improving one skill at a time. Switch once and you have to wait a day before you can switch again. Zhang Yu mentally named this function of the feather book as specialization. At this moment, he understood at once that being specialized in a skill could get him a quick boost. However, you can only specialize in one skill for a period of time, and you have to wait a day after switching skills before you can switch again. That is to say, if I switch my specialization from the 36 styles of fitness to the basic vomiting technique right now, then the basic vomiting technique can be quickly improved by practicing it next. But the 36 styles of bodybuilding will return to their original normal practicing efficiency, unless I switch back to the fitness 36 after a day. Thinking about the situation in gym class, Zhang Yu then decided not to do the switch for the time being. Continue to focus on lifting the fitness 36. As time passed in the blink of an eye, Zhang Yu then maintained the basic exhalation method until the moment before he got off the bus. Inside the school cafeteria, Bai Xinjin carried the dinner plate and came to sit in front of Zhang Yu, who was like a walking corpse. Giving the other man a curious look, he said faintly, "Guided all night yesterday?" Zhang Yu swallowed the large meat bun in his hand in one gulp. Cursing, he said, "The old man was working out late into the night with his schoolwork." Bai Xinjin's face was expressionless, but her mouth was unconcerned. "Alas, you're the only one in the school who hasn't been sterilized. I've been telling you not to save the 20,000 bucks. Look at how much time and effort you've wasted. How much protein." Zhang Yu swallowed another egg in one gulp and smiled confidently. "Bai Xinjin, I'll tell you one thing. I'm now feeling amazed, even by my own self-discipline and potential. It won't be long before I take your throne as number 1 in your grade." Bai Xinjin sniffed but quickly rolled her eyes. The showy little mouth spoke unforgiving words. "Hazuko, it's fine to say such insouciant words in front of me. For outsiders to hear, I'm afraid people will even piss themselves laughing. You're fighting for first overall in your grade, not first in your grade conduit. You can't use the advantage of not being sterilized. Zhang Yu shook his head breathlessly, thinking, this guy, Jin, who usually acts cold, dare to say anything in private to you. Speaking of the fact that he was the only one in the entire school who hadn't been sterilized, Zhang Yu wasn't that surprised by that anymore. He was getting used to the insanity of this broken world and broken school. The not being neutered thing is still a little secret of his, though. Among his classmates, Zhang Yu had only spoken to Bai Jinjin. But think of that at the moment. A doubt suddenly welled up in Zhang Yu's mind. Why can I enroll in school without being sterilized? Just then, Zhou Tianyi also sat over with his dinner plate, equally curious. He looked at Zhang Yu. You look tired. Did you study all night yesterday? Zhang Yu shook his head and said, after practicing the 36 styles of bodybuilding for a little while, the heart is occasionally in the right place. While eating and chatting, Zhang Yu suddenly made a discovery. It seems that after Zhou Tianyi arrived, Bai Jinjin's words were much less, as if she had turned back into the cold, little-spoken schoolteacher. After breakfast, the three made their way down the playground in the direction of the classroom. From time to time, Zhang Yu opened his palms and watched the feathered book emerge and disappear from his palms. Surely everyone can't see the feathered book? Just then, but a thud came from the direction of the school building, and then there was another loud yell that went on and on, only to see a circle of people already gathered in front of the main entrance of the teaching building. A body with a blown-out head was lying quietly on the ground. For their part, the people around them were murmuring, and some had already recognized the corpse. There were familiar people who gossiped about the dead. This is Lu Chao from the senior class, 3. He used to be in the demonstration class. It seems like grades have been slipping and you're about to fall out of class again, right? Lu Chao. He was top 10 in his sophomore year. There are poverty discriminators who have begun a ranged attack. So what if you have a good sophomore year? Poor people are poor people. You saw how many other poor people were able to stay in the demonstration class senior year. And poor people just aren't cut out for immortality. There are also serious score discriminators who start their own reviews. Humph. Jumping from the 6th floor and dying, sure is a bad student. If it's a senior demonstration class bully jumping off, I'd say it would take at least a 10-story jump to die. Passing by, Bai Jinjin looked at the scene inside. Another senior jumping off a building? Zhou Tianyi said, this is the third start this year. Right. It seems that this senior year is under a lot of pressure. Zhang Yu, however, suddenly asked, is he poor? Bai Jinjin glanced at him, not knowing whether to admonish or lament. Said faintly, borrowed a lot of it. Anyway, if you have to borrow money to study, you must not be rich. These kinds of students tend to do pretty well at first after they get into high school, but usually after your senior year of high school, you gradually lose track of the rich kids in your class. Often you end up only getting into some second or third-rate college. As for the top 10, it seems like it's been more than 10 years since any civilian has been able to make it in Sonyang High School. Zhang Yu was slightly stunned at his words. He knew that the so-called top 10 meant the universities directly under the top 10 sects. Those are also the top 10 universities, the dream schools of countless students. But what he didn't know was that there hadn't been any civilian children in Sonyang High School who had gotten into the top 10 for more than 10 years. He said in his mind, is it because of lack of resources and money? Zhang Yu remembered some more legends about those rich students. It is said that many ace tutors, cramming secret, high-end feats of laboratory drugs, are circulated only in the circles of those who are rich and are never revealed to the poor. Looking at the blood splattered on the floor, Zhang Yu secretly said in his heart, if I hadn't had my potential stimulated, I might have been able to follow this path in the future as well. The jumping incident sparked a wave of hot air, though, but to the students who were busy studying and practicing every day, it was just some talk during breaks. Soon no one will care about it. The students continue to devote themselves to their day-to-day study of Sento, and to fight for their future lives. Even though they were only teenagers, everyone already knew a harsh truth. Depending on the score, different colleges are entered. Depending on the university, the future clan is decided. Depending on the clan, it determines a person's life. The classmates around you don't all have good or bad relationships, and if their grades are different, they will all go their separate ways. The time rolled around and it was time for another gym class that was going to be 3 periods in a row. After once again rejecting the sales pitch from gym teacher Wan Hai, Zhang Yu didn't know if it was his illusion. He felt that the other party's gaze at him seemed to have changed a bit, but there's really nothing he can do about it. Whether it's a matter of money or health, there's no way he's even going to zap the medicine again. So Zhang Yu could only pretend that he didn't see it and continued his practice. 36 styles of fitness level 2, 1/20th, counting the one time I worked out in front of the station. At this moment, Zhang Yu only needed to practice the 36 styles of bodybuilding 19 more times before he could upgrade. This made him particularly energized for the rest of the workout. Over and over again, he urged his body's muscles and flesh, constantly draining every inch of mana. And even if sometimes he wants to slow down, to take a break, it will also be quickly revitalized by the reminder of the power of the ritual and continue to practice hard, with agonizing pains that tore through his body, pushing the limits over and over again, threatening life and death. It can be both painful and pleasurable. After spending more than 2 class hours, Zhang Yu finally lay down on the ground completely, never want to move a muscle again. 36 Styles of Fitness Level 2, 17/20, to the limit. The ritual power did not continue to push him either, apparently equally believing that he had reached his limit. But Zhang Yu wasn't the least bit frustrated. To quickly raise a basic martial art from level 1 to level 3 in 2 days was definitely something that the previous Zhang Yu would not even dare to think about. If I hadn't practiced extra last night, I would have made it through 3 full gym classes, right? But with this bull ***** ritual forcing me to grab every second of my workout, then I'm afraid that in the future, extra practice at night and instead being too tired to rest in gym class instead of working out, are going to be the norm. Zhang Yu felt that this was like in his last life, when someone was frantically cramming and self-studying at night. Sleeping in class during the day is obviously not a healthy routine. I blame this retarded ritual for not being able to tell the time from the occasion. Just then, Zhang Yu, who was lying on the ground, suddenly felt that his body was covered by a shadow, as if a mountain was blocking his head. Wang Hai looked at Zhang Yu on the ground and said coldly, "What are you doing during gym class time?" Zhang Yu hurriedly said, "Teacher, I practiced extra last night, and now I can't practice some more." Feeling Wang Hai's unfavorable countenance, Zhang Yu added his explanation. "My 36 styles of bodybuilding broke through last night and has risen to level 2. The reason for such an explanation? It's because Zhang Yu knows that in this achievement-oriented school, the vast majority of teachers won't give a hard time to students with good grades. He felt that if Wang Hai knew that he had made a lot of progress, he shouldn't make things difficult for him. This was after Zhang Yu had vaguely sensed the change in Wang Hai's attitude towards him, and then one of the things you start thinking about. But Zhang Yu thought wrong. There are many kinds of teachers in this world. For example, most of the master teachers within MT high school prefer students with good grades, prefer students who are effortless to teach, have a sense of accomplishment in teaching, and are more tolerant of mistakes made by even high-achieving students. There are also teachers who pour more energy into low-performing students, focusing on improving the performance of the underachievers, because poor students are more likely to improve. There's also a lot of adjuncts who don't care how well their students learn. They're on time anyway. Leave work at the end of the day. One more second wasted on work is my loss. But there's another kind of teacher who, more than a student's grades, this kind of teacher sometimes cares more about whether the student listens or challenges his authority. In this kind of teacher's classroom, he is the absolute authority who does not accept any disobedience from any student. Even if you just studied in a way he didn't teach you, he would be mocked and pulled out as a typical example to give a belittling. And apparently Wang Hai, who likes to sell drugs and physically punish students, is that kind of teacher. The gym class at Songyang High School is his little kingdom, and the students are his conduit for dumping potions. Originally, Zhang Yu had already aroused his dissatisfaction by not buying the medicine all the time. Just after seeing Zhang Yu lying down and slacking off, he became even more dissatisfied. Just want to take the opportunity to teach the other side a lesson, to set an example, so that the students will be ashamed of this person who doesn't take the needle in class. Don't learn how to naturally refine your body like Zhang Yu. However, his words of lecture were gagged by Zhang Yu's sentence of the 36 forms of fitness broke through last night. This had provoked his authority in gym class in Wang Hai's opinion. Is level 2 of the 36 styles of fitness a big deal? Wang Hai pointed at Bai Jinjin and said, "You see how she doesn't stick needles after level 2? Slacking off in class?" Zhang Yu said helplessly, "Teacher, that's not what I meant." Wang Hai coldly said, "Zhang Yu, I've seen too many students like you. I don't listen to my teachers and don't care about the school because I have some talent. You need to realize that the reason you broke through, it's because of all the serious lessons and stitches that have been given over the past 3 months. And it's only with my guidance that you've been given a solid foundation. As for whether you're out there studying or tutoring, that's dessert at best. The only class that matters is the main meal in school. I'll react to your problem with your homeroom teacher. So behave yourself." Chapter 8, The Teacher's Concern. Until the end of gym class, Wang Hai didn't pay any more attention to Zhang Yu. It seemed to treat him like a cloud of air, and no longer instructed or taught him in any way. And with Wang Hai taking the lead in isolation like this, all the other students subconsciously stopped approaching Zhang Yu, like an invisible no man's land had been vacated around him. This old king is really, how the heart of the heart is so small. But things have come to this. There is nothing Zhang Yu can do about it. Simply lay down quietly on the ground and continue to rest. In the blink of an eye the end of class time arrived, and the crowd rushed to the cafeteria one after another. Zhou Tianyi walked over to Zhang Yu after the crowd left. A thumbs up toward the other man. Warrior, did you get accident insurance? Zhang Yu slowly climbed up, patted his pants and said, what are you afraid of? When my cultivation improves greatly after a while and my grades skyrocket, more than enough teachers will bail me out. He looked confidently at the feathered book in his palm. The flesh strength had increased from 0.83 to 0.84. That's with no shots, no pills, much less any dietary supplements. In the case of exercising with the 36 styles of fitness alone, I'm sure that in the future, the level of the 36 styles of fitness will continue to rise. Flesh strength will also progress faster and faster. Just thinking about this, Zhang Yu could not help but sigh once again at the awesomeness of his potential. Zhou Tianyi, who was on the side, looked at Zhang Yu, who suddenly started to look confident. Curious, he said, have you found a source of supply for the new medicine? Don't forget brother if you have good goods. Zhang Yu squeezed his fist and smiled. Kid, brother is a natural body refining. Outside the door of the training room, Bai Xinjin, who had gone through a strenuous body refining process, had flushed cheeks at the moment. Sweat was constantly dripping from his forehead and his whole body was steaming. Bang bang, only to hear her knock on the door and faintly say, Zhang Yu, are you done loading? I'm so hungry. Hurry up and go eat. A group of 3 hurriedly joined the cafeteria brigade. Arriving late, they saw a large group of people lined up in front of the cafeteria doors from a long distance away. However, as a demonstration class, Zhang Yu's trio had the privilege of having priority to enter the cafeteria to eat. Ability to dine directly through VIP access. The trio was then seen walking into the cafeteria under the gazes of many students from other classes with varying gazes. How does that feel? If I let Zhang Yu describe it, that is, under the gaze of the novel's inner sect pride of the outer sect handymen who were either envious, jealous, or self-conscious that they could be replaced, they slowly stepped into the Gathering of Immortals restaurant to dine. And as soon as she entered the cafeteria, Bai Xinjin said, I'm on a food supplement today. I'm going to eat on the second floor. The so-called dietary supplement is to cook with ingredients full of elements of the immortal way and supplemented with various medicines. It can effectively strengthen the body, make up for the loss of the body after strenuous exercise, and improve the efficiency of refining and exhaling. It can be said that dietary supplements have 100 benefits for the study of Sendo. The only reason Zhang Yu didn't go to eat at the moment was that it was too expensive. Just too expensive. A meal will cost at least several hundred, and a few thousand for some precious ingredients is not unusual. The Zhang Yu who used to hold the money coming out of the huge loan in his hand didn't even bother to eat it every day, let alone the current Zhang Yu. Looking at Bai Xinjin, who walked up to the second floor alone, Zhang Yu could feel another demarcation between the second floor and the first floor of the cafeteria, just like the queues inside and outside the cafeteria where he was standing at the moment. However, a trace of doubt surged in Zhang Yu's heart. Isn't Ajin running out of money? How do you spare the second floor? Shortly after lunch, Zhang Yu, who was on his lunch break, was called to the teacher's office. A middle-aged man sipped his tea while glancing at Zhang Yu, who was standing in front of his desk, said, Mr. Wang Hai told me about you. The man's name was Su Haifeng, and he was both the homeroom teacher of the demonstration class as well as the grade director of the senior class. I only saw him look at Zhang Yu with a disappointed face at the moment and said, do you remember the interview that? Did you say anything to me? When the original Zhang Yu attended the interview at Songyang High School, Su Haifeng was the interviewer sitting in the center. At this moment, when he heard what Su Haifeng said, Zhang Yu was slightly stunned, although he had fused the memories of his original body. But a lot of details really don't come back instantly. Su Haifeng sighed. I still remember when you said you wanted to get into a prestigious university. In gym class you don't buy medicine or get a needle. You lie on the floor and slack off. You talk back to your teacher. Is that your attitude about wanting to get into a prestigious university? Listening to the other party's criticism, Zhang Yu did not know how to explain himself for a while. You can't say that you can't buy medicine or get a needle because you're poor and wasted, and that you can't take gym class casually because your potential has been realized. Feeling Zhang Yu's silence, Su Haifeng sighed again and said, Zhang Yu, you've been doing well for the past 3 months, and I know you're a good boy. Did something happen to you at home recently? Zhang Yu looked on with some surprise, feeling the other party's concerned eyes. Somewhat incredulously, there are teachers in this epileptic school who care about their students? He thought for a moment and whispered, well, there was a bit of a falling out with the family. I'll try to regulate and get back in shape quickly. Although he felt the other party's concern, at this moment, Zhang Yu could only perfunctorily pass by as soon as possible. And after a while when one's grades improve, naturally, One doesn't have to explain these bad explanations to teachers. Su Haifeng, however, frowned as if he was dissatisfied and said in annoyance, "What else do you dare not say to your teacher? Has the family been having financial problems lately? Debt collection calls from loan platforms have been coming to the school." "Ha?" Zhang Yu jerked his head up. "They called you, teacher?" Su Haifeng nodded gruffly. "If they hadn't called me, I didn't realize you owed so much money. Why didn't you even tell me?" Zhang Yu, He was really not thinking about what good it would do to tell the school about something like this, especially with the ethos of MT. He figured that knowing would only make things worse for him. However, Su Haifeng let out a long sigh and looked at Zhang Yu with a kind face. Said, "I know school is sometimes strict and you're afraid to tell us when something goes wrong, but you have to realize that we are your teachers after all. How could we not help our own students?" With that, he pulled out a document from the drawer and handed it to Zhang Yu. "This is a grant program for needy students that I went and applied for you specifically, so hurry up and sign it." Reaching out to receive the document, Zhang Yu looked at Su Haifeng with some emotion. "Teacher, thank you." He realized he was wrong again about the teachers at this school. Zhang Yu said in his heart, "Although there are unreliable guys like Wang Hai, but there are also simple elders like Mr. Su." Su Haifeng smiled and waved his hand, handing over the pen. "Hurry up and sign." Zhang Yu lowered his head and swept his eyes over the documents, then froze in place. Su Haifeng laughed. "What's wrong? Hurry up and sign it. I'll try to get it to you by the end of the day." Zhang Yu's voice was low. "Teacher, this seems to be a debt restructuring contract? Did you take the wrong one?" Su Haifeng said laughingly. "Isn't the reason why poor students are poor is because of debt? After restructuring the debt, won't it help poor students? That's what the needy student grant program is." Zhang Yu looked at the contents of the contract. Specifically, after all of his outstanding debts were uniformly packaged and calculated, the school borrowed a sum of money for him to pay off his debt. Since then, his debtors have become the school. Zhang Yu also estimated the debt owed after the debt restructuring, and after a variety of messy formalities, the various interest rates, principal, fees, and chopping rates, seem to add up to over $1 million. What debt restructuring? It's not just a loan for a loan. He roared in his mind. Even the homeroom teacher is into lending, isn't he? So much for playing right. Are there no normal teachers left in this Thai school? Suppressing the anger in his heart, Zhang Yu exhaled a breath and said, "Teacher, I think it's better to forget about it. I can pay this money back myself." Su Haifeng assiduously said, "How can you repay such a large sum of money as a child? Hurry up and sign it. The school's taking care of this for you. Don't worry, the school is very loosely staged." Zhang Yu, "No teacher, it's really not necessary." After Zhang Yu repeatedly refused, he simply threw the contract and ran out of the office. Looking at his departing back, Su Haifeng lifted his teacup and gently blew on it. A moment later, he picked up the vibrating phone and said, "He refused. Well, I'll try again in a while. Don't worry, the poor people finally can't hold out the collection agency's tactics, will always come to borrow." Chapter 9 Work. After school that day, in the cafeteria, Zhang Yu and Zhou Tianyi and Bai Jinjin sat down to eat dinner together. Bai Jinjin was still as cold and silent as usual, was calmly outputting silently at the large plate of rice in front of him. Zhou Tianyi, on the other hand, glanced at Zhang Yu and said, "Your recent financial situation is a bit bad. Is it that obvious?" Zhang Yu was slightly stunned, thinking could it be that the reminder calls had already been made to his classmates? Wouldn't that mean that he was going to be poked and prodded at school for being $700,000 in debt? Zhou Tianyi glanced at Bai Jinjin's sumptuous dinner of chicken, duck, fish and meat. Another glance at Zhang Yu's poor man's package worth $5. He rubbed his chin and said, "Based on my observations of the cafeteria over the past 3 months, what a person eats in the cafeteria can effectively reflect his financial status and even cultivation strength during that time. For example, someone who eats 10 pounds a meal is not going to sit at a table with someone who eats 3 pounds a meal, because the two sides are not at all in the same class, and are at the upper and lower reaches of the campus stigmatization chain, respectively. So it's because you see that I eat less." Zhang Yu breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and thought my super poor status was about to be revealed. He turned his head to Bai Jinjin, looking at the dozen or so chicken legs in the other man's lunch pail. With a curious face, he said, "Ah Jin, this chicken leg looks so special. Give me a taste." Bai Jinjin said without lifting her head. "Crawl." Zhou Tianyi on the side smiled and gave Zhang Yu a duck leg from his bowl. "Jinjin is particularly athletic today. It looks like she's starving. You try mine." "Good brother." Zhang Yu gave a thumbs up towards Zhou Tianyi, grabbed the duck leg and nibbled on it. Zhou Tianyi looked at Zhang Yu's wolfish appearance. Smiling slightly, he said, "If you run into financial difficulties, I can lend you some." Zhang Yu waved his hand and said, "No need." I'll take care of it myself, although owed a debt. But Zhang Yu does not intend to ask his classmates to borrow money. Or asking his classmates to borrow money isn't going to solve the problem of $700,000 of huge debt in one fell swoop. He needs ways to keep making money and keep paying off his debt. At least pay back the interest each month. No more escalating tactics from collections. Zhang Yu knew that as his overdue time continued to grow, the tactics of collection agencies will also become more and more powerful. From online insults to offline reality, one step at a time. And rent, utilities, food. Thinking about this, Zhang Yu felt himself starting to get a headache. Right after Zhou Tianyi left, Bai Xinjun suddenly spoke up. Based on my observations of you and Zhou Tianyi over the past 3 months, he's been especially good to you. Zhang Yu, yes? Bai Xinjun laughed and said. A male smiled and gave his bowl of duck legs to another male. I've only seen this happen in 2 situations in my 16 years of living. One where the parties are father and son. The other? Hey. Zhang Yu raised an eyebrow. Ah Jin, you've read quite a variety of things. Bai Xinjun, Hazuko. Actually you don't need to be afraid. In this school anyway, you're the one who holds the initiative power. Saying that, Bai Xinjun pushed her dinner plate and placed it in front of Zhang Yu. Alas, I can't eat anymore. So I'll reward you with these leftovers. Who asked you to be my good oldest son? Crawl. Zhang Yu snatched the dinner plate with a sweep of his gaze and, then you could see the small half of the meal that was neatly arranged inside and looked untouched. Just as Zhang Yu raised his head to thank the other party. But he only saw Bai Xinjun's back as she left the cafeteria. Walking outside the cafeteria, Bai Xinjun's gaze faded anew as she said in her heart, Hazuko. Ah, there's actually a third one that does that, too. Bai Xinjun turned her head to look up the steps of the cafeteria entrance and, a cafeteria ant was dumping leftovers from a slop bucket into a cat's bowl. Leaving the school, Zhang Yu began to plan to find a way to make money. I'm paying $1,500 for rent and about $200 a month for utilities. The loan is $15,000 a month. Hiss. Just thinking about it made Zhang Yu's head start to hurt again. I have to make at least $20,000 a month to be able to do that. And a regular job is definitely not going to cut it. Along with Zhang Yu's mind, the feather book had unfolded in front of him. Zhang Yu, Dao Xin 1 level, Mana 7, Flesh Strength 0, 84 level, Martial Arts, 36 Styles of Fitness level 2, 17/20ths, Sans Ho level 1, High School Basic Swordsmanship level 0, Taoism, Nourishing Exhalation level 1. Seeing the newly appeared entry High School Basic Swordsmanship level 0, Zhang Yu's mind flashed to today's martial arts class. The so-called Budo class is a course to learn various martial arts techniques and combat martial arts. There are even 80 practical points out of 100 points in the Budo class. In the first year of high school, you are required to learn 1 unarmed combat martial art and 1 weaponized combat martial art. And this high school basic swordsmanship is exactly what he learned in today's martial arts class. It only seemed to still show level 0 because it hadn't really been practiced. But Zhang Yu tried a little. Discover this high school basic swordsmanship level 0 can be dragged as well. He reckoned that if he specialized in this martial art, with his potential to, you can also practice it quickly and then upgrade it quickly. With these quickly flashing through his mind, Zhang Yu continued to stare at his panel, thinking about what kind of work I could do, though having only just set foot on the path of immortal cultivation a short time ago. But anyways, I'm also an official student of Songyang High School. A few moments later, Zhang Yu began to contact his former cram school on his cell phone. It was after graduating from junior high school that the original Zhang Yu, after a year of tutoring at this cram school, had. It was only after entering high school in MT. This kind of tutorial class should pay well, and I'm a regular student at Songyang High School. There should be an advantage to it. But after his inquiry, the teacher of the cram school said that their side was full. Let him try another cram school. So Zhang Yu contacted other cram schools. Hi, I'm looking to become a part-time tutor. I'm a senior at Songyang High School. May I ask where you graduated from elementary and middle school? No, I'm already an official student of Songyang High School. I'm sorry, because there are quite a few tutors with key high school degrees. Parents value first and second degrees prior to high school if a not yet graduated senior like you comes in as a part-time student. After learning about Zhang Yu's elementary school and junior high school, the other party did not reply again. And after the above conversation was repeated 5 or 6 times, Zhang Yu gradually understood. Damn it! I can't believe they all have such high requirements for first and second degrees. Is the competition for remedial teachers now rolling into this? Zhang Yu felt that his elementary school education and junior high school education were simply like 2 unsightly labels that were deeply imprinted on his face. It made it skyrocketed in difficulty for him to find even a part-time job as a tutor. So Zhang Yu had to give up the cram school route for the time being and try another backup plan instead. Had to try odd jobs first. On the road of odd jobs. In fact, The original Zhang Yu in the 3 months since the beginning of the school year also have some understanding. Of course, the temporary jobs we're talking about here aren't just any temporary jobs that ordinary people get. Rather, it's a temporary job found by those who have already embarked on the path of immortality. High school students, for example, make up a significant portion of this group. After all, not every high school student is a rich brother, and a good portion of high school students, in an effort to lighten the load for their families, are, or maybe in order to buy something you want, you need to earn money on your own. And because high school students neither have a high school diploma nor are required to attend classes most of the time, often, they can only take up part-time temporary jobs. Zhang Yu in the past 2 days also slightly understand this aspect of the road. At the moment immediately added an intermediary. Ask the person if they have any work to do right now. You're too late to ask. The day's work has been picked up for now. Why don't you come over here and wait? There's a new job to grab straight away. Half an hour later, Zhang Yu arrived at a small square. From a long distance he could see many people scattered, sitting or lying in the square. These people were young and old, men and women, some casually laying on the ground and taking a nap, and some wearing school uniforms. Still spitting on his knees. Following the address given by the other party, Zhang Yu found a human resource company at the corner of the square. It's not a big company. The facade looks like a real estate agency. Dirty glass was plastered with all sorts of sketchy job postings. Taking a look at the outdated signboard, Zhang Yu just pushed the door in and a strong odor of smoke then hit him, and he frowned at the smell. Behind the cluttered desk, a middle-aged man who was smoking looked up and, after taking a look at Zhang Yu he said, "Are you the high school student who just counseled?" After seeing Zhang Yu nod his head, the man introduced himself as Lao Wang, the agent over here. I just saw him take out a few pieces of paper and said, "Fill out the resume. I'll register you on it later." Zhang Yu took a look at it and realized that besides some information on it, you also have to fill in the martial arts and dojutsu that you have learned and ranked, as well as your grades when you were in school. Handing over the completed sheet, Zhang Yu asked, "How long does it usually take to find a job? How's the income?" Old King scratched his somewhat disheveled hair and, casually said, "The minimum 1 hour also has a few $100s it, but how long to find it is hard to say. Bad luck a week without work is normal." Zhang Yu thought to himself, the job here pays so well? If that's the case, if I work 2 or 3 hours a day, won't that be enough to pay the mortgage and live on? When he thought of this, Zhang Yu's heart was delighted, but then he heard the other man say that it was hard to find work, and he wondered, why? He emphasized his status. "I'm a top 10 senior at a major high school. Is it hard to find?" "Too?" Old Wang smiled at his words, pointed outside and said, "Did you see those people in the square? All the rest are high school graduates except for high school kids like you." Zhang Yu was shocked at what he heard, then disbelieved. How is it possible? Having graduated from high school, you've cultivated immortality and you're still here looking for a temp job? Old Wang shrugged. "I didn't get into college. It's not like every high school student gets into college. If you can't get into college, you'll be a cheap practitioner for the rest of your life, much less on the second level of the coin market. Can only hang out at this first level year after year." Zhang Yu is still puzzled. "Then you can also find a formal job on the first floor." "Why did you come to work as a temp?" Old Wang explained. "It's not like you need to sleep. People are done with their day job. If the company doesn't work overtime, come and get some temp work. How else will you pay back the loan? And how will there be enough money to maintain the cultivation?" These words from the other party set off a ripple in Zhang Yu's heart. His previous memories didn't tell him that high school graduates still work this hard. It just feels like graduating from high school, even if you don't go to college. It's also a decent paycheck for sitting in an office in a downtown skyscraper with air conditioning and a cup of tea every day. Turns out good guys, 24 hours of study before graduation, 24 hours of work after graduation. The more you suffer, right? Old Wang looked at Zhang Yu's resume and laughed. "Yo, Songyang High School, then we are alumni. I went to Songyang High School too, but I dropped out my senior year." "Zhang Yu, drop out?" Old Wang shrugged. "You can't get into college. So why don't you just stop wasting your money? I could have just paid off the loans I owed from high school the year before. For alumni's sake, I'll give you a piece of advice too. High schools live within their means, and if you feel like you won't get in, you should pull out early before you end up like some of the people who, too much debt is ruined for life." After filling out the information, the other party asked Zhang Yu to wait outside. He'll be notified immediately when a job opens up. "Zhang Yu, competing with those who graduated from high school, will it be my turn to have a job?" "Old King, don't worry. Some of the jobs are just specifically for current high school students." Chapter 10, Highly Competitive and Level 3 Fitness. Taking a seat at random, and looking at the crowd in the square, which was also waiting for work. Zhang Yu only felt a pang of heart fatigue. This hole is so bad too. Isn't there a place that doesn't roll? Just after sitting on the ground and resting for a while, a vicious chill surged up from Zhang Yu's heart. Please keep the ritual agreement and work hard to fulfill your wishes without willful laziness and procrastination. 10. Zhang Yu cursed angrily in his heart, but he could only roll up under the compulsion of the ritual power. But considering that he has not yet recovered from his physical state, the work for a while might also have physical requirements. And at this moment, Zhang Yu did not choose to cultivate the 36 styles of bodybuilding. Instead, he chose to refine his mana with the basic exhalation method. I only saw that between his exhale and inhale, wisps of spiritual energy soon surged from heaven and earth. Gradually, they converged in the Dantian Qi Si, and bit by bit, they were refined by him as part of his mana. Time then slowly passed in Zhang Yu's exhalation and came to an hour later. And in that hour, there have been 3 groups of people who have come over to recruit workers. There are those recruiting temporary security personnel, construction sites that urgently need immortal cultivators to do heavy work, and courier companies hiring immortal cultivators to do the sorting. Zhang Yu also gradually came to understand that most of the temporary jobs that employ Qi practicing stage immortal cultivators, almost all of it has to do with physical labor. After all, cultivators in the Qi practicing stage had not opened a qualitative gap between them and mortals in terms of IQ and knowledge. On the contrary, they are all physically fit and can shine in construction sites, factories, security and so on. Productivity far exceeds that of ordinary mortals. So many places that needed to urgently increase their manpower would come over and hire immortal cultivators. Although cultivators wanted far more pay than ordinary people as well, it still worked out to be a good deal. After all, if a cultivator can do the work of 30 ordinary people, often it's enough to just give 10 times more. And the people waiting in this square, each one can be described as a superb bullhorse who can hold down a 007 job. In front of them, Zhang Yu, who also sleeps 4 or 5 hours a day, is just an ordinary student who still sleeps in the first year of high school. So after taking a look at the way a whole bunch of people crowd up and grab a job every time, Zhang Yu always maintained his state of exhaling and did not go up to fight with the others. He then knew that in the state he was in as a senior, there's no way it could have grabbed the high schoolers who graduated long ago. He waiting for the job that the old king said he was looking for specifically for students in high school. Like Zhang Yu, there were several other high school students, some reading, some exhaling. There were punches, and none of them went up to fight for a job offer, but just waited in silence. Another hour passed in the blink of an eye. Pop, pop, snap. It was accompanied by a slight explosion in the air. Feeling that his physical body was almost rested, Zhang Yu began to exercise the 36 styles of bodybuilding. The people around us looked at it and didn't care. There were too many people who practiced in passing while waiting for work, and the 36 styles of bodybuilding as a basic technique was even more incapable of attracting the attention of the people around them. 36 styles of fitness level 2, 1820. 36 styles of fitness level 2, 19/20. After practicing the 36 forms of bodybuilding twice, although Zhang Yu felt that his muscles and flesh were starting to get sore and soft, however, the spirit was getting more and more energized simply because one more time would bring the 36 styles of fitness up to level 3. This was something that Bai Jinjin, who was the top overall scorer in her grade, had failed to do, and it took him but 2 days to do it. Just as Zhang Yu was practicing the 36 forms of bodybuilding for the 3rd time, a temporary job requiring a high school student finally came up. A minivan drove up to the plaza. Windows down, the driver shouted from the car, "Any freshmen or sophomores? Recruit 2 martial arts chaperones." The so-called martial arts chaperone is a practitioner who, during practical training in the martial arts, get someone to accompany the training according to certain requirements. Hearing this from the driver, the high school students who were originally waiting quietly on the square moved in unison, cutting a trail of static shadows in the air and rushing to the front of the minivan with a gust of wind and thunder. "I'm a sophomore. I have a flesh strength level of 215. The sophomores are a long way ahead of the freshmen in terms of physical strength. When Zhang Yu rushed over, he realized that the seats in front of the driver were almost all filled by one big guy. It made it impossible for him to squeeze in. Zhang Yu thought, being beaten up or so many people grabbing on, there is no point of high school students' self-respect anymore. The driver swept a glance at the many students raising their hands in front of him and spoke. "Any key high school?" The number of people who raised their hands was instantly reduced by a large margin. Zhang Yu hurriedly raised his hand. "I'm from Songyang High School." The driver asked again. "Are there any practical martial arts above level 3? Looking at the remaining 3, the driver asked again. "Will 300 an hour do it?" A disgruntled student with a shaved-inch head said. 300 is too little, isn't it? But he saw another student beside him say sharply, 300 I'll do it. watching the other get into the car and the sedan speed away. The inch-headed student cursed. 300 an hour. What a ing thought. 300 and you want to hire someone to accompany you in real combat? What kind of chaperone can you afford? Someone followed and cursed. 300 are next? Labor thieves. When that kid gets hurt. I knew the 300 wouldn't be enough for the medical bills. And as the employer left, the students around them all dispersed back after a bout of cursing and swearing. Each continues to practice and learn. Zhang Yu could only go back and continue to exercise the 36 styles of bodybuilding. At the current rate of momentum, he felt that he might not be able to find a job today. 10 minutes or so later, someone else drove up in a car to recruit high school students, and specifically requested that they be seniors. But this time, the job was about drug testing, supposedly trying out the latest development in some lab. Medicines for beginners in Sento. Zhang Yu thought about his physical condition, simply did not even go up to apply for the job. Instead, he continued with his 20th workout of the 36 forms of fitness. A few moments later, with a crackling explosion, Zhang Yu threw the final punch of the 36 styles of bodybuilding and also successfully raised this martial art to the 3rd level. 36 styles of fitness level 3, 0/30. This moment, the countless memories of practicing the 36 styles of fitness seemed like they were violently poured into Zhang Yu's mind, making him feel as if he had practiced them 1,000 times again. And there is more than a mere memory of flesh and blood in these exercises. There was also a hint of the memory of mana working on its own within the body. The 36 styles of fitness have reached the 3rd level. Cultivating this martial art will then be able to induce the body's mana to run around the circumference of the sky, accelerating the repair and enhancement of the physical body. If the 36 styles of fitness at levels 1 and 2 are just a constant damage to flesh and blood in the process of exercise, forcefully pressing out the mana in his body to participate in the exercise, then step into the 3rd level of the 36 styles of fitness. It is the movement that drives the mana to travel back and forth all over the body, constantly moisturizing the flesh and blood while exercising, greatly enhancing the effect of the exercise. At this moment, as Zhang Yu began a new session of practicing the 36 styles of bodybuilding, a stream of warmth then flowed through his limbs and bones as he moved, silently growing the strength of his flesh, taking him one step at a time from everyman to superhuman. Nourished by the warmth of the flesh and blood that had begun to be sore and painful seemed to have become much more relaxed, allowing Zhang Yu to stick to his workout more easily. Suddenly, Zhang Yu felt a contraction and expansion of his flesh and blood. Flesh strength 0, 84 level 0, 85 level. Sweeping a glance at the changes in the strength of his flesh on the feather book, a trace of delight flashed through Zhang Yu's heart. At this moment, he was not pushed by the power of the ritual. It also invigorated the spirit to continue the workout. And just as Zhang Yu was practicing the 36 styles of fitness, on the other side of the spectrum the trial drug recruiting has been going on and on. It's just that when faced with a job like drug testing, not many upperclassmen are willing to try it. Although the visitor wanted to recruit 5 students, he eventually left after shouting for only 2. Over the next few hours, as the night deepened and fewer employers came to recruit, Zhang Yu was even more delayed in finding a job opportunity, and could only continue to exercise the 36 styles of bodybuilding. 36 styles of fitness level 3, 6/30. When Zhang Yu practiced the 36 styles of bodybuilding for the 6th time, he felt like he couldn't wait any longer. When Zhang Yu re-entered the human resources company, he saw old Wang still sitting behind that desk. It's like it hasn't moved in the last couple hours. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes he had bought and handed it to the other man, then asked, "Brother Wang, there's nothing I can do for the job." Old Wang glanced at the cigarette handed to him by Zhang Yu and said carelessly, "Didn't I say so? There's work outside that will be called." Zhang Yu, however, did not give up and said, "I mean besides these outside, it's not like all the temporary jobs in Sanyang City are driving over here to recruit, is it? Is there anything else?" Lawan was pestered by Zhang Yu for a while, and impatiently said, "If you don't believe me, look for yourself. It's not that I won't let you do it. So are the other temps that good?" Zhang Yu looked at a screenshot sent from the other party's handset. There are rows and rows of permanent recruitment jobs listed above, large and small. There are those who participate in long-term drug trials after signing a contract. There are those who have been involved in the study of Kung Fu as experimenters for a long time. There are also those who go deep underground in the Kunsite marketplace as helpers for the exploration team. There is also cooperation with the police to fight criminals. This copy of Zhang Yu looked and looked. It was either too dangerous, or dangerous and couldn't be done. All these jobs that can't recruit enough people for a long time are really pits one after the other. Suddenly, Zhang Yu looked at one of the entries and asked, "Brother Wang, this participation in the research of feats, is there any danger?" Old Wang casually said, "The same person who asked you to do the test of your Kung Fu, trying out the latest Kung Fu developed by those big companies. where they record what side effects you have on your body and what injuries you have sustained while you're practicing, where it was disabled and how it ended up dying. Zhang Yu swallowed his saliva, and suddenly his eyes moved. Looking at another temporary job, he asked, "What about this introductory trial feat? $10,000 a time? Why is it only for upperclassmen?" Old King thought for a moment, then said with an "Oh, that It seems that the Xianyun group has developed a kung fu style that has been tested for cultivation. There are no side effects, and you can't die from practicing it. But the introductory process is too difficult, and it's easy to get hurt internally if you can't practice. So you've been looking for someone to test it. Because it's a kung fu intended to be sold to beginners in Sento. That's why the seniors were specifically asked to test." Speaking here, he looked at Zhang Yu, who was listening attentively at the side. Frowning, he said, "You don't want to go and do this, do you? Last time a student went there, he practiced so much that he lost control of his mana and suffered internal injuries. 2 weeks of vacation from school and still not recovered. That's not a good $10,000. Zhang Yu shrugged helplessly. "There's nothing I can do. I'm in a hurry to use the money, so I can only give it a try." Chapter 11, Circumstantial Qi Harvesting. In front of a skyscraper in the city center, Zhang Yu raised his head and looked at the mansion that towered over the sky as if it was going to pierce through the sky. Vaguely, one could see what looked like a fairy palace looming on top of the skyscraper. This is the office building of Xianyun Group in the center of Songyang. On top of that, Zhang Yu could see a giant, even taller building in the distance. Like it was connected to the true end of the sky, he knew it was the tallest building in Songyang City, the Center Tower, said to have 99 floors. It's also a landmark he often sees on his way to and from school. At this moment, he turned his head once again to look at the office building in front of him. Xianyun Group? On the way here, Zhang Yu had already searched the internet for information about Xianyun Group. It's a giant corporation under the manifestation sect. Businesses operated include the development of kung fu, the sale of kung fu, education on immortalism, and the creation of books and literature. And the 10,000 Laws sect is one of the 10 major sects. In this koan ruins, from food, clothing, housing and transportation to old age, sickness and death, a person's life cannot be separated from the top 10 clans. Immortal cultivation is naturally even more so. So for a giant enterprise like the Xianyun Group belonging to the 10 great sects of the Wanfa sect, today's Zhang Yu was not surprised. Walking into the building with his head bowed, Zhang Yu explained the purpose of his visit at the front desk after. One by one, they went through registration, contract signing and a brief medical checkup, and were finally directed to a place that looked like a classroom. Then he saw that the classroom already had a few students sitting in it besides him. After waiting for some time longer, and after the number of students in the classroom had reached 15, a middle-aged man in a suit walked in and began to talk about the content of today's trial of merit. "Hello everyone, I'm today's instructor. Everyone in the room has already signed the contract, but I'd like to remind you that everything we've told you here today is not to be spread, and if I find out that any of you have leaked the news, then no matter how far you run, you'll never be able to get away with it. We're all bound to find you." The many students listening to these words were aghast in their hearts, but they knew that what the other party said was true. With the strength of the Xianyun Group and the Wanfa sect behind the other party, it really wasn't difficult to do this. The feats you will attempt to learn today, which we will call test feat number 113. Next, please watch the instructional video first. According to the introduction in the short instructional video, this gong method was a qi refining realms exhaling gong method. But the point of difference from the basic vomiting technique is that this technique is much more complex. It's like trying to create some sort of mana cycle throughout your body. So much so that after watching the instructional video, most of the students who came to try their skills were still confused. Until, in the ensuing detailed explanation by the instructor, the many students only vaguely had a general understanding, but they felt more and more numb. Not letting us practice such feats? Are we worthy? It's really because the route of transportation of this gong method is too complicated and difficult. It's like drawing the Qingming Shinhatu on a piece of 4A paper. For Zhang Yu to describe it, it was that it was as hard as carving flowers out of. Let's not talk about following the lines of transportation in the instruction. The people present simply couldn't even memorize this route of transport, and had forgotten most of it almost as soon as it was finished. Not to mention spreading it. For the next to be able to practice this martial art to complete the test, students can be all over the place, seemingly sensing the changing moods of the many students. The instructor said from above, "Don't worry, everyone, this trial does not require you to practice this technique. The fact is that it is also impossible for a beginner to practice this technique just by himself. What we're testing this time, there is also an auxiliary transport device that matches the 113. Next, the many students present were sent to a testing room that, Mana detection patches were placed on the hands, feet and also the chest and back. Then a silver needle-like thing was attached to the line that, delivered to the students by a robotic arm. The instructor on the side continued, when you start to move your energy, the detection patches will monitor the state of mana functioning in your bodies from time to time, and the metamagnetic needle will be operated by the robotic arm of the stimulation on the route of your mana operation to assist you in recognizing and correcting the route of operation. Zhang Yu listened for a while and then understood. It is an automatic pathfinding. Oh no. No auto kung fu seeking, right? Because the mana route of this 113 Kung Fu is too complicated. The requirements for the timing and points of the operation of spiritual energy and mana are too high. So it is necessary to detect the practitioner's path of transportation of energy while one side is guided by stimulating various parts of the body with metamagnetic needles. The process is no less dangerous, though. It was because the route of transportation of 113 Kung Fu was too complicated. With such a complicated route of transportation, once there was a slight mistake in the path of the mana, it will cause the mana to go out of control, overflowing into the body, stirring up the body and itching and hurting, cold and hot, easily causing greater loss of control. It will also lead to internal injuries if it drags on for too long, and the longer it drags on the more serious the internal injuries become. Thereafter either go to the hospital and pay a high price for a strong person to suppress the uncontrolled mana in the injured person's body with strong mana, either the strength of the physical body to resist, waiting for the mana to run out and dissipate, or the practitioner himself or herself to practice this technique. With the method of performing Kung Fu, go and actively collect the mana that is dispersed out of control on the route of transportation of Kung Fu. Meanwhile, the instructor went on to say, everything is as you signed it. The reward for this trial will be given according to the percentage of the route you have completed. The only way to get the full 10,000 is to go through 100% of the dribble route. If the mana is only half gone, then it's only 5,000. Okay everyone, if there are no questions, then please begin. Zhang Yu glanced at the information floating on the feather book. Weekday gas extraction method level 0/1. In his mind, he said, this means that you only need to practice once? Zhang Yu closed his eyes and tried to run this gong method he had just learned. Starting from the dantian, it shifted over toward the backbone. At the same time, he felt a little tingle down his back end, knowing that it was the yuan magnetic needle guiding him to run his mana through. So the next thing he did was follow the guidance of the yuan magnetic needle, and little by little, he worked his mana to follow it. Meanwhile, outside the testing room, a group of people were observing the students. It's starting. The lead researcher had short, messy hair that was staring dead center at the changing data on the screen. That's up there after the individual students started trying to cultivate the experimental Kung Fu 113, the operation of mana in the body. The assistant at the side was equally filled with concentration as he watched the practicing chart of one of the trainees on the screen. It was an image used to describe the route of mana operation within the student's body after aggregating mana data from various parts of the student's body. The correct course of operation is green, and the portion of the mana operation that deviates from then it will be marked in red. Time passes. Looking at the increasing number of red errors that kept appearing on that single route of transportation, the assistant's eyes also kept showing a color of disappointment. Teacher, it seems that the precision of the metamagnetic needle's guidance will continue to improve. Otherwise it would not be able to satisfy the precision of mana operation when a beginner cultivates 113. It's still too hard to get beginners to practice to 113. Should we recruit a group of testers with a higher Dao heart level? The researcher known as Sensei frowned. Whether 113 or the metamagnetic needle, it was originally developed for beginners, and I'm not going to change that direction. Besides, there are better feats to learn at a higher level of Dao heart. The passive spitting effect of 113 lacks competitiveness among them. Instead, beginners need the passive spitting effect more. Just then, one of the students who had missed the mark stifled a grunt and violently spat out a large mouthful of blood. Teacher said coldly, hurry up and send him out of here and don't let him upset the others. But along comes the first student to spit blood. More and more students who tried to cultivate the gongfu began to experience discomfort. Some of them were blue and couldn't breathe. Some of them screamed and fainted from the pain. There are also some injuries that are minor, just a blenched face and pain or itching in the location where the mana is operating. Watching student after student being sent out, the teacher's face became increasingly ugly. He was disgruntled. The quality of this batch of students is so bad. Can't we recruit some great students? The assistant explained in a low voice. Teacher, the previous tester was too badly injured. No school wants to work with us anymore. The teacher snorted coldly, a dissatisfied look appearing on his face. Just a bunch of poor students. Whether it's the 113 or the metamagnetic needle, How big is the beginner's market if it can be improved successfully? Even if a few hundred people die, what's wrong with that? Meanwhile, only the last 3 students who were still holding on to their gong were left in the testing room. 2 of them were still holding on because they had reported fewer errors and had dispersed very little mana out of control. Another pale-faced student, however, looked at the teacher and was also slightly surprised. This son has gone off the rails quite a bit during the transportation of his power, and at this moment, I'm afraid he's already suffering from pain all over his body. But he's still able to hold on until now? An aide to the side asked. Teacher, should we stop him? Teacher shook his head in interest. Since he wants this money so badly, just give him that chance. Not to mention that for our research, one more copy of the data on the mistakes made on the complete route of transportation. Obviously more favorable. Inside the testing room, whenever Zhang Yu wanted to give up, he felt that chill from the ritual power of and the countdown that flooded his mind. This retarded thing, just know how to push. Come on if you can. In the process of transporting the power, Zhang Yu made a slight mistake. Then he could feel some mana overflowing out of control from his route, remaining in various parts of his body, stimulating him to be sore and itchy all over his body, cold and hot. It was hard to go through the whole set of transport routes thoroughly. Glancing at the feather book, the Zhou collection method level 0/1 turned into Zhou collection method level 1/20, and only then did his heart let out a slight sigh of relief. Zhang Yu admitted that he had an element of gambling, but luckily this time the gamble worked out. At this moment the memories of running this gong hundreds and thousands of times came out of his mind furiously. It made him feel as if he had been practicing this technique for months. At this moment Zhang Yu felt that if he wanted to, one could then use the Zhou collection method to collect the uncontrolled mana throughout the body and establish a complex set of mana circulation. He didn't do so right away, though, but slowly stood up against the soreness and itchiness of his body. The instructor on the side hurriedly came over and also said with some surprise, "This student, are you okay?" It's the first time he's seen an error rate this high that those who can still keep this gong running to the end. Zhang Yu covered his stomach and said, "I feel like I'm burning inside, itching and hurting. The upper body feels like it's on fire, and the lower body feels like it's frozen. So hard." The instructor rushed to help him and said, "Let me take you to the infirmary first to check your condition." "No need." Zhang Yu fiercely waved his hand and said, "I mean, to add money." The instructor looked him up and down, watching Zhang Yu constantly tremble and the paler and paler face that spoke, $100, and another contract, and whatever happens to you next is none of our business. After some tugging and pulling, Xian Yun ended up going up an extra $300 to Zhang Yu. It was demanded that he would have nothing to do with Xian Yun Company next, regardless of his injuries. Chapter 12, Courageous and Refined, thanks to Water_Lon for the alliance reward. A few moments later, Zhang Yu, who had walked out of the Xian Yun Group office building, looked pale, a hunched over, a frail look, but just a few kilometers after he'd left the skyscraper and gotten on the subway, his face gradually began to return to normal. After accompanying his operation of the Zhou collection method, the mana in his body immediately rolled forward like a small stream, and in the blink of an eye, it penetrated the flesh and blood of his body. The mana that had originally spilled out of control also returned to the right track with a roll of mana forward. It was integrated into the complex circulation of mana in his body, and naturally, it was running endlessly in Zhang Yu's body. Weekday gas harvesting method level 1/0/20. Looking at the Dao arts that surfaced on the feather book, a smile surged at the corner of Zhang Yu's mouth. Sure enough, it can be practiced. If I hadn't practiced this Zhou harvesting method, it'll probably take a week or two for this runaway mana to dissipate. The reason why he dared to take on the job of trying the work, Zhang Yu's bottom line came from the feather book. Only when it comes to Xian Yun Group, he did not reveal his ability to practice the Zhou collection method. Although this gong method is only a spitting method for beginners to practice, but after practicing it will be able to function on its own 24 hours a day and night. Even if you don't take the initiative to exercise, you still have 30% of the efficiency of exhaling when you take the initiative to exercise. After practicing, even doing nothing every day, it is equivalent to other people exhaling for more than 7 hours. And that's just the efficacy at level 1. If this technique is really developed successfully, I'm afraid it won't immediately become one of the best-selling spitting methods on the market. Zhang Yu knew that. In addition to the various feats taught in school, the rest of the big companies and big clans have copyrights on their gongfu, all of which need to be purchased at a cost, which contains heavenly benefits. It was also because this Zhou harvesting method was so powerful that in Zhang Yu's opinion, it was definitely a development project that Xian Yun Group valued highly, and he was reluctant to expose the fact that he had practiced the Zhou collection method, so as not to cause any complications. especially since the cultivation difficulty of this technique was still so high. In Zhang Yu's opinion, if the first-year students did not have that assistive device to guide them, not to mention practicing this gong, it would be impossible for them to run the gong completely once more. This made him even more reluctant to expose the fact that he had practiced the Zhou Tian Qi collection method, and in order to practice the circumferential qi harvesting method, Zhang Yu also switched the feather book specialization from the 36 styles of bodybuilding to this exhalation method, though in that case, there was no way for the 36 styles of bodybuilding to be improved quickly for the time being. However, the Zhou Tian Qi collection method is on the fast track. Level 3's 36 methods of bodybuilding is also enough for now. For the rest of the time, I'll focus on upgrading this circumstantial qi harvesting technique, and in addition to the gains from the Zhou Tian Qi collection method on this trial trip, the biggest reward was the payoff from the Xian Yun group, $10,000 plus the 3,000 added later, for a total payout of 1,300. At this moment, Zhang Yu's savings grew to $13,700 at once. It's just a shame that with Zhang Yu taking out $10,000 to pay off loans on multiple platforms, the deposit then dropped instantly to $3,007 again. But the good thing is that after paying back the $10,000, the collections were much less frequent. Shouldn't be upgrading the means anytime soon. Then the countdown that rang in his head quickly broke Zhang Yu's reverie. It made him concentrate once again and run the circumstantial qi collection method. The night passed in the blink of an eye. At the entrance of Sonyang High School, Zhang Yu was walking and looking at the changes on the feather book. Weekday gas harvesting method level 1, 0/20, weekday gas harvesting method level 1, 11/20, and mana, by virtue of the original painstaking practice, and this use of the circumferential qi collecting method, it also received a boost. Mana 7, 7, 7, 8. I'm sure I'm running passively. I just ran 5 cycles yesterday before I went to bed, which counts as 5 times, and it ended up going up to 8 times when I woke up in the morning. After my active running on the way to school, it went up to the 11th time. Zhang Yu counted here secretly happy. Compared to the $13,000, this Zhou Tian Qi harvesting method was the biggest takeaway from yesterday. He was determined at the moment to push up the rank of this Zhou Tian Qi collection method first, including the specialization of the feather book. He naturally decided to continue to settle on the Zhou Tian Qi collection method. Unfortunately, it was 2 back-to-back gym classes again this morning. Walking on the road to the practice field, Zhang Yu felt a bit of pity in his heart. Ugh. It's time to practice the 36 styles of fitness again. I'm currently specializing in the peripheral sky qi harvesting technique, so it's clearly most suitable for cultivating this exhaling technique. As soon as Zhang Yu entered the practice field, then he saw that a small giant of people whose sinews and flesh were as bulging as marble were stabbing themselves with needle after needle. Then with a crackle and a pop, and all kinds of beastly hissing, with the clang of equipment, the students in the demonstration class have been working out feverishly. Just then, a student looked at Wang Hai in surprise. No, it's impossible. This was sold to me by my cousin. Wang Hai shook his head and snapped the syringe in his hand into powder and scattered it into the trash. You see how your weight has changed in the last 2 weeks? Whether it's sinew or organs, none of them showed signs of growth, and the strength of the physical body only increased by 0.03 in 2 weeks. A natural refining of the body's decaying appearance. At first glance, it looks like you've bought a fake drug. With that said, he stopped looking at the disoriented student in front of him and, instead, he amplified his volume and said, "How many times have I told you that you must go through the regular channels to buy medicine? And the safest is definitely the supply from the school teacher's side. If you buy fake or expired drugs for the sake of cheapness, you're losing out on a small amount of money. It's your own time you're wasting." After lecturing the students, Wang Hai's gaze swept over Zhang Yu, who was refining his body in the corner. Looking at Zhang Yu, Wang Hai's mind flashed through the data of the other party's flesh strength tested today. 0.85 level? An increase of 0.02 levels of flesh strength in 3 days? Zhang Yu wasn't this fast before when he was zapping medicine every day. Was he? From Wang Hai's many years of coaching experience, such a rapid increase in flesh strength, Zhang Yu could by no means be purely natural, as he said, without medication or needles, and must have secretly taken medication before class. Not only is it not a natural refining of the body, but the drugs he's zapped must still be pretty strong to achieve this effect. I'm afraid there's a lot of damage to the body as well. As for Zhang Yu being able to reach the 3rd level of the 36 fitness styles, and alone, he carried out the devil's training in the extreme state, that was not even thought of by Wang Hai. But no matter what, at this moment, Zhang Yu challenged his classroom majesty more and more in Wang Hai's eyes, especially since it implied the question, where did Zhang Yu buy the medicine from? Will there be students who look at the good results on Zhang Yu and look for this way to buy medicine as well? In that case, won't it affect his sales performance? The thought of the bloodshed in the market for body refining medicines. The alert nerves in Wang Hai's head then instantly tensed up. Sophomore? Senior teacher? Or did an out-of-school tutor instruct him? Is it trying to come to my place to sell goods? As for Zhang Yu himself, in Wang Hai's opinion, he was just a pawn. What he wanted to figure out most right now was the person behind Zhang Yu. Still, the impact of the class has to be erased. So a few moments later, Wang Hai instructed a few words to the student named Zhao Tianxing. Then Zhao Tianxing came to Zhang Yu's side and said, Zhang Yu, Teacher Wang asked me to ask you, sure you don't even want to buy drugs next? After seeing Zhang Yu nod his head, Zhao Tianxing scratched his head and, with an embarrassed face, he said, that what? Teacher asked me to tell you that in order not to affect the other people training, he wants you to go to the small room on the side to practice alone. Do you think it's okay? After being authorized by Wang Hai, Zhao Tianxing understood that Wang Hai wanted to further isolate Zhang Yu. There was a hint of pity in his eyes as he looked at Zhang Yu, but there was not the slightest hesitation in his movements. As a good, obedient student, as Wang Hai would have you believe, Zhao Tianxing was precisely because of his complete acceptance of Wang Hai's guidance, his purchase of all the medicines recommended by the other party, and his own efforts. It was only then that step by step, he broke through the 100 level of physical strength and became one of the top 10 students in his class in terms of physical strength. So for Wang Hai, the physical education teacher, he has always obeyed. However, worried about Zhang Yu's emotions, he spoke very politely. After saying that, he also added, why don't you still buy some medicine? The quality of Mr. Wang's medicine is especially good. Natural body refining really doesn't work. But what surprised Zhao Tianxing was that Zhang Yu didn't hesitate a bit and directly agreed to go out for exercise. Looking at the other parties departing back, Zhao Tianxing scratched his head and said in his heart, alas, Zhang Yu is a bit stubborn. Apologize to the teacher and admit your faults, and continue to have a good class, right? So impulsive you've ruined your future. On the other hand, Zhang Yu came into the small room and sat down with a smile. Straight away, he practiced the Zhou Tianqi collection method. Wisps of spiritual energy surged into the Dan Tianqi Sea and were refined into mana by Zhang Yu bit by bit. Weekday gas harvesting method level 1, 11/20. Weekday gas harvesting method level 1, 16/20. In the blink of an eye, the 5 weeks of practice were finished, and the 2 periods of physical education class had already passed. But then in language arts and math class, Zhang Yu in the classroom was still concentrating on running the Zhou Tianqi collection method. Exhaling spiritual energy and refining mana for long periods of time was naturally a very boring thing. Your back, stomach and shoulders will be sore, your skin will itch, and your spirit will feel even more drained. It was the Zhang Yu of the past, who often couldn't help but relax after exhaling for 1 to 2 hours. Get up and walk around. Or maybe scratch an itch or scratch your head. But at this moment, Zhang Yu, forced by the power of the ritual and encouraged by the change in the numbers of the feather book, with such hardcore cultivation, he finally practiced the Zhou Tianqi collection method for the 20th time in one breath. Zhou Tianqi harvesting method level 2, 0/40. Countless times the experience of operating the Zhou Tianqi collection method blossomed in Zhang Yu's mind. He could feel the circulation of mana within his body becoming more complex, more subtle, and a bit more surging. When Zhang Yu stopped, the Zhou Tianqi harvesting method also remained in continuous operation, but the speed is a bit faster than it was. Level 1 circumstantial qi harvesting method. Passive exhaling is only 30% of the speed of active exhaling, but after reaching level 2, the speed of passive vomiting increases to 35% of active vomiting. As for the efficiency of exhaling after actively operating the Zhou Tianqi collection method, it has also increased by quite a bit. It's so much stronger than the level 1 basic spitting method I originally had. Zhang Yu nodded his head slightly satisfied. This could all be a heavenly, day and night enhancement. So the next time he had lunch, he picked up where he left off and continued to improve his Zhou Tianqi collection method. And even for the next few moments, almost all the time he could utilize was slammed into the Zhou Tianqi collection method. The study of Sendo in high school was both boring and grueling. In particular, Zhang Yu was still forced by the power of the ritual without the slightest time to relax, and had no choice but to watch the numbers after the Zhou Tianqi collection method grow up little by little. Imagining the long-term benefits of the passive effects of this technique could make his spirit slightly more comfortable. As the saying goes, if you can't fight it, then you can only enjoy it. So during gym class he was practicing the Zhou Tianqi collection method. In language class he was practicing the Zhou Tianqi collection method. During his lunch break he was still practicing the Zhou Tianqi collection method. In the evening, while waiting for his work in the square, he was still practicing the Zhou Tianqi collection method. It's just a shame he didn't get a job for the last 3 days. As for the time when he went home and slept, not to mention that the Zhou Tianqi collection method was still running on its own. After just 3 days had passed,
The Zhou harvesting method was raised to level 4, 5/80ths.
Mana also improved courageously with Zhang Yu's use of it.
From 7.8 to 8.3. At this moment,
the passive exhalation speed of the circumferential chi extraction method. It had reached 45% of the active spitting speed.
Chapter 13 Fasci. On this day's mana class,
the students of the demonstration class were sitting in the middle of a quiet room running the vomiting technique, while the cameras in the front monitor the students' every move.
Will the students have no eyes open? Did you scratch? Did you move your hands? There's no S wiggling around. Any slight deviation is noted one by one, and all of this data will be recorded uniformly as the walk rate.
The class with the highest rate of distractions each week will be criticized by the whole school.
The students in the demonstration class were not bothered by this, and anyway, no matter how they were assessed, their class is bound to be first as well.
And the student with the lowest walkout rate each week will not only be notified and praised.
More than that,
you will be rewarded with $500 and the right to rent the Heavenly Spirit route for 1 hour for free.
This brought up the students in the demonstration class one by one,
and for the first time, Zhang Yu knew in his head that the walk rate thing existed. Then he lamented that if this had existed in his previous life, the students would inevitably have cursed the school ***. But this world is different. The students in the demonstration class were all staring at the daily walkout rate like bulls in heat, and there was a fierce volume of energy throughout the class.
At this moment, along with the ringing of a bell,
all the people in the quiet room who were silently practicing their energy stopped. Turning his gaze to the large screen in front of him, he looked forward to the data on the walkout rate for the class.
First Zhang Yu walk rate 0% mana 8.3. Second place by Xinjin walk rate 0.3% mana 11.2. Third place Money Deep walk rate 0.12% mana 11.1.
Looking at the rankings of this walkout rate, the students in the classroom did not make a sound. But from the subtle changes in their eyes and expressions, a hint of surprise could be felt spreading.
The instructor of the mana class on the stage was named Yen,
a female teacher with a coiled head and black-framed glasses.
At this moment,
he heard this teacher Yen look at the results on the big screen and said, "The several students whose walk rate exceeds
0.3%. I won't name them today. It's been 3 months since school started, and how many times have I told you to meditate on the one, and merge the chi in the light? With such a high rate of wandering, how can you possibly match the efficiency of your spitting? Everyone practices 24 hours a day. You won't have more time than anyone else. When you're not as efficient at spitting, you're behind a little bit a day. The difference between you and Mana after 3 years of high school could be 10, 20 or even 30 points. And how many times have I told you? Students who can't get their walk rate down, you can come to my office and buy meditation. I sat in my office for 3 hours yesterday afternoon. Not one person has come to ask me about. Is all think they have no problems at all? After some criticism, Mr. Yen smiled faintly again and, looking at the top few on the screen, he said, "Of course, there were students who did very well. Here's a roll call for the 3 students with the lowest rate of wandering, especially Zhang Yu. It's been 4 days in a row with a 0% walk rate, which is a quantum leap from before, and Mana has also increased by a full 5 points in the last 3 days.
It means that he must have put in hard work outside of class time as well, either renting a spirit route or a cultivation room with high spirit machines.
Right, Zhang Yu-san?"
All of the students' gazes immediately looked over.
However,
he saw that Zhang Yu still had his eyes closed tightly,
looking like he was sleeping,
still continuing to silently run the Zhou Tianqi collection method.
Mr. Yen appreciated. "You see, this is the attitude of a real schoolmaster, who doesn't stop when class is over. Grab every second to practice and get stronger."
Zhao Tianqing looked at Zhang Yu,
who was still seriously exhaling.
"I find myself looking at this student more and more. Why is it that when you're obviously such a hard worker,
you're lazy and don't zap your meds in gym class instead?"
Bai Xinjin looked at Zhang Yu, whose eyes were still tightly closed.
He said to himself, "Hazuko has been doing nothing but eating and ting for the past few days, just short of walking without vomiting. Used to such an extent. Could it have been forced out by a $700,000 debt collection call?" On the stage, Mr. Yen continued, "Of course, as the saying goes, you get what you pay for. There's no such thing as free stuff on the road to immortality. You can't go far without smashing money. And recently there's been a vacancy in the school's Celestial Spirit route lease. Interested students can come see me." And before Ms. Yen left, she said something that caught Zhang Yu's attention. "By the way, the city's law tournament's coming up next month. The senior group is basically every high school in the city, and there's a $100,000 prize for first place. Since registration for the tournament is next Friday, in the senior class, the school intends to select the top 10 students in terms of mana level to participate in the law tournament next Friday. the cafeteria that night. Zhou Tianyi had to rush to the cram school early today, and only Zhang Yu and Bai Jinjin were left at the table at the moment, being looked at left and right by Bai Jinjin. Looking a bit unbearable, Zhang Yu opened his mouth and said, "Shin, I know I have a high face value. It's like standing out from the crowd in this Songyang high school that only knows how to study. But you don't have to stare so hard." Bai Jinjin asked, "You said you want to participate in the Dharma tournament as well? It's a shame, Shin." Zhang Yu shook his head and said, "If you, one absolute genius in your grade, weren't my friend, the next thing you'd have done was to pick a fight with me, followed by being punched in the face repeatedly by my amazing performance on the field of play." Eventually the pupil quake went a couple dozen magnitudes. Bai Jinjin shook her head. "Hazuko, it's a citywide mana competition you want to participate in. That's all the high schools in the entire city of Songyang, sending out their best, most powerful mana. And the students with the richest families come to compete, bringing together countless dead rich people," Bai Jinjin said with an emotional face. "What would be the result of an ordinary person like you going to participate?" Her eyes seemed to have seen through the overwhelming vision of what was to come. With a sad face, he said, "Repeatedly insulted by countless powerful people, becoming a stepping stone for rich people, the clown of Songyang High School, the school's popularity rating dropped to dust. It's so tragic. I've seen you get stomped on so hard by all the other high school demons. The Taoist heart is broken, just like the appearance of a dead dog." Zhang Yu rolled his eyes. "Don't exaggerate. The mana tournament isn't a ring match. There's no shame in losing, and there's $100,000 for first place. Even just the top 10 is $10,000. Bai Jinjin looked at Zhang Yu's money-hungry face. "I thought to myself that Hazuko had really been pushed by the collection agency and had become so demonized that she was delusional enough to enter the contest." Zhang Yu was indeed in financial difficulties, even though he had earned $13,000 at Xianyan only a few days ago. But in the blink of an eye he took $10,000 to pay off the mortgage, and another $15,000 to make up the rent, and then there was only about $2,000 left. If you want to compete, think about how you're going to get your mana level up to the top 10 in your grade first. You're only ranked 16 now, right? How much more do you have to borrow to rush to the top 10? Zhang Yu also did some quick math in his mind. He now has 3 mana and is ranked 16th in his grade. And now the 10th student in the grade has 5 mana. Then if you want to surpass your opponent, Zhang Yu will have to, by next Friday, boosting mana to 5. No, it's important to take into account the fact that everyone will progress. Then to be on the safe side, better get that mana up to 10-0 by next Friday. It's 8 days until next Friday, and in 8 days, raise mana from 8-3 to 10-0, a full 7. Is it possible to lift more than 0-2 per day? Absolutely, easily can. In the eyes of other teachers and classmates, Zhang Yu's rapid improvement over the past few days must have been the result of smashing heavy money, rented a quality spirit route and venue to get it. But Zhang Yu knew that it all stemmed from his amazing potential and extreme self-discipline. A level 4 Zhou Tianqi harvesting method would allow him to raise his mana by as much as 0.5 in just 3 days. He believed that as the Zhou Tianqi collection method continued to be upgraded next, his mana enhancement would definitely become more and more rapid as well. After all, at the Qi refining stage, the highest level of a skill is just level 10, a level 4 spitball method, for the vast majority of upperclassmen. It's all impossible to achieve in the first semester, and I continued practicing next. I'm afraid that in a short period of time, I'll be able to raise the Zhou Tianqi collection method all the way up to level 8, 9, or even 10. And that's a level that many people may not be able to reach even after 3 years of high school. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu was revitalizing himself when, suddenly, he realized that Bai Jinjin had a pair of chopsticks reaching towards his bowl. "How dare you!" Zhang Yu let out a chortle and raised his chopsticks to block it. Then with a clanging and crashing sound, his chopsticks had been easily stirred down by Bai Jinjin. Feeling the familiarity in Bai Jinjin's movements, Zhang Yu was surprised. "High school basic sword technique? You've learned it? And you've chemicalized it into chopsticks?" Quickly chucking a few pieces of meat from Zhang Yu's bowl, Bai Jinjin laughed softly. "Is that hard, Yu? Not just with hands?" Zhang Yu thought to himself. Asterisk. She's loaded to the gills again. Bai Jinjin mixed with the meat she had chucked in and quickly chowed down on a few more mouthfuls of rice. Unexpectedly, he said, "I can't imagine that the ribs in the $5 set are quite good. I'll buy one next time." Patting her slightly bulging stomach, Bai Jinjin burped and said, "Ugh, any more food will interfere with the makeup." With that, she pushed the dinner plate towards Zhang Yu. "Here's a refill for you, Yuko." Looking at the neat and half-untouched leftovers left by Bai Jinjin, Zhang Yu understood that this was deliberately left for him by the other party.
It seems to be because of the understanding of Zhang Yu's financial difficulties. Bai Jinjin during this time then often fed him at dinner time. As soon as Zhang Yu took the dinner plate over, he said while eating, "Shin, you don't have to think about any of my pride or face or anything like that. With our relationship, it's fine to just call me." Bai Jinjin rolled her eyes. "I'm going to go cram, so eat slowly." Outside the cafeteria, a tall figure was standing in the hallway not far from the eyes dead set in the direction of the cafeteria doors. A few moments later, when Zhang Yu was seen walking out of the cafeteria door, this tall figure's spirit was shaken, and he immediately following Zhang Yu out of the school gate. When he saw the other party enter the stationery store across the street, Zhao Tianxing's gaze twitched as he thought to himself, could this be where Zhang Yu gets his goods? Chapter 14 Preparation and New Work. The stationery store in front of the school always sells all kinds of things that students need. The same goes for the stationery store in front of Entei High School. In addition to all kinds of stationery, the huge display case behind the owner is like a pharmacy that, from tranquilizers to stimulants to focusing potions, it's filled with every kind of medicine a high school student could ever need. Zhang Yu slumped his hands on the counter and opened his mouth to ask, "Boss, do you have any neurofiller?" The owner, who was swiping his cell phone, said without looking up, "You want the more expensive? It's still cheaper." "Zhang Yu, I'm a student. Can you sell me the expensive ones cheaper?" The boss finally raised his head and slanted a glance at Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu was unconcerned. "I'm the 10th in my grade in senior class, 1. The man of the hour on campus. If I take the medicine you have here, well, my classmates will surely follow me to buy it." The boss tugged at the corner of his mouth and pulled a box of pills out of the cabinet that, putting it in front of Zhang Yu, Purple Cloud Company's neurofiller, guarantees that you only need to sleep for 20 minutes a day. 500 a box. I'll sell you 480 this time. Zhang Yu picked up the pill box and looked at it. "Aren't you sending something?" The owner frowned, pulled out a couple more painkillers, and said, "This one's for you." Zhang Yu hemmed and hawed, stuffed the painkillers into his pants pocket, and said, "Thanks, boss. Can I have none of that neurofiller?" Seeing the boss's face darken, Zhang Yu swept towards the payment code on the side. "Just kidding. This will sweep you." Picking up the neurofiller on the counter, Zhang Yu felt a hint of flesh pain in his heart. Such a box of neurofiller would only last a week, but it cost him a whole 480. At this moment, his account balance instantly dropped to over 1700, but Zhang Yu believed it was all worth it. After all, having decided to participate in the Dharma tournament, then Zhang Yu was prepared to bring out his full strength. He didn't sleep for the next week and went all out to practice the Zhou Tianqi collection method. "Oh, I'm not just aiming for the top 10 in my grade." On the other side, Zhao Tianqing followed into the stationery store and looked at Zhang Yu, who had bought medicine and left. In his mind he said, "Is it really a nerve filler?" He followed Zhang Yu out of the stationery store and made his way down the street until a corner of the. However, he suddenly realized that Zhang Yu was already standing there waiting for him. Hello Zhang Yu," Zhao Tianqing said with some embarrassment. "Such a coincidence. You go this way too?" Zhang Yu looked at the other party and asked, "Why are you following me?" Zhao Tianqing scratched his scalp and played dumb. "Following you? I walk this way after school too." Zhang Yu said impatiently, "Please look at yourself. Over 2 meters tall and over 300 pounds. I saw you coming out of the cafeteria. What the hell is wrong with you?" Zhao Tianqing naturally couldn't tell the other party that it was the gym teacher Wang Hai who told him to approach Zhang Yu. Find out where Zhang Yu gets his supplies. So Zhao Tianqing scratched his scalp again and said with some embarrassment, "Zhang Yu, I think you are exceptionally good and want to follow you and learn more from you." Looking at the shyness of the big 16-year-old 300-plus-pound boy in front of me, Zhang Yu said in his heart, "Not. The social skills of yours are still stuck in elementary school, right?" Zhang Yu thought about it and said, "Fine, just treat me to some fried chicken. You can follow if you want to next." Feeling a nasty chill coming through his body, and the countdown that was constantly being urged on in his head, Zhang Yu knew he couldn't linger any longer, so he walked forward helplessly while beckoning. "Walk and talk." Zhao Tianqing followed behind Zhang Yu, his face full of hesitation. "You want fried chicken? That's a big no-no for body refining. Mr. Wang told us not to eat it. Can we replace it with chicken breast?" "Don't worry, didn't ask you to eat it, just treat me." Thinking about the flavor of fried chicken, Zhang Yu couldn't help but wipe the saliva from the corner of his mouth. Since arriving in this world, 3 meals a day have been poor man's healthy meals in the high school cafeteria. It had been a long time since Zhang Yu had eaten food like fried chicken, and day after day of hard training kept building up pressure in his mind, with no time to relax, much less dare to spend a penny more. At this moment, when he thought that he would be able to eat fried chicken in a while, Zhang Yu felt that his heart was much lighter. The pressure seems to have dissipated a bit as well. Zhao Tianqing followed the other party all the way to the subway and down the subway, and watched as the other party came to the door of a fried chicken restaurant. Curious, you must have traveled so far to come to this restaurant because it's particularly delicious, right, Zhang Yu? Because it's on the way. Unfortunately, as soon as Zhang Yu stepped into the fried chicken restaurant to stay, then I heard the damn countdown in my head go off again. He could only say towards Zhao Tianqing, who was at the side. You buy me a fried chicken set meal. I'll wait here. Looking at Zhang Yu, who sat down in place and began to meditate, Zhao Tianqing touched his head. There was some confusion as to what was going on. A moment later, looking at Zhang Yu, who was happily gnawing on a fried chicken leg on the road, Zhao Tianqing felt more and more odd in his heart. Obviously disciplined enough to use the time in line to spit. Yet another fried chicken. What a strange person. And following Zhang Yu next, Zhao Tianqing was even more surprised that the other party was not going to a cram school, much less to buy medicine, but to come to a plaza to wait for a temporary job. Zhao Tianqing, you want a part-time job? Zhang Yu rubbed his stomach and comfortably found a clean piece of ground to sit on. Waving his hand, he said, a meal of fried chicken does not accompany the conversation. Ah, I'm going to practice while waiting for work next. Feel free. Watching Zhang Yu just spit up on the ground, Zhao Tianqing froze again. Spit it out? He looked at the sewage not far from the, listening to the loud music coming from the barbershop across the street, and looking around at one of the job seekers who were clearly not to be messed with, couldn't help but ask again. Spitting here? However, Zhang Yu had already begun to cultivate the Zhou Tianqi collection method wholeheartedly and did not pay any attention to him this time. Zhao Tianqing squatted down beside Zhang Yu, and after observing carefully for a while, he realized that the other party was really exhaling. The heart cannot help but well up with more doubts. Is there any benefit to spitting here, just to wait for work while practicing on the side? After waiting for a while and realizing that Zhang Yu had absolutely no intention of getting up, just as Zhao Tianqing was wondering if he should leave, his cell phone vibrated. Looking at the inquiring message from Wang Hai, Zhao Tianqing replied back that he was approaching Zhang Yu. After hesitating for a long time, he finally sat beside the other party as well, and similarly began to exhale. Half an hour later, Zhao Tianqing couldn't help but open his eyes and realized that Zhang Yu was still exhaling. An hour later, Zhao Tianqing couldn't help but stand up and walk around. Stretching his back, turning his head, he saw that Zhang Yu was still exhaling. After more than 2 hours, Zhao Tianqing had long since stopped exhaling. Instead, he began practicing the 36 forms of fitness one move at a time, and as he watched from time to time, Zhang Yu then remained motionless from beginning to end. Not to mention the small movements such as scratching his head and buttocks. He didn't even raise his eyelids, and the rhythm of his breathing didn't change in the slightest. Zhao Tianqing couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What a high level of concentration. Not bad for someone who can have a zero walk rate for a couple days in a row. But where there is neither a spiritual root nor an environment of high spiritual energy, it's not like you're taking any medication. Vomiting so inefficiently, does it really make sense? And under Zhang Yu's focused cultivation, the progress of the Zhou Tianqi collection method had once again increased. Came in at level 4, 12/80ths. Just then, another van drove into the plaza, and listening to the other guy asking for a security officer, Zhang Yu then withdrew his mind again and continued to focus on his cultivation. A senior like him, it's uncompetitive with the older denizens around you in terms of security. But soon he heard again that the other recruiter's requirements were that he be young, well-built, clean and fresh-looking, and, you can't be too low in color. Zhang Yu snapped his eyes open and dragon walked towards the van. Confidently, he raised his hand. What do you think of me? The driver in the van's eyes steeply lit up and walked over in Zhang Yu's direction. Fine. Just you. Zhang Yu laughed and was about to shake hands with the other party, but realized that the other party had missed him and, grabbing Zhao Tianqing's palm, he praised. Good figure and a clean-looking face. These boobs, this waist, this back. The driver patted Zhao Tianqing's body while exclaiming, it's like perfect proportions. Although the absolute strength was not yet strong, the basic framework had been built perfectly, like a diamond in the rough, radiating infinite possibilities. To achieve this degree, without persistent austerity, an extremely self-disciplined routine of life, there's also a famous teacher to guide you, as well as near-limitless medication and needles, that are absolutely out of practice. You're it, lad. I'll give you 800 an hour. Come with me. At this moment, Zhang Yu, who was on the side, was shocked. He did not realize that his thin-muscled, drawn body, his handsome, cool face, the air of an otherworldly visitor, surprisingly, he would lose to a sinewy monster like Zhao Tianqing. Boss, look at me. I can do it. The driver glanced at Zhang Yu and shook his head. Fine dogs don't want it. Being insecure as security. Going to block flying swords are half less than others are. Zhao Tianqing opened his mouth and then wanted to refuse. Actually, I'm not here. Zhang Yu hurriedly interrupted him. Boss, the two of us are blood brothers. Took an oath whether it was a one-man job or a group of men. All together. The driver frowned and looked at Zhang Yu, then at Zhao Tianqing, who was on the side. Finally, towards Zhang Yu, he asked, I'll give you 400 an hour. 6 hours in total. Will you do it? Zhang Yu nodded his head repeatedly and said, Dry, dry, dry. Zhao Tianqing was pulled towards the van by Zhang Yu. Zhao Tianqing said to Zhang Yu with a face full of embarrassment, I'm not here to work. And it's too late to go back, my mom will worry. I'd better talk to my boss. Zhang Yu quickly said, Don't you have something you want to tell me? Let's go and make a job together. You can talk about whatever you want. Thinking about the task Wang Hai had set out, Zhao Tianqing could only reluctantly say, I'm going to call my mom first. The van drove the two men all the way towards the city center. The driver, on the other hand, gave some information about what they were doing on the trip on the way. Ms. Shirley Li is opening a painting exhibition in the 99th floor's Yunzhong Hall. There's really no longer a problem with security. However, Ms. Li was not too satisfied with the face value of the inner guarantee and was worried that it would affect the experience of viewing the painting. Ask us to get some young, handsome boys over there. You two will change into your security uniforms when you get there and do everything the security captain tells you to do. Remember especially, never offend Ms. Li. Zhang Yu asked curiously, this Ms. Li, she must be very rich, right? Oh, rich? The driver grunted and said proudly, more than rich. Ms. Li is the daughter of a Jindan realist. Chapter 15, The Center Building. Hearing the words Jindan realist, Zhao Tianqing in the car was slightly shocked. Then he said in disbelief, how could the daughter of a Jindan realist come to Songyang? Zhang Yu also nodded his head slightly from the side. He knew that Above Qi Refining was foundation establishment. It's only Jindan above foundation establishment. If you want to achieve Jindan, you must have graduated from a key high school and successfully entered a top 10 school. He also entered a large clan to develop all the way up, and he didn't know how many layers of the Koan ruins he would have to climb up to. The daughters of such people are at least at the second level of the Koan market when they are born. How did you get to the first floor of Songyang City? The driver smiled faintly at the words, but as if he were up for a show. Slowly, he said, is it not just Ms. Li Shuelian who is coming to my Songyang City? It is rumored that his father, Starfire Realist, came out of our Songyang City, and is now retiring. That's why I plan to return to Songyang City to spend my days. Zhang Yu listened but felt strange. A Jindan power returning to the novice village to retire? On the driver's side, he continued, this exhibition can be more than just Ms. Li's paintings. It is said that there is also a celestial martial arts diagram personally painted by the Starfire Master, in which a set of supreme martial arts is said to be hidden. Of the people who came to this exhibition, besides those who wanted to make friends with Miss Li, there are still many who want to comprehend this martial arts diagram, wanting to realize that set of supreme martial arts from it. MT. Center Building, 99th floor. Zhang Yu was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking somewhat shocked at the rolling sea of clouds at his feet. It was the first time he had ever stood so high up to look down on the entire city. Straightening the newly changed security uniform on his body, Zhang Yu sighed a little in his heart. Since entering the center block, Zhang Yu then felt like he had arrived in another dream world. If the suburban setting in which he lives is even remotely similar to his former life, then the infrastructural environment of Songyang High School has vaguely surpassed the previous world in every way, and the immediate center building, regardless of the horrific height of those 99 floors, or the mansion is filled with mana flowing through all sorts of fairy tale technology, all of which is described as a fantastic scene. Recalling that he had been hauled to the 99th floor by the formation in a matter of seconds under the Taoist enchantment. However, in the process of being unharmed, Zhang Yu could not help but regenerate emotions in his heart. Again, it's all Songyang City, where mortals live in the suburbs and immortal cultivators converge in the city center. And this centerpiece building is the land of the really rich. 3 places, though all in one city, but it's like 3 different layered worlds. Right at this moment, Zhao Tianqing's voice sounded behind Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, the captain sent us over to patrol. Gotta go, right? Zhang Yu turned his head to look at Zhao Tianqing behind him, who was also wearing a security uniform. Only unlike Zhang Yu's openness after wearing the security uniform, Zhao Tianqing was very anxious, scowling, a ting in his pants look of decline. He always felt like a clown in this security uniform. The gazes of the people around him all looked at him as if they carried a trifle of contempt, a trifle of scorn, and a trifle of belittlement. But in fact, it was Zhao Tianqing who thought too much. After wearing this security uniform, he was no longer a mortal. It's like becoming a backdrop in the building and having a slightly higher presence than green in the eyes of most parts of the population. Zhang Yu slapped him on the shoulder and said, "Chest out, head up. We are now the security guards of the center building. Not here for delivery. What are you afraid of?" Feeling that the passers-by in the surrounding area seemed to be attracted by Zhang Yu's speaking voice, Zhao Tianqing hurriedly said, "I know. Zhang Yu, you speak softly, don't affect others." The exhibition was not a small one, occupying a venue of thousands of square meters. The drinks and buffet meals were also served, and in Zhang Yu's opinion it was more like a party than coming to see paintings, and that fabled celestial performing martial arts diagram is now covered by a curtain. It is said to be waiting for Ms. Sherry Lee herself to unveil it. Zhang Yu and Zhao Tianqing were assigned to one of the more remote parts of the field, patrol back and forth as a security guard, and at this moment the exhibition has not even officially begun, and this patrol seems relaxed, much less caused the ritual to backfire. After all, the ritual power in Zhang Yu targeted the fulfillment of wishes, and the way he's going to fulfill his wish is by studying, practicing, and working his way through college, work for money, eventually come to fulfill the wishes of the evil gods. Things like temporary jobs are also part of working for money or even learning to practice. The ritual power doesn't force him to turn to something else. On the contrary, the state of having nothing to fool around with at the moment. Instead, it was too much easier for Zhang Yu than the days of hard training. Just then, as the two approached this side of the table, then you see a group of waiters arranging the plates and organizing the table decorations. Zhang Yu took a glance and looked at the dishes that were being set out one after another. Surprised, "This is seafood?" Zhao Tianqing also looked over, looking at the abalone lobster. On the dinner plate, he nodded slightly. "It is marine life. That one with the shell I saw when I went out with my mom. It seems that a catty costs 30,000 or 40,000. But this is the center building, so it's normal to have these, right? Seafood." Zhang Yu was not uncommon in his last life and did not eat less, but in the midst of this kunzui, at least in the first layer of the kunzui, marine life is an extremely rare existence, and even the original Zhang Yu has only seen it online, not to mention eating it in reality, not even seeing it, simply because there is no sea in the more than 2 million square kilometers of the entire first layer of the Koan market. It's rumored that the marine life on this market was either brought in from higher up in the Koan market, either that or some organizations create their own artificial marine environments to farm them. And hearing the price of tens of thousands of dollars a catty from Zhao Tianqing's mouth, Zhang Yu was even more staggered in his heart. So expensive? What are the benefits of eating this? Does it grow mana? No wonder Zhang Yu thought so. Whether it was the original Zhang Yu or the Zhang Yu of this moment, every single person in the world of immortalism that he's touched is advancing by any means necessary, desperately trying to improve their magical power, martial arts, Dao skills, physical body and Dao heart, clothing, food, housing, transportation. All kinds of things in life are invariably related to the enhancement of cultivation. Benefits? Zhao Tianqing sniffed and thought for a moment, eventually shaking his head. "I've never heard of any benefits to eating this. It seems like it's just meant to taste good, just to be delicious." Zhang Yu looked at the plates of delicacies on the table with a slight stare. Just as the two of them, Zhang Yu and Zhao Tianqing, surreptitiously surveyed the dining table together, a cold voice suddenly sounded behind them. "You two security guards, what are you doing sneaking around here instead of patrolling properly?" Hearing this voice, Zhao Tianqing was startled for a moment. Turning around, he hurriedly explained, "We didn't do anything." However, when he saw the appearance of the person behind him, Zhao Tianqing froze on the spot. Zhang Yu, however, turned around with a flourish and looked at Bai Jinjin, saying, "Ha, surprisingly, it's Jin. What a coincidence that you've come to see the exhibition too." And after Zhao Tianqing, who was on the side, realized that the visitor was a fellow student of the class, I only felt the security uniform on my body getting uglier and uglier, and my body twisted around awkwardly, as if I were holding it in to poop in place, especially the thought that if word got out to the class that he was working security, poverty, part-time work, lack of money and other labels by classmates to take turns to label up, in the circle of the status, the popularity of the fall, Zhao Tianqing twisted even more. Bai Jinjin looked at Zhang Yu expressionlessly and said, "I can't imagine that you guys are so young. It's just a couple of decades less travel to come here and work security." Zhao Tianqing hurriedly waved his hand and explained, "No, classmate Bai Jinjin. I came here with Zhang Yu." Zhang Yu, however, slammed his palm on Zhao Tianqing's shoulder. "What are you panicking about? You're a temporary security guard who makes 800 an hour and has the purchasing power to feed mortals for 10 days. I don't know how many people are going to be envious when I tell them." Ha! Zhao Tianqing was slightly stunned at his words.
never thinking that there was anything great about an outdated salary of 800. But he looked at Bai Jinjin, who had suddenly stopped talking in front of him, just felt a coldness emerge from the other side. Zhao Tianqing had never been too familiar with this genius girl who was the first in her grade's total score. I only know that the other party has always been cold and quiet. Uninviting look. Only with Zhang Yu, Zhou Tianyi they eat together. In fact, the circle that Zhao Tianqing was a member of had tried to invite the other party, but never got a response. In his mind, Bai Jinjin was a gifted and a talented girl who was very arrogant and difficult to approach. At the present moment, looking at the expressionless, silent face of his opponent, Zhao Tianqing only felt as if the other party was angry. It must have been Zhang Yu's nonsense that made her angry. Just as he was wriggling around, meditating on what to say to lighten the mood. But she heard Bai Jinjin ask coldly, "You can take 800 in an hour?" Aha! Zhao Tianqing nodded stupidly, not understanding what the other party was trying to say. Just then, a call came from the other side of the table and I only saw a waiter who was setting the table shouting, "Newcomer, go serve the food." "What are you waiting for?" Bai Jinjin said towards Zhang Yu and Zhao Tianqing. "I'm going to serve the food first, we'll talk later." At the same time she said in her mind, asterisk. A security guard gets 800 an hour? It's only 500 an hour for me. I should have known to come and work security. And it was only then that Zhao Tianqing realized that Bai Jinjin was wearing exactly the same clothes as those attendants. Shocked on her face, she said, "Bai Jinjin is also working over here? How rare. And who in the world isn't working?" Zhang Yu, however, recognized Bai Jinjin's dress at the first glance. And in his opinion, with Bai Jinjin's financial situation, a part-time job is more than normal. Just to think that the other guy worked part-time and still managed to maintain his overall score at the top of his grade. And he was secretly horrified. This talent of Ajin is really extraordinary. Looking at the group of initiated disciples under my Songyang sect, I'm afraid I'm only a head weaker than me. Chapter 16 Patrols. Turning back to look at Zhao Tianqing, who was still frozen in place, Zhang Yu urged, "Get to work, Xiao Zhao. Frozen in here slacking off?" Only then did Zhao Tianqing hurriedly follow him. He couldn't help but turn around and look a few more times towards Bai Jinjin who was serving the food, and thought in his heart, going back to the school and telling them that they won't believe it. Bai Jinjin is actually working part-time? Is something going on in her family? After the two of them patrolled another round, Zhao Tianqing followed Zhang Yu to an unoccupied safe passage. Then he saw Zhang Yu suddenly sit down in a platter and said, "Don't stand up either. Take a rest and relax together." Zhao Tianqing, but the captain told us to keep patrolling. If he finds out. Zhang Yu, the painting exhibition hasn't even started yet. What's there to patrol for? And in this centerpiece building, you're worried that something could go wrong? Saying that, Zhang Yu smiled again and said, "Besides, don't you want to have a chat with me? It's just as well I talk to you about your security ways." Hearing this, Zhao Tianqing also remembered Wang Hai's command. And across the room, Zhang Yu had already uttered a tyrannical theory. Being a security guard is all about touching fish. Zhao Tianqing, huh? Zhang Yu continued. How many times do you patrol more and how many times do you patrol less? Will the reward change? Zhao Tianqing hesitated for a moment and asked. It seems like at 1T? Zhang Yu asked again. Will the security level of this venue be lowered with us and without us? Zhao Tianqing scratched his scalp, as if, wouldn't either? But, Zhang Yu, but the time we steal is our own. Well, I'm going to rest for a while, and we'll go out later when the painting show officially starts. Looking at Zhang Yu, who had closed his eyes and had already begun to exhale, Zhao Tianqing, however, became a little nervous. Fear of being found out by the higher-ups about groping at work. With another glance at Zhang Yu, who had thoroughly entered the state of vomiting, Zhao Tianqing again admired the other party's ability to seize every bit of time to cultivate, and felt that the other party's heart was just too big. No, wasn't I going to talk to him about his drug shopping? How to get dragged into a conversation about groping? Suddenly, Zhao Tianqing's gaze twitched as he thought back to what Zhang Yu had just said and thought. Zhao Tianqing is the kind of person who isn't very good at socializing, yet has a delicate and sensitive mind. Someone who always cares about what others think and is prone to thinking out of the box. At this moment, he recalled what Zhang Yu had just said, finding that it all seems to align with what you're doing. If I ask him more or less, will Mr. Wang Hai not instruct me? Mr. Wang Hai has less of me to check for news. Can't I find out anything? Has Zhang Yu already seen what I'm going to do? Saying this is a deliberate attempt to point me out. Let me touch the fish too? When he thought of this, Zhao Tianqing once again looked at Zhang Yu, who was in the process of vomiting. It only seemed to me that the other man's breathing had become a little more inscrutable as well, with mana flowing through his body. After Zhang Yu had silently utilized his mana for a week to push the Zhou Tian Qi collection method to 13/80ths,
The painting exhibition had finally officially begun. It's worthy of being a painting exhibition run by Ms. Lee. The guests who come are all either rich or noble. Looking at the guests who were attending the painting exhibition, Zhao Qianqing let out a heartfelt sigh in his heart, although he didn't recognize who these people really were either, just from the fancy clothes and accessories they were wearing. You can just tell that one is worth a lot of money. Even though Zhao Tianqing's father was already a small leader of a company, and his financial situation was considered good, but he could still recognize that many of the luxuries these people were wearing were things that their family could never afford. Just then, Zhang Yu, who was on the side, whispered, "Old Zhao, look at that." Zhao Tianqing looked in the direction of the other party's nuzzle. Immediately, a golden figure was seen walking in surrounded by the crowd. He fixed his eyes on the man, only to realize that the skin all over his body was like a layer of gold leaf. It was reflecting a faint golden light. On the side, Zhang Yu curiously said, "What is this thing? A robot?" Zhao Tianqing hurriedly covered Zhang Yu's mouth and nervously watched as the gold man did not look at them. It was only then that he exhaled softly. Then Zhao Tianqing let go of his palm and explained, "That's the Sonyang city director of the Xian Yun Group." "You mustn't talk nonsense. Xian Yun Group?" Zhang Yu looked at the golden man curiously and, again, he asked, "And how? Does it look so shiny?" Zhao Tianqing explained, "That's a FA skeleton. Don't you know?" Looking at Zhang Yu's bewildered face, Zhao Tianqing thought that the other party's family is afraid that they cannot be exposed to these, so he patiently explained again, "The legal skeleton. How to say? Some of them are like prosthetic limbs, and yet it's so much better than prosthetics or whatever. And the law rec has expanded to the entire human body on the level of immortal technique. It's like being able to replace any part of the human body with a magic bullet, and while retaining the original functionality, the capabilities have been significantly enhanced. But you can only implant a mana skeleton in your body if you have a mana of 100 or more." Zhang Yu's gaze twitched at his words. He knew that 100 mana was the upper limit of what the mana of the Qi refining realm could achieve. He asked, "Is it true that you can implant a FA skeleton with 100 points of mana? Or does it have to be done after foundation establishment?" Zhao Tianqing, 100 points of mana will do, but this one is truly in the foundation establishment realm. Born in a prestigious family and graduated from Manhwa University. Zhang Yu understands. The old man who built the foundation ran to a layer of fried fish after graduating from college, pretending to beat his face in front of their stubborn group of refining Qi stage. Right? Next, as more and more guests arrived, Zhang Yu met two more characters suspected of possessing the Dharma rack. One has eyes like jewels, the other has a wheel of light floating behind his head. The picture looked very different from the other rich people around. These two and the golden director of the Xianyan group are like three centers. Every now and then, they drew one of the Qi refining boys over to them, itching to kneel and kowtow to them. Zhao Tianqing seemed to be gradually adapting to this security uniform on his body at this time. Watching guests come and go no longer seemed so confining, and as the two patrolled, they then overheard some of the guests talking. There are those who lament the wealth of Ms. Sherry Lee. There were also those who marveled at how these paintings at the show were so good that they should be worth much, much more. Naturally, there were also people who talked about that picture of the celestial man performing martial arts that was personally painted by a Jin Dan realist. Brotherly? Could it be that you've also come here to comprehend that celestial man's martial arts diagram painted by Senior Starfire himself? This is natural. If there are juvenile days under the age of 18 to practice the martial arts therein, Elder Starfire will then be directly accepted as a disciple. And this news has long been spread throughout our Songyang immortal Dao realm, so how can I not come? No. And this kind of information? Zhang Yu thought in his heart, and has it spread throughout the Songyang immortal Dao realm? How come I don't know about it? Could it be that the little shrimps of the immortal Dao world don't deserve to know? However, at this moment, Zhang Yu suppressed the doubts in his heart and decided to carry out his duties as a security guard. He was seen coming to the man who had spoken and politely said, "Are you all right, sir?" The young man who spoke just now has sword eyebrows and starry eyes, and is an extraordinary person at first glance. He looked at the guard in disbelief. "What could I possibly want?" The teenager arrogantly said, "I'm Lian Tianji from Purple Cloud High School. Can't you see I'm chatting with my friends?" Zhang Yu and Zhao Tianqing looked at each other and then at each other's so-called friends. It was a box that had been laid out on a tabletop. The surface of the box was filled with a special wood grain and the size looked like an urn. Zhang Yu couldn't help but think, schizophrenic? Reading like crazy? Rather, it was the Purple Cloud High School in the other party's mouth that Zhang Yu still had some understanding of. That is more than Songyang High School. Qi High School belongs to Songyang City's three famous schools. Is the past Zhang Yu even enrollment qualifications or not? Can't even think of a school. It is said that the successive principals of Purple Cloud High School, with their cruelty, their outrageous high-handedness,
hellishly strict school rules are known. The sorts of things that go on inside Songyang High School are nothing but a big deal in comparison. That fabled campus caste system, where the underclassmen eat in the restrooms, the weak are supposed to kneel to the strong, and other rules, are enough to make other high school students scared. At this moment, looking at Lian Tianji, who was talking to the urn in front of him, Zhang Yu also had to sigh in his heart that Purple Cloud High School really drove people into madness. But just then, the urn spoke. Brother Lian, these two security guards should be mistaken. I'm Li Xingyu, a soul cultivation student from Mongshan High School. Mongshan High School? Spiritualist students? Zhang Yu thought about it. Wasn't that the high school he had tried to enroll in before? Although it is known that soul cultivation students, in addition to the low total score requirement of the college entrance examination, take the route of specialization, there is also the requirement to give up the flesh. But at this moment, looking at the urn on the table, he was still ruthlessly surprised. Mongshan High School. It's really driving people to ghosts. Zhang Yu hurriedly left with Zhao Tianqing while apologizing. Then after seeing Lian Tianji and Li Xingyu talk a few more times, for propeller-like contraptions stretched out from that urn, flying away like a drone. Zhang Yu, who watched this scene, was secretly glad that the original body did not choose the path of soul cultivation life in the end. Otherwise, if you can't even guide the Taoist immortal wind, what kind of cultivator is it? No, that soul cultivator has lost all his flesh. Is it how you plan to practice the martial arts on the celestial man's martial arts diagram? Then he remembered the information those two had just said about the celestial man's martial arts diagram. If that's true, then I'm afraid that there will be many talented youngsters under the age of 18 coming over to participate in this painting exhibition, just to try to practice the supreme martial arts in that celestial martial arts picture? Thinking of this, Zhang Yu's heart instead grew more and more excited about this painting exhibition. At 400 an hour, not only do you get paid, you get to watch a movie, and you get a chance to learn a great martial art. Who says it's not a good job? It's a great job. He turned his head to look at Zhao Tianqing, who was at the side, and asked, "How is it, old Zhao? Are you interested in the supreme martial arts on that celestial martial arts chart?" Zhao Tianqing naturally shook his head. He's very self-aware. This kind of thing that only those real geniuses or rich people could practice at the first sound of it. What could it have to do with ordinary people like them? Not only was he not interested, but he had nothing but withdrawal in his mind at the moment. Even when the celestial martial arts chart will be launched, he did not even want to try, for fear of becoming a clown under the eyes of the public. And a few moments later, Zhao Tianqing, who had just gradually adapted to the security guard status, could not wait to cover his face and walk away, immediately removing this security uniform from his body. Zhang Yu glanced at Zhao Tianqing, who quickly turned his back, looking in the direction the other party had just faced. He immediately spotted a few familiar faces. Isn't that Qianshen? There are a few others who seem to be from our school too, right? Qianshen is the overall score has been ranked behind by Xinjin. He has been the second best student in his grade since the beginning of the school year. Zhang Yu patted Zhao Tianqing's shoulder and said, "Look, old Zhao, wasn't that in our class?" Zhao Tianqing hurriedly yanked Zhang Yu over by the hand. Urgently, he said, "Turn around quickly, so they don't see it." Chapter 17, Scores and Secrets. So hungry, Qianshen rubbed his stomach, uninterested in one of these paintings in the exhibition in front of him, just want to find a place to feast. After all, he had just finished his body refining tuition before rushing over. Hungry, he just felt like he could eat a cow. I'm going to go find out if there's anything good to eat. After greeting his fellow students, Qianshen searched the show. The students who came to the exhibition with him were not surprised by this. Day by day, they diligently study the immortal way, and harden their flesh with the nourishment they need. The portions eaten are naturally much larger than normal. Like Qianshen, a 24-hour day and night study hard. That daily eating is even more. Eating only 5 meals a day would get you worried by your home teacher if you had a bad appetite. Just then, Qianshen's gaze steeply lit up. Eyes were already locked on the buffet table. He was seen walking up quickly, grabbing a plate of prawns and swallowing them in a few mouthfuls. But after eating for a while he frowned. This food is so unnutritious? Qianshen has been second in his grade as a first-year student at Songyang High School. In addition to their own talent and hard work, the most important thing is of course that their family has money. And in order to enhance the effects of cultivation, especially the utility of refining the body, the food he used to eat was rich in all sorts of elements of the immortal way. To a scorekeeper like him, whether it tastes good or not is of secondary importance. Being able to enhance the efficiency of his cultivation was the most important thing. He could naturally afford to eat all the seafood provided by the buffet of the painting exhibition on weekdays, but he wasn't interested in spending money specifically to satisfy his appetite. Instead he felt it was a waste of his time and appetite. What seafood? What great meals! Can't improve your grades? That's not just garbage. So Qianshan opened his mouth to summon the waiter while surveying the other dishes on the table. I would like to ask if there are any other foods that can be used as dietary supplements. Here's all you can eat. Help yourself to whatever you want. Hearing the somewhat cold voice of the waiter, Qianshan couldn't help but frown. As a result, he looked up and saw a familiar face. Qianshan looked at the waiter's clothing on the other person and said unexpectedly, "You work here?" "Aha." Bai Xinjun said expressionlessly. "Anything else?" Qianshan, however, frowned and said, "Are you very short of money? So hurry up and sign up with the student council. Otherwise continuing to waste your time on such meaningless work will only slow down your path to immortality. At that time, even if I surpass you, it won't mean much." Qianshan's tone was filled with exclamation. After all along he had seen Bai Xinjun, the only young girl in her grade who could surpass him in total points, as his rival. In his senses, Bai Xinjun should be thinking the same way. For the next 3 years of high school, the entire grade level, if not the entire school, it would all be a battleground for their two genius figures to fight, yet sympathize with each other. The two should push the limits of what they can do, one competition at a time. Eventually, they were admitted to top schools together 3 years later. But in the face of Qianshan's exclamation, Bai Xinjun only said lightly, "You're teaching me things?" Without waiting for Qianshan to answer, Bai Xinjun had gone on to say, "You're a guy with a total score of 600 out of 600, and you're going to teach 650 of me to do things?" In the face of Bai Xinjun's naked discrimination in grades, Qianshan, as a staunch supporter of the score-only theory, was instantly dwarfed in temperament. That 50-point difference came crashing down on him like a mountain. "You have a high score. You have a point." This moment in the eyes of Qianshan, Bai Xinjun's head looked like it had a shining 3 numbers 650 and emitted a powerful sense of oppression that pressed him so much that he couldn't say a single word in retort. Bai Xinjun frowned. "No, why are you looking over my head when you're talking to me?" Qianshan snorted coldly, turned around and left. "Wait for it, Bai Xinjun. You're wasting your time like this. It won't be long before I'm sure to be surpassed." Who knew that just as he turned to take a few steps, he would almost collide with 2 security guards. It was none other than Zhang Yu, who had come over to check on both sides, and Zhao Tianqing, who had been dragged over by him. I just saw that Bai Xinjun and Qianshan seemed to have a bit of a conflict. Zhang Yu, who was a security guard, then rushed over, and Qianshan looked at the 2 men, who were in the same class. Even though they were wearing security uniforms, he still recognized the 2 men instantly. 550 and 580? Zhang Yu, who heard this title, was slightly stunned. In the next moment, he reacted that 550 was his total score for last month's monthly exam, and 580 seemed to be Zhao Tianqing's total score? You can't even remember your classmates' names, can you? Another guy who learns to be a pervert. But the truth is that Money Deep can't just remember names, and in fact students with a score of 550 or less that, he can't remember his name or his score. After all, for him, 550 below? Isn't that all NPCs? Is there a need to memorize? Like the 550 in front of him, that in Qianshan's eyes that would have been a subhuman. Based on his observations during this time, the other party will most likely test below 550 on the next monthly exam. Then there won't even be a need to memorize it starting next month. And looking at the security uniforms on Zhang Yu and Zhao Tianqing, Qianshan shook his head again. Why did you guys come to work here too? Facing 550 and 580. The aura that had just been oppressed by 650 instantly rose back from Qianshan's body, only to see him arrogantly say, "If you two don't seize the time to learn more and cultivate more, what's the point of wasting time coming here? Zhang Yu, don't you come here too?" Qianshan laughed and said confidently, "I've specially pushed aside the time for making up lessons today. That's for coming over here to participate in the Supreme Martial Arts and the Celestial Man's Martial Arts Evolution Diagram." Zhang Yu, well, we're also here to enroll in the Celestial Man's Martial Arts Diagram, and you get paid 800 an hour by the way. Isn't it much more cost-effective to make money and realize the divine power at the same time? Qianshan was slightly stunned at his words and looked at Zhang Yu in front of him with some surprise. In his mind, he said, "There's even a little truth in what the 550-point man said?" He looked at Zhang Yu and said, 550. I'll remember you. My name is Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu couldn't help but look at the top of his head again. Why do you keep staring at my head? But Qianshan quickly reacted again. No. With just the two of you, you also want to comprehend the Celestial Man's martial arts diagram? Zhao Tianqing only felt more and more people's gazes looking over, and Qianshan's contemptuous gaze even caused his cheeks to blush slightly, only to see him hastily waving his hands and saying, No, I didn't want to participate in the Celestial Man's martial arts diagram. Qianshan, however, didn't bother with Zhao Tianqing's explanation. He just shook his head and sighed.
The celestial man's martial arts diagram was drawn by the hands of a Jindan master, and the supreme martial arts contained therein were specifically used to select true geniuses. Even I don't have absolute confidence in practicing it, let alone you guys? Having said that, Shenshin was no longer interested in looking at the 550 and 580 in front of him, turned around and left, and looking at Qianshen's departing back, Zhao Tianqing's face became even more bitter. This time, not only was the other side seen to be working as a security guard, it was also because Zhang Yu's nonsense made the other party mistakenly think that he had come to participate in the celestial man's martial arts diagram. Zhao Tianqing was filled with bitterness, as if he had already seen how he would be ridiculed by the many students in his class. He said in his heart, "This trip is a big disgrace." Zhang Yu on the side, however, did not have so many thoughts in Zhao Tianqing's head. Looking at Bai Xinjin, she asked, "Is everything alright? You're not on good terms with Qianshen?" Bai Xinjin skimmed her mouth and casually said, "What could I possibly have to do? In the vast majority of cases, he makes a fool of himself." Then she looked at Zhang Yu with a somewhat odd gaze. "You also plan to comprehend the Celestial Man evolutionary martial diagram?" Looking at Zhang Yu, who nodded confidently, Bai Xinjin secretly said in his heart, "Fizi, this is being forced by the huge debt to become more and more bewildered. To his level. Even want to participate in the martial arts left behind by the Jindan real person?" Zhao Tianqing, who was on the side, just wanted to get out of here quickly, and pulled Zhang Yu's clothes and wanted to leave. Instead, he found that the other party was scowling with Bai Xinjin for a while. Immediately afterward, he saw Bai Xinjin sneak a serving of seafood into Zhang Yu's arms. "Zhang Yu, Lao Zhao, would you like to try one?" Zhao Tianqing said anxiously. "The captain said we can't eat at the buffet." While speaking, he had hurriedly blocked Zhang Yu with his body, fearing that this matter would be seen. Zhang Yu said easily, "Doesn't it just so happen that Ajin is also working here? Let's pull the wool over the company's eyes as we go along." Just as Zhang Yu tasted the prawns on his plate, a voice came from behind Zhao Tianqing. "What are you doing?" The voice startled Zhao Tianqing for a moment. When he turned his head back and realized that the person who spoke was Zhou Tianyi, who was in the same class, he was relieved instead. Without realizing it, Zhao Tianqing seemed to have gradually adapted to wearing a security uniform in front of his classmates. Zhang Yu looked at Zhou Tianyi and said in surprise, "Old Zhou, you're here too?" Zhou Tianyi smiled and said, "Well, I came with Qianshen and the others." Zhang Yu, really? How come I didn't see you just now? Zhou Tianyi said, "Oh, how did you get here?" The two chatted with each other about their respective situations and, on the side, Zhao Tianqing once again urged Zhang Yu that it was time to go and continue the patrol. Zhou Tianyi, however, suddenly said with a mysterious face, "There's a gossip about a Jindan real person. I wonder if you'd be interested in hearing it." Seeing Zhang Yu, who revealed a curious look, Zhao Tianqing said, "The captain has already pushed in the group. Ask us where people are." Zhang Yu nodded. "Forget it, work is important. It's better to hear it from you next time." Just as the two men turned to leave, however, he heard Zhou Tianyi open his mouth and say, "The Starfire manservant was divided into half of his cultivation because he left his job, which is why he intends to return to the first floor." Both Zhang Yu and Zhao Tianqing immediately turned around, waiting for Zhou Tianyi's next words. Although Bai Xinjin on the side didn't look over, she was listening with her ears perked up. Zhou Tianyi smiled and continued, "The longest a Jindan real person can live is 400 years. The Starfire realist was 350 years old last year, however, and was optimized by the 10,000 Laws sect. He had half of his cultivation recuperated when he left his job, and was incapable of supporting the spending up there. That's why I wanted to return to the Koan Ruins layer to focus on cultivating my offspring and tempering my disciples." Zhang Yu was once again shocked by this bull world, not leaving the job but also take away half of the cultivation? Zhou Tianyi rightfully said, "The sect has cultivated him, given him the opportunity and resources to conjugate Dan. Isn't it normal to hand over half of your cultivation when you leave?" Just as the three of them were listening to Zhou Tianyi's news about the Starfire realist, the crowd in the distance suddenly stirred a bit. A guest whispered, "It's MS Lee coming. The Celestial Man's martial arts diagram is going to be unveiled." Chapter 18, Celestial Man's martial arts diagram. As the guests watched, a tall woman walked slowly, surrounded by the crowd. A long silver hair reflected the characteristic shine of metal. Zhang Yu guessed if this head of hair was a legal skeleton. The mind wonders how much a hair is worth. The woman's red evening gown was covered with traces of firelight flowing through it was like a ball of flames jumping around in it and emitting strong mana fluctuations. Zhao Tianqing thought about how the gown itself seemed to be a magic treasure, and I was afraid that it was worth a lot of money. Meanwhile, the director of the Xian Yun group, whose body was like a layer of gold leaf, took the initiative to welcome Li Shuelian. Then the other two rich people at the foundation stage also added
into the exchange between the two. Around them, on the other hand, there was a crowd of rich and famous people who couldn't wait to talk to the four of them. Mix it up, but it didn't give these guys much of a chance. Meeting, Michelle Lee, after chatting with the trio of. Then he came before the curtain of the Celestial Man's martial arts diagram. Everyone, thank you for coming to the painting show today. Amidst the applause, Michelle Lee smiled faintly and, it goes on to say, we come together in this time of creativity and inspiration. Listening to Li Shuelian's speech, Zhang Yu yawned in boredom, wondering if I should just spit and forget about it while I'm at it. Suddenly his eyes flickered, and he thought to himself that he had been practicing more and more diligently lately. I don't know if it's because he's been forced to get used to it by the ritual power, or if it's just the subtle influence of this world and this society on him. Fortunately, Li Shuelian's speech wasn't very long, and just between Zhang Yu's thoughts, she had already spoken about the topic that was of most interest to the many immortal cultivation geniuses present. Li Shuelian, for the past few years, my father has been trying to find a disciple to take up the mantle, passing on a body of martial arts and Taoism. Unfortunately, his old man was quite demanding, and after years of hard searching, but never found a disciple who truly met the requirements. So he drew this picture of celestials performing martial arts with his own hands and hid a set of martial arts in this picture. If there is a young hero under 18 years of age who can practice one of these martial arts, my father is willing to take him as a disciple, and to train them fully to the top universities. But this painting contains a hint of the martial intent left behind by my father. Viewing this painting will be impacted by this hint of intent, and there is a danger of damaging the Tao heart. For the next process of enlightenment, please act according to your strength, lest you be injured by the martial intent in it. Along with this introduction by Li Shuelian, her palm slowly pulled the curtain back, revealing the Celestial Man's evolutionary martial arts diagram that followed it, only to see a blurry silhouette slowly emerging from a 2-meter-high picture frame. This is the picture drawn by a Jindan powerhouse? Zhang Yu looked at the drawing and, it just felt like a simple human form had been scribbled out, similar to anything an elementary school student would draw with their hands. Just as Zhang Yu was thinking this, someone shouted, good painting. This painting has a vivid flavor, and the use of the bone method and the brush. The painting of the Starfire Master is truly wonderful. To the shame of my generation, someone followed and bragged, it's so beautiful. This painting looks so simple. However, it contains a profound meaning, and the more you look at it, the more you will savor it. Just as more and more people began to praise this Celestial Man's martial arts diagram, Li Shuelian couldn't help but cough, interrupting the crowd. Then she explained, gentlemen, my father, in order to prevent this painting from unintentionally hurting anyone, on top of it, another mystery is set up, so that the real content of the painting can only be seen when approaching within 5 meters, but it will also be affected by the martial intent in it. Any teenage heroes who want to participate in the enlightenment are still invited to take a few steps forward to view the painting. Hearing Li Shuelian's words, the few people who had just been bragging immediately flushed red. Embarrassed, he stopped. However, there are also people who have already taken the first step towards the Celestial Man's martial arts diagram. It was none other than the Purple Cloud High School's alchemy heavenly pole who had just spoken to the urn. Let me, Lian Tinji, take a look at what is so mysterious about this Celestial Man manifestation diagram. Then he saw Lian Tianji smiling while he then walked quickly in the direction of the Celestial Man's martial arts diagram. Qian Shun, who was watching this scene, moved his gaze and said in his heart, it's Lian Tianji from Purple Cloud High School, the ruthless character who scored a total of 670 on the monthly exam at Purple Cloud High School last month is one of the opponents I'm going to challenge after I defeat Bai Jinjin. And as Lian Tianji walked step by step towards the Celestial Man's martial arts diagram, in his eyes, it was then seen that the silhouette in the scroll became clearer and clearer, and it seemed that a middle-aged man could be seen slowly performing a set of profound martial arts. Lian Tianji's spirit was gradually drawn into it. The last thing he saw was the man in the painting fiercely blasting his fist towards him through the air. Bang! There seemed to be a muffled sound in the air. Lian Tianji stopped abruptly, his eyes glaring angrily as he was staring dead on in the direction of the Celestial Man's martial arts diagram. Looking at him frozen in place, motionless, the crowd only felt that Lian Tianji had already immersed himself into the Celestial Man's martial arts diagram, comprehending the mysterious martial arts within. Not far away, Li Shuelian was faintly explaining, my father, in order to pick out the strong-willed and disciples with extraordinary qi. When the Celestials are participating in the Celestials' martial arts diagrams, the participants will face the horror in their hearts straight away. Only by firming up the spirit and overcoming inner weaknesses can one penetrate the mysteries of painting. The crowd that heard these words were surprised again, looking curiously at the dumbfounded and motionless Lian Tianji. Guess what he actually saw? And at this moment, in Lian Tianji's eyes, the surrounding heaven and earth changed. He has returned to the classroom without realizing it, and it seems that the painting exhibition, Li Xuelian, and the celestial man performing martial arts, all don't remember just now. And the homeroom teacher was reporting the results of the last monthly exam from the podium. But from the first place, he never heard his name. No. 10 without himself. No. 20 has no self. 50th place still doesn't have itself. As the scores read out became lower and lower, Lian Tianji's heart became more and more nervous. At the painting exhibition, looking at Lian Tianji, who was still comprehending the celestial man performing martial arts diagram, Li Xuelian said, "The celestial man's martial arts diagram can be enlisted together. Any other young heroes who are interested, please come to the front of the painting." Xianxin and the few students around him exchanged glances and walked in unison in the direction of the celestial man's martial arts diagram. At the same time, the other teenagers who had come to participate in the celestial man's martial arts diagram walked over one after another. Zhang Yu looked at Zhou Tianyi beside him and curiously said, "You're not going to try?" Zhou Tianyi laughed, shrugged his shoulders and said, "I just came to watch the fun. It's better not to go up there and humiliate yourself." Zhang Yu turned his head to look at Bai Xinjin on the side again and asked, "What about you? Not going on either?" Bai Xinjin glanced in the direction of the celestial man's martial arts diagram and faintly said, "I'm still hesitating." Zhang Yu was curious. "What's the hesitation?" "Bai Xinjin, I don't want to find myself a master." In her heart, she said, "Becoming a disciple. Surely you must sign a contract with that what's-his-name Starfire realist. Get a sellout." Bai Xinjin sighed in his heart. At that time, not to mention other light is to choose which university, which major. I'm afraid that I have to be subject to his restraint, but also owe a debt. Not sure how the interest rate works either. And when Zhang Yu heard Bai Xinjin's hesitation, he immediately said, "Then without practicing this martial art, there would be no need to be a disciple of the Starfire master." Zhang Yu looked in the direction of the celestial man's martial arts diagram and smiled faintly. The martial arts skills left behind by the Jindan realist, even if it's a martial art practiced at the Qi training stage, if we were to buy the rights to use it ourselves, it would be at least tens of thousands of dollars, right? If you have a chance to learn martial arts for nothing, why not take it? If you don't want to be a disciple of the Starfire master, the big deal is that you won't accomplish this martial art today. Zhao Tianqing, who was on the side, secretly bristled when he heard this. He only felt that Zhang Yu and Bai Xinjin had a bigger mouth than the other one. Meanwhile he took a few steps away slightly, afraid that someone would look over in the surroundings, and think of him as the same arrogant, ignorant person. Bai Xinjin looked at Zhang Yu speechlessly. He said, "How fierce is the collection hand that drives Fizi into this mental state? Of small platform loans?" Zhou Tianyi laughed. "That makes sense. Anyway, it doesn't cost any money to participate in some enlightenment. Let's simply try it together." Zhao Tianqing, however, refused Zhang Yu and Zhou Tianyi's request. He felt too humiliated just thinking about how he would look in his security uniform or waiter's uniform in full view of the public when he was comprehending the celestial man's evolutionary martial arts diagram. But looking at Zhang Yu's back as he walked up, he suddenly admired the other party's thick skin a little. Just then, the walkie-talkie on Zhao Tianqing's waist rang. The security chief scolded, "What are you guys up to? You are the security guards. Who let him go AWOL to study the martial arts diagram? Why don't you hurry up and call someone back?" Zhao Tianqing was scolded and ran forward while shouting at the same time, trying to pull Zhang Yu back. And as Zhao Tianqing approached the celestial man's martial arts diagram step by step, the figure in that diagram gradually became clearer and clearer. There was also a burst of giggles from all around. When Zhao Tianqing turned his head to look, he realized that everyone in the entire painting exhibition was looking at him, pointing and commenting towards him, ridiculing him for being so unself-conscious that a mere security guard wanted to comprehend the evolutionary martial diagram. Amidst the sneers of countless people, Zhao Tianqing slowly stopped, awkwardly at a loss for words. Hands were touching his head one moment, scratching his ears the next, and he didn't even know how to stand. At the same time, as Zhang Yu's trio approached the celestial man's martial arts diagram step by step, the blurred silhouette in that figure also gradually became clearer, transforming into a middle-aged man with a stalwart face, and ultimately blasting his fist towards them through the air. Bai Xinjin only felt a darkness in front of her eyes, and her cell phone vibrated like crazy. When she picked it up, she realized it was a collection text from a lending platform. "Regarding your delinquency in the payment of your chanting arrears due to the seriousness of the situation as a result of repeated and ineffective reminders, please settle the outstanding amount within 3 days after receiving this SMS. If it continues to be overdue, we will deal with it in accordance with the relevant laws. Continued arrears will be verified at your webtoon location. Old scoundrel. Oh, this money face or not, the whole family to help you pick up bottles to pay back, okay? more and more collection texts are being sent, and the content of them is becoming more and more unscrupulous. From a mere collection, it gradually turned into an all-encompassing and deathless barrage of insults, abuse and threats. Bai Xinjun looked at those endless collection text messages in her cell phone. Her head was full of sweat and her body was tense, until the phone rang as well. But looking at the cell phone that kept ringing, Bai Xinjun hesitated to answer it. But even if she didn't do anything, the phone answered automatically. As she watched in horror, an icy male voice came from the phone. Due to your credit fraud, you are overdue and have committed a serious breach of contract. The location has now been locked through Skynet, and if the arrears are still not settled within 3 days, a thunderbolt will fall. A muffled thunderclap sounded. Bai Xinjun jerked her head up, and she saw a vague flash of lightning in the sky above her head. Chapter 19: A Terror and the Taoist Heart. 645, 644, 639. The figures of one classmate after another surfaced in front of Qianshun, and he couldn't make them out. Yet you can clearly see the scores displayed on their heads. 680, 690, 660. The scores displayed above each of them were so high, so shiny. It made Qianshun ashamed of himself at the moment. He felt so bad standing in front of his classmates, so humble as a minion. I stand among these people like a bag of wet garbage. I don't deserve to stand here, let alone talk to them. When I have a measly 600 plus points, don't deserve to be near them. As he watched, the scores on the heads of that one classmate continued to rise. The figures also drew up as they continued to rise, like towering giants, and he could even gradually see only the legs of his opponent. Couldn't even see each other's faces anymore. Meanwhile, on the other side of the exhibition, Monshan High School's Li Xingyu's drone drew a trajectory in midair, and then slowly flew in the direction of the Celestial Man's martial arts diagram. But the next moment, with a crackle and a pop, the drone seemed to malfunction in some way. It landed crookedly on the ground. Monshan High School's Soul Cultivator student is all under contract, so don't come and join in the fun. Li Shuelian chanted softly, and then her eyes retracted from the drone, continued to look at the other students. Unfortunately, almost all of the students who came to try out for this show were seniors. If you want to practice the martial arts on the Celestial Man's martial arts chart, the sophomores and juniors have a better chance. But it's no wonder that sophomores and juniors are either not age eligible for either that or there's been a contract in place for a long time and it's unlikely to come back for a master. Just then, the golden glittering director of Songyang City of Xian Yin Group came to Li Shuelian's side and said with a smile, "This Celestial Man's martial arts performance diagram is worthy of being personally painted by the Starfire realist. It is truly marvelous and abnormal. I wonder what exactly is to be tested in it." Li Shuelian did not answer the other party's question directly. Instead, he said indifferently, "The first level of the Celestial Man's evolutionary martial diagram examines the Tao heart. Those who can't withstand it are often forced back, and even leave a bit of a break in the heart of the Tao." Zhao Tianqing felt the contemptuous, mocking gazes of the countless people around him. The body couldn't help but retreat backward in succession, away from the range of effect of the Celestial Man's martial arts diagram. When he came back to his senses, looking around at the state of the only then did he realize that the entire crowd and scornful eyes just now were all just the effects of the Celestial Man's martial arts diagram. Thinking about this, realizing that he hadn't passed the test of the Celestial Man's martial arts diagram at all, his face immediately swelled red and he quickly stepped backward, afraid that someone around him would realize that he, a security guard, had humiliated himself. Painting exhibition. Li Shuelian went on to say, "If you can pass this first test of the, it has its own effect of sharpening the Tao a bit. The so-called Tao heart level. The vast majority of us cultivators rely on our hearts to improve, and different minds require different thoughts to fit. Like the ancient heart method of worshipping the gods, the practitioner must be incredibly pious, having an absolute heart of faith in the gods. The more devout one is, the better the effect of the god-worshipping heart technique will be." Another example is the Tianqin heart technique of the Purple Cloud High School, which requires the practitioner to cultivate hard to the extreme. Integrate austerity into your instincts to maximize effectiveness. Another example is the basic mind refining method for high school students to get started, which seeks a stillness of breath and concentration. What's needed is silent patience and a water-driven mindset to go along with it. There are thousands of ways to raise the heart of the Tao, both high and low, but the key depends on whether the cultivator has a mind that is attuned to the heart dharma. But thoughts are hard to measure, and what a person really thinks is not really in tune with the mind, not to mention outsiders. Sometimes even he himself may not be able to tell. The stronger the solemnity of the Tao, the stronger one's willpower will be. Determining the grade of the Tao heart through the strength of the willpower and testing the effect of the heart enhancement becomes the easiest way.
But the celestial man's martial arts diagram is not simply a test of strength of willpower through the, to confirm the strength of the Taoist heart, the celestial man manifestation chart, targeting the terror in the heart, is a direct strike at the weaknesses in one's mind. By not giving them the chance to resist with their heart method, the test is their most genuine reaction. In the face of weaknesses in the mind, which can only be remedied by a timely adjustment of the mind, the party can pass. The director of Songyang City of Xianyun Group's gaze moved and said, I see. Is Elder Starfire wanting a disciple with a flexible mind? One who practiced the God-worshipping mindfulness method, who could worship God differently, and practiced the heavenly diligence mindfulness method, who could both roll in the austerities on the apprentices who can also roll on the lay flat. Li Shuelian nodded. There are thousands of mind techniques. It's good that the mind can fit the mind technique, but only those who can constantly adjust their minds to changes in the environment, to changes in their mind, are true geniuses. Not bound by mindfulness, especially now that times are moving faster and faster. The 10 great clans influence every aspect in society. The entire Koan market is undergoing drastic changes, and it won't do for the mind to not be able to go and adapt in time. For example, in today's world, if you want to embark on the path of immortal cultivation, exams and marks are essential. It has long been integrated into the life of every cultivator, and so the obsession with exams and marks is naturally missing from the minds of modern cultivators. Having excellent marks, and an obsession with them, can make a schoolteacher willfully, then the Tao heart level will be easier to raise. But in turn this is a weakness of mind. There's a lot of people out there, and there's a lot of people out there. Being ahead for a while doesn't mean being ahead forever. Many schoolboys have as much confidence when they are at the top of the rankings as they have low self-esteem when they are behind. To overcome this weakness of mind, practitioners need to make flexible changes in their thinking in time, which is the key to passing. Like before, there was a student who kept experiencing low scores on exams during the test of the Celestial Man's evolutionary martial arts diagram, eventually overcoming my fear of low scores and sharpening a delusional mindset. As Lian Tianji listened to the grades reported by the teacher on the podium, he suddenly laughed several times. Ha ha, since I've become a last-place schmuck, let's start from the beginning. From this day forward, I am the biggest loser and the worst schoolboy with the worst grades. But having become a schoolboy, I also have the chance to surpass you all one by one and ascend to the first throne. I'm going to be number one in my grade. As he overcame the horror in his mind, he felt like he was back at the picture show again. The celestial man's martial arts diagram in front of him also became clearer and clearer. Li Shuelian continued. 36 floors above the ground and 18 floors below. One floor for each heaven and earth. Whether human or immortal, they are also divided into 3, 6, 9 classes. And this grading is integrated into the bones of every immortal cultivator. It affects everyone in the depths of their minds. Previously there was a student who experienced countless layers of oppression from countless people in the celestial man's martial arts diagram, eventually morphing out of lay-flat thinking. Qianshan watched as the giants, whose scores far exceeded his, rose up, growing taller and taller. Gradually the face became unreadable. Only the scores on the giants' heads were still growing and glowing brightly. He tried to and keep up with his opponent, but to no avail. Under the increasingly exaggerated plucking of one giant after another, the growth of scores, his mood also changed from nervousness to fear, and from fear to despair, eventually fading into a kind of numbness. He lay down on the ground and never looked at the giant figures again. All right, I'm just not going after it. I just need to be able to practice immortality myself, even if no one can beat, as long as they can cultivate immortality. Like waking up from a big dream, Qian Shun, who was lying on the ground, opened his eyes and, a hint of realization appeared in his eyes as he looked at the exhibition of paintings and diagrams of martial arts in front of him. In the painting exhibition, the Songyang City director of the Xianyun Group listened to Li Shuelian's analysis. Agreed, ideas cannot change without the influence of the development of the times. It's like in today's society, everyone can't live without borrowing. He speculated. I suppose it will also be reflected in the trials of the celestial man's martial arts diagram? Nice. Li Shuelian nodded her head and said, there was once a student who faced the horror of the immortal path's debt repayment head-on in the test of the celestial man's evolutionary martial diagram, and in the end fell back on the old scoundrel's thoughts. Looking at the debt-collecting heavenly thunder that was constantly brewing in the sky, Baixinjin crouched down with a face of horror. Wait, I'll pay it back. I'll pay it back, okay? Don't chop me. She rushed to open her cell phone, checking her account, trying to see how much she owed. And how much money can be paid back? 800,000? Opening the first lending platform, Baixinjin's heart sank. Then the $1, 2 million owed on the second platform added to the cold sweat on her back. 2 million, 5 million, 8 million.
as the total amount of money owed, as calculated in her mind, continued to grow. The hand holding the cell phone also gradually dropped weekly. The entire $8 million owed. Such a large amount for a high school student. It's either a total meltdown or. Baizhinjin suddenly lay down on the ground. Looking at the thunder in the sky, he shouted, "If you have the guts, you can split me to death. Splitting me is 8 million ashes." Looking at the thunder that was slow to fall, Baizhinjin continued, "Either you split me to death, 8 million ashes, either that or introduce me to some work and I'll pay you back when I make some money." Along with the gradual dispersion of the heavenly thunder, the celestial man's martial arts diagram reappeared in front of Baizhinjin, and looking at the martial arts practiced by the people in it, Baizhinjin's heart was enlightened. At the painting exhibition, Li Shuelian exclaimed, "But delusion or not, lying flat or old rascal, it's just a state of being in the face of heavy pressure, and using your mind to fight it. Although it can sharpen their will and Dao heart a bit, how the future will be like ultimately depends on how they go in reality. After all, this is only the first level of the celestial man's martial arts diagram, a threshold." She remembered when she was in high school and her father had tested her Taoist heart as well, and at that time, her greatest fear was her own father, who oppressed her severely during the ordeal. Eventually, under the heavy pressure to rise up against, set up a filial piety thought. After awakening ruthlessly burst old things gold. Cultivation can be said to be a day by day, but it wasn't long before the pressures from every aspect of the real world that, and her father's every move. Then she regained her admiration and respect for him. On the side, the director of Songyang City of Xianyun Group nodded slightly, knowing that what Li Shuelian said was good. This test of moral integrity brings only a momentary effect. After all, people's minds change all the time, and the impact of the district's test of the Tao's mind, and how can it stand up to the day-long effects brought on by society as a whole in the real world? Li Shuelian continued, "After surviving the first hurdle and overcoming the terror in my heart, the next step is true enlightenment. And after passing the barrier of enlightenment, whether or not it can be practiced in the end is another matter." The superintendent nodded, understanding that this overcame the horror. Participating in the evolution of the martial arts diagram, practicing the martial arts path. These were the three levels of comprehending the celestial man's evolutionary martial arts diagram. Then how many of those present do you see practicing? Li Shuelian looked at the many students present and shook her head. "I'm only afraid that one person is hard to find." When Zhang Yu saw the figure on the celestial man's martial arts diagram gradually become clearer, after watching that figure begin to rehearse a set of boxing techniques, he suddenly felt a chill welling up in his heart. "Please keep the ritual agreement and work hard to fulfill your wishes without willful laziness and procrastination." 10. Zhang Yu faintly froze. "It's not that I am now endeavoring to comprehend the evolutionary martial diagram. Isn't it just studying hard and trying to get into a good college on the way?" But the chill couldn't talk to him and simply continued to count down the days. "Please keep the ritual agreement and work hard to fulfill your wishes without willful laziness and delay." 9. Please keep the ritual agreement and work hard to fulfill your wishes without willful laziness and procrastination. 8. Zhang Yu was unable to do so he could only sit down and try to exhale his spiritual energy. "Let's see if we can stop this countdown." As he began to exhale, the chill gradually dissipated and the countdown stopped. This retard. Just as Zhang Yu was exhaling while cursing the power of this ritual, another wave of raging meaning surged through him. "Please keep the ritual agreement and work hard to fulfill your wishes without willful laziness and procrastination." 10. Hearing this new countdown, Zhang Yu was instantly shocked. "It's not. I'm trying to practice. Why the countdown again? What's wrong with this retarded ritual?" Zhang Yu simply stopped exhaling to try it out and realized that the raging coldness and the countdown had not disappeared. Instead, there's a new wave of chills and countdowns happening. Listening to the two countdowns in my head going off in rapid succession, counting down in turn, Zhang Yu finally realized what was going on. There are two countdowns? Is one of the two a fake? Chapter 20, Enlightenment. Two identical chills. Two identical countdowns. After Zhang Yu's many attempts to, it was then realized that the two ritual forces were pressing in different directions. One stopped counting down after he exhaled his spiritual energy. The other one stopped counting down after he had enlisted in the celestial man's evolutionary martial arts diagram. Zhang Yu was more and more certain of one thing. That is, one of these two countdowns was fake. I'm afraid it's the effect brought about by the celestial man's martial arts diagram. Straight to the horror of my heart. So reproduced the oppression of the ritual power over me? But I did not realize that the ritual power of the celestial man performing martial arts diagrams to reproduce it contradicts the true power of the ritual in me. But which of the two ritual forces is the false one? Is that the one that stops counting down after I exhale? Or is it the one that stopped counting down after I had envisioned the celestial man's martial arts diagram? Zhang Yu preferred the latter, but was unable to make a light decision.
simply because the price of choosing wrong is death.
Which side to choose, anyway? Listening to the ever-changing countdown in his heart, Zhang Yu was torn in his mind. The decision was slow to be made. Since I can't choose, I simply won't. His gaze was fixed, and he had already made a decision.
I'll take both countdowns as real. Then he saw Zhang Yu sit down in place and began to operate the Zhou Tianqi collection method.
Exhale the spiritual energy of heaven and earth.
And as the countdown continues in the mind,
from 10 to 5 to 3,
Zhang Yu then stood up again and once again looked in the direction of the celestial man's martial arts diagram,
trying to comprehend the set of martial arts contained within it. Just like that, Zhang Yu was then forced by the two countdowns together to alternate between taking turns with the Zhou Tianqi harvesting method in comprehending the celestial man's evolutionary martial diagram, and move forward. At the same time, some people at the painting exhibition gradually noticed Zhang Yu's abnormality. Songyang city director of Xianyun Group looked at Zhang Yu curiously and said, "This kid will spit in a while." A moment later,
he stood up again to enroll in martial arts.
What kind of thing is this that he saw? Li Xuelian, who was on the side,
also swept her gaze towards Zhang Yu.
Thoughtfully, he said,
"It looks rather like someone is forcing him to exhale.
Maybe it's out of a realistic reverence for a certain teacher."
Just then, but he realized that Zhang Yu had changed his movements again.
Instead of exhaling,
he started practicing the 36 forms of fitness. It turned out to be Zhang Yu who suddenly realized something.
That's the one that stopped counting down after he exhaled,
which by its very nature may not have been forcing him to exhale.
Instead,
he's forced to go down this path of studying,
practicing, going to college, and working to make money.
So he began to try practicing martial arts while looking at the celestial man's evolutionary martial arts diagrams to see if it would work.
Anyway, he's long since practiced his 36 styles of fitness to muscle memory.
If one could practice martial arts while looking at the celestial man's martial arts diagram for enlightenment, one would be able to focus most of their spirit on the celestial man's martial arts diagram.
After all, at this moment,
his main purpose was to comprehend the martial arts on the celestial man's martial arts diagram.
After this successful attempt,
he again began to feel that it was still a bit troublesome to practice and comprehend at the same time. So he simply took out his cell phone and tried to swipe the teaching materials in his phone at the same time. It's okay to look at the celestial man's martial arts charts on the one hand.
Finding that it was no problem to swipe the textbook,
he simply publicized the textbook in his cell phone and, listening to the content of the textbook while comprehending the celestial man's evolutionary martial arts diagram, Li Xuelian looked at Zhang Yu's appearance of exhaling,
practicing martial arts, and studying again. Sighing heartily, he said, "This son is bound to have an incomparably harsh teacher behind him, forcing him to use his strength along the way, and even gradually becoming an image of incomparable fear in his heart. The next step is to see if he can break through with his thoughts under the weight of the layers." However, before Li Xuelian's words fell,
Zhang Yu unexpectedly moved away from the celestial man's martial arts diagram, running directly to the buffet table. He grabbed a large plate of seafood and once again returned to the celestial man's martial arts diagram and began to eat while comprehending, because he suddenly remembered that eating should also be something the ritual wouldn't stop.
And Li Xuelian, who was watching this scene, was slightly surprised. Oh, what a fast breakthrough. Under the layers of pressure, directly set up the pendulum thought? That's the only way to face the horror in your heart. Continue to enroll in the martial arts and the martial arts evolution diagram. Perhaps even he hadn't realized that, without realizing it, he has conquered the fear in his heart, passed this test of the evolutionary map, and is acting as usual. Seeing that a security guard wanted to go forward to stop Zhang Yu, Li Xuelian waved her hand and waved back the other party.
She was now quite curious as to how much Zhang Yu could comprehend from the martial arts diagram.
And Zhang Yu,
who was eating a lobster while looking at the martial arts diagram.
At this moment,
he also gradually saw clearly what kind of martial arts the figure was fighting.
Looks like a set of punches?
The fist technique itself was not complicated, and Zhang Yu vaguely had a concept of it after reading it a few times. But when he looked at his feathered book, he realized that there was not the slightest change on it, and it was obvious that he hadn't really learned this set of martial arts, let alone practiced. According to his experience of learning the basic sword technique of high school and the method of collecting chi in the circumference of the sky, something like this martial art he should have been able to read it once and it would have shown a level 0 on the feather book.
What's wrong? Just then, he heard Lian Tianji let out a loud laugh. Full of confidence, he said, "I have already penetrated all the martial arts in it, and it is indeed a subtle palm technique," which knew that before the words left his mouth. Qian Shun, who was not far away, spoke up. "What palm technique? There is clearly a leg technique in this. If it were any other day."
Qian Shun with a total score of 600 was bound to not dare to speak loudly in front of a total score of 670. But at this moment, having just gone through some Dao sharpening from the celestial man manifesting martial arts diagram, It was when Qianshan was at his most daring, and the two men's remark quickly drew objections from others.
Someone argued, "No, no, what is hidden in the martial arts diagram is clearly a set of sword techniques." Someone started an undifferentiated mockery. "A bunch of blind people. That's clearly a set of finger techniques."
Bai Xinjin frowned slightly as what she saw before her was a sword art.
Apparently, just as Zhang Yu was eating and comprehending,
there were already more and more students who had completed the enlightenment on the martial arts diagram, and as Lian Tianji listened to the crowd's discussion, he simply turned his gaze toward Li Xuelian,
asked, "Ms. Li, I wonder what exactly is the set of martial arts hidden in this martial arts diagram?" Looking at all the people present looking over, Li Xuelian was smiling faintly. Said the man,
"I have no comment on exactly what kind of martial arts it is, but to remind you all of one thing, there are mysteries in the martial arts diagram. If there is anyone present who has practiced one of the martial arts, it has its own instructions." The crowd understood that this meant that whoever was present was going to practice the martial arts in the martial arts diagram. It's natural for hints to surface from this acting map. Thinking of this, Lian Tianji walked to the front as a matter of course. Lian Tianji from Purple Cloud High School already had the absolute confidence of being the proud son of heaven. And after the test he'd just undergone, his self-confidence had swelled to a peak state of. At this moment, the moment he struck out, he executed that set of palm techniques that he had just realized from the martial arts diagram. It was seen that between his strikes, gusts of wind and thunder rang out. Surging strength and killing intent erupted from his body, seemingly blasting the entire painting exhibition out. Zhao Tianxing, who had been observing the results over here from afar, saw the scene at this moment. A wave of awe welled up in his heart. What a high physical strength! What a terrifying palm technique! This is a killing martial art for combat. However, Lian Tianji's physical strength was considered impressive amongst the senior year. However, there were more immortal cultivators present who had long since graduated from high school, and they were more surprised at the moment by the proficiency of this set of martial arts that Lian Tianji had unleashed. Some people marveled in their hearts. Is this really the palm technique he just realized from the martial arts diagram? This is so pure in every move. The senior student of Purple Cloud High School is truly a genius among geniuses. But when Lian Tianji finished executing this set of palms, on that heavenly human martial arts diagram, however, there was no movement, not the slightest reaction. How is that possible? Lian Tianji said in disbelief. I've clearly practiced the martial arts on the diagram of the. How could it not work? Qianshan hemmed and hawed, but walked up and, coming in front of Lian Tianji, I told you that this is a set of leg techniques. Next he also performed that set of martial arts he had comprehended from the diagram in front of the martial arts performance diagram. Although it wasn't as fluid as what Lian Tianji had shown, between the moves, he was already familiar with them. Bai Xinjin looked at this scene, but her brows furrowed again. This is a set of body-refining martial arts? It's specifically for practicing your legs. And as Qianshan finished his last move, there was still no movement in the celestial man's martial arts diagram. Not the slightest difference. How is that possible? Having uttered the same words as Lian Tianji, Qianshan looked at the martial arts diagram with the same disbelief. And next, there were constantly students coming forward to show off some of the martial arts they had realized. 12 students, including Lian Tianji and Qianshan. A total of 9 sets of martial arts were shown, including fist, palm, leg, finger, claw, knife, sword, gun and stick. Among them, 3 of them came out with martial arts that had duplicates with the others. However, after these rounds of martial arts, there was never a single person who was able to cause a reaction from the celestial man's martial arts diagram. Lian Tianji couldn't help but turn his head to look at Li Xuelian and asked once again, Ms. Li, of all of us, did none of us really make it? Li Xuelian didn't reply either, but only shook her head slightly, and there seemed to be disappointment in her eyes. Just then, Bai Xinjin slowly walked up, substituting her finger for her sword as everyone watched. A set of swordsmanship was practiced. Although this set of swordsmanship is sharp and unrivaled between executions, Bai Xinjin's moves and styles were also described as being on the level, but the people present had stopped paying attention after a few glances. After all, there were 2 of them who had previously come forward to practice their martial arts and perform swordplay. It didn't manage to cause a change in the acting map, but how could I have known that after Bai Xinjin finished performing this set of swordsmanship, she actually changed the style of painting and used her hand instead of a sword again? Perform a set of sword techniques, then punches, palms, and kicks. Zhao Tianxing was surprised. Bai Xinjin learned all the martial arts that everyone practiced before? Lian Tianji frowned at this scene and said, in such a short period of time. I can't believe that I can beat all the martial arts demonstrated by everyone after watching it once. Which major high school bully is this woman again? Looking at Bai Xinjin, who had practiced her moves as if she had been practicing hard for a long time. Xianxun similarly had thoughts swirling in his mind. On the one hand, he was marveling at the fact that Bai Xinjun was able to strike out the total of 9 sets of martial arts. On the other hand, doubts kept welling up in his heart. Is it really possible to fight all the 9 sets of martial arts that everyone has comprehended? Just then, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the man on the celestial man's martial arts diagram moved and, surprisingly, he was looking at Bai Xinjun with a smiling gaze, flooding the scroll with 2 words. Not bad. Chapter 21 Heavenly Martial Arts Refining the Heart. Seeing these words, the many students present were startled, thinking that Bai Xinjun had succeeded. However, I heard Li Shuelian sigh and look at Bai Xinjun and said, being able to use one person's power to, learning the moves of these 9 martial arts in a short period of time, your natural qualifications are already 1 in a million. It's just a pity that it's still a bit short of my father's requirements after all. Hearing these words, some of the many students present breathed a sigh of relief, while others were secretly surprised. Zhao Tianqing thought to himself, this doesn't even meet the requirements? Just how powerful of a disciple does the Starflame Master want? On the other side, Bai Xinjun was secretly relieved in her heart. She didn't expect to trigger the changes in the martial arts diagram in one fell swoop, and thought that the matter had come to an end. Almost with a rush in his heart, he wanted to open his mouth and refuse away the matter of the starry flame realist accepting his disciple. Bai Xinjun secretly said in her heart, fortunately did not say it out, or lose face. I told you it seemed like something was missing or something. And after this action by Bai Xinjun, there were also people who went up and tried to rehearse each of those 9 sets of martial arts, but they no longer induced any changes in the celestial man's martial arts diagram. On the contrary, Lian Tinji, who had always had an inflated confidence, was slow to go up and try again. It seemed to be pondering the reasons for Bai Xinjun's failure, and what exactly they were missing. For a while, the entire scene went quiet. Unknowingly no one had come forward to try anymore. Just as Li Shuelian's sighs came to an end, she saw Zhang Yu walking up with his cell phone. Li Shuelian was interested all of a sudden, and thought, after seeing the failures of so many people, he still has the confidence to go up there, so it looks like he's sure of something. But the next moment, she couldn't help but frown, because Zhang Yu actually started playing a cell phone video, drill the martial arts as Baek Jin Jin did in the video. Apparently he had just filmed Bai Xinjun practicing her martial arts, and seeing the way Zhang Yu followed the video and fought out one move at a time, Li Shuelian couldn't help but frown deeper. It was obvious that Zhang Yu was relatively rusty on the other 8 sets of martial arts, except for the boxing techniques he had comprehended. At this moment, although following the movements of Bai Xinjun in the video, but more show the gap between the 2 people's respective understanding of these 8 sets of martial arts moves. Zhao Tianqing in the distance looked at Zhang Yu in his security uniform and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Handan imitated the movements of Bai Xinjun, only to feel his scalp numb, and his toes were digging out the 3 rooms. Just looking at it like that, he then felt as if the gazes of the crowd looking at Zhang Yu were filled with contempt and ridicule, and it was hard for him to imagine what it would feel like to actually stand in that position, doing this in person. Quickly stopped by Zhang Yu, Zhao Tianqing couldn't bear to look any further and, only shouting in my mind, it's so embarrassing, you've been treated like a clown. Naturally, Zhang Yu could not have heard Zhao Tianqing's thoughts, nor did he care what these people in the painting venue thought of him now. He's just being serious. Following Bai Xinjun's movements in the video one by one, he practiced each of the 9 martial arts, and with his last hit, countless experiences and sensations suddenly flooded into his mind, causing Zhang Yu to instantly gain a different understanding of the celestial man's martial arts diagram. It's like hitting it tens of thousands of times. At this moment, the moves of the 9 martial arts gradually disappeared from his mind. In its place, 9 different ideas loomed in his mind. Zhang Yu at this moment steeply understood. The 9 martial arts on the celestial man's evolutionary martial arts diagram emphasized intention rather than stances. What the practitioner has to do is to try to figure out the meaning in that move while practicing martial arts. The killing intent that breaks through 10,000 armies, the fighting spirit of 9 deaths, and the unrelenting vigor of the 9 martial arts disciplines. What is cultivated is the martial intent as a way to strengthen one's Tao heart. This is not a martial art for fighting or refining the body. Rather, it is a martial art that uses martial intent to temper the heart of the Tao. This was a martial arts heart method used to raise the level of the Tao heart. The idea of martial arts is that the 10 major clans, after sorting out a collective term for martial arts powers such as sword intent, fist intent, blade intent, and so on, the most basic function of the martial intent is that it can strengthen the spirit and solidify one's will. In this way, the practitioner's Tao heart level is raised, and for a Jindan realist like Starfire realist, whose martial intent can even remain in the painting, influence the spiritual consciousness of others.
At the same time, the aura on Zhang Yu's body also produced a strong change along with it. Killing intent, fighting spirit, vigor, and courage. An incomparably strong temperament emerged from his body, and it seemed that it was about to condense into his martial intent in one breath at this moment. At the same time, the man on the celestial man's martial arts diagram became clearer and clearer. The vivid colors even gradually appeared, as if he was turning into a real person. Staring closely at the changes in Zhang Yu's body, the people in the room who realized this were also shocked, and this was definitely the biggest reaction to the celestial man's martial arts chart today. Lian Tianji, Xian Shun, and Bai Jinjin all stared tightly at Zhang Yu. They also all sensed the change in Zhang Yu's body, and the same incredible thought rose in their minds. He's really going to make it? But in the very next moment, the changes on Zhang Yu's body were abruptly and completely interrupted. The martial intent that seemed to be about to coalesce just now also dissipated at this moment. Pity, pity, pity. A sentence emerged from the painting. A heavenly talent, but a bad move. Zhang Yu's face, however, did not look surprised. Tianwu refining heart technique level 0, 1/1, 8, 3 of 8 mana, 0, 85 to 0, 8 flesh strength, 1/3 level of dowsing. Only a martial art called Tianwu refining heart technique was floating above the feathered book. This was Zhang Yu, who was repeatedly comprehending the celestial man's martial arts performance diagram and carefully watched the martial arts performances of the many students. After recording another video of Bai Jinjin repeatedly trying to figure out the martial arts that only surfaced in the final feather book. And unlike the martial arts that Zhang Yu had learned in the past, this heavenly martial heart refining technique had requirements in terms of mana, flesh strength, and Dao heart. In addition to practicing all of these punching, palming, kicking, and other moves, it also requires a mana of 8, a flesh strength of 0, 8 ranks, and a Dao heart of 3 ranks. I fulfilled all the other requirements, except for this level 3 Dao heart. Zhang Yu's own Dao heart was only level 1. After so many attempts, I was really stuck on the last step. This Tianwu refining heart technique, which currently appears to be used to condense martial intent after Dao heart level 3. A martial art that strengthens the will and quenches the heart of the Dao with martial intent. Zhang Yu said in his heart, such a high requirement of a level 3 Dao heart. It's simply not attainable by a freshman 3 months into the school year, is it? Li Shuelian looked at the defeated Zhang Yu, but her eyes were filled with different colors. Her mind flashed back to her original intentions. She hadn't expected these seniors in the room to succeed. From the information just sent by the security company, this person is Zhang Yu, a senior at Songyang High School. For this person to have made it this far, he truly deserves to be called a heavenly talent. Recalling Zhang Yu's performance just now, she sighed in her heart. Awesome. I almost looked away. The man looked stiff in his stance, crooked in his punches and kicks. Ultimately, however, you can comprehend the intention contained therein. It means that it's because he emphasizes intent over moves, and he saw the wonders of the celestial refining heart technique early on. Well, another high disciple can be added to my father's door. In fact, as early as Li Shuelian checked the information of the participants in the scene, she had a feeling that no one would succeed in this test. I'm afraid, after all, students who could practice the martial arts in the celestial man's martial arts diagram on the spot were either from prominent families, either they were already sophomores and juniors, and had been signed up long ago, and were unlikely to come over to worship the Starfire reality. Trying to find a genius who could practice the heavenly martial heart refining technique on the spot would have been extremely unlikely, but that doesn't mean no one can worship his father anymore. If any of the upperclassmen on the scene could withstand the impact of the martial intent, learn all the moves on the spot and realize the wonders of martial intent from them, then even if you can't practice them in the end, it was also definitely a gifted and talented person. If this kind of character had come over a year later, he would have been able to practice the heavenly martial heart refining technique. Again, it fits his father's requirements, and now it amounts to a year in advance, while the other guy is still growing up and signing contracts. Just find each other. She was sure that her father would be willing to accept such an excellent disciple as well. In that case, not only would it not be a disadvantage for this senior student to not be able to practice the Tianwu refining heart technique, instead, it is more conducive to the next signing of the contract. Li Shuelian to the other party to slightly pressure the price. Thinking of this, she had smiled at Zhang Yu. This student, although you didn't truly practice the heavenly martial heart refining technique, however, it has already penetrated the mysteries of it, and it is only a matter of time before this martial art is practiced in time. I will ask my father in a moment to see if he is willing to accept you as a disciple. Hearing this, the crowd was shocked again. Lian Tianji looked in the direction of Zhang Yu, opened his cell phone and then secretly took a picture towards Zhang Yu. He's going to have to find someone to ask this security guard where the hell this fierce man came out of nowhere again.
Qianshen looked at Zhang Yu incredulously and shouted furiously in his heart.
Impossible. How could someone with 550 points be discipled by a Jindan realist? I must be dreaming.
Is the celestial man's martial arts diagram still testing me?
Baixinjin, Fizi, this is open? I realized that I'm not as good as I used to be.
The good brother who was in debt all over the place with himself had flown the coop, and Bai Jinjin felt very uncomfortable all of a sudden.
Hazuko, it's not that I don't expect you to be good. You'll be in the top 10, top 5 of your grade, higher than before, lower than me.
That brother must bless you.
Who let you subdue the herd? Even I'm super. However,
looking around at the way people came up to make friends with Zhang Yu, Bai Jinjin secretly said in his heart,
after Zhang Yu signed under the Jindan real person's door, he will definitely be able to pull in a lot of investment,
and when the time comes, he must ruthlessly woolgather him and find him to borrow money.
But the next moment,
she was turning her mind to the idea of, his brows furrowed, but this Jindan cultivation has all been taken away for half of it, and it's also been optimized by a large sect, so if you want resources,
you don't have resources, and you don't have a background.
If Zhang Yu really worships under the door, he will really have to be a cow and horse for the rest of his life.
Forget it, brother, I'd better remind him of this.
Don't be dazzled by the word Jindan and tell him to make sure he rejects the other side.
On the other side, Zhao Tianqing's eyes were even wider,
his mind going blank, but soon thinking of how he had just persuaded Zhang Yu,
a wave of embarrassment ran through his heart. It's too embarrassing. He's a real genius, and when I said those things in front of him, he must think I'm a clown. Just as Bai Jinjin walked towards Zhang Yu,
there were many students surrounding him. There were people who wanted to add Zhang Yu's contact information, and there were people who wanted to ask him about the wonders in the celestial man's martial arts diagram. There are still people who want to take pictures with him.
Meanwhile,
Li Shuelian had come aside and called her father.
Father, I found a good seedling over here in Songyang City. Chapter 22 Contracts.
After Li Shuelian spoke about Zhang Yu's situation, she heard a light laugh from the other end of the phone. It's really good, but there's no need to charge him. Li Shuelian was puzzled.
Why?
The real Starfire laughed out loud and the tone of his voice was full of joy.
I have found a true genius. The same senior,
only 15 years old.
Only spent half an hour practicing the Tianwu refining heart technique. Don't have any contracts on me yet. Speaking of this, the Starfire realist couldn't help but laugh out loud again.
Li Shuelian was surprised.
There's even such a freak?
Starfire realist laughed.
I told you a long time ago, the first level of Kunlun never lacks geniuses.
There's just a shortage of people to invest in them. Like the top student in each subject in every high school, and the top student overall. You should know what amazing talents those are.
But there are so many geniuses like this, every year on the first level of the Kun market.
There's a bunch of others not much worse than them that pop up year after year.
Like an endless supply of leaks. There's so much genius out there. It's just that in the past I haven't found it,
and it's always been shortchanged by others.
And now finally I've gotten a jump on it.
Li Shuelian glanced in Zhang Yu's direction with some regret.
Asked, not signing this Zhang Yu by the way?
Real Starfire, forget it.
Next, all of our family's resources will be invested in true geniuses. Just don't distract yourself.
Inside the conference room off to the side of the painting exhibition, Li Shuelian looked at Zhang Yu in front of her and said apologetically,
I'm sorry this student. My father has other important matters on his side, so I'm afraid I won't be able to take you on as a disciple for a while. With a sincere face, she said,
but you can use the heavenly martial heart refining technique with confidence in the future. I'll do the honors of sending you a copy of the specific copyright for use. Li Shuelian's eyes were filled with admiration as she looked at Zhang Yu.
In conclusion, I would like to present you with $10,000 in my personal name.
There is no need to hasten to refuse.
This gift comes purely from my appreciation of your talent.
I hope the next time we see each other,
you'll have gotten into a prestigious university.
Oh yeah, about those videos you recorded. It also involves the dissemination copyright of the Tianwu refining heart technique,
which still needs to be removed by you. A moment later, looking at Zhang Yu's departing back, the smile on Li Shuelian's face gradually retracted.
Although the Starfire Master did not intend to take the other party as his disciple, for such a youngster with notable talent, nor did Sheridan Li intend to initiate the crossfire.
Anyway, whether it's the rights to use the Tianwu refining heart technique or $10,000, it's all just a handful for her. Little gifts like this casually on some young genius.
She herself had lost count of the number of times she had given it. Only the vast majority of them ended up obliterating,
long since forgotten by her. And after settling the matter,
Li Shuelian went to meet several important guests.
And then couldn't wait to get to his father.
She was really too curious about that supreme genius that the Starfire Zenith had spoken of.
On the other side, The painting exhibition that has not yet officially ended.
Bai Xinjun looked at Zhang Yu,
who had just walked out of the conference room, and asked, "How was it? Did you reject the Starfire realist? Li Shuelian didn't give you a hard time, did she?" Zhang Yu recalled Li Shuelian's appreciative look just now, shaking his head. "It wasn't hard for me. She turned me down before I could say anything. Said that the real Starfire had other important matters. Instead, they ended up giving me an extra $100.
Listening to Zhang Yu's statement,
Bai Xinjun bristled. Standard excuses. Maybe it's because after she looked you up, she realized you weren't that good either. For example, if you usually do too poorly on your monthly exams, and you don't have a record of sterilization, and your muscles don't grow, still in debt. Hearing what Bai Xinjun said,
Zhang Yu skimmed his lips.
"Jun, you're still unconvinced after losing. Starting personal attacks are we?" Seeing Zhang Yu's complacent appearance, Bai Xinjun couldn't help but grab the other party's shoulder once. Pressed, "Why don't you tell me what the hell you're driving at? Quickly tell me, is it that you borrowed money to bribe the staff and enlisted in the evolutionary Marshall diagram in advance?" Looking at Bai Xinjun's ugly face full of jealousy, Zhang Yu laughed. "Go on, Jean, watch your weaklings lose. Just my fun right now, wow." Just as the two were talking, Qianshan also walked over from not far away. He looked at Zhang Yu with a face full of gravity and opened his mouth to ask, "Your usual exams, did you do poorly on the test on purpose?" The test of the Celestial Man's martial arts diagram allowed Qianshan to raise his resistance to high scores, but he was only a million times more shocked that a low scorer could outperform him. Seeing Zhang Yu shaking his head in denial, Qianshan said unwillingly, "Impossible. If he didn't intentionally do poorly on the exam, why is there such a mismatch between your talent and your score?"
Zhang Yu thought for a moment and said, "It's not possible for an exam to fully reveal one's potential, is it?"
Qianshan, however, directly interrupted Zhang Yu and said excitedly, "Impossible.
The advanced placement exams and the 6 high school courses are customized by the 10 clans, a system specifically designed to evaluate high school students, validated and tweaked by countless experts and powerful people. It's already the optimal and most scientific and immortal system for evaluating a person,
in which every subject, every point,
all perfectly embody the full range of disparities between people, including superiority and inferiority in lineage, geographical backwardness,
and incomplete evolution."
Looking at Qianshan's incomparably serious appearance, Zhang Yu realized that he had misjudged the other party before.
"You're not a simple score discriminator, are you? You boys have evolved from fractional discrimination to pedigree discrimination, geography discrimination plus ethnicity discrimination, and have become a fractional caste advocate, haven't you? In short, in Money Deep's formulation, a high score is awesome and elite. It's the idea that you can be superior and confident,
while a low score is wasteful garbage. That's the worldview he's built up over the years. It's also what has always given him the confidence of being a high-achieving schoolboy, and it could even be said to be the rule in all major high schools."
Forget it if you don't want to admit it,
but I'll tell the school what's going on here,
and I hope you show some real skill on your next monthly test. Don't ever get an evolutionarily incomplete score like 550 again." Looking at Qianshan's departing back,
Zhang Yu only felt as if he had been scolded by the other party.
Again, it's like not getting yelled at by the other side. Bai Xinjun, who was on the side, but nodded thoughtfully, of all the nonsense he said, "There is one thing you do need to be aware of. The school will definitely know what's going on over here, and they'll probably be looking for you to sign up when the time comes."
"Signing?" Zhang Yu looked at Jin curiously. He had vaguely heard of this before,
but what exactly is going on is ultimately foggy. Bai Xinjun explained, "Not everyone in high school is as rich as Money Deep's family. For a lot of poor but high-achieving, gifted students, there's a need for someone to invest in them, and the school itself is one of the investors, typically by the beginning of the sophomore year, based on a student's performance and grades during the freshman year. Filter out the best of the best to sign contracts and throw money at each other. Of course, there are a very few students who are simply too good, too bright, and, in order to prevent them from being signed by someone else before them, the school will approach them about their contract during their senior year." Speaking of which,
Bai Xinjun puffed out her chest.
"Like me. Zhang Yu, why haven't you told me about this before?"
Bai Xinjun gave Zhang Yu a blank look, as if to say that you did not have any idea of what you used to be like.
"Bai Xinjun, with your performance over here at the painting exhibition, the school will definitely talk to you about a contract. As for signing or not signing," seeing the tangled expression on Bai Xinjun's face, Zhang Yu asked, "Is it so hard to choose whether to sign or not?" Bai Xinjun sighed. "I can't say it's hard to choose. In fact, as long as it's based on the individual's situation, it's a good choice to sign or not, but the difficulty lies in whether one's perception of oneself is right or wrong."
Bai Xinjun looked at Zhang Yu and asked seriously, For example, if you were to participate in the Celestial Man's martial arts diagram this time,
what the hell is open?
but halfway through her words,
Bai Jinjin waved her hand again. Forget it, mother and son don't ask to hang, and you don't have to tell me. Anyway,
if you're really sure of yourself and you decide to take a top 10 university,
then don't sign this contract now.
Conversely, if you're not sure you're going to get into the Big Ten and you just want to get into an average college,
then the contract, as long as it's not too pitiful, just sign it.
Zhang Yu sniffed in thought and asked a few more details about the school and the contract. Just a few moments after the two of them talked, another person found Zhang Yu's side, but it was a delicate and lovely young girl.
Hello classmate, you're just so handsome, can you add a contact?
Similar things had happened many times since Zhang Yu had just comprehended the Celestial Man's martial arts diagram. Even Lian Tianji from Purple Cloud High School approached him to add his contact information. Zhang Yu has gradually become accustomed to this, and with a sigh of relief in his heart, he added the other party.
Oh, even the beauty queen has come to initiate contact with me? Zhang Yu asked. Which school are you from, classmate?
The other party said, I'm Lu Qingqing from Holy Women's College.
In the focus class.
Zhang Yu's face suddenly stiffened.
To say that in this Koan ruins world, looks like a man may not be a man.
But women's college focus class students,
that before must be a man.
Wu Qingqing seemed to sense the change in Zhang Yu's face and smiled faintly.
Yo, you're pretty old school in your thinking. Does it seem like our class is full of people who took advantage of getting into a major high school? People whose actual grades are a mess? I'm telling you,
a couple of the top scholars in our class can't be any worse than you.
You'll find out on the next citywide test.
Zhang Yu looked at the other parties departing back speechlessly.
No, is that what I was thinking? Kunzui
this Thai place even transsexuals have to check the score first, right?
Congratulations. Zhou Tianyi walked over from the side. Did you sign with the Jindan realist?
Zhang Yu looked at Zhou Tianyi in front of him.
Suddenly,
he remembered that the other party seemed to have had little presence in front of the Celestial Man's martial arts diagram just now.
Next, Zhang Yu, while acting as a security guard, while exchanging a few words with guests you know or don't know, with today's security thoroughly completed, his savings also grew by $1,600 and $100, skyrocketing to $13,300 in one breath. After paying off the rest of the month's $500 loan as well, the account balance fell to $8,300. Zhang Yu finally for the time being do not have to worry about the collection of things. Chapter 23, 1 o'clock in the morning.
Having finished his security job, Zhang Yu is squeezing the subway all the way to the bus. Go back to your own suburban rental. As for why the bus and subway are still crowded at 1 a.m.
Naturally, because 1 a.m. belongs to the evening peak of the night shift in Sonyang City. More than enough people commuting to and from work to come out and squeeze.
Returning home and taking a shower first, Zhang Yu looked at the balance in his account.
Mentally, I wondered if I could get an air conditioner. After all, the $8,300 savings instantly made him feel much fuller for the month. But the thought that in 2 weeks it will be next month, and then we'll have another $1,500 loan to pay off, he then couldn't help but frown. Thinking back to what Bai Jinjin said, in his mind he muttered, a school contract? It would be nice to sign a contract that pays him a large amount of money each month, so you don't have to worry about the loan. However, Zhang Yu also knew that it was useless to think about it more. No matter whether it was the performance in front of the Celestial Man's martial arts diagram this time, or a school contract or not, the root of it all ultimately lies in his own talent and strength. Thinking about it, he had taken out the neurofiller he had bought today at the stationery store in front of the school and taken it. Then he sat down on his bed with his knees crossed and began to operate the circumstantial chi collection method. Feeling the strands of spiritual energy from heaven and earth pouring into his body. Although today, for the sake of the test of the Celestial Man's martial arts chart, he switched the feather book specialization to Tianwu refining heart technique, and the Zhou Tianqi harvesting method would have to wait until he switched it back after 24 hours to continue to improve rapidly. But anyway, Tianwu refining heart technique. His Taoist heart is not yet level 3 and he can't practice it. Next up is another mana boost in preparation for the farser. Although the Zhou Tianqi harvesting method is temporarily unable to improve rapidly today, however, the circumstantial qi harvesting method itself, which had already reached level 4, could help him effectively increase his mana. And so this next night passed in Zhang Yu's silent exhalation. Early the next morning, as soon as Zhang Yu entered the classroom, he noticed something not quite the same as usual. Normally speaking, the vast majority of students in high schools in MT, focusing on his own studies and cultivation on a daily basis, he was unlikely to care about the other ordinary students in the class. Even two people in the same class may not speak a word for months. It was like Zhang Yu entered the classroom every day without anyone paying attention to him at all. Only the likes of Zhao Tianqing. It's what makes you think about whether or not your classmates are looking at him as you enter the classroom each day.
But today was different. Zhang Yu could clearly feel that right after he entered the classroom. From time to time, some of his classmates sneak a peek at him, and as soon as Zhang Yu sat down, Zhou Tianyi patted his shoulder and
said, "The man, the matter of you being discipled by a Jindan realist is spreading in the class.
I think the guys who went to the painting show with Qianshan said it in the group.
Schools are known to be one of the fastest places in the world for gossip to circulate, and Sonyang High School, as a key high school, has high cultivation pressure, many sterilized youths, and cell phones for everyone. That little tidbit of information is spreading even faster. Don't say text messages." Even yesterday's photo of Zhang Yu in his security uniform had been circulated in the group. Zhang Yu smiled at his words. Has the class started to spread the word about me? Not bad for MT. Speed. So keep spreading the word. In these days of being forced to practice hard every day, feeling the attention and comments of others on his excellent performance behind his back was considered a rare pleasure for Zhang Yu. But then he whirled around and bristled, thinking of a trouble. Yesterday Li Shuelian called him secretly to a small meeting to talk about the rejection of him. This led to many people present not realizing that he had actually been rejected by the Jindan realist. All of them still thought that he was going to be discipled by a Jindan realist like Li Shuelian said on the field. It seems kind of silly if I run to the podium now to clarify. Forget it, just let them spread the word however they want. They should forget about it after a while. Zhang Yu closed his eyes and continued to start operating the circumstantial qi harvesting method, exhaling spiritual energy. The classmates' comments were nothing more than a temporary amusement, just like what he had planned before. His main purpose now was still to raise his mana with all his might, preparing for the citywide French competition. However, this time, Zhang Yu didn't exhale a few times before he was shouted out by class teacher Su Haifeng. I still remember the last time I was approached by Su Haifeng to talk to him. It was the third day that Zhang Yu came to this world. At that time, he still didn't understand enough about MT, high school and MT, high school teachers. Even at first, he mistook Su Haifeng for a good teacher who cared about poor students. And at this moment outside the classroom, as Zhang Yu followed behind Su Haifeng, he could then feel the terrifying pressure of this demonstration class teacher and grade-level director, only to see that wherever Su Haifeng passed by, the classroom was instantly silent, and the many scholars were shivering. Qianshan didn't dare to move a muscle and exhaled earnestly. Zhao Tianqing, who had just stood up and wanted to go to the restroom, sat back down in a hurry, picked up a book and read it. Even Bai Xinjin sat upright like a schoolboy, looking closely at the textbook in front of her. Everyone's nerves are on edge at this moment. I only hope that Su Haifeng's eyes weren't on them. This is Su Haifeng, the senior class director of Sonyang High School, the birth of countless Sonyang students' hearts, author of the faculty research paper on the prospects for the use of electroshock in high school teaching and learning. This is a man whose dogs have to read a few pages of a book when they pass him. Zhang Yu just followed Su Haifeng's field of study all the way inside the office. Looking at this demonic dynasty, he smiled and said, I heard that the Starfire True Lord wants to take you as his disciple? Zhang Yu had no intention of deceiving the school that he had become a Jindan disciple. After all, the lie of accepting or not accepting an apprentice could easily be demolished, and in time, he would instead make himself passive. So he spoke truthfully. No, I think that the conditions of the real Starfire are still a bit poor. So refused. The corner of Su Haifeng's mouth twitched at his words. This Zhang Yu's family was originally poor, and he hadn't given himself a gift in the 3 months since the beginning of the school year. Now it's so hard to get out of the way. I can't believe it's even loaded. Is it about signing a contract to raise yourself? Sure enough, these poor people are just easily inflated. But in that case, Su Haifeng felt that the contract in a while might not be that easy to sign. He mused after taking out a document. He said, the school side already knows about your performance at the painting exhibition at the center building. Even though you've had a regression in your grades lately, been criticized by your gym teacher, and have not been aggressive about getting your medication. I was also called by a collection agency, but the school still has a heart for talent and decided to offer you some help. Zhang Yu's eyes narrowed at his words. Worthy of being recognized as the birth of Sonyang High School. A mouthful of old PUA, is it? Zhang Yu thought of what Bai Xinjin had told him about the contract. Guess this could be a setup for the next negotiation of contract terms. Also, as he expected, Su Haifeng put the document in front of him. Then he said, the school has prepared a financial aid contract for you, and the conditions are much better than the last subsidy program for poor students. Zhang Yu took it and scanned it, then realized that after signing this contract, the school credits him with $10,000 a month, but that money has to be paid back, only at a much lower interest rate than borrowing. Other than that, he is required to go to university, regardless of whether or not he is admitted. All must have worked for 10 years in a company that is part of the educational group to which the school belongs. Sonyang High School is a high school belonging to the Wanqing Education Group. The Wanqing Education Group, on the other hand, belonged under the Manhwa sect, one of the 10 major sects. That means after signing this contract, Zhang Yu is going to work for Wanqing Education Group for 10 years in the future. On top of that, in the process of enrolling in college, the MT high school has the right to decide which college or program a student enrolls in. $10,000 a month, and you want me to sign this kind of contract of sale? Even if Zhang Yu hadn't read the other students' contracts, you can also see that this contract is a bit of a lookdown. Zhang Yu put down the paper and frowned. Teacher, this treatment is too low, isn't it? I'm working as a security guard at the center building and I'm getting $800 an hour. Can a temporary job last? Su Haifeng first denied it. Then the conversation turned and said, I know that this contract is indeed a bit low, but the school leaders naturally have leadership reasons for doing so. After all, the examination at the painting exhibition about the celestial man performing martial arts diagrams. What kind of content is actually tested in them? And what are the criteria for selection? What are the specific qualities of all candidates? There's no first-hand information on the school's site to judge for yourself. Not to mention that you didn't end up practicing one of the martial arts. On the contrary, your grades have regressed significantly this month. School is ultimately a place of achievement, and a system of evaluation of 700 points in 6 subjects. Definitely also more immortal, more reasonable, and more valued by the school managers than the celestial acting martial arts charts. And the contract process can't escape that. Zhang Yu's frown tightened, simply because what Su Haifeng said was not unreasonable. At MT high school, performance scores ultimately come first. After all, except for him, the people on the school's side didn't even know the exact difficulty and power of the heavenly martial art of refining the heart, much less the fact that this martial art had the requirement of a level 3 Dao heart. And Zhang Yu didn't have the right to disseminate the Tianwu refining heart technique. There was even no one to endorse him to make people believe his statement about the Tianwu refining heart technique. Zhang Yu, there is no way I can accept this contract. Su Haifeng smiled slightly, thinking that he was going to raise the price. He faded. Don't be in a hurry. I'm your homeroom teacher after all. I can help you get more. Zhang Yu, can that be as high as the conditions you offered by Xinjin? Instead of answering directly, Su Haifeng laughed first, but the connotation of the laughter was self-explanatory. Then he said, I'm not in charge of Bai Xinjin's contract, but I can give you a response. Bai Xinjin, she's number 1 in her grade with 650 points. How many points do you have? Zhang Yu, is it true that we can talk about anything as long as I get first in my grade? Looking at Zhang Yu's serious face, Su Haifeng smiled and put the contract back. How much you can take depends on your own ability. The contract is largely based on performance, and while the details can be a bit flimsy, but all in all there's just 4 grades, A, B, C, and D. The monthly exams are in 2 weeks, and if you're not happy with the D contract, or we can wait until your next monthly test scores come in and we can continue this conversation. Chapter 24, Spiritual Roots. Leaving Su Haifeng's office, Zhang Yu walked on his way back to the classroom. Next week it's time to break into the top 10 in mana for the entire year and qualify to represent Nte High School in the mana tournament. The monthly exams will begin next week, and only if they're good enough. It's the only way to get a better contract from the school. Mana rushed into the top 10 within the next week. Zhang Yu had full certainty in his heart. After all, he was already at level 4 of the peripheral sky chi harvesting technique, and this next level would only get higher and higher, and his mana would increase more and more rapidly. But the monthly exams, in addition to mana, also test physical education, Daoshin, martial arts, and Dao Jitsu. To violently improve these 4 doors as well in the next 2 weeks, Zhang Yu felt pressurized all of a sudden. As for there being another general education exam, not to mention that general education itself is only 50 points. Let's just say that almost everyone in the demonstration class is close to a perfect score on this test and can't pull it off at all. It can be said that 2 weeks later, the monthly examination can finally reach which step. Zhang Yu's heart is also a little uncountable. Anyway, rolls it is. Zhang Yu was feeling all lit up. Who says a manual hang isn't a hang? Feather book. Show me where your limits are in the next 2 weeks. So as soon as he returned to the classroom, Zhang Yu began to exhale his spiritual energy and run the Zhou Tian Qi collection method with all his might. Turning to the end of the first period. Ugh, so tired. Zhang Yu was slightly relieved in his mind and wanted to take a break to rest when the countdown with its eerie chill then rose again, telling him to keep trying. Asterisk. Retard rituals will kill you one day. And in another corner of the classroom, Zhao Tianqing looked at the message he received on his cell phone. The heart breathed a sigh of relief. Before, Wang Hai, the gym teacher, sent him to inquire about Zhang Yu's channels for buying goods. After the other party came to inquire about the results today, Zhao Tianqing told the other party about the painting exhibition yesterday,
and Wang Hai's reply was, I know, you don't need to follow Zhang Yu's side for now, just keep on being on good terms with him. Come to the practice field tomorrow after school and I'll take you to a refining class. Not having to continue prying information from Zhang Yu made Zhao Tianqing relax a lot, and Wang Hai's reward of an extra lesson of practice made Zhao Tianqing secretly happy. After all, Wang Hai, as an ace teacher, the quality of his private lessons needs no introduction. Not only is it expensive, often it's also hard to get a lesson. As for having to continue a relationship with Zhang Yu, Zhao Tianqing looked up to Zhang Yu's seat, and he saw that the other party was exhaling. After what happened yesterday, I must have become a clown in his mind. To think that the other man might have been laughing at his own poor performance last night. Zhao Tianqing then felt his cheeks burn again, but thinking of Wang Hai's reward for the private lessons, he made up his mind to. When the other party was free after class in a while, he would go and find Zhang Yu to chat for a few moments. But as the morning's classes passed one by one, Zhao Tianqing, however, was dead set on finding a chance to say a few words to Zhang Yu. Still spitting? Classes are spitting. Spitting in the next class. 2. Not even a trip to the restroom. Good strong kidneys. Zhang Yu's effortful appearance at the moment made even Zhao Tianqing feel his heart tugging. It was hard to wait until noon to eat. Zhao Tianqing had just beaten the meal. Wanted to walk over to Zhang Yu and sit down. Then he saw the other side like a ghost and took the food into his stomach in 2 mouthfuls. Then it ran out of the cafeteria as fast as it could. Bai Xinjun looked in her heart and cursed, even lunch has to be rolled, right? Let's not have a good meal anymore. Mealtime is the only time in Sonyang High School where there are no grades, no birth supervision like Song Haifeng, no time for perverts like Wang Hai to get their hands dirty. A day at school, so to speak, where the schoolboys relax, take a nap, and a rare time to even chat about gossip. It's MT, high school's own mindfulness spa time. For Zhang Yu's devil-may-care gesture of saving even his lunch hour for cultivation, Bai Xinjun was very dissatisfied in her heart. Brother, how can we eat in peace when you're so rolled up? What if you roll over us? You're having an academic competition, aren't you? And when Zhao Tianqing returned to the classroom, he looked at the other party who had already vomited up. He said in his mind that it was true. For the entire next afternoon, Zhao Tianqing was hard-pressed to find a single chance to speak to the other party. Simply because if he turned his head to look, the other person was either in a serious lesson or spitting out spiritual energy. Looking at it like that, it directly caused Zhao Tianqing to become more and more anxious. Worshipping a Jindan and still working so hard. Is this not giving us ordinary students a chance to live? Waiting until the end of the school day, Zhao Tianqing finally found a chance to follow the other party. I had thought that Zhang Yu would be looking for a temporary job today as well, but I heard the other man say, looking for a temp? Little Zhao, we high school students still have to put our studies first. How can you run to work every day? Don't think it's a big deal that you're making 800 an hour. That's all temp work. It's not every day you find one. Zhang Yu looked at his balance of $300 and had the idea of not working for a while. Concentrate on the bottom line of your practice. So he went home, took his neurofiller, then continued to vomit until the next morning. Among other things, besides going to the bathroom, and switching the feathered book specialization back to the circumstantial qi harvesting method, all of Zhang Yu's time was then invested in exhaling. In the blink of an eye, 4 days have passed. After these 4 days of painstaking cultivation, Zhang Yu's Zhou Tianqi harvesting method had reached level 6, 45/120, and the mana had risen from 8.3 to 9.4 in one breath after these days of diligent cultivation, just 2 spots shy of the top 10 in the mana grade. Outside the senior hallway on this day, Su Haifeng wobbled to where the back door of the classroom was, looked over to the students who were studying. As the homeroom teacher of the demonstration class, he who had come over to fool around a bit even though there were no classes anymore. Naturally, in order to use his icy stare, his relentless taunts, and the power of the head of the grade, give the students a hard boost. Then Su Haifeng realized that the students in the classroom today were going to be more rolled than usual. Fewer people go to the bathroom. There are no more people who are serious about exhaling. Rather than exhaling and starting to doze off, actually already fuming, but pretending to stare at the book, just in case the person you found yourself with is out of it. There was an even more significant reduction in the rate of distractions in the class. In fact, from the previous 2 days, Su Haifeng had vaguely noticed this trend, and after his observation, he realized that the source of this trend was the student named Zhang Yu, with Zhang Yu spitting like a madman, with a continuous and uninterrupted 0% walk rate. There is also the surge of mana in the past few days. Bai Xinjun, Qian Shun, Zhao Tianqing, and others were first stimulated, and the next roll of qi that Bai Xinjun and the others erupted stimulated even more people. The 550s are on the roll, the 600s are on the roll, and the 650s are on the roll.
2. How can you still rest?
Even the average cafeteria mealtime of the students in the daily demonstration classes. Su Haifeng read the report. All were found to be reduced by more than 20%.
Su Haifeng looked towards Zhang Yu, who was still exhaling. Mentally, I sigh. Is it because my pride was irritated by me earlier?
Then maybe we can use the trick more often in the future.
Without realizing it,
he had the topic of his next teaching and research paper in mind.
An exploration of insulting students in high school teaching and learning. Taking another satisfied look at the learning atmosphere in the classroom, Su Haifeng nodded and left.
Just shortly after Su Haifeng left,
with a bell ringing to dismiss school, Zhang Yu immediately stood up, walked to the school's quiet room.
For being the student with the lowest walkout rate in the class last week, not only did Zhang Yu receive a bonus of $500 and was notified of the commendation, but he also had the right to rent the Heavenly Spirit route for 1 hour for free. And today is the day when the school redeems this 1 hour Heavenly Spirit route. Because Spirit route rentals and spitting retreats are scheduled by the school.
If Zhang Yu once missed it, the reward would be null and void.
So without a moment's delay he rushed to the office where he rented the Spirit route.
Zhao Tianqing seized the opportunity and followed behind Zhang Yu. Said, "Are you going to rent a celestial spirit route?"
Seeing Zhang Yu nod his head,
Zhao Tianqing continued, "It seems like you didn't often rent heavenly spirit routes in school before, right? Shall I introduce you to our school's heavenly spirit route model?"
Zhang Yu's gaze moved slightly. The original Zhang Yu, because of the price of the, having always looked for various teaching institutions with special offers to rent spirit routes,
he really wasn't too familiar with the heavenly spirit route models in schools. After all,
with the development of the times, and especially after the combing and research of the 10 great sects, the spiritual routes have also long since become less shallow than the ancient divisions.
First of all, in terms of rank,
spiritual routes were categorized into 5 ranks by the 10 major clans. Among them are the lowest level human spiritual routes,
the higher level earth spiritual routes,
and the even higher level heavenly spiritual routes.
These 3 grades of spirit routes could be bought as long as one had the money. And if you go higher, it's a military grade divine spirit route, as well as the 10 major sects special immortal spirit routes too.
The divine spirit route can only be used by the military and some special branches of the government.
The immortal spirit route was even more so that only those who worshipped in the 10 great clans had the permission to use it.
And in terms of categorization,
like the ancient gold, wood, water, fire, and earth spiritual routes, there has long been no such classification in the Koan market,
because Lingan's design and manufacturing industries are becoming more advanced and prosperous.
The
spiritual routes have gradually been divided into types through different functions, such as learning,
combat, cultivation, and so on. I only heard Zhao Tianqing say, the hottest spiritual route in our high school. It's definitely a learning type spirit route and a cultivation type spirit route. For example, the parasitic route.
Zhang Yu was shocked.
Chicken spirit route?
Zhao Tianqing said, it's the hosting of the hosting. The hosting spirit route can be temporarily hosted in a person's body. Taking the mana that this person has refined through their spirit route and transferring it to themselves is a favorite spirit route of many wealthy people.
And the muscle building spirit route is also a favorite of many people.
The ability to distill the spiritual energy into a growth spiritual energy when exhaling, injecting it directly into the muscles, accelerating muscle growth and building muscle in 24 hours,
dramatically improve refinement. Chapter 25 The Sea of Qi.
And that Yuan Yang spiritual route is very popular amongst the heavenly spiritual routes.
2. After all, we're all virgins in this school, and the Zhen Yang spirit route can refine the Zhen Yang essence in virgins into magic power. The mana boost is awesome,
Zhao Tianqing proudly said, especially since this Yuan Yang spiritual route of our high school has been passed down for almost 20 years.
After generations of predecessors played with it, it was tainted with the Yuan Yang essence of thousands of students, making it even more mysterious.
Zhang Yu listened to a frown, always felt that this Yuan Yang spiritual route sounds very dirty. Look,
and, isn't everyone sterilized? And you can still use this virgin spirit route? It's the Yuan Yang spiritual route, Zhao Tianqing explained. Sterilization surgery only temporarily removes some organs, but the Yuan Yang essence in our bodies still gushes out unceasingly from the kidneys. It just doesn't stimulate us emotionally or mentally anymore. How else did a session of people who grew up and underwent restorative surgery to regain their new roots do it? As Zhang Yu walked, he continued to ask, in the school's heavenly spirit roots, are there any that help more with mana enhancement?
Zhao Tianqing's heart stirred at his words, recalling what Zhang Yu had done recently. He thought to himself that the other party was really dedicated to the matter of raising his mana during this period of time.
Could it be for the phalanx?
Zhao Tianqing thought for a moment and said,
there are many spiritual routes that can aid in mana enhancement. The best effect in our school should be the Qi spirit route. It's just more expensive, but it doesn't matter the price if you're a free reward this time. Qihai Lingzhen, nicknamed the king of wall penetration, whose greatest advantage is its tremendous reach. It was also able to traverse the barriers of various walls, buildings, and even the earth to perform a wide range of spiritual energy harvesting and improve the efficiency of mana refining. After listening to some of Zhao Tianqing's introductions, Zhang Yu had then decided in his heart to try this heavenly spirit route. Arriving at the spiritual route's rental office to the side of the quiet room, Zhang Yu was in no hurry to state his goal. Instead, he picked up the introductory brochure on the table and read it. The administrator on the sidelines was a baby-faced female teacher. Seeing Zhang Yu's movements, she was the one who saw a needle in the eye and asked, "Classmate, are you a member here? Any familiar spirit routes?" Zhang Yu said without lifting his head. "No, there isn't." The administrator hurriedly recommended. "We now have a new member charging 10,000 and getting 1,000 free. Do you want to try it, classmate?" "Zhang Yu, I'm a heavenly spirit route rental with a 0% reward for walking rate, and I'm only taking the reward. Not interested in anything else, so you don't have to sell me on it." The administrator smiled helplessly at his words and stepped back. Then, "Student, you can tell me again if you need anything." Listening to the other party, she then had already silently labeled Zhang Yu as a stingy person, lost interest in the sales pitch. Zhang Yu, however, did not care what the other party thought. He just lowered his head and quickly swept around the manual. It was found that what was written on it was similar to what Zhao Tianqing said, so he said to the administrator on the side, "I want to rent the Qihai spiritual route." The other person said, "Student card scan." Zhang Yu took out his student card and handed it to the other party. This student card from Songyang High School represents his status as a high school student. It was an important credential for him to be able to legally cultivate immortality on weekdays and enjoy all kinds of related services on the immortal path cultivation. Not long after, the administrator in the office brought a jade box to him. "The Qihai spirit route is inside. You'll go to the inside quiet room number 2 in a moment. Open the jade box and just take the spirit route. Your rental is for 1 hour. The time to be counted from the time you enter the quiet room of a minute overtime is counted as an hour, so watch yourself out." After the administrator in charge of the rental business had barked out some more pertinent details, then he told Zhang Yu to hurry up and go in. Zhao Tianqing on the side, "Then Zhang Yu, you go ahead and get busy. I'm leaving too." Zhang Yu nodded at him. "Thanks." Looking at Zhang Yu who turned to leave, Zhao Tianqing kept recalling Zhang Yu's expression and tone in his mind. "I thought to myself, I think I've gotten closer to him this time." On the other side of the room, in quiet room number 2, it was a room about 20 square meters in size, and a futon had been placed in the center of the room. The walls around the perimeter were then plastered with a layer of soundproofing material, and large and small twisted talismans were drawn all over them. It is said that these talismans can accelerate the convergence of spiritual energy and have a certain effect on improving the efficiency of exhaling. However, Zhang Yu only had 1 hour to exhale from the moment he stepped into the room. He didn't have time to care about the room's arrangement, but instead sat directly on the futon and opened the jade box. It was only in the palm-sized jade box that a luscious and the crystals that were glittering with a faint greenish light. The crystal floated in the center of the jade box, surrounded by a constant stream of green smoke-like light particles. This was the spiritual route he had rented this time, the heavenly spiritual route known as the Qihai spiritual route. Zhang Yu carefully picked up the Qihai spirit route and just put it to his mouth. Then he felt a coldness in his throat, and this heavenly spirit route drilled into his body as if it were a mass of icy water, and with a single breath, he sank into his lower abdomen. It drilled into his lower dantian, and as soon as this Qihai spiritual root entered the dantian, it was as if it had taken root and sprouted. A section of crystal-like roots extended out and dug into the surrounding mana. Zhang Yu understood that, following the instruction manual and the tips of that administrator, at this moment, the heavenly spirit root had been successfully planted into the dantian. Next, he only needed to exhale as usual, and this heavenly spirit root would be able to function naturally. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu took a deep breath, and then he had begun to operate the Zhou Tian Qi collection method. Boom! A loud bang seemed to erupt in his head. Zhang Yu only felt the spiritual energy swarming around him. It poured towards the heavenly spirit root within him. Twice, triple, too soon, is still going up. Feeling more and more spiritual energy pouring into his body, Zhang Yu hastily dived down and the level 6 peripheral sky qi harvesting method was run at full power. As the circulation of mana throughout his body accelerated, the wisps of spiritual energy were refined into mana. Originally, because of that swarm of spiritual energy, the dantian that made Zhang Yu feel somewhat swollen also returned to normal. But as if sensing the speed at which Zhang Yu was refining his mana, as soon as the Qihai spiritual root within the dantian shrunk and rose,
It had already increased the speed of collecting spiritual energy once again.
This time it wasn't just the spiritual energy swarming around Zhang Yu. Even the auras outside the room were attracted to it. Corridor, window, sky, even underground.
The Qi-Hai spiritual roots increased the range of the spiritual organisms collected step by step along with the efficiency of Zhang Yu's mana refining. It eventually stopped at a radius of 50 meters. Feeling the sea of spiritual energy like a Yangtze River, it began to pour into the body in an unending stream. Following that, it was channeled into the circulation of mana throughout the body, and was eventually refined into one's own mana in a single strand. Zhang Yu at this moment actually felt a thrill of surging mana. So this is the true efficiency of the level 6 circumstantial Qi harvesting method? At this time, Zhang Yu also finally understood that on weekdays, when he exhaled his spiritual energy and refined his mana, there was simply no way to be able to utilize the true power of the level 6 circumstantial Qi harvesting method. Now with the help of the Qi-Hai spiritual root, it was only then that he truly utilized the efficiency of the circumstantial Qi harvesting method of refining mana to its limit. Not daring to waste a single second of time, Zhang Yu next wholeheartedly exhaled his spiritual energy, refining mana. Meanwhile, in the rental office of Reigen's, the administrator who had just received Zhang Yu looked at the computer screen in front of him and said unexpectedly,
The concentration of spirit machines has dropped? The school rents out the Tuna Quiet Room,
which naturally has more than just a quieting effect.
The spirit gathering talisman arranged therein was able to control the concentration of spiritual energy in the room,
allowing the effect of exhaling to be improved. The administrator took a closer look at the monitoring parameters that. The discovery was that there was a significant convergence of spiritual machines in Quiet Room number 2, which attracted a large number of spiritual machines from the surrounding area, thus causing a drop in the concentration of spiritual machines in the surrounding rooms.
Quiet Room number 2.
I believe it was just used by that senior.
Right? This level of convergence of spiritual energy is something that can be done in the first year of high school?
The administrator felt more and more surprised, being able to utilize the Qi-Hai spirit root to such an effect. As far as she could remember, they were all at least sophomores.
Zhang Yu? Recalling the name and class that the student had just registered, the administrator silently memorized that more than that, it overturned the stingy label he just slapped on the other guy. To be this good as a freshman in high school, this student must have spent a lot of money on Sento. While the administrator opens more spirit-gathering talismans to adjust the concentration of spirit machines back to, while silently thinking in my mind, add a contact with him later. If he can open a platinum membership with me, I won't have to worry about my results for the next few months here. She planned to tell no one and concentrate on developing this potential client all by herself. An hour had passed in the blink of an eye. Zhang Yu was immersed in the pleasure that came from the wild surge of spiritual energy. The mana had unconsciously increased from 9.4 to 9.5. And it was obvious that this hour was already worth half a day of Zhang Yu's hard training. Just then, a female voice rang out over the room's intercom. Mr. Zhang Yu, the hour is almost up. Do you need an extra bell? For some reason, Zhang Yu felt as if the administrator's voice was much gentler. And feeling the satisfaction of the wild surge of spiritual energy and the full power operation of the Zhou Tian Qi collection method, Zhang Yu also couldn't help but ask, how much for the extra clock? The administrator hurriedly said, the rental price of the Qi-Hai spiritual root is $500 an hour, but we have a special offer today. If a new user fills up 100,000 in one go, not only do they get 10,000 bucks free, there is also a 20% discount on rental fees. Zhang Yu sighed helplessly in his heart and slowly stopped exhaling. I have something else to do today. Just don't add the clock. When he returned the spirit root, Zhang Yu felt the administrator's politeness more and more. It just so happened that he had some questions he wanted to ask. So Zhang Yu reluctantly glanced at the Qi-Hai spiritual root that had been taken back into the jade box. Opening his mouth, he asked, how much would this spirit root cost if sold? The administrator's gaze twitched and smiled. The price of the Qi-Hai spiritual root is $60 million. Zhang Yu drew a breath of cold air in his heart and lamented with an unchanged expression. So expensive? The administrator smiled and said, yeah, we don't really recommend it. Actually, renting is much more cost-effective than buying. After all, it's still too extravagant to match a heavenly spirit root at the pre-refinement stage. Usually cultivators don't think about buying a spirit root until after they've been admitted to a university. Zhang Yu nodded his head slightly. He knew that the final hurdle in the Qi refining realm rushing towards the foundation establishment realm, it is to plant a spiritual root of one's own, and this is really something that only college students need to consider. But whether it was a heavenly spiritual root, an earthly spiritual root, or a human spiritual root that was planted into it all depends on the practitioner's own financial resources. As for the more advanced divine spiritual roots and immortal spiritual roots, then the only way to join the special department. Or maybe you can't retransplant it until after you've worshipped in a big clan. Good use of heavenly spirit roots. Really, TMD expensive. Glancing deeply at the stowed spirit root. Zhang Yu thought to himself that one day he would buy a spiritual root of his own. And before he left, the administrator offered to add contact info with him that. Only then did Zhang Yu realize that the other party was called Wei Xin. Wei Xin. On the other hand, silently changed Zhang Yu's note silently to Zhang Yu, Platinum Member Seed. Chapter 26, Registration for the Law Tournament and the monthly exam arrives. MT. High School. In the blink of an eye. 4 days had passed since the day Zhang Yu rented the Qihai spiritual route. It was the day when the senior class of Songyang High School selected their students, getting ready to sign up for the citywide French competition day, Mana class. Along with the ringing of the bell for the end of class, Zhang Yu also stopped spitting on a rare occasion, opened his eyes in the direction of the big screen. At this moment and after these few days of hard cultivation, his mana continued to increase rapidly. He has rushed from 9.5 to 10.5. And the rapid progress has caused many students in the class to look at him. And Zhang Yu's circumstantial qi harvesting technique had been raised all the way from level 6 to level 8, 3/160. Only this achievement would be known only to himself. If his classmates and teachers knew about it, I'm afraid it wouldn't be as simple as being surprised. After all, although Zhang Yu's mana boost had been a bit swift, there were still examples of it. A lot of rich people drop money just enough, and that mana improves faster than he does. But in a short period of time to raise a spitting method to level 8, at least at Zhang Yu's current level, he didn't know who else did it but him. And right now, looking at the big screen, the mana rankings for the entire year had surfaced. First place, Bai Xinjin, 12.1. Second place, Xian Shun, 11.9. Zhang Yu continued to scan downwards and soon found himself in the 8th place. 8th place, Zhang Yu, 10.5. 8th place? Zhang Yu nodded his head slightly, knowing that there is nothing wrong with signing up for the Dharma race next. But soon the chill in his heart surged back up, and as Zhang Yu listened to the countdown, having to close his eyes again, he grasped at straws and began to exhale. And Mr. Yen on the podium ruffled his hair and, taking a look at the rankings with satisfaction, he said, during this recent week, everyone's wandering rate has been lowered by another 8%, and the mana boosting efficiency is 12% higher than last month. I'm so relieved. Teacher. She watched as Zhang Yu began to grasp at straws again and continued to exhale, nodding her head in relief. Continuing, here I would also like to commend one student in particular, that is Zhang Yu. Not only did we maintain a 0% walk rate for the second week in a row, the past week of, there was even a quantum leap in mana, charging from 16th to 8th, which was amazing, and everyone applauded him. The sparse applause of the Mr. Yen next announced the top 10 for the French competition. The French tournament begins next month, and the exact dates and rules of the, I'll send it to you when I get it. Okay, class is over. By the way, for those who want to buy Polyjuice pills, remember to come to the office to see me. Recently had a special offer. The Baijinjin off stage seemed to have lost some weight, and her cheeks had become a bit sunken. At the moment, looking at Mr. Yan's face full of joy, she said in her mind, it's been so curly all this time, and it's not because. Thinking of this, she subconsciously looked towards Zhang Yu's seat again, just realized he was spitting again. Zhang Yu, quickly stop for me. Don't ing roll it for me. A burst of angry curses in his mind. After all, Bai Xinjin was unable to watch her good brother progress alone, and she painfully closed her eyes and similarly began to exhale. Xian Shun, who was sitting not far from Bai Xinjin, had been staring at the two of them, Bai Xinjin and Zhang Yu. His heart just sank as he watched the two men successively begin to seize the time between classes and the teacher's speaking time to exhale. As a demonstration class student of Sonyang High School, Chen Shen thought that he would never be afraid of rolls since he was a child. But the past 8 days, after rolling down this way with Zhang Yu and Bai Xinjin, there was a change in his thinking. Don't even go to the bathroom much. Don't even scratch an itch. I can't really do what they do. Could it be that compared to them, I'm the one who's not fully evolved enough? Deadly staring at the two who were still spitting, Xianshan finally closed his eyes unwillingly. Roll. Just ing roll. Gym class. Numerous students zapped needles, refined their bodies, and, with a beastly hissing sound, even the floor was constantly stained with the strong odor of sweat. Bai Xinjin wiped her head full of sweat and subconsciously glanced at the small darkroom in the corner. Zhang Yu, because of his previous isolation led by Wang Hai, the physical education teacher, the latest gym class had then been self-study alone in that small room. However, at this moment, Zhang Yu did not continue to spit out spiritual energy like he did in the previous days. Instead,
he began practicing the 36 forms of fitness.
In a crackling explosion,
The muscles on Zhang Yu's body were seen bulging and is erupting into a wave of furious strength,
violently lifting and lowering the exercise equipment in front of him, then lifting and lowering it again. At the same time,
the specialization on the feathered book has changed from the level 8 peripatetic chi harvesting method. It was switched by him to the level 3 36 styles of bodybuilding. Zhang Yu naturally had a reason for doing so.
First of all, it's because of the lack of a spiritual root match. Zhang Yu's own ability to collect spiritual energy was too limited,
and the effect of the continued upgrading of the Zhou Tian Qi collection method had become weaker and weaker.
The second is that he has already qualified for the French competition.
Then the next goal is the monthly exam in 9 days.
Recently, the mana has been raised a lot,
and the level 8 circumstantial chi harvesting technique even if you don't go to exhale.
The effect of passive vomiting at all times also has 65% of the effect of active vomiting. My mana score on this monthly exam already won't be bad.
Continuing to spend a lot of effort into it would be a bit less cost-effective for lifting scores. Zhang Yu calculated in his heart. Then if you want to improve your monthly exam scores next, it depends on the heart of the path. Sports,
martial arts, and Taoism.
In terms of the Taoist heart, although I have not yet practiced the Tianwu refining heart technique,
but I've already comprehended as much of its mysteries as I can,
and I should be able to get a good grade by using it to take the Tao heart exam.
In the case of martial arts, apart from the 20 points for theory, the remaining 80 points all depend on actual combat.
This thing doesn't improve that fast when you have to hire someone to feed me moves in the real combat.
It's even harder in terms of Taoism,
and it's impossible to improve in a short period of time.
Zhang Yu thought about it.
Still think it would be better to spend the next 9 days more on improving the 36 styles of fitness and flesh strength, especially during his practice of the 36 styles of fitness.
Surprisingly,
he had also discovered an additional benefit from the Zhou Tian Qi harvesting method. I only saw him transporting his energy around his body, and as his muscles contracted and expanded with his exertion, the circulation of mana within the body still continued to operate,
transforming wisps of spiritual energy into mana along with the flow of mana.
And in the process, as the mana circulates and flows through those big worn-out tendons, passing by those torn muscles, the mana began to moisturize those parts that had been worn out by the workout, nourishing the blood and flesh and accelerating the repair. Enhance the effectiveness of your workout.
Originally, after reaching the third level of the 36 styles of bodybuilding, one would be able to invoke mana to achieve a similar effect. And now under the operation of the Zhou Tian Qi collection method,
a more complex and delicate circulation of mana unceasingly covered Zhang Yu's entire body, greatly enhancing his recovery power and body refining effect. He felt that if he could only have practiced the 36 forms of bodybuilding 20 or 30 times throughout the day, then now with the aid of the Zhou Tian Qi collection method, one could at least practice the 36 postures of bodybuilding 50 to 60 times a day.
So for the next few moments, Zhang Yu was going to start rolling the 36 styles of bodybuilding.
As these thoughts flashed through his mind, a trace of emotion suddenly surged in Zhang Yu's heart.
I seem to be getting used to the rolls. Alas, this broken koan ruin has truly turned people into ghosts. But after practicing the 36 forms of fitness 15 times in a row,
Zhang Yu realized that he was wrong.
He was seen lying on the ground, covered in sweat. The sweat-soaked floor seemed to reveal a vaguely human form. Even when the physical education teacher, Wang Hairua, saw this scene of diligent learning and practicing, and inevitably, I will say, hard work, take a break. But at this moment, the supervision of Zhang Yu is not personal. It will only happen. Ritual, it still has to be practiced. Please keep the ritual agreement and work hard to fulfill your wishes without willful laziness and procrastination. 10. Zhang Yu lamented. Retard. I'm at my limit. Bitterness also.
This body refining cowhorse is really much more bitter than spitting. Zhang Yu only felt his lungs gasping like a bellows at the moment. Tearing aches and pains came from every inch of flesh and blood on his body. I was too young to think I had adapted to this Thai world.
Listening to the constant countdown in his ears, Zhang Yu, however, was still lying on the ground like a dead fish. It wasn't until the countdown was nearing its final moments that he jumped violently to his feet, fighting back the aches and pains and strains of his. Continue to start the Fitness 36 workout. 36 styles of fitness level 3, 22/30ths. It was so hard to hold out once more. Zhang Yu once again lay down on his sweaty back. While listening to the countdown that was full of chills, he felt the ritual power that seemed like it was going to tear his body into pieces. Is this a world that people can adapt to? Damn. Make sure I unravel this Thai ritual before I'm forced to jump off a building. And at noon on this day, Zhang Yu also went against the norm. And in the unexpected gazes of Bai Jinjin and Zhou Tianyi, in one fell swoop, I spent over $100 and ordered a huge bucket of rice. If mana could not grow without absorbing more spiritual energy,
Then the refining effect cannot be improved without more and more nutritious eating. I'm going to eat 10 pounds.
And seeing Zhang Yu's lunch portion today,
Bai Xinjin then knew how hard the other party had drilled in gym class today.
Is it because you think you've rolled enough mana for now, and you're going to start rolling flesh strength again? When the hell did this guy start putting up such a fight? Could it be the extra winsomeness that comes with not being sterilized?
Watching Zhang Yu swallow the whole chicken thigh into his mouth with a single bite,
and in a few bites, he bit the chicken bone into smithereens and swallowed it.
Bai Xinjin also unconsciously accelerated the speed of eating.
Zhou Tianyi helplessly said, "You guys eat slower?"
And no one scores on eating speed.
Not far away from the same kind of eating in the cafeteria, Su Haifeng looked at some students slow. Mentally, I said, the lunch break is still too long. I told you the school should have added a few more security cameras in the cafeteria.
All those who take more than 10 minutes to eat are notified and criticized,
plus a fine. With this in mind, he drew up a plan,
which he intended to send to the principal,
and
make this valuable cafeteria remodeling suggestion
for every day that followed. Zhang Yu,
in addition to various whole classes,
if you have time, you will practice the 36 postures of the healthy body, and if you reach the limit and can't practice the body, then you will be forced to exhale the spiritual energy. Just like this, being tortured day by day. The time finally came to the monthly examination 9 days later. Chapter 27, Sprinting Between Exams. 3 o'clock in the morning. Inside the office of MT High School, Su Haifeng, while looking at the list on the computer screen,
while speaking toward the other end of the phone,
he said, "Well,
there's no change in the Dow Heart score.
Mana increased very rapidly some time ago.
It looks like most of the time and money should have been spent on spitting, which is what rushed into the top 10 levels. Flesh strength hasn't been measured for 3 weeks, though, because of isolation. But it's dropped to 19th before that, and now that he's focusing on mana again,
he's thankful to stay 19.
There has been little apparent progress in either martial arts or Taoism. It's also possible that both of these subjects will fall beyond 30th place on this monthly exam." Looking at Zhang Yu's recent achievement record,
Su Haifeng shook his head.
"In short, I'm not too optimistic that he's going to improve dramatically on this monthly test. The school will probably still give him a D contract."
"I know.
I'll try to persuade him to sign the contract,
though I don't know how he was rewarded by Li Shuelian.
But the exam was taken. He should recognize his situation as well."
Hanging up the phone,
Su Haifeng casually closed Zhang Yu's achievement record,
looked up again at the next document. To him,
Zhang Yu is just a small thing among many other things.
There are more things going on in MT
High School and more important students that need his attention.
For in the morning, in a rotten building, today is the day of the monthly exam at MT High School. Although after 9 days of torture, Zhang Yu's strength had once again improved drastically. However, at this moment,
he was still grasping the time to practice the 36 styles of fitness,
striving to mention his strength again before the exams officially began.
And his panel on the feathered book prologue at the moment turned out to be
Zhang Yu, Dao Xin 1 level, Mana 11, 7, Flesh Strength level 1, 05. Mana relies on his passive exhale interspersed with occasional active exhale. It improved from 10, 5 to 11, 7.
The strength of his flesh was even more frantically honed by his
increased from 0, 85 to 1, 05 levels.
Of course, it was the 36 styles of fitness that made the most progress in these 9 days. At the moment it has become Fitness 36 Style Level 9, 89/90ths. And along with Zhang Yu's last punch at this moment, the 36 styles of bodybuilding had also finally rushed to level 10, raising it to the limit of what could be achieved at the Qi refining realm. It was also at this moment when he raised the 36 styles of bodybuilding to level 10 that the
countless memories seemed to flow through his mind. The figure of him practicing the 36 styles of fitness over and over and over and over again. It was a deeper, more profound reflection on his understanding of his physical body. The flesh, after countless hours of careful polishing,
had finally undergone some sort of qualitative change that
started adjusting to a more rational approach.
There seemed to be a roar in his head, with his heart pumping waves of qi and blood into his limbs.
Zhang Yu's body seemed to have undergone a metamorphosis.
I only saw a contraction and expansion of his flesh and blood. There was even a clicking and crunching sound within the joints of the bones, and the entire outline of the person's body vaguely became a bit larger. The distribution of tendons and muscles becomes more suitable for power generation, and the bone structure becomes stronger and more stable.
The whole body seems to be more balanced and harmonized as well. This would have been in the process of upgrading the 36 styles of body refinement to level 10.
The optimization of the flesh structure that had been completed little by little was now being completed in an instant.
Flesh strength level 1, 051, 25. With the adjustment and optimization of his body structure, Zhang Yu's flesh strength increased by 0.2 levels in one breath.
there was a 20% jump. In particular, Zhang Yu could feel that the enhancement brought about by the optimization of this body structure that, not just a one-time increase in physical strength, but with a longer-term effect, a more balanced and harmonized physical structure at this moment. It would make his future path of body refining better and faster. Zhang Yu smiled faintly as his heart became excited. The 36 styles of fitness has been upgraded to level 10. Surprisingly, I was able to actively optimize my body structure for once. Could it be that any skill upgrade to level 10 would be this much of an upgrade? This is information that was not taught in the teacher's class, but Zhang Yu knew that even if he wanted to, skill level 10, even a basic martial art like the 36 styles of fitness is too distant for the first-year high school students, and it is normal for the teacher not to mention the relevant information. Then next, we'll raise the peripheral sky chi harvesting method to level 10 as well and see what effect it will have. Jotian chi harvesting method level 8, 3/160. Zhang Yu estimated that he would spend a week at most. It should be enough to raise this spitting method to level 10 as well, but despite this thought, instead, he didn't rush to switch the feather book specialization to the Zhou Tianqi collection method immediately, simply because he had other plans today. Please keep the ritual agreement and work hard to fulfill your wishes without willful laziness and procrastination. 10. Just as Zhang Yu's heart was uplifted, feeling slightly emotional about his enhancement, that damn countdown went off once again. Zhang Yu cursed a few times, but when he thought that this thing didn't even have a will or intelligence, a few curses would only leave an empty feeling of a fist hitting cotton. So he sat down anyway and meditated and exhaled while, by the way, rest your physical body, which had labored all night again, and recover your strength. Prepare for monthly exams. MT. High school. There was a hint of uneasiness on the faces of the hurried students. Today's campus seems to be colored by an aura of depression. Zhang Yu looked up and saw that the original Live to Die, the banner Learn to Die has been replaced with the anti-suicide slogan One person jumps off a building, the whole family loses money. Even the perimeter of the rooftop has been ringed with a layer of barbed wire, making it more difficult for students to jump. Bai Xinjin, who was on the side, praised, "It looks like those human-faced school leaders will finally care about the students, knowing that the monthly exams are prone to induce people to jump off the building, and they even made a special effort to do some protective measures. But having just arrived at the cafeteria for breakfast, I see that there are notices of price increases for some of the meals." Bai Xinjin then couldn't help but burst into a rage. Another price increase? How many times since school started? How can a bunch of bugbears run a school when they can't even run a cafeteria? Zhang Yu consoled, "Alas, inappropriate people are normal operations for them. Put your mind at ease and don't jeopardize today's monthly exam." But a few moments later, listening to the new rules from the mouth of the cafeteria's grocery-beating aunt, Zhang Yu said angrily, "Why can one person play only one $5 set meal a day? I was able to get 10 yesterday. The students just want to eat their fill, why can't they?" Alright, Yu-chan. Bai Xinjin patted Zhang Yu's shoulder and, soothingly, he said, "Don't be impulsive. A teacher is looking over. I'll just buy you an extra poor man's package." Carrying the meal and finding a seat, Zhang Yu looked at his deposit balance, while once again taking the $500 bonus for 0% walk-away rate. But because of the large consumption of meals required for the daily refining of the body during this time, and the continuous use and purchase of neurofillers, as well as the miscellaneous expenses of transportation and travel, etc., Zhang Yu's deposit was lowered to 600, and the time is coming up to a new month, which means a new loan to pay back, new rent, utilities to pay, and food. After you start the intense refining, Zhang Yu felt that his appetite is getting bigger and bigger. Eating 10 pounds a day is normal. Everyday food costs a few $100s, that's tens of thousands of dollars a month. Zhang Yu felt more and more that things like cultivating immortality were really spending more and more money the more he cultivated. "I hope to do well on the monthly exams and get a good contract, or I'll have to go to work again." Just then, Zhou Tianyi sat down beside the two of them with the meal, only to hear him shake his head helplessly. "Do you guys know why the cafeteria raised prices?" Zhang Yu and Bai Xinjin violently raised their heads together and stared at Zhou Tianyi, waiting for him to continue. "The city government, in an effort to promote Oasis synthetic food, raising the tariffs on ingredients imported over from other cities. I'm afraid that in the future, the price of food other than synthetic food will continue to rise in the entire city of Songyang. I heard that the principal is also considering replacing the cafeteria's pre-made dishes with synthetic food in the future." The original Zhang Yu had actually eaten quite a lot of synthetic food before he cultivated immortality. After all, synthetic foods are much cheaper. The taste of fried insects and vegetable protein combined with recycled water and oil can only be described as something a pig wouldn't eat. "I can't believe you can't eat pre-made dishes?" So Zhang Yu and Bai Xinjin, who heard these words, lamented again. the Oasis and the city government were all called out for their misbehavior. After eating breakfast, the three of them didn't return to the classroom as usual because today was the monthly exam. Instead, they headed to their respective exam rooms. In the morning, there was a general education exam, as well as a theory exam for a martial arts class, both written and answered questions. The former carries a total of 50 points and the latter a total of 20 points. In the afternoon, there was a total of 100 points for the dojutsu exam, and 80 points for the budo practical exam. That's 80 points for the actual combat plus 20 points for the morning's martial arts theory. That's exactly 100 points for the martial arts class. The morning was all a written test, and the native Zhang Yu had already learned a lot in this area. After the test, Zhang Yu was not as busy with the answers as other students. Instead, after a quick lunch, I grabbed a small garden and started my workout. Scattergunner 1, 0 out of 10. Zhang Yu switched feather book specialization to scattered hands. This was the reason why he hadn't switched into the Zhou Tianqi collection method before. After rushing the 36 styles of fitness to level 10 yesterday, for the rest of the time no matter how much he exhaled the Zhou Tianqi collection method, it was impossible for him to gain too much improvement. But if you grab the rest of the day to boost a loose hand that's only level 1, Zhang Yu estimated that he could at least raise this martial art to level 2. This could certainly be a considerable boost for the afternoon's martial arts practical exam. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu practiced even more seriously. Just between his moves, fueled by 125 levels of flesh strength, the sinews and bones of his body roared in unison, and his punches and palms carried the sound of gusts of wind and thunder. At the same time, a trace of mana with each of his strokes struck it was run to different body parts, enhancing the power of the move. Sanshou is a basic practical martial art, although there are only 15 moves in total. However, the punches, palms, kicks, and wrestling can be used to deal with a variety of different combat situations. Each move also had a corresponding route of mana operation. Zhang Yu was practicing these 15 moves over and over again at the moment. As a practical martial art, Sanshou is practiced at a much lower intensity than the 36 styles of fitness, coupled with Zhang Yu's 125 flesh level at this moment, as well as the circulation of mana from the level 8 circumstantial qi harvesting technique, and the body optimization brought about by the level 10 36 styles of bodybuilding. It made him work out his loose hand moves even more rapidly, and after just 50 minutes or so, he had raised his loose hand to level 2. Scattergunner level 1, 0/10, Scattergunner level 2, 0/20. In an instant, Zhang Yu could only feel 15 moves of scattering hands flashing back and forth in his mind. In the blink of an eye it was rotten, but Zhang Yu didn't stop, even though he felt a little tired in his body. Still, he decided to continue practicing this martial art. There are 2.5 hours left to start the afternoon exam. Try to see if you can push your loose hand to level 3 before the exam. Then he saw Zhang Yu practicing the 15 moves of the loose hand over and over again. Sweating, the body is becoming more and more fatigued. The hands and feet gradually begin to become sore and weak. The movements were also slightly starting to go out of shape. But Zhang Yu only had to think of the pile of debt he was carrying, of the heavy expenses that were getting heavier by the day. Then it always gritted its teeth and persevered. More than 2 hours later, buckets of sweat snapped and dripped to the floor. At this moment, Zhang Yu's body was bubbling with heat. Muscles were heating up violently from over 3 hours of intense exercise. However, a small smile appeared on Zhang Yu's face. He had finally successfully pushed this martial art to the 3rd level. Chapter 28, Taoism and Practical Combat. Shatterhand 2, 0/20, Shatterhand 3, 0/30. In an instant, the 15 moves of the scattered hands became more and more refined in his mind, and even the subsequent changes and interconnections of each move became incomparably clear and understandable. The maneuvering of mana in each move became more like instinct. Zhang Yu felt that if he made a move at the moment, the mana in his body would be like a self-generated change, naturally running to his hands and feet. The passive exhalation of the Zhou Tianqi collection method also played a role in this process. Zhang Yu felt the circulation of mana within his body. One could feel that because of the mana that was traveling all over his body at all times, it made him run his mana with added ease when he performed his scattered hands. He was somewhat impressed by how much the Zhou Tianqi collection method helped beginners, not only in exhaling and refining the body, but even the practical martial arts have benefited greatly. However, the exam will be held soon, and there is no time for Zhang Yu to make more emotions. After he exhaled for a little while and recovered his strength, he rushed to the examination center. The first one in the afternoon was the dojutsu exam, and only the second one was the budo practical exam. The content of the Taoist examination is mainly the knowledge and use of talismans. After all, the qi refining realm had not yet been able to master true Taoist arts. One can only activate talismans through one's own knowledge and mana. So all 3 years of high school Taoism courses are basically related to talismans.
Among them, talisman is a spell and talisman is a book. The so-called talisman refers to a person's communication with the spirits,
the secret method of harnessing divine power.
Inside the computer room, Zhang Yu, who came to the examination room, sat in front of a computer. In his heart,
he silently recalled all the knowledge about talismans.
Not far away, Zhao Tianqing was grasping the textbook and flipping through it, repeatedly memorizing points that you were afraid to forget. Bai Zhenjin lay on the table and took a nap, seemingly not nervous at all about the next exam. Just then, with a bell ringing, the
students have placed non-exam related items on their desks at the front of the classroom and returned to their exam seats.
A few moments later,
the computer screen in front of the crowd flickered slightly. Which had surfaced their exam papers for this time. Question 1. Which of the following talismans is subordinate to the Ministry of Transportation's talisman of the Great God of 10,000 Actions in 4 passages? Relevant information instantly surfaced in the memory of Zhang Yu's mind.
The Department of Transportation, one of the 8 divisions of the priesthood of the Quincy market.
He is in charge of all roads,
airways, and sea and river transportation within the Kunshan market,
and has the right to supervise the transportation of the whole world. And the Great God of 10,000 Acts and 4 Passes is a positive god in the Ministry of Transportation in charge of urban roads. Zhang Yu remembers that one of the other party's powers seems to be recording the surveillance information of all city roads and vehicles.
By means of the talisman,
one can borrow the power of the Great God of the 10,000 Acts and 4 Passages, calling all kinds of surveillance within the city roads. It is said that the previous knowledge of 300 years, a huge detail. After the memory flickered in his mind, Zhang Yu then continued to look at the following options.
There are 4 options in total, probably something like this. A, asterisk, degree asterisk colon, / asterisk, degree star. B,
O epsilon, O greater than U, greater than over equal to intersection less than over equal to, X, caret.
C,
for all, asterisk for all.
D, O, equals.
All 4 options are the beginning of a rune, from the style of all the Ministry of Transportation of the Positive God.
Oh, come up to mess with my mind? I think it's the vehicle monitoring charm for option D?
Zhang Yu thought about it and chose D.
Then the next multiple choice question popped up. May I ask which of the following charms is not a reporting charm?
Zhang Yu was slightly stunned.
Reporting talisman?
I've never studied it.
Another superb question?
Frowning and choosing a random one that looked like it,
Zhang Yu looked at the next question.
Just one question to get through all the multiple choice questions,
followed by fill in the blanks and solve the answer questions.
The difficulty of the subject matter has also increased dramatically.
It's like, please write a medical examiner's note.
I respectfully request that the Ministry of Health's Healthy Chun Sang Dai Jin examine your intestines and stomach for lumps. And what's the what charm can be used to quickly subdue 3 mortals with no magical powers 30 meters due north?
Please draw the sigil. Here are the specifics of the 3 mortals and their surroundings. Damn. 3 mortals, can I just knock them down? What kind of talisman to use?
And just as Zhang Yu was sweating profusely as he prepared a section of the detention charm,
instead,
a sound of a chair dragging was heard.
When he looked up, he saw that Hidayo, who was in the same class,
had already finished his paper and was ready to go. Zhang Yu remembers that this Hidayo was the 3rd in the total score of last month's monthly examination.
It's a dead rich man just like Money Deep.
It's just that unlike Shenshin who focuses on scores,
this Hidayu is a show-off. Normally, there was basically no interaction with Zhang Yu. Turning in early, as at this moment, is an act of showing off wealth.
Simply because talisman is a course that requires a lot of money to be smashed in order to have any real success. It's the one exam where the dividing line between the poor and the rich is most obvious.
Many even call the runes the language of the rich. Specifically, the so-called drawing of runes would mobilize the power of the 8 divisions of the priesthood.
The 8 divisions of the priesthood are often referred to as the 8 main gods. But the school will only teach the most basic methods of drawing charms. And if you want to learn more advanced ones, even many charms that are not available in schools, then you must purchase a talisman book.
And the talismanic books have membership fees, top-up offerings to the gods,
in addition to the expensive cost of purchasing them,
faith levels and other things that cost a lot of money.
It can be said that the talismans provided by the Book of Talismans are divided according to the realm level of the practitioner.
In addition to the most important thing is money.
The only way to have a sufficient level of faith is to spend enough money on the talismanic books that, it was only then that he could go and liberate more permissions, and master more advanced methods of drawing talismans, as well as various different types of talismans. Having accomplished the above prerequisites, only then are you qualified to learn and practice charms the hard way. For example, one-on-one rune conversations with the 8 positive deities, such as rune reporting errors directed by the positive deities.
Another example is practicing while receiving guidance from the gods on rune optimization. Of course, the process of practicing so hard is equally expensive. It can be said that the whole process of learning talismans outside the campus is about piling up money. And during this whole process, once you violate the rules set by the 8 positive gods, such as privately passing on charms. For example, if one violates the laws of the clan with a talisman, then one will be punished, from paying a fine to losing one's family's fortune. Zhang Yu every time on the Taoism class to learn charms, but also had to lament. It's a course that is in no way fair or unjust, and it's the best place for rich people to brush up on their college entrance exams. The subject that most separates itself from the poor, no less, is what is known as the language of the rich. But Zhang Yu had also heard Zhou Tianyi say that talismans were not yet the most expensive among the Taoist arts, like the various Taoist arts that can only be learned after foundation establishment, many of which cost huge sums of money, enough to put even a college student in huge debt. After surviving this Taoist exam with great difficulty, as soon as Zhang Yu left the classroom, then he saw a large group of people were gathering around He Daiyu to match the answers. I only saw He Daiyu smile faintly and pull out a jade card-like thing that. Then there was a burst of ghostly scratching on it, with a fluctuation of mana in his hands. A golden shadow then slowly emerged from the jade tablet. He Daiyu laughed. This is the answer talisman of the great god of heavenly knowledge in 10,000 questions. If you have any questions, just ask him. Many of the students who saw the scene gasped again, and the gazes that looked at He Daiyu were filled with envy. Just as Zhang Yu's was gazing at the jade tablet in He Daiyu's hand, Bai Xinjin's voice rang out from the side. That's the talisman book, right? And the whole jade-colored skin. This guy must have been preparing to pretend this for a long time, right? When Zhang Yu turned his head, he saw Bai Xinjin, who was indignant and twisted with jealousy on the side. Zhang Yu asked, "How did you do on the exam?" Bai Xinjin said with dissatisfaction. "What else could it be? At least a quarter of them are unlearned charms. The year before last the GCSE was 20% over the syllabus and this year it's a 25% rush? At this rate, when we take the college entrance exam, is half of the content on the exam paper not taught? What a bit of face. The practical test better not be about me running into those dead rich guys, or I'll flunk them." He Daiyu on the other side seemed to sense Bai Xinjin and Zhang Yu's gazes and turned his head, a slight smile towards the two. Bai Xinjin also instantly changed into a breezy appearance and nodded slightly towards the other party. A few moments later, the next exam was about to begin. He Daiyu and a few of his companions walked towards the martial arts practical examination center together. Ho Taiyao is the kind of guy who could have written my school board dad in his elementary school essay, because his father is really a school board member of MT High School, but having grown up in fine clothes, he doesn't feel he's had an easy time of it. He was only one of his father's 30-odd children. He is also after heavy testing, competition, and fulfillment of family KPIs over and over again. It was only then that he became the only high school student, the only cultivator, out of these 30 or so people. As for the rest of my mortal brothers and sisters, in order to pay off the debt of support, both have long since left for their father's company to work. Even though I'm a rich kid, I've been able to get this far. What's more important ultimately is my own hard work and talent. I got my father's investment based on my hard work, so why shouldn't I show off my wealth? Those poor bastards only know how to complain all day long. Think I just got this far because I have a rich dad? Bunch of childish, ridiculous guys. With this thought in his mind, He Daiyu has always looked down on those who are poor and have poor grades. And when he entered MT High School as the son of a school board member, after learning more about the many unspoken rules in this high school, he grew to look down on poor people with good grades. Good grades are only temporary. These poor people have no idea that they never had a chance to get ahead at all from the moment they were born. Maybe they and we stopped counting as a species a long time ago. With this thought in mind, He Daiyu has maintained his third overall ranking in his grade, showing off your wealth every now and then, living a quiet campus life, waiting for the moment to come when you get into a top university, until a change in one person shattered the peace in his mind. Looking at Zhang Yu's increasing efforts in the past half a month or so, it even induced the whole class to curl up in a look that made him feel sick. This poor man breaks his fingers every month and counts his loan arrears. Every day after school you have to rush off to work, earning hundreds or thousands of dollars in change at a time, saving your money to try and cultivate immortality, delusions of riches and longevity. They have no idea what their high school competition really is, and jumping up and down at school. It's so poor and ugly. He Daiyu couldn't stand to look at Zhang Yu's frantic effort, as if you can win over them rich people by hard work, especially after hearing the rumor that Zhang Yu had been accepted as a disciple by a Jin Dan realist. This son of a school board member made a point of using his contacts to confirm the news. After confirming that Zhang Yu had not been accepted as a disciple by the Jin Dan realist, the loathing for this person in his heart reached a kind of peak. deliberately not clarifying, wanting to fox around?
So he's going to take the opportunity to teach the poor guy a lesson on the practical exam. Let him recognize where he really is.
Chapter 29, Practical Examination. Inside the huge practice arena, the students participating in the exam were standing in line. Look up to the invigilator in front of you. This middle-aged, burly man with a scarred face and a fierce aura that. It was none other than Zhang Yu and their martial arts class teacher, Lei Jun. Of the 5 major subjects in high school, immortalism, doxology, mana, and physical education are laying the groundwork. Martial arts and Taoist arts are then mainly methods of specific application of the techniques of the immortal way. For which is stronger, martial arts or Taoism? Which is more useful? But cultivators each have a different understanding.
And Zhang Yu still remembered this martial arts class teacher,
Lei Jun, in the first class.
Some of the stormy arguments that have been issued. Martial arts are of great use in this world.
Taoism is useless.
The Taoist art of practicing one discipline and being poor is to become poorer and poorer the more you practice it. In the end, everyone's money goes to the company and they all become poor. Whereas martial arts are much less expensive and cheaper to spend. Yet they also work very well. So the only way to practice cheap martial arts is to. It's the only way to get rich. The more you practice, the richer you get. This is Lei Jun's martial arts philosophy. And as today's invigilator, Lei Jun likewise did not resort to any Taoist power. His arrangements for the monthly exams. It's always been a good idea to have students with close scores on last month's monthly exams draw straws and then work one-on-one in real life. The two sides played 3 consecutive matches, each of which lasted 3 minutes of actual combat time. The game ends when someone is knocked down or out of bounds within 3 minutes. After all 3 games were completed, the teacher scored both sides based on their performance in the 3 actual games. This is actually very similar to the martial arts practical exams for the college entrance exams. Only in the high school exams the students fight against the yellow turban clerics, and they don't let the candidates fight against each other. But now, after all, it's just a monthly exam, and it's impossible to actually adopt the standards of the entrance exams, especially since not hiring the yellow turbans also saves the school a fortune. And so as Lei Jun finished speaking about the rules of the martial arts practical exams, the large screen above flashed for a moment, and with each name emerging, the draw began. And as the draw ended, the results were sent to each student's cell phone. They were asked to go to their respective designated locations to begin the practical examination. The entire practice field at the moment was divided into small squares a dozen or so square meters in size. Using white lines, each small square is then equivalent to a ring. Zhang Yu walked inside square 12, according to the draw. Then he saw Hidayo waiting there long ago. Looking at Hide, who politely smiled and nodded with himself, Zhang Yu then nodded at him as well. Finally, Hidayo pressed back the violent emotions in his heart and slowly walked towards the square. In order to teach Zhang Yu a lesson in name only, Hidayo slightly used his privilege as the son of a school manager to bring Zhang Yu, the 10th place finisher in last month's monthly exam, smoking for his own opponent who was 3rd in last month's monthly exam. Of course, according to the rules of the draw, the two could barely be considered close to the total score of the last monthly exam. Not likely to be questioned. But he's had nothing but mana lessons for a month. The rest of the course has been progressing at a rate that has long since kept up, right? Real rankings should be around 20th to 30th place, and Hidayu thinks he's not only maintained a top 3 overall score. Sanso was also upgraded to level 2 half a month ago, and had recently acquired a new martial art at a cram school, but I can't use the new martial arts. Against this poor guy, a level 2 loose hand is enough. The question now is, hurt his hand? Or hurt his leg? While thinking about it, Hidayo had already walked to the center of the square together with Zhang Yu. Each stood a meter or so apart. Hidayo's eyes began to wander over Zhang Yu's body as well, considering how to strike a painful blow to his opponent in a moment. Outside the square, an assistant teacher took out her cell phone and began taking video footage. After the exam, Lei Jun, as well as a few other martial arts class teachers from the senior class, they will watch all the live videos in turn and make scores. Are you two ready? Hearing the assistant teacher's question, Zhang Yu and Hidayo nodded together. Then demonstration class Zhang Yu and Hidayo, the first actual battle between the two sides. 3, 2, 1 to start. Right after the assistant teacher's command, Hidayu suddenly struck out and the right arm transformed into an indistinguishable residual shadow for the naked eye at this moment, slicing towards Zhang Yu's neck with a palm. At the same time, he had already thought of Zhang Yu's possible counter moves next in his mind. After all, as a rich kid, he has enough time and money to hire people every day for hands-on training. For all the possible reactions of the opponent after this slap, he's been through it all, trained for it, and carries on cracking it even more. This is what real-world experience brings. Level 2 casuals, plus more experience in the field.
This gave Hideyu absolute confidence to defeat his opponent. Then, hit the hand. Hidayu's internal mana surged wildly toward the center of his palm. Bang! A loud bang came from Hidayu's abdomen.
Then he felt the crazy shaking of his perspective.
The hard ground. The pain all over his body. It was only after a few full seconds that Hideyu gradually reacted. He was sent flying by Zhang Yu's move and fell to the ground. I'm being spiked? Hidayu's face suddenly turned a crimson red. How is that possible? Seeing Hidayu's agitation, the assistant teacher, in order to avoid trouble, directly in front of him and Zhang Yu, he played out the battle footage he had just recorded, only to see that in the video, Hideyu had just slapped out his palm, but Zhang Yu was the first to strike after him. While ducking short to avoid the palm, his entire body slammed into Hidayu's body, sending him out of bounds with a hug. The whole thing took less than a second. It looked as if Hideyu had deliberately cooperated with Zhang Yu being thrown out. Hideyu, who was watching this scene, became more and more indignant in his heart. He obviously hadn't gone all out yet. He clearly had newly learned martial arts that he hadn't used yet, and a mere slip of the I've underestimated this Zhang Yu too much. I'm even distracted with my thoughts while fighting him. Thinking of this, Hideyu felt more and more unwilling, but he knew that whether he had been careless or negligent, any more superfluous defense at this moment would only make himself more humiliated. So he took a deep breath and nodded towards Zhang Yu. Well played. Continue. An assistant teacher on the sidelines asked if there were any problems with Ho Taiyao's physical state. After confirming that there were no problems, the two were allowed to step inside the square again. The two men were once again spaced a meter apart, facing each other. Zhang Yu looked at Hideyu in front of him with a smile. In his heart, he said, my actual combat score should be high this time. Level 3 scattershot worked better than he expected. Although Zhang Yu estimated that his actual combat experience should not be how to do this rich second generation, but 3 levels of categories made him all too familiar with categories 15 moves. In the last fight, almost at the instant that Hideyu struck out, Zhang Yu then already knew what his opponent was going to do and where the breaks in his moves would appear. And just as the thought welled up in his mind, his body had already moved, surging forward, and mana was transported in his arms, and in one smooth motion, he slammed his opponent out. In the case of a senior scattergunner civil war, as long as the opponent's scattergunner rating is less than 3, I'm afraid any clinical reaction would be a hair slower than mine. Plus the strength of my flesh is now no less strong. The entire school's upperclassmen loose hand civil war. I guess I can't lose. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hidayu's face was grave at the moment. There was no longer the breeziness of the last game. He decided to give his full attention to the second match and put forth his full strength to defeat the Zhang Yu in front of him viciously. This time he would never give the other party the slightest chance. Zhang Yu and Hideyu have the second match. 3, 2, 1 to start. As soon as the assistant teacher's words fell, Hideyu instantly exploded into full strength, his right fist transporting surging mana and, towards Zhang Yu's face, he fiercely blasted. Boom! Another loud bang came. Again, the familiar shaky perspective, the hard, cold ground, the pain all over my body. Hideyu climbed up somewhat dazedly. Once again, he's getting seconds? Watch the video recorded by the assistant teacher again. It was seen in the video that at the same time he struck out with his fist, Zhang Yu had already kicked him in the chest. Kicked him out, because both sides are moving so fast that it looked as if Hideyu himself had rammed his chest into Zhang Yu's outstretched foot. The third game begins. This time, instead of grabbing the lead and striking with all his might, Hide assumed a defensive stance and, cautiously observing Zhang Yu said in his heart, after being seconded twice in a row, he's starting to be careful? And just now he was able to kill his opponent in an instant because at the moment when he made his move. Then, with his familiarity with loose hands, he predicted his opponent's movements and trajectory. Then in the path of the opponent's full force attack, actively meet the opponent's break. It could be said to have utilized the superposition of both sides' speeds, making Hideyu lose without even being able to react. But once Hideyu got cautious and didn't attack with full force right off the bat again, there would be no way for Zhang Yu's side to reproduce the 2 seconds he had just killed. However, in the face of this situation, Zhang Yu had his own tactical preparations, regardless of whether it was in terms of mana or physical strength. Zhang Yu, whose strength had soared nowadays, confidence and Ho Taiyao, the third in his grade, are not too far apart. Even from the perspective of physical strength, the other party was as well balanced as he was. Not a big block power route, since the other party was unwilling to take the initiative to attack. Then Zhang Yu would have to take the initiative, only to see him utilize his mana and slap his palm at Hidayu's chest. Coming! There was a brilliant light in Hideyu's eyes. The same fist strike blocked the opponent's move. He then saw Zhang Yu once again slap over with the same palm. Same trick? What the hell?
After receiving Zhang Yu's 3 palms in a row, Hideo only felt his arms become sore and numb for a while. The mana in his body surged continuously. The majesty of Zhang Yu's mana and the strength of his physical body. It could be said to be unexpected. And the other party's tactics were very simple. They took the initiative to fight him hard. Zhang Yu's level 3 loose hands made him more than just more familiar with the moves. The same move in his hands. It could explode with stronger physical strength and more majestic mana. This gives him a big advantage when it comes to hard hits. Hideo also quickly realized this. But the corners of his mouth couldn't help but spread a smile. Trying to get tough with me? Then let's touch it and see who's tougher. Only to see him exercising his newly practiced martial art. The small heavenly star palm. The mana in his dantian instantly transformed into a chilly palm force that followed his palm and blasted fiercely towards Zhang Yu. 1 chapter ahead of schedule. Begging for a new week of catch-up reading. Next chapter still updates at 12 noon. Chapter 30 Palm Power Competition and Dao Heart Exam. The martial art of the little heavenly star palm does not have any moves, but is a pure operation of mana that. The martial art of transforming into a cold and sinister palm. At this moment, when Hideo displayed the palm power of the small heavenly star palm, he was confident that he could seriously injure Zhang Yu with his cold palm power, frostbite the opponent's internal organs, and he believed that with Zhang Yu's financial situation, he must not be able to afford to go to the hospital to treat his injuries. It can only be fought hard. Poor man. It'll keep you from coming to school for at least a week. Boom! Along with the palms of the 2 sides violently colliding together, the mana of the 2 men also impacted together. It was as if there was a thumping explosion inside the 2 men. Although Hideo's little heavenly star palm was powerful, it had only just been practiced after all. The martial art that Zhang Yu performed was a sparse and commonplace loose hand, but it had been practiced by him up to level 3. It can also explode with a decent amount of palm power. As the palms of both sides collided and the mana stirred, Hideo realized that his advantage was not as great as he had imagined. Xiao Tianqing's palm power could only force back the opponent's palm power little by little, slowly invading the opponent's body. And the point that surprised him even more was that Zhang Yu was like an undefeatable machine that, every time he invaded a little bit with his small heavenly star palm power, yet he was able to force it back very quickly, clearly occupying a disadvantage. Yet he just supported himself without defeat. At the same time, the circulation of mana within Zhang Yu's body still continued to operate. The source continuously restored his mana for him, allowing him to resist Hideo's little heavenly star palm power time and time again. The assistant teacher on the side looked at this scene and was also suddenly startled. Comparing mana now? Looking at the 2 men's gloomy faces, the assistant teacher was afraid that something might happen to them. Then one's performance this year is going to fly. Especially when you think that one of them is the son of a school board member. Then nothing can happen. So he hurriedly reminded 2 students, if any of you can't hold up any longer, you should immediately admit defeat. The opponent must also withdraw his mana immediately. Don't ever let yourself be traumatized and delay your future for the sake of a monthly exam. Both of them did not speak. Hideo stared at Zhang Yu dead on, frantically utilizing his mana. It transformed into a stream of small heavenly star palm power blasting out towards the other party. Zhang Yu, however, composed himself and took the initiative to exercise the Zhou Tianqi collection method, while recovering his mana, while resisting Hideo's little heavenly star palm power. In the twinkling of an eye, the 2 men's foreheads were already covered with beads of sweat, and their bodies were bubbling with hot air. It's like 2 giant fireplaces. However, Zhang Yu's face was flushed and he looked like he was already getting more and more relaxed. On the contrary, Hideo's face was gray at the moment, gradually having the appearance of being unsupportable. He could no longer control his emotions at this moment and looked at Zhang Yu with a mixture of shock and anger. The assistant coach looked at the time. The mana competition between the 2 had been going on for more than a minute. Looking at Hideo's state, he had to remind once again, both students, if you can't support yourself, admit defeat immediately. It's just a monthly test. Hideo opened his mouth several times with great difficulty, looking at Zhang Yu, who was in an increasingly relaxed state. Eventually a few words came out of his teeth with difficulty. I concede. As each side slowly withdrew their mana, Hideo sat down violently on the ground. At this moment, his face was as pale as paper, and the mana within his dantian was almost empty. He looked at Zhang Yu unwillingly and asked, how much mana do you have left? Zhang Yu looked at the other party's half-dead and weak appearance. Immediately, he humbly said, just 1 or 2%. Hideo snorted coldly. He also knew that the other party's appearance was definitely more than 1 or 2%. He slowly stood up and gave Zhang Yu a deep look. You're good. We'll cut next time. Hideo turned away after saying that. And on the way out, he thought back to this battle today and had to admit one thing in his mind. Zhang Yu is strong, but, unfortunately, being poor, he is destined to be our dog. I hope you can hold out until the next time I beat you squarely.
Don't leave a regret in my heart. On the other hand, looking at the departing back of Hee-Dae-yu, whose feet were weak,
Zhang Yu secretly said in his heart,
and cut next time? Classmate, you'd better not think about it. This is when your strength is closest to mine. It's your fondest memory. Next time you fight,
I'm afraid you'll come to be sorry that Lord Zhang Yu didn't let you make your full strength. Zhang Yu walked towards the outside of the examination room,
and as soon as he went out,
he saw Bai Jinjin who was leaning against the wall.
Yo, Shin, that was fast. Well, it was solved in a few moves. Bai Jinjin gave him a look that, curious, who did you draw? Zhang Yu, Hee-Dae-yu, asterisk asterisk.
Bai Jinjin slammed her foot down and, exasperated,
he said,
it was only after the Dao Arts exam that he was allowed to act like a pussy, and now you're being ruthlessly humiliated by him.
So enjoy this bastard to death today. But don't worry, I'll challenge him in the next practical class and help you humiliate him back severely.
Zhang Yu looked at Bai Jinjin breathlessly.
I won. Feeling Bai Jinjin's surprised gaze, Zhang Yu simply went straight for it,
only to see him strike out with his fist,
which was immediately blocked by Bai Jinjin's palm.
The fists and palms of both sides collided continuously, and the forearms transformed into a trail of residual shadows in the air. There was a muffled sound like the impact of a heavy hammer.
Bang! After dismantling several moves in a row, the two of them then violently separated. Bai Jinjin, you're level 3 in scattershot? Zhang Yu, you're level 3 in scattershot?
Bai Jinjin was shocked.
Weren't you only level 1 before? Why are you suddenly level 3? Could it be that you've actually practiced your loose hands to level 3 long ago, just waiting for an opportunity like today's against Ho Taiyao to put on a big show? You boys read a lot of cool articles, don't you?
Zhang Yu looked at Bai Jinjin with the same uncertainty.
Jun, he said, you put yourself out there, didn't you?
I clearly said I was a level 2 in loose hands before.
You chicks will do anything to make a name for yourself.
Bai Jinjin blushed and explained.
I didn't do it to be in the limelight. It's not like there's any extra points for a higher rank in casuals. Instead, it's better to hide a hand in a real battle, to be surprised, get a high score on the real exam. Didn't you hear your teacher say that? Intelligence warfare is part of actual warfare.
Zhang Yu suddenly thought of Hee-Dae-yu who fought him today. The other party had almost shaded him with that cold palm technique that he had suddenly executed.
At this moment, listening to what Bai Jinjin said, Zhang Yu all of a sudden also thought deeply. Thinking to himself, he said, indeed, he must keep his hand appropriately,
and must not lift all his cards.
After Zhou Tianyi also finished his exam, the three of them went to the cafeteria to eat dinner together. Then each one either went home or made up for it. Tomorrow will be an examination of Dao heart, mana,
and physical strength.
And today, after Zhang Yu went home, he was once again at the rotten building. The 24-hour cooldown for the feathered book specialization switch has not yet passed. At this moment,
since Zhang Yu was still specializing in loose hands, he planned to simply continue practicing loose hands again. Takes this martial art to another level. Despite exposing the bottom of a level 3 casual player in front of Zen. But as long as I practice this martial art to a level 5 or 6 today,
then I'll have a new bottom card again. Thinking of how Bai Jinjin would look shocked next time, Zhang Yu all felt like he was punching with more vigor.
So Zhang Yu practiced his scattered hands seriously.
And when he got tired, he would exhale and rest.
When he recovered his strength, he stood up again and continued to practice sparring.
And the night passed in a flash. Early the next morning,
as the sunlight slowly filtered through the empty bay windows of the rotten, as he sprinkled on Zhang Yu's body,
he, who was cross-legged on the ground, slowly opened his own eyes.
After this night's hard work, he has reached level 5, 3/50ths, in his loose hands. The understanding of this basic martial art grew deeper and deeper,
and mana has been raised from 11.7 to 11.8.
Zhang Yu sighed in his heart, with the passive exhaling effect of the Zhou Tianqi collection method.
Even if I've only been exhaling a bit while resting all these days, my daily mana growth is still quite a bit.
Feeling the moment-by-moment growth of the mana in his body, Zhang Yu felt a lot better. It also made him look forward more and more to when the cooldown on the specialization switch had expired. The effect of raising the Zhou Tianqi harvesting method to level 10.
Squeeze the bus all the way into the school. It's still a low-pressure day in MT.
Many of the students had ugly faces visible to the naked eye,
obviously having had bad luck with their exams yesterday.
Zhang Yu ate his breakfast and then came to the examination room for the first exam of the day.
The Dao Xin exam. The white walls, the neatly arranged beds. This exam room looks like a ward, only instead of an oxygen machine,
the back of the hospital bed was hooked up to something that looked like a face mask. Zhang Yu had just arrived at his bed and sat down shortly before he heard the countdown in his head again.
Skimming his lips, he simply sat on his knees and exhaled. Just in the time that Zhang Yu was exhaling, A constant stream of candidates walked in and the beds throughout the exam room were also unconsciously full.
The expressions of the many students froze as the ringing of the jingle bells came, knowing that the exams are about to start.
Meanwhile, a relaxing piece of music came over the radio. When the music finished playing, a female voice came over the radio.
This is the Unified Monthly Doxology exam for high schools in the city of Songyang.
The exam lasts 60 minutes time.
Listening to the voice on the radio,
Zhang Yu was not the least bit surprised. After all,
he had long had the experience of the past few monthly exams in his memory.
It's different from yesterday's general studies, Budo, and Dojitsu exams. Each monthly Dashan exam is a uniform exam for all high schools in Sonyang City.
This is inseparable from the special nature of the Dashan and the Dashan exam itself.
Meanwhile,
the female voice continued to come over the radio.
Attention!
Please wear the Spirit World mask properly over your face throughout the exam.
It's equipment check and donning time. All the students in the room immediately took their bed masks up for inspection.
Zhang Yu did the same, first making sure that the connecting wire behind the mask was plugged into the socket. Then the power was turned back on to make sure there was no damage to the mask.
After a quick check to confirm that there were no problems, Zhang Yu put the mask on his face.
He then felt the mask morph and it had covered his face perfectly. It's like an extra layer of skin on your own face. Only because his eyes were covered by a mask. Only darkness remained before Zhang Yu's eyes at the moment.
A few moments later,
that female voice on the radio sounded again.
This concludes the equipment check and donning. The Dao Heart examination has officially begun. The darkness in front of Zhang Yu's eyes suddenly vibrated.
And with the emergence of a single grain of light, the next moment he was in another world.
Chapter 31 The Spirit World. Spirit World.
A spiritual world created by the joint efforts of the 10 great clans.
When the exam officially began,
Zhang Yu felt his consciousness being dragged out of his physical body.
Come to another world.
A gentle breeze blew through his hair and his ass had a hard feeling of sitting in a chair. When Zhang Yu opened his eyes, what appeared before him was an ordinary classroom.
Inside the classroom,
there were students about his age,
from all different high schools, dozens of people in all. This is the spirit world, a spiritual world distinct from the real world.
The spirit world can be described as a real world or a false world.
Says the real world. It's because everything one feels here can be no different from the real world.
It is said that the false world is because all the matter in this world does not exist in reality.
It's like a dream, a vision. Even everything you see, smell,
touch and feel in this world can be artificially controlled. Zhang Yu then knew that his physical body at the moment remained in his bed in Sonyang High School. It's just that one's consciousness has come to the spirit world.
He,
like the students around him,
was one of the many students who took the exam from the city of MT.
Was randomly selected to be inside this classroom. Taking a look at the classroom setting,
anyway,
Zhang Yu couldn't tell the difference between here and reality at all.
He thought to himself, don't get halfway through the exam and not be able to get out of the
come on. A citywide high school student trapped in a virtual online game. A virtual cyber world of sorts. This was Zhang Yu's understanding of the spirit world after learning some information about it.
Only Kunsite is using the Sendo technique to achieve this.
Of course, Zhang Yu also understood that he still knew too little about the spirit world.
This understanding of his is certainly one-sided. Just so it's enough for him right now. And in front of the crowd,
a slim man was wearing an owl mask that,
standing behind the podium looking at them.
Li Xingyu swept a glance at the candidates in front of him.
The next moment,
within his own perspective,
each candidate's number, name,
and high school had then sprung up above the other's head.
Ugh, I wish I could finish early and get off early. As a sole student at Mongshan High School, without a physical body, Li Xingyu, who only had his soul left,
had long since gotten used to his daily routine in the spirit world. And because of the special characteristics of soul cultivation students,
they didn't need to participate in this Dao Xin examination. Instead, the teachers were caught in charge of invigilating the test.
He couldn't help but sigh in his mind when he thought about the 45 hours of work he had left for the day.
Suddenly, his gaze, which was inspecting the candidates, froze and looked towards Zhang Yu's direction. Is he?
Li Xingyu still remembered that it was this security guard who had made a big splash at Li Shuelian's painting exhibition that day. It triggered the changes in the visions on the Celestial Man's martial arts diagram.
From Sonyang High School? It's kind of funny. Record him taking this test. Might be able to sell it to the principal as good research intel. Paying a little attention, Li Xingyu took a few steps forward, and as each step was taken, then there were several identical splits of him, and when he came to the 10th step,
every candidate on the scene then had a Li Xingyu standing in front of him. This kind of spirit world split method was already a routine for a soul cultivation student like Li Xingyu. Zhang Yu looked at the invigilator with an owl mask in front of him and his heart flooded with speculations. The strength of the will is a reflection of the Dao heart,
and trying to determine the Tao heart level. This is usually done by testing the strength of the will. So the main test for the Tao Xin exam was will, at least at the Qi refining stage. But there are various ways of trying to test the strength of each person's will. In order to prevent candidates from targeting their training in advance and causing errors in the test, the specific questions that are asked on each Daxin exam are different. According to Zhang Yu's knowledge, generally the higher the specification of the examination, the more resources are invested in the Taoist heart examination. The more complex the exam content that candidates experience in the spirit world will be. After all, a more complex and diverse experience is a more accurate test of where candidates are at. This time it's the monthly exam. Zhang Yu thought in his heart, according to the previous experience, it shouldn't be too complicated. At the same time, Li Xingyu stretched out his hand to him, only to see his palm spread out and, then he revealed something in his palm that looked like a cell phone. Take it. Meanwhile, all the Li Xingyu spoke at the same time. The content of today's Daxin exam is very simple. Pain. For the next 60 minutes, the controllers in your hands can adjust the level of pain in your body at any time. During those 60 minutes, the higher the pain level, the longer it lasts, the higher your rankings will be. The Daxin exam is scored according to rankings, so the exact score of the exam depends not only on itself, but on it also depends on the level of the other candidates. Like the Songyang City's monthly Daxin test, which is scored according to the ranking of the city's high school students, and the real high school exams. Instead, they were scored according to the rankings of all the high school candidates in the entire Quanshui layer. And, if the pain level is more than you can handle, it puts you in a fainting spell, then your consciousness will immediately exit the spirit world and your grade will be treated as a 0. After speaking about the content of this exam, Li Xingyu reached out and pointed. A 10-second countdown then appears in midair in the spirit world. Timekeeping starts in 10 seconds. Zhang Yu looked at the controller in his hand that looked like a cell phone. Then you can see the above screen showing pain level 0, pain level 1, pain level 2, pain level 3, and the only 2 buttons on the controller represent up and down. The ability to constantly adjust up or down from pain level 0, changing the level of pain you feel at any time. Zhang Yu felt like he was already hurting all over his body just by looking at it. Which one of us came up with the test questions? Whoever came up with these questions is out of his mind? Don't tell me there's fire, broken chicken, and lynching in those pain ratings. Our own little chainsaw thriller in Song Yan, right? The thing Zhang Yu hates most is suffering. What's even more annoying than suffering is when someone presses him over the head to suffer. He has been suffering ever since he came to the Kuan market and embarked on the path of immortal cultivation. Big mouthfuls all over the place. At this moment, Zhang Yu felt sick to his stomach. The resistance of the mind is all at a limit. Noticing this, Zhang Yu's gaze condensed and he said in his heart, but then again, as a high school immortal cultivation student, studying and cultivating for exams is supposed to be my vocation, and if I suffer more now, I will be able to earn more money in the future. I love studying and I love taking tests. Giving himself a little pep talk, Zhang Yu felt slightly revitalized and the pain controller in front of his eyes seemed to smooth things out a bit too. What do you mean by will? What does it mean to think? What does it mean to be a Taoist mind? The teacher of the doxology class talked a lot about how, from the beginning of time, some people have worshipped gods and some people have worshipped devils. Some people worship people to set up all kinds of different thoughts, and through different thoughts with the heart method, to improve the Taoist heart and will. And in Zhang Yu's understanding, will that is the ability to suffer hard. The more willpower you have the more you can suffer, and the mind raises the will. And that's the mindset that tells you that there's a benefit to suffering this time around, thereby allowing yourself to suffer more. At this moment, Zhang Yu was then using some small thoughts to comfort and encourage himself. Hopefully, I can get myself a better grade later. There are a lot of little thoughts like that, Zhang Yu. There are a lot of them for everyone. However, Zhang Yu does not yet have a systematic idea that can be implemented for a long time. It was also something that none of the school's doxology classes had been able to hand him. That requires each student to incorporate the material, their own experiences, combine it with your own feats, to finalize something. The strength of the will exhibited by an immortal cultivator can be used to grade the Tao heart. The thoughts in the immortal cultivator's mind, on the other hand, can be used in conjunction with the heart technique to raise the level of the Tao mind and further strengthen the will. The mind as kernel, the will as embodiment, the heart as method. The combination of these three is what makes an immortal cultivator's complete Tao heart. The next moment, along with the countdown in midair completely returning to 0, numerous students in the audience began operating the controllers. Someone lets out a scream. Someone's face twists. Someone huffs and puffs. When Zhang Yu adjusted the pain level to 1, it then felt like a steel needle was stabbing into his palm.
He hastily activated the basic heart refining technique level 1 taught in the Tao Xin class. Try to stabilize your spirit, emptiness, voidness, and selflessness. The basic heart refining method is one that stabilizes one's emotions and a mindfulness technique for staying calm and gradually moving into a meditative state. By practicing for a long time, the level of Tao heart rises, and the willpower becomes stronger and stronger. This level 1 basic heart refining technique was before Zhang Yu came to this world. The original body, Zhang Yu, then learned the heart method, but because all the time he had been busy raising his mana and flesh strength, upgrading the circumstantial chi collection method, the 36 styles of bodybuilding and the scattered hands, he had never gotten around to upgrading this heart technique yet. At this moment, when Zhang Yu activated the basic heart refining technique, he felt his heart gradually calming down. Tolerance for pain seems to be much stronger as well. Immediately, he raised the pain level to 2 again. Hiss! Zhang Yu felt as if his other hand was also pierced by a steel needle. Still tolerable though, so Zhang Yu raised the pain level 1 level at a time, and when the pain level reached 37, he then felt that 37 steel needles had been run through his hands and feet. At this moment, Zhang Yu's face was distorted. No matter how hard he tried to run the basic heart refining method, can't even feel a little bit of peace. Calm down. Calm your mind. Calm down. Meditation and concentration. Silent patience. Silent perseverance. The water drops stones. Basic heart refining method is to cooperate with this kind of thought system, in order to maximize the efficacy. This is the norm for raising the mind of the Tao, and only if one's own mind matches the mind of the Taoist enhancement works best. But what calmness, meditation, silent patience, silent perseverance, the water dripping down the stone. This set would not be in line with Zhang Yu's character at all. All he wanted in this moment was immediately, get the questioner of this Tao heart exam killed. Just as Zhang Yu felt himself reaching his limit, his mind steeply flooded with the contents of the heavenly martial heart refining technique. Fists, palms, legs, guns, knives, swords. One figure after another violently surfaced in his mind. With the killing intent of breaking 10,000 armies, the fighting spirit of 9 deaths, and the unrelenting spirit. These are in line with his heart. Although Zhang Yu, who had an insufficient level of Tao heart, failed to truly practice the heavenly martial heart refining technique. But at this moment, just recalling the intention in this martial art, it then caused a surge of chi to be raised violently in Zhang Yu's heart. He was like a pawn following a supreme military general, and seeing the mighty stance of the general in front of him, the heart then has the courage to gather its strength and lift its spirits. At this moment, the pain of a steel needle piercing through his body wasn't so hard to bear. A sardonic smile spread across the corners of his mouth. After I climb up make sure you beat the birth of this question to its knees. Chapter 32 Mana and Sports. Spirit World. On the side, Li Xingyu had been observing Zhang Yu's condition. When he saw that Zhang Yu's pain level had reached level 37, then he sensed that the other side had reached its limit. He won't last in his condition. Glancing at the top of his opponent's head, in the middle of Li Xingyu's viewpoint, the other person's heartbeat, respiration, and other parameters were displayed. The endurance limit has been reached. It's time to lower the pain level. This degree still seems to be in the realm of a level 1 Tao heart for now, right? It's nothing special, either. Surprisingly, you were able to comprehend the wonders of the celestial man's martial arts diagram? Just as Li Xingyu was thinking this, he felt a steep change in the other party's aura. The original distorted expression gradually returned to normal, even revealing a hint of a sardonic smile. Holding up? This kind of aura gives people the feeling like it's a martial art from the celestial man's martial arts diagram? Li Xingyu looked at Zhang Yu's state with some surprise, watching the other party just 1 minute at a time. It lasted until the end of the 60 minutes. His mind grew even more amazed as he calculated this level of willpower that he's on the verge of reaching level 2 in his Tao heart, though one has not yet practiced the martial arts on the celestial man's martial arts diagram. However, it seems that some of the subtle things that one learns through them can be used to enhance one's will. This guy is kind of awesome. The intel should fetch some money. Thinking about this, Li Xingyu had already described Zhang Yu's intelligence in words. Then it was listed on an intelligence website and set at $100. But after thinking about it, he changed the price from $100 to $10,000. Then on the headline it said shocking. Sonyang High School surprises absolute martial arts genius. Taking off his spirit world mask, Zhang Yu shivered and stood up. Even though he was out of the spirit realm at the moment, he still had the illusion of tingling all over his body. Off to the side of the bed, a student was about to stand up, but sat straight down on the floor with a weak leg. And in the beds around the perimeter, similar scenes abound. Apparently it's all the aftermath of being in the spirit world that hasn't slowed down. Immediately, a student opened his accompanying pill bottle and pulled out a pill from it and took it. Zhang Yu guessed that it should be a Dao heart buffer. Although relying on feats like the basic heart refining technique and the Tianwu heart refining technique, together with the thoughts that conform to the Kung Fu, you can raise the Dao mind level little by little. However, many students still choose to take a doxa buffer. This medication regulates neurotransmitters and brain secretions, boosts mood and positivity, and raise the will more effectively, and raise the level of the Dao heart. But the Dao Xin buffer is not without side effects anymore. The higher the quality of this drug, the stronger the effect of then not only is it more expensive, it's also more addictive and the side effects are more horrific when you stop taking it. Often, once taken, they need to be maintained for a long period of time. Otherwise, once they are discontinued, it will lead to a regression in the heart of the way. The original Zhang Yu had been unable to afford to renew his medicines, resulting in him originally being close to the level of a grade 2 Daoxin. Gradually, it began to go backwards. It wasn't until the recent Zhang Yu went through a series of honing, coupled with the enlightenment of the Tianwu refining heart technique that it felt like I was back to that near level 2 Daoxing level. And the current Zhang Yu did not intend to touch the Dao heart buffer anymore. He now believes more in his potential and self-discipline than in taking medication. And at this moment, there was no more time for the crowd to rest. There was a second exam in the morning, and numerous students could only hasten to pull themselves together and rushing towards the next exam room. Come to the exam room for the mana test. Zhang Yu then saw that many assistant teachers and tests had already been prepared. When it was Zhang Yu's turn, detection patches were placed on his arms, chest and abdomen. Then, as the teachers had asked, they began to move their mana, transporting it from the Dantian position to the palm position. The mana test at this moment was obviously more refined and accurate than usual. To avoid problems with monthly test scores, and the patch would be used to detect the total amount of mana running in Zhang Yu's body in addition to it would also be used to detect the efficiency of Zhang Yu's operation of mana every time. This was also to prevent the mana in the candidate's body from being a quantity that was simply thrown out by money and lacked quality. Zhang Yu was able to clearly feel that compared to the torture of the Dao heart exam, numerous students are apparently less nervous when it comes to mana exams. After all, what each person's mana level was like had been decided long before the exams. It has little to do with proctoring. Mana is there if you have it and not if you don't. And if you can use it, you can use it. And if you can't, you can't. Just as Zhang Yu finished his examination, the assistant teacher in charge of recording the data gave a startled leap. He couldn't help but look at Zhang Yu a few more times. Zhang Yu asked, "Teacher, is something wrong?" The assistant teacher quickly shook her head. "It's fine." It was just that she secretly muttered in her heart, "What a high efficiency of mana operation. Must be another dead rich guy." Lunchtime. The cafeteria was filled with Walking Dead students. There are those who have not yet recovered from the after effects of the Daoxin exams, but those who are worried about not doing well in the exams, and thinking about whether or not you want to kill yourself. Bai Jinjin sat down with the same sigh. Birth. Dao Xin exam this time the birth of the question is not even a horse. Is he still going to start an out-of-the-box evaluation online and shove his cell phone on vibrate mode in his crotch, with more than 2 minutes of non-repetitive tirades, until Zhou Tianyi came over and only then did Bai Jinjin stop to take a bite of her meal. Zhang Yu believed that tirades like this must be floating over the various high schools in Sonyang City at this moment, and Zhou Tianyi just sat down and couldn't help but say, "Have you guys heard? Several high schools have had people jump." Zhang Yu and Bai Jinjin's gazes condensed, and they both instantly looked at Zhou Tianyi. Zhou Tianyi continued, "Because the rules of this Dao Xin examination are too harsh. For example, some students want to get a high grade on a test. If you accidentally crank up the pain level beyond your limit and pass out, you'll be kicked out of the spirit world straight away, and the exam will count as a 0. He shook his head with a look of emotion. Some people can't stand it when they wake up and straight up jumped. 0 points. On the side, Bai Jinjin said quietly in her heart, "It's simply the supreme humiliation of high school. The right to school survival has been completely lost ever since. I jump in my place and smash the birth of that question." Zhang Yu asked, "In that case, it's not good for the questioner this time, right? If there's a rich guy in the jumper, will his parents go on a rampage to get back at the questioner?" Zhou Tianyi looked at Zhang Yu as if he was looking at a fool. "How is that possible? Zhang Yu, you're saying rich people's parents can't take revenge? The background of the questioner this time is very hard?" Zhou Tianyi shook his head. "I mean, how can a rich person die by jumping off a building in a school? Every one of them paid for security. There was a school-wide alarm right after the jump, and security or a teacher immediately saved the person. Even if it does hit the ground, it's sure to be resuscitated by the EMS squad." He said,
with a face that took it for granted. Even if a rich man is going to die, it must be some other way. You can't jump off a building at school. Looking at Zhou Tianyi's head-on appearance, Zhang Yu also had to admit that in this broken Kunming ruins, this may indeed be the case. After eating his meal, Zhang Yu took advantage of the end of the cooldown of his specialization too. He also adjusted the specialization of the feathered book to the Zhou Tianqi collection method, and practiced the exhalation a few more times in the process. Zhou Tian gas harvesting method level 8, 3/160, 6/160. In the blink of an eye it was time for the last exam of the afternoon. Physical education exam. Inside the huge practicing arena, Wang Hai was sitting on the judge's seat. During the rest of the exam, it will be him, along with several other senior PE teachers, who will be scoring all the senior candidates. He scanned down the list of candidates and his gaze gradually stopped on Zhang Yu's name. Zhang Yu, who had originally impressed him as a man who exercised well every day, took his medication well, and a triple good student who ties the needle properly, with a conscientious attitude and good drug resistance. He has been a subject of his observation for the last month. He wouldn't mind grooming the other party to become Zhao Tianqing II, if he could hold out a little longer. Become another signature student of your own when you do well on future exams. But starting this month, the other guy somehow started to repeatedly challenge his authority in class, even the evil slogan of natural body refining. At first, he suspected that the other party had another source of supply. Behind the scenes, someone wants to compete with him for the market of the senior demonstration class in MT High School. However, after some observations and reports from Zhao Tianqing, he gradually dismissed this possibility. Then he heard the news of Zhang Yu being accepted as a disciple by a Jindan realist spreading around. Although Wang Hai is one of the ace gym teachers at Sanyang High School, but it wasn't enough to qualify to touch the level of a Jindan real person. He was unable to determine the truth about whether or not Zhang Yu had really been accepted as a disciple by the Jindan realist. Just as Wang Hai was pondering all this, 10 students walked on the stage in front of him. The students exposed their muscles all over their bodies, and their body surfaces were covered with various testing patches. Roar! 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 Then with a beastly hiss, the muscles on the 10 students' bodies swelled up violently. An amazing strength was erupting from one sinewy muscle. The data obtained by the probe patches flew onto the screens in front of the gym teachers, informer of the power that every piece of flesh and blood in their candidates' bodies had just erupted. It's not like the crude full body tests for flesh strength of days gone by. Instead, the strength of the flesh of all body parts, all over the body, is finally tested while the candidate exerts power. At the same time, Wang Hai and the others' gazes quickly swept over the candidates' bodies, by the shape of the flesh and blood, the architecture of the body, the state of eruption, in conjunction with the data just obtained, scoring each of the candidates in the field. Physical strength is not the only measure of score on the monthly physical education exam. The dimension, size, and structure of every piece of flesh and blood in your entire body is important. Which is the better structure for power? Which is the more useful muscle in real life? Which is the living muscle? Which is dead muscle? All need to be evaluated by experienced judges with data. After all, even in cases of equal physical strength, the difference in body structure, size, all of them will make a huge difference in the performance of the physical body in terms of strength, speed and even combat and so on. Wang Hai has been familiar with this for a long time. Being an ace gym teacher, I've long since lost count of how many 200-pound and 300-pound pieces of white meat I've seen over the past few decades, and I've even seen 500-pound behemoths quite a few times. After a quick scan, they recorded their ratings for the. In his head, he remembered again what he had just said about Zhang Yu. Let's see your score then. After 3 weeks of isolation, if your scores drop very far, that means you are bound to not be a Jindan disciple. Then when the time comes, thinking of this, a hint of coldness had flashed in Wang Hai's eyes. All those who interfere with their shipments should be dropped from the program. Chapter 33 Physical Education Exam and Wang Hai's Countermeasures. Male candidates prepare the room, with one candidate warming up and preparing for the move. The smell of sweat, feet and oil, constantly permeates the small space, while enduring the unpleasant odor in the preparation room. Zhang Yu, all the while, he kept rubbing the vajragi he had bought in his hand on various parts of his body to make his sinewy lines more pronounced. Thinking about the fact that a jar of this vajragi costs more than $100, and you can only use one jar for one exam, Zhang Yu wiped a more careful up, afraid of wasting a little. This Thai school still sells test necessities for so much money. However, Zhang Yu did not dare not to buy it. This vajragi doesn't have any body refining effect, though. However, he was able to make the lines of the muscles and flesh structures all over his body more visible, making it easier for the judges of the body refining examination to score him. And without this oil,
in case one of the judges blinks and doesn't see the lines of the candidate's flesh and blood. Giving a low score that would be a big loss. And with Zhang Yu's current understanding of the world of the Kuan ruins, he strongly suspected that the school's business of selling this vajragi must have split a lot of money with the judges, and that it might have been maliciously scored lower without the oil straight away. Zhang Yu shouted behind him, "Old Zhao, help me wipe my back." Okay. Zhao Tianqing dipped his hand into the vajragi in Zhang Yu's hand and, toward the other's back was wiped. Meanwhile, he looked at Zhang Yu's physical condition and, in his heart, he said, Zhang Yu's flesh strength rating doesn't seem to be low. Although Zhang Yu took the route of balanced development of strength, speed and dexterity, it was different from Zhao Tianqing's line of power development. But he had seen pigs run even before he had seen pork. Zhao Tianqing, as a core student who often followed Wang Hai's lessons, naturally, I've seen a lot of schoolboys who excel in body refining. At this moment, looking at Zhang Yu's muscles and feeling the touch that was like marble, he could then clearly feel that Zhang Yu's physical strength was definitely not low. It seems like it's a little taller than me? But how is that possible? He obviously doesn't even have an instructor for gym class anymore. Within a short while, Zhang Yu and Zhao Tianqing and other 10 people in the group were glistening with oil and light. Arrive at the exam room with the test patch. The eyes of the 5 gym teachers on stage swept in and, among them, Wang Hai's eyes paused on Zhao Tianqing and Zhang Yu and spoke. Let's begin. Drink. Ha. Roar. Accompanied by a burst of violent shouts, the candidates on the stage took turns erupting with all the physical strength of their bodies. Swelling himself open with all his sinewy flesh, he unleashed the violence in his flesh and blood with abandon. The raised platform at his feet also creaked with the boom of a. It seemed that some parts of the high platform couldn't take the ravages of this wave of body-refining monsters anymore. Meanwhile, the strength data detected on the patch was quickly relayed to the judges' screens. Wang Hai first looked at Zhang Yu's data. 443 kilograms of strength erupted from the muscles of his right arm. Left arm muscles explode with 422 kilograms of force. That much progress in a couple weeks? What kind of demonic beast medicine is this? Is it that the structure of his flesh is going to be destroyed? Seeing this data, Wang Hai's gaze just froze. Immediately, he looked up again towards Zhang Yu on the stage. At the same time, the 10 students on the stage had just exploded their own physical strength shortly after. Then they felt 5 icy gazes sweeping towards them. If you were to look from the stage to the stage, it would feel like you'd be seeing 10 alchemy beasts that, the airy look. But to the students on stage, as they looked down at the 5 gym teachers, that feelings, on the other hand, were being targeted by 5 terrifying beasts. That icy, critical gaze, like 5 giant beasts picking their way through a butcher store. Choose which piece of meat you want to eat from them. Zhao Tianqing only felt like a lamb to the slaughter in front of the 5 teachers at this moment. One could only try to hold up his body's flesh and blood and try his best to explode his strength. On the other hand, Zhang Yu on the other side felt very different from his classmates. He only felt that at the moment he was instantly deadened by 5 pairs of blazing gazes. The stare gave him goosebumps. Meanwhile, a gym teacher off stage had exclaimed, "Good bone structure, the back of the beast, demon breasts, devil arms. I can't believe that in the senior class, there are people who have structured their bodies so well right now." Another gym teacher was salivating. "Look at his legs. At a glance, it is the bone and joints that have been molded by 1,000 hammers. This foundation is well laid, and it will surely soar in the future. How come I don't have such a good student?" Another physical education teacher tapped Wang Hai's shoulder and said, "Mr. Wang, this is another one of your key disciples, isn't it? This is so well restructured. It must have taken a lot of effort to mold such an excellent shape. This year's year-end bonus is solid." Wang Hai, who had just been thinking about whether or not to go against his conscience and give Zhang Yu a maliciously low score, after being tapped on the shoulder at the moment, he smiled awkwardly and didn't answer. However, a trace of suppressed admiration still showed in his gaze towards Zhang Yu. He couldn't help but think even more in his mind. Even though pharmaceutical sales is my main business, but, as a physical education teacher, Wang Hai really couldn't put a low score on such a diamond-like flesh. This flesh is a work of art. Not to mention the fact that a couple of the gym teachers who had just spoken had sealed this path for him to mess around with low scores. So after pragmatically finishing scoring Zhang Yu, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in Wang Hai's eyes. It's such a big improvement in just a short period of time, especially getting the body structure so well aligned. In that case, it seems that Zhang Yu has 80% really become a Jin Dan disciple. In that case, I can only use my last resort. Dinner time. Inside the cafeteria. Because of the fact that I've started rolling level 8 of the Choten Shichai method again today, Zhang Yu's appetite was much smaller all of a sudden, and in a few random bites, he had to finish the rice on his dinner plate. But just then, a huge shadow covered his body. Wang Hai sat in front of him with a bang like a huge mountain. Then Wang Hai smiled at Bai Jinjin, who was on the side.
Bai Jinjin, can you let me talk to Zhang Yu alone for a few moments?
Bai Jinjin looked towards Zhang Yu, and after seeing him nodding with her, then he sat down a dozen meters away and looked at the two with a curious face. There was also a hint of wariness in Zhang Yu's gaze towards Wang Hai.
After all, the relationship is really not that good.
But he saw Wang Hai say,
"Add a contact, we haven't added it yet."
After being 80% sure that the other party was a Jin Dan disciple, Wang Hai decided to use his last resort, giving gifts. He's going to repair his relationship with the other guy by giving him a gift.
But what to give as a gift is a new question.
Wang Hai was able to get to this point,
and naturally did not lack the wisdom to give gifts.
The first thing that came to his mind was naturally body refining drugs.
After all, as a pharmaceutical sales, giving people trials, experiments, contraband, that's so handy that it's becoming path dependent. But on second thought, he dismissed that option.
Zhang Yu himself has said that he is a natural body refiner.
So whether it's true or not, wouldn't I be slapping him in the face by giving him a body refining pill? No way, no way. So on second thought, Wang Hai thought of a body refining technique. As an ace gym teacher, his other major income,
besides drug sales,
then it comes from giving lessons to fill in the gaps, helping some people's kids with tutoring and teaching alchemy feats.
It's always been the same one he uses to pull strings, but soon he dismissed that option again.
What are those few techniques that I have the right to disseminate to the current Zhang Yu? After all, he is a Jin Dan disciple. Would he lack the feats of a high school gym teacher like me? Thinking about it, I really do want to send. At this moment, after adding the contact information, Wang Hai then added, "Zhang Yu,
you did very well on your test today,
and your teacher thought that there wasn't much to take home, so she'll transfer some money to you. It's a small token of my appreciation. Just don't think it's too small." Picking up his vibrating cell phone, he realized it was a transfer message from Wang Hai.
Zhang Yu's heart stirred.
Sending me money to ease the relationship? Sending me some money to try to erase the isolation of me?
Zhang Yu had despised this kind of money transaction since his last life, and at this moment, while clicking into the transfer message, I was just about to make a disdainful face, but realized how I couldn't.
Received a transfer of 66 from Wang Hai.
Bai Jinjin, who was more than 10 meters away, looked at Zhang Yu's expression and said in her heart,
"What the hell happened? Hazuko can't keep the corners of this mouth down." At the same time,
Wang Hai said with a sincere face,
"Seeing your progress today."
The teacher was very pleased. In the past, it was the teacher's low level of physical education teaching that wronged you, and the teacher apologized. Seeing that Wang Hai was about to stand up and bow, Zhang Yu advised,
"Teacher, you're doing this for my own good. How can I make you apologize to me?"
Zhang Yu felt sick in his heart for being so mercenary.
Zhang Yu, how did you become like this? Bought by money like this? But it's not a matter of money or not.
Old Wang is 70 or 80 years old.
People so arrogant and so face ace teacher also gave me an apology.
The sincerity is still there.
Seeing Zhang Yu smile,
Wang Hai was slightly relieved, but the thought of that 66,000 was another heartache. Although his income was not low, he spent far more than normal, and never had much money left over. 66,000 is by no means a small amount of money for him either, but he knew this wasn't the time to be heartbroken about $66,000. After all, in front of him was the recently accepted disciple of Golden Dan realist Senior Starfire. Years of experience tells Wang Hai that since he wants to send money, he should send it to the right place at once. He grabbed Zhang Yu's hands and pleaded,
"From now on, my gym class will be your gym class. You can do whatever you want in class. Even not coming to class is fine.
You can miss as much as you want.
I give you absolute freedom." What is the most respectful thing a teacher can do for a student?
Wang Hai, who has been a teacher at Songyang High School for many years,
gave his answer, casual absenteeism.
This was the respect he gave to his Jindan disciples.
Ha!
Zhang Yu was slightly surprised at his words, and then he was delighted that, for a self-disciplined student like him, being able to freely schedule his class time is a real blessing. Wang Hai looked at Zhang Yu's unexpected appearance and said with intent,
After all, where you need my guidance now." After another bout of pleasantries, Wang Hai said goodbye. "Well, I have things to do. You must have quite a bit more to do as well, so I'll leave you to it." Chapter 34, the results are out. The schoolmaster is in. Looking at Wang Hai's departing back, Zhang Yu lamented, "What a responsible and good teacher." Bai Jinjin, who was on the side, came over and said suspiciously, "What exactly just happened?" Another smile, another handshake, another talk. Wang Hai suddenly realizes that you're his real father who's been missing for years? Zhang Yu shook his head. There are many possible reasons for this, but in the end,
none of it can be separated from my performance on this monthly exam.
Jun,
As long as my grades get better and better and my skills get stronger and stronger, the world just gets more and more good friends, doesn't it? Looking at Zhang Yu's triumphant appearance, Bai Jinjin said in her heart, how many points did Fei Zi score on the test this time? Did it overtake me? That shouldn't be possible either. On that day, Zhang Yu returned to the suburb in the evening, so he began to roll the Zhou Tianqi collection method again. Just like before, his next goal was to raise the Zhou Tianqi collection method to level 10. In the twinkling of an eye to the early morning of the next day, the Zhou Tianqi harvesting technique was also upgraded by Zhang Yu to level 8, 37/160 of the Zhou Tianqi harvesting technique. Mana after a day of passive vomiting interspersed with active vomiting. It was also boosted again 11, 8, 11, 9. And because of Wang Hai's patronage, Zhang Yu's savings minus the expenses of the past few days also reached more than $72,000 all of a sudden. The first moment he looked at this deposit, Zhang Yu thought of a variety of ways to spend it, but he eventually resisted all the urges in his mind first, and, intending to see what kind of contract the school would offer him after this trip to the monthly exams, then come back and plan how that money should be used to improve yourself. At 4 a.m. At MT High School, inside the teacher's office, after another ordinary late night, Su Haifeng received the report card of this monthly exam. In order for students to understand themselves, know their grades, and guide their studies as quickly as possible, the teachers worked overtime and finished calculating the scores and rankings of all the students who participated in this monthly test on the night of the test. It's a good thing to be congratulated. Su Haifeng looked towards the specific rankings and scores. First place, Bai Jinjin, total score 651. Su Haifeng nodded his head slightly, thinking, Bai Jinjin is still the undisputed number one. It's a shame that Taoism is only 60 points, or the total score could be higher. Second place, Qian Shun, with a total score of 626 points. Su Haifeng thought to himself, Chen Shen has been making steady progress, especially the 80 points in Taoism pulled a lot of points for him. Third place, Zhang Yu, with a total score of 620 points. Su Haifeng froze slightly and rubbed his eyes before taking a closer look. Third place, Zhang Yu, with a total score of 620 points. How is that possible? Su Haifeng sat upright and hurriedly looked at Zhang Yu's specific scores for each subject. 48 points for general knowledge, 135 points for dowsing, 142 points for mana, and 145 points for physical education, 90 points for Budo, 60 points for Taoism. Su Haifeng was shocked. This was still a case of 60 points in Taoism, but wouldn't the other side be able to punch up 627 points if the dowsing was 7 points higher? It's second in the grade to Money Deep. That meant that Zhang Yu had rushed from 10th in his grade last time to 3rd in his grade in one breath. Not. According to Su Haifeng's estimation, the opponent should have regressed to the 20th percentile 3 weeks ago, and should have steadily regressed in every subject except mana in that time. It's only right to drop back to almost 30th overall. How did it get so drastically better? Win the lottery? Su Haifeng looked at Zhang Yu's scores for each subject and became more and more alarmed. In particular, 142 points for math and a surprisingly full 145 points for P. He couldn't help but call Wang Hai, wanting to ask what was going on. Did you give Zhang Yu the wrong score? For in the morning is when the Songyang cultivators are at their most energetic. Wang Hai quickly answered the phone and asked, what's the matter, Teacher Su? Su Haifeng asked, I see here that Zhang Yu has 145 in sports. Is there something wrong with? Wang Hai is treating Zhang Yu very well today, yet it doesn't mean he's really become a good-natured person. He's still the same gold medalist teacher who hates it when people provoke his authority in his class. At this moment, when he heard Su Haifeng's questioning, he snorted coldly, directly interrupting the other party. Mr. Su, are you doubting our level of sportsmanship or our professionalism? As an ace gym teacher and gold medalist bandmaster at MT, Wang Hai wasn't a bit afraid of Su Haifeng. If you have a problem with the grade, then apply for a review. But I can tell you that Zhang Yu's score is absolutely fine. It's 145. Because not only is he already at the top of his grade with a 125 level of physical strength, the structural proportions of the body are even more absolutely excellent. With this foundation he has laid so far, the strength of his physical body must grow higher and higher in the future. It's bound to be the leader of this class of students, and it's not impossible to participate in physical competitions in the future. Sports competitions, like mana competitions, are contested with exams that go far beyond the high school syllabus. If you get a good enough score in it, not only is there a huge bonus, it gives you a better edge in college interviews and even earns you extra points on college entrance exams. And as a high school that has produced the city's top athletic student, MT, there has always been an advantage in sports competitions. Hearing that Wang Hai had such a high opinion of Zhang Yu, Su Haifeng was even more amazed. It was too late to account for the unkindness in the other man's tone, and he pursued the question.
Hasn't he been out of gym class for the past 3 weeks? How did the grades improve so much? Hearing this,
Wang Hai's old face reddened. There was a pause before he explained.
Zhang Yu is different from ordinary students.
He has his own development path and knows how he wants to cultivate. Thinking that Zhang Yu is a Jin Dan disciple, which still needs him to point the finger at him, Wang Hai continued. It was precisely because I saw this that I gave him free rein in gym class. Let's not talk about him minding his own business in class. He's just going to miss class from now on. It's all about tailoring. After ending the call with Wang Hai, Su Haifeng still felt a bit incredulous.
Wang Hai's mouth is talking about Zhang Yu? That poor guy? After frowning and contemplating for a moment, Su Haifeng made another call. Hello?
The results of the monthly exam are out.
Zhang Yu is third in his grade and his score is. After reporting the scores,
Su Haifeng sighed and said with a bit of a twist,
I have to say that I was completely wrong about Zhang Yu.
With this performance,
the school gave him a B. Even a Class A contract is normal. That's not my responsibility. I guess someone from the student council will be talking to him in a couple days.
A male voice came from the other end of the line.
I know. Try to stall the student council for me. I'll try something else.
Su Haifeng said.
You know that gang from the student union. I can't afford to procrastinate. Do what you have to do as soon as you can. 6:30 in the morning.
The entrance to Songyang High School was already bustling with students all coming to school, and Zhang Yu had just examined into the school gate when he saw the monthly examination results updated on the huge screen at the entrance of the school.
What student privacy? Psychological burden. This is naturally non-existent in our high school in MT.
More than just having to show it hard on the big screen at the school entrance, it also posted the results of the class's new monthly test on each classroom door, and even the electronic screens in the cafeteria were constantly jumping up and down the score rankings.
Even when Zhang Yu went to the restroom,
he could hear the radio talking about this monthly exam.
Praise students with high total scores and progress while insulting students with large regressions and low total scores.
Our MT high school stands out as a place where there is no dead space, no privacy, and the burden of the heart is pulled full circle. Fellow students, we would also like to give a special congratulations today to Zhang Yu from the senior demonstration class.
Mr.
Zhang Yu has jumped from the 10th place in his grade to the 3rd place in this grade in one breath.
A total score of 620, a full 70-point improvement,
which is a quantum leap. Zhang Yu finished going to the restroom and listened to the radio while washing his hands.
I can't help but nod my head.
There is still a positive side to the school's widespread publication of grades, and there's no shortage of good things to come out of it. And when Zhang Yu walked into the classroom next, he was mobbed by a large number of people. Every now and then someone swept their gaze toward him, and their eyes held a variety of different emotions.
Jianshan looked at Zhang Yu, then at Bai Xinjun.
The two men's scores of 620 and 651 drifted back and forth in his eyes,
dwarfing the other students around them. Sure enough, aside from this Bai Xinjun,
this Zhang Yu will also be my rival for 3 years in high school. Jianshan felt as if he had seen the three of them battling it out for the next 3 years.
Scenes of fierce competition, winning and losing, and eventually getting into top universities together. Ignite.
He couldn't wait before he took out his talisman book and started learning about talismans again. Talisman is my superior subject. Yet this time I only scored 80 points. I still need to practice.
On the other hand, Hideo looked at his grades in various subjects with a gloomy face.
Total score 603.
Budo 50 points.
The martial arts score of 50 points was so blinding that it made him feel a surge of chi and blood.
Hate to punch all the desks in front of him to smithereens. Obviously because of the back-to-back defeats at the hands of Zhang Yu, coupled with the 2 botched performances in which he was second-guessed. It was only then that Ho Taiyao's martial arts score was lowered to this point. This caused a hint of murderous intent to rise uncontrollably in his eyes as he looked at Zhang Yu, but being the son of a school board member, he was ultimately quick to suppress the urge. Every poor person is a valuable resource for the school, so how can I do anything about it? Don't be angry. Anyway, Zhang Yu should have been targeted by the student council by now, right? I'm not even on the same track as him, and I can't let him upset my spirits by. It's still about focusing on improving yourself. Hideo operated his mind techniques and let his emotions slowly calm down. He also figured out that he and Zhang Yu were not competing on the same path at all. You shouldn't let your opponent affect your form and affect your results. Like this Budo 50 points. Upgrading your strength and assets is ultimately the way to go. This time, 90 points in Dojutsu was already my superior subject, but there is still room for improvement. Thinking of this, Hideo took out his talismanic book, no longer caring about the changes around him, concentrated on studying up. On the other side, Bai Xinjun cocked her head and looked at Zhang Yu. The thought crossed his mind,
Could it be that Hazuko has been hibernating for a long time and has been pretending for 4 months?
And this is the only way to make a splash? That's not right. He shouldn't be able to do that. Does that mean Hazuko is open like me? Chapter 35, Choices and Feats. White Dragon High School. As a high school known as one of the 3 most prestigious schools in the city of Songyang, along with Ziyun High School, the school has a long history and strong financial resources. Whether it's the number of people who win competitions each year, the number of people who get into the top 10 universities, the number of jumpers has a dominant position in the city of Mte. Even for many White Dragon High School students, what are the top 3 schools? There is only one famous school in Songyang City, and that is White Dragon High School. And at this moment in the cafeteria of White Dragon High School, Fluttershy Jean was eating her meal while flipping through her talismanic book, studying the newly purchased rune textbook. Just then a petite girl sat down in front of her and, secretively, he said, "Flutterbuck, I heard some interesting news. Do you want to know? I'll tell you if you buy me dinner." Zhang Flutter said without lifting her head. "Not interested." The girl laughed and said, "Your brother made quite a splash last time at the center mansion. It's a shame that it didn't end up being taken by Jean Dan. Don't you want to know anything new about him?" Zhang Flutterer frowned slightly and spoke. "Worth a $9 poor man's set meal. At most. Any more expensive and I'll stop listening. Enough is enough." The girl laughed. "It's rare for you to let Fluttershy treat me to dinner. No one in the class would believe me if I told them." Seeing Zhang Flutter's face filled with impatience, the girl continued. "The news came to me from my friend at MT High School. Your brother took 3rd in his grade on this monthly exam, with a total score of 620. Zhang Fluttershy said unexpectedly. 620 points? Are you sure this news of yours is true? Fidelity Day. The girl said. That score puts us here in the senior year. It's also good enough to be in the top 15. Marvelous. Oh, didn't you say your brother's talent wasn't good? Now it seems not bad. A trace of doubt flashed in Zhang Flutter's eyes. My vision will never be wrong. He doesn't have the talent to climb the immortal path. So it seems that something has happened to him in the meantime. The girl asked. Now the student council of Songyang High School is probably going to be on his ass. Won't you help him? Zhang Fluttershy lowered her eyes and said faintly. Let's see what he chooses for himself. If he's willing to sign with the student body, he'll at least have an easier time in high school. You're testing him? The girl bristled. Isn't it too strict too? And how many students can stand up to the pressure of the student body? Zhang Flutterby said coldly. If you can't make it to the top, take the road that you can't make it to the top. Otherwise I'd be doing him a disservice if I helped him. What he's really made of ultimately depends on what choices he can make for himself. MT High School. Zhang Yu could clearly feel that the atmosphere of the entire school had changed. At recess, less familiar students began to greet him. Student Zhang Yu, your flesh strength has increased so quickly. Is it really natural body refining? Zhang Yu, can you lend me your martial arts theory exam paper? In the aisles, there were students from other classes that he didn't recognize pointing towards him. Look, that's the Zhang Yu that Mr. Lei was talking about. Ugh, these monsters in the demonstration class really don't give a damn. In martial arts class, Sensei Lei Jun repeatedly plays a video of his victory over Hidayo. He also asked Zhang Yu to recount his combat thoughts at the time, and listen to the surge of chi and blood in Hidayo's body. The heart is beating stronger and stronger, and the more you live, the younger you get. Inside the cafeteria, there began to be students purposely bypassing Zhang Yu's side. It seemed to be sneaking a peek at what kind of food he was eating. There were also some students who didn't have much of a friendship who wanted to eat at a table with him. During dinner time, Zhang Yu simply called Zhao Tianqing over and dragged him and Baizhenjin to eat together. After all, Zhao Tianqing can take up 2 seats by himself. The 3 of them just happened to fill the entire table. And Zhou Tianyi, this kid do not know what to do today. Once the class left the school, neither came to have dinner with them. Zhao Tianqing had eaten with them a few times in the meantime. Gradually, he became much more familiar with Zhang Yu and Baizhenjin. Zhang Yu even realized that in front of Zhao Tianqing, the Baizhenjin seemed to be much more relaxed than in front of Zhou Tianyi. At this moment, he heard Zhao Tianqing complain. How much longer will the electronic screen in the cafeteria display the results of the monthly exam? It's inconvenient to hit the grocery store now to see the price. Zhang Yu took a bite of his meal and sighed. Xiao Zhao, this is your pattern being small. The school shows the results of the monthly exams, and that's to urge everyone to study hard. So I don't think it's a problem to show them for a few more days. Bai Xinjin, who was on the side, also nodded slightly. Exams are what we students are meant to do. After all, is it not more important to show the importance of scores than the price of vegetables in the district? Zhao Tianqing looked at these 2 people in front of him somewhat speechlessly, especially Zhang Yu. Then he suddenly realized that Zhang Yu was no longer the student whose ranking in the monthly exams was similar to his.
The two sides are no longer in the same campus class. Those behaviors that deeply stung other students, insanely gave pressure to other students, and provoked students to fight viciously within themselves, were a kind of naked bragging to the current Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu clearly criticized these inhumane behaviors of the school with me a few days ago, and now it's come to this. Is it true? He lamented in his mind, that people become so fast when their scores are high? Bai Xinjun looked at Zhang Yu and smiled. You seem to be in a good mood. More than nice. Zhang Yu was simply feeling refreshed right now. Never have I felt that the scenery at Ntei High School was so beautiful and the students and teachers were so gracious. For him, who had to persevere in his bitter training every single day, this was simply the most beautiful view of all. A rare solace. God's reward for his diligence and self-discipline. Zhang Yu humbly waved his hand. Alas, it's all useless vanity, and I don't know how it all just likes to come to me. Jun, obviously you've been number one in that year's class for so long, how come you haven't had so many people come to play with you? Bai Xinjun bristled. With a face full of disdain, he said, because my number one makes them see no hope of catching up, and all they feel is the absolute gap between their talents. And your sudden progress makes them feel the possibility of imitation. So one by one, they all want to be your best friend and spy on the secrets of your progress in grades. Bai Xinjun swallowed the chicken leg in one gulp, unflinchingly revealing the cruel reality. On high school campuses, scores are king. A select workbook, a charge for rune tricks, or maybe a remedial class to learn real-world lessons is enough to make countless high school students swoon. Not to mention the mystery of your 70-point improvement in a month. Even the top 10 schoolboys in the grade rankings would have to be moved by it. These students that come to you, they're not really here to be your friends. They just want to get the secret of your big score increase. And better yet, move your improved 70 points to their own heads. On the side, Zhao Tianqing twisted his butt. The two chairs underneath them made an unbearable creaking sound. In his heart, he said, I'm the 10th this time. Ah, and I deliberately approached Zhang Yu before. Bai Xinjun couldn't have been pointing at me with those words, right? While I do want to learn more about good academic character from both of them, and then take the opportunity to ask Zhang Yu the trick to improving his grades so fast. His body twisted a little harder at the thought of. It felt like the atmosphere at the dinner table seemed to be rushed, and also the original idea of asking Zhang Yu to take advantage of the opportunity to improve his know-how was temporarily suppressed in the bottom of his heart. Until they parted ways with Zhang Yu and Bai Xinjun and watched the two take public transportation one by one. A ride on the subway. Zhao Tianqing was still thinking about this matter. Is Bai Xinjun talking about me or not? On the bus, Zhang Yu, who had just gotten on the bus and was being squeezed by the people around him, felt his cell phone vibrate. He took it out and found a message from Bai Xinjun. In the next few days, the student council may want to approach you about a contract. Whatever the terms, don't you agree yet? We'll talk about it together when I'm done with them. Looking at the message sent by Bai Xinjun, Zhang Yu's gaze twitched. The thought crossed my mind. Senior contracts turned out to be talks with students? Zhang Yu had never known much about this student council of Sonyang High School. In his conception of high school student government, what could it do? But now, looking at the meaning of Bai Xinjun's words, it was clear that the student council wasn't simple. It even has the power to negotiate contracts with students. There's no telling what the terms of the contract I was offered would be. Seeing what Jin means, does he want to work together with me? Raise the price together? After a few seconds of thinking about it and not being able to get a handle on it, I heard the countdown go off in my head again and Zhang Yu could only put down this kind of nonsense for the time being and swiped up the teaching material stored in his cell phone. But after looking at the material for a while, and wondering if it's because of the feedback from the monthly test scores, or the upcoming contract, Zhang Yu on the bus today is always a little distracted. Reading books cannot focus. He simply put down his cell phone and contemplated his current path of cultivation. Regarding his own thinking in this regard, the ritual forces did not force anything. Thinking about the road ahead, after all, plans to practice, all match his desire to study hard, practice hard, work hard to get into college, work hard to make money to eventually buy all the antiques in his shopping cart. Next, let's first raise the circumstantial qi harvesting method to level 10. The next target is the Tianwu refining heart technique, but this martial arts heart technique requires a level 3 Dao heart. Then we can only practice the basic heart refinement technique first, and while raising this technique to level 10, we can also raise our Dao heart to level 3, then practice the Tianwu refining heart technique, and then the next words. The only things I can practice on my hands are basic spitting, loose hands, and high school basic swordsmanship. After confirming the future arrangements in his mind, Zhang Yu thought about his current deposit of more than $70,000, as well as the potential future income he could earn if he signed a contract. He couldn't help but gush out an idea. Want to buy some more powerful, more effective feats?
Previously, Zhang Yu did not have any money and did not have any intention to do so, but after receiving Wang Hai's 66,000 today, Zhang Yu couldn't help but think about how to spend this money. For example, spiritual roots, talismans, practical experience, many things that he did not dare to think about before. Now he had some vague ideas, just waiting for the contract to be negotiated and see how much money he could have in his pocket before making any specific arrangements. And at this moment, after thinking about the future arrangements for learning feats, he couldn't help but have the idea of purchasing feats welling up in his heart as well. Even if you don't buy it, you can look at it first and have it in your mind. With a flash of the cell phone screen, Zhang Yu opened the shopping website and entered his real name account. After another bout of facial recognition, Zhang Yu then entered the Immortal Dao Technique purchase website. However, with his current status he could only see Qi practicing stage techniques, and just inside, he then saw a row of recommendation column above wrote your friends are watching, beautiful female Dafa unisex version. The big dream heart scripture sleep can also practice. 9 days quickly into the 8 talismans. Chapter 36 Class A Contracts. Looking at the gongfu on the recommendation bit, Zhang Yu began to be curious in his heart. My buddy is watching it? What kind of buddies are reading these martial arts anyway? It's just a shame that after real name login, most of the classmates Zhang Yu knew in reality were almost all close friends on shopping sites, and there were so many of them that it made it impossible for him to pinpoint who was looking at them. 9 Heavenly Rapid 8-part Talisman? When he thought of his 60-point Taoist exam, Zhang Yu immediately clicked in. Then it was talked out of 98k. The talisman is too low in terms of cost effectiveness, so it's better to leave it for now. Zhang Yu simply clicked on the leaderboard to see what the hottest feats were right now. Changchun Isho Gong Hardcover New Revised Edition. Nourishing Health and Dispelling Disease Gong. The King of Movers Details Excavation Palm Crane Claw. Sports Car Legs and Censored Version. Elevator Longitudinal Practical Repair Guide. Seeing these Qi practicing stage selling techniques, Zhang Yu was just slightly stunned. The hottest sellers are first of all the life-prolonging, disease-curing and body-strengthening feats, which Zhang Yu understands very well. Who wouldn't want to live a few more years? As for the cure, it makes more sense. Hospitals are too expensive. After all, it is more cost-effective to have a disease or to carry it off by practicing on your own. But what's next in the hot list is either a strength-based martial art that mimics diggers and cranes. Either it is some kind of light body kung fu based on sports cars or elevators. One of the total look is that all of them are bulls and horses to learn martial arts. However, when Zhang Yu thought about it for a second, he realized it again. Compared to them, high school students, the real majority of people in the Qi practicing stage are still working as laborers, especially the high-income groups of various construction sites, factories, deliveries, security guards who do the work of dozens of people by themselves. For them, these digging palms, crane claws, and sports car legs are the tools they use to make money, the feats they use to settle down in the Koan market. For them, this is the real useful gongfu that. It was much more reliable than anything that impacted the realm or raised the cultivation level. After figuring this out, Zhang Yu changed the screening criteria a bit and changed the age of suitability to 15 to 18. The feats that popped up this time instantly became the Mana Edition formula, the basic 8 runes universal dictionary, and the 36 styles of fitness simplified version. This next look over, Zhang Yu felt that all these feats from Sales High were too basic and simple. It looks like they're all being bought by high school students from regular high schools. So Zhang Yu added a new screening condition, the level of the gongfu. According to what Zhang Yu learned in school, feats were categorized into a total of 5 levels: basic, advanced, expert, military, and immortal. It is said that there are even more detailed divisions within the immortal sect level techniques, but what exactly Zhang Yu did not know. After all, military grade and immortal sect grade are not something that ordinary people can cultivate. One needed to join the military and political departments in order to have cultivation privileges, and one even more so needed to join a large sect in order to do so. And like the Zhou Tianqi collection method in Zhang Yu's own hand, he estimated that it should be of the advanced class. As for the Tianwu refining heart technique, he estimated that it should be expert level. Unconcealed mountain moving sutra, heart elemental great hand seal, peripheral star dipper sword, bright heart sutra. Zhang Yu's eyes swept over these expert level feats, and after a moment of eye rolling, can only helplessly shook his head. Expert level techniques not only have a higher cultivation threshold and more requirements, this cheapest one of the right to use is also several tens of thousands of dollars. Really can not afford to buy unless the school's contract really opens me up to a big price. Zhang Yu's gaze swept over the advanced class feats again, and in his heart, he said, rather, advanced class. I might consider buying a few copies when the contract is done. Especially the heart technique that suits me and allows me to rise to Dao Xin level 3 faster. Start practicing the heavenly martial refining heart technique. After wandering around the shopping platform for a while and adding a few more feats that looked good to the shopping cart, Zhang Yu then planned to withdraw for the time being. Just then, it suddenly became clear that that recommendation bar had changed again. Your competitor is placing an order for mana bonus formula. General Dictionary of the Basic 8 Talismans. Celestial Demon Parasitism. This is how you misuse big data, isn't it? To create a meritocracy among your users? Stimulate users' desire to spend money? Not. What is this heavenly demon parasitic method? Your competitor is placing an order for the sky demon parasite method. Can anyone not order in this? The dog had to click on it to get a look at it. Zhang Yu then clicked in. It was only then that he realized that this heavenly demon parasitic method was an expert-level technique that gathered the abilities of self-healing of flesh and blood, organ transplantation, devouring flesh and blood, chi and blood adaptation, and parasitizing the human body. In a nutshell, it was a martial art that could plunder the flesh of others. As a 20-year netbook genuine user in his previous life, Zhang Yu took a look at this name and this introduction and had a feeling. Whoever bought this technique could be a good person? My opponent? Just which demon is going to cultivate the heavenly demon parasite method? Is there really this opponent? Could it be that this site is making it up? Zhang Yu had some doubts in his heart. But when he thought of the various magical powers and styles of doing things in the Kuan Ruins world, he felt that it didn't seem impossible. Zhang Yu looked at the price. The right to use this heavenly demon parasitic method was a full $300,000. There are only a few people he knows who are qualified to practice this technique, come to think of it. Plus the qualifier of competitor. Qian Shun? Or is it He Diyu? Zhang Yu immediately felt that He Diyu was a major suspect. After all, teacher Lei Jun had replayed the video of his fight with He Diyu so many times, and he remembered that He Diyu looked at him with a very unfriendly gaze. Gotta watch out for these rich people in the neighborhood anyway. To cultivate some heavenly demon parasitism method. Human face and beast heart. But soon he saw it again in the recommendation column below the purchase page. People who viewed this technique also viewed anti-parasitism method, purification divine skill, Zhentian magic. Seeing these highly targeted names, this time Zhang Yu again immediately doubted his judgment just now. It can't really be that this platform is fooling around and trying to trick me into placing an order, can it? With Zhang Yu's understanding of the Kuan Hui world, the companies in this world would definitely be able to do such a thing. This time he could only keep things in mind for a while, but before exiting the platform, he thought about it but first added the anti-parasite method, purification divine skill, and the scroll of heavenly demons decimation skill to his favorites. After a while, he simply opened the platform again and added the heavenly demon parasite method to his favorites as well. It's best if that guy placing the order can also see that your opponent is reading the heavenly demon parasitism method, the anti-parasitism method, the purification of the divine kung fu technique, and the scrolls of decapitation of the heavenly demons. In the blink of an eye, another night had passed. Zhang Yu's Zhou Tianqi harvesting method had gained another advancement and was raised to level 8, 95/160, and mana had risen to the level of 12. One after this day of hard work. Day 2. On the campus of MT High School, Zhang Yu received a friend ad message from a barbell avatar. Hello, Zhang Yu. I'm Lan Ling from the sophomore demonstration class, and I'm also the head of the student council sports department. There's something I'd like to discuss with you, so please add a friend. After Zhang Yu agreed, the other party quickly sent a new message. Hello, Mr. Zhang Yu. In order to promote the development of social immortality, to help our students to climb the peak on the road to Xian and obtain better results, on the basis of the principle of mutual voluntariness and win-win cooperation, we are honored to invite you to discuss the signing with a view to reaching a deeper value-added partnership. The person asked him to meet him in the office of the student union at 12 noon today to discuss the signing. Finally, so at noon that day, Zhang Yu washed his face, combed his hair and, after straightening his clothes again, he came to the front of the student council's office. He had just knocked on the door when he saw it open and another door appear. Oh, nor is another door appearing behind the door that. Instead, someone who looked a lot like door appeared. A student of portmanteau stature opened the door for Zhang Yu, smiling while stepping back. It's Mr. Zhang Yu, right? Zhang Yu glanced at the dumbbells still held in the door panelist's hand and greeted. Blue Ridge student? Just as the greetings were exchanged, a chuckle came from behind the door border. Then came the thud of running. Is that Zhang Yu coming? Only to see a young man with no shoes on jump off the couch and, a little way ran to Zhang Yu and held his hands and said excitedly, Ha ha, I heard yesterday that another supreme genius has come out of our Sonyang High School, and I finally waited for you today. After saying that, he grabbed Zhang Yu and headed inside. Blue Ridge, who was on the side, followed up with an introduction. Student Zhang Yu, this is the vice president of our student union, Chao Chul Dust. Zhang Yu thought about it, This one seemed to be the sophomore year's grade 1. It was a name that was seen as often as he was in various parts of the school right after the monthly exams. Zhou Chudian pulled Zhang Yu to the sofa and the two of them sat on the sofa together, feeling his hand squeezed tightly in the other's. There was also the other party's gaze that contained admiration, excitement, and thrill, and Zhang Yu's heart froze. It's not a fencer, is it? Zhou Chudian, on the other hand, reached out and grabbed it in the air, and a stack of documents flew over from the desk. It was in his hand. I looked you up immediately after I saw your grades. That's how I found out that there were even collect calls about you coming into the school. Zhang Yu's heart sank when he heard this, secretly saying, going to use the debt-owed thing to press the price? However, he saw Zhou Chudian waving the document in his hand. Laughing, I said, I heard that and immediately had your debt bought out. 12 platforms, totaling $700,000 in debt all in one place. How can the pride of our school be overpowered by debt? Speak out. Other high schools think we're so poor at Songyang High School that we can't even afford to invest in our own students. With that, he spat out mana in his hand, and it turned all the debt documents into ashes. In Zhang Yu's stunned gaze, Zhou Chuduan continued, in the future, you won't have to pay your debt every month. This $700,000 debt will be credited to me first, without interest, and without you rushing to pay it. Next you'll be at our Songyang High School, studying and practicing in peace and quiet. Just wait until you graduate from college and get into a big clan, and then slowly pay me back later when you've made some money. Zhang Yu looked at the other party in surprise, not expecting this vice student president to strike with a single blow. Just put a hold on his most imminent borrowing problem. Then Zhou Chudian picked up another document. Accepted. This is the Class A contract I set for you after consulting with the president. $50,000 a month for practice. The school has a 20% discount on spiritual routes, meditation rooms, spirit worlds, charms, cafeterias, and potions. The school dormitory also has a single room for you. Listening to the other side quoting one favor after another, Zhang Yu's heart just couldn't help but beat faster, and he had an urge to sign this document immediately. Chapter 37, The Dragnet. Bang. Along with the door closing, only Zhou Chudian and Blue Ridge were left in the office. Blue Ridge continued practicing the barbell in his hand while speaking. President, this Zhang Yu is a bit greedy. Zhou Chudian lay on the sofa and said with a light smile, the poor people, when they are young and ambitious, once they are wild and crazy, it's all normal. If I raise 70 points in a month like he did, I'm as mad as he is. Just give him another month to think about it. Blue Ridge's gaze was icy cold as he said, President, do you really want to give him another contractual raise? Zhou Chudian said indifferently, Blue Ridge, you've seen too few poor people and still don't understand them. Limited by their upbringing, experience, and standard of living, the poor tend to be shallow. In a situation like the one we just had, 9 out of 10 would have signed a contract with us on the spot. But Zhang Yu was able to keep his composure and said he'd go back and think about it, so I'd have to think highly of him instead. If his grades can be raised again on the monthly exam in a month's time, what's wrong with me giving him a one-level raise? Blue Ridge frowned and said, I'm just afraid that this kind of person is insatiable. Zhou Chudian laughed and said, alright Big Blue, be a bit more atmospheric. Don't go fighting with the people below you. Zhang Yu isn't on the same path as us, and he won't come to grab a spot with us. They were never in competition with us. Instead, the better he does, the more he improves, the more we make. It's more worthwhile to invest in. Saying that, Zhou Chudian had already placed a spiritual interface cover over his head. I'm going to be in the spirit world all afternoon catching up, so you don't have to come see me if you're okay. Inside the cafeteria, as soon as he came out of the student council office, Zhang Yu rushed to Baizhinjin. Looking at the other party who was still eating calmly, Zhang Yu said anxiously, Ah Jin, you better give me a good enough reason. Do you know how determined I just was not to sign it? You have no idea how much people appreciate my talent. Bai Xinjin said calmly, is it true that as soon as you went in, he rushed over and held your hand, didn't even have time to put on your shoes? Zhang Yu froze slightly and stopped talking with his mouth full. Bai Xinjin continued, it's all the same, every time Zhou Chudian looks for someone to sign a contract, it's all so entertaining. Ha! Zhang Yu was surprised. You're playing with me, aren't you? Zhang Yu added, but he also went to my debt. Bai Xinjin hummed and asked, did you really go? I suppose he became your creditor? Did I also tell you that you don't want interest? That you don't need to rush to pay off your debt? And that later, when you graduate from college, pay it off slowly when you get a job? Zhang Yu was surprised again. He told you the same thing? Bai Xinjin said, he should have said that to anyone who was going to sign. But you mustn't think it's any good anymore. The claim that you don't have to pay it back is just lip service. If you don't go ahead and pay the debt, when the debt is overdue, the decision can be in the hands of the other party. If he really doesn't care, then there really isn't much going on. But once he files for enforcement, the money in your account immediately goes to pay the debt. If you don't have enough money, then you have to use your assets against it. Think about what your most valuable asset is. Zhang Yu's gaze flickered slightly. He really didn't have any assets on hand. Enforcement is probably just being a bum. Bai Xinjin, however, snorted coldly and said, the most valuable thing on you. It's all your cultivation, your 1,000 hardened flesh and blood, and your diligently cultivated dantian. Zhang Yu's eyes stared at his words. You mean they will? Bai Xinjin nodded. Enforcement. If you have money, you pay it back. If you don't, you auction the assets. When you're done selling things outside your body, it's natural to sell your organs, your flesh and blood, your dantian. Although he had long since stopped expecting anything from the lower reaches of the Koan ruins, when he heard these words from Bai Xinjin, Zhang Yu still had a sinking heart. And Bai Xinjin's narration continues, and don't think about escaping. This contract isn't just a paper contract. Remember the Ministry of Law inside the 8 divisions of the Shogun? When this contract is signed, the student body is going to be using charms. The great god of the heavenly covenant of the Ministry of Law and Order is respectfully invited to be a witness, and when the time comes, the enforcement will also be done by the 8 righteous gods. Good guy. Good Zhou Chudian. Zhang Yu listened to another shock in his heart. You're playing games with me when I'm being honest with you, aren't you? Are you trying to send me to the park? And opposite Zhang Yu, Bai Xinjin continued. However, if you fully comply with the contract, the great improvement is also in line with what they expect from you, and then they may not do anything to you. But there's another key to it, and it's in the other part of the contract, regarding the choice of universities and majors when applying for college, as well as compensation after violating the relevant entries. That means, after you sign the contract, which college you're going to go to, which program you're going to major in, it's all up to them from now on. There are all sorts of rules and regulations beyond that, and when violated they are all astronomical liquidated damages. Seeing Zhang Yu's bewildered look, Bai Xinjin didn't have the heart to say, didn't you read this part of the contract? Zhang Yu justified. I can't stand seeing all those benefits in front of me. Wasn't it because I was afraid I wouldn't be able to resist signing it if I read any further that I hurriedly rejected Zhou Chudian and ran to the cafeteria to find you? Bai Xinjin nodded. Alright, it's also counted as feasy that you willed it. Then she turned her words to another matter. Hazuko, do you ever get the feeling that those dead rich guys at our school rarely have any trouble with us poor guys? Is it not true that they have always been gentle and kind and polite? And seldom have they been in a position of power? Zhang Yu recalled slightly in his mind and nodded his head. It seems to be like this. True white, because the rich and the poor don't even compete in the same track. They didn't see us as competitors from start to finish. That's why it looked personal. Zhang Yu sniffed and frowned slightly. We all obviously took the college entrance exam together. What do you mean they don't compete in the same track? Could they have gone to college on aerobics? For her part, Bai Xinjin went on, because the poor people took the exams for a normal university. And those that are dead rich target the top 10 universities. For them, with their financial resources, there's plenty of opportunities to get into a regular college. Didn't see the poor guys as competition at all. There are only top colleges, and even they have to fight tooth and nail to compete with other rich people. Zhang Yu couldn't help but ask, then can't poor people get into top universities? Xinjin Bai, there is a limited number of enrollment slots at the top Big 10 universities that, it's even less when it's divided into each city. Like the annual enrollment in the city of Imtai, the top 10 combined are just a couple dozen recruits in total. Those spots have long been monopolized by them in various ways. Something like a Class A contract is one of the means. Signing up with talented, high-achieving poor guys directly determines what colleges they enroll in. Of course, sign this contract, although you can't take the top 10 anymore, but you are their investment program, and they will still be polite and friendly and a good classmate to you. But not signing this contract, or even showing any inclination to want to take the Big 10 later on, then you really become their competition. The competition that awaits you will be nothing short of brutal. You will also see all the ways in which they are truly inappropriate, and the pressure coming at you from all sides. The enrollment quotas at the top 10 schools are jointly maintained in that circle of theirs. Something that no poor man should ever be allowed to get his hands on. At this point, even the student councils of all major high schools are one and the same. One loss for all. And you don't expect the school to care too much. When the parents of the students have far more social energy than the school, the principal oftentimes can't control the student body. Listening to these words spoken from Bai Xinjin's mouth, Zhang Yu immediately understood. Song Yang Master teamed up to ostracize the stinking poor man well. At this moment, he felt as if he saw a large, invisible net, covering the sky and the earth. It loomed over all the students, weighing them down. Zhang Yu couldn't help but lament.
The top 10 most prestigious schools.
Is the difference between that and a regular college that big? Does it scare them so much?
Bai Jinjin rolled her eyes and said,
then what else?
The 10 great clans are something that one can never be separated from birth to death.
It's the power that determines the direction of the Koan market. And only by entering the top 10 top schools will you have a chance to enter the top 10 sects. As for ordinary university graduates,
the 10 great clans won't accept them as disciples.
At most, they will just become employees of some group under the 10 great sects.
Zhang Yu sighed in his heart when he heard it.
Sure enough, even after graduating from the university,
he could not escape from the discrimination of academic qualifications. Ordinary college graduation, this is only a lifetime to be an outsourced disciple. Bai Jinjin continued.
Of course, there is another very important point. That is,
only the 10 major clans
can become immortal.
A hint of yearning was also revealed in her tone at the moment.
Becoming immortal,
the ultimate pursuit in the hearts of countless immortalists.
It could be said that as long as the cultivators set foot on the path of immortality, which one of them hadn't thought about this point?
Zhang Yu also remembered upon hearing this. Immortals only existed in the top 10 clans.
Bai Jinjin, anyway, that's the situation. Trying to get into a Big 10 school, you're going to face an overwhelming stranglehold. Hazuko, what are your plans now that you know this? Under Bai Jinjin's gaze, Zhang Yu's appearance looked incomparably hesitant. Want to sign up?
If you sign up and then read and take the exams in peace and have the feathered book,
even if I get into a normal university and work in a clan group, I should be able to do very well, right? But, the top 10 clans. At this moment,
Zhang Yu thought of the immortal spirit roots that could only be inserted by the disciples of the great sects. Immortal grade techniques that only the disciples of the great clans can use. And immortality that only the disciples of the great clans can become immortal. In all shapes and sizes and counting. On the future of the top 10 universities and the average college.
There are countless chasms of what he knows and doesn't know.
Just as Zhang Yu felt hesitant, a vicious chill surged up from his heart and,
with the countdown surfacing,
it also reminded him of something.
Study hard, go to college, join a big clan, and
then make money to buy up all the antiques in your shopping cart.
To join a big clan, you have to get into the top 10. Actually, I ran out of options a long time ago.
Looking at the constipated Zhang Yu, Bai Jinjin patted him on the shoulder and said,
take your time to think. The choice really isn't one that can be decided so easily. They should have given you another month to think about it.
Looking at Bai Jinjin's movements as she stood up and intended to leave, Zhang Yu suddenly asked,
what about you, Shin? What's your plan?
Bai Jinjin moved with a slight lurch, then said with incomparable firmness,
I'm not signing. I'm going to take the top 10.
And Zhang Yu felt the slowly dissipating coldness in his body. It also seems to see directly into the choices in your mind.
He laughed. Then we're together. Chapter 38 Level 10 Circumstantial Qi Harvesting Method.
Turning her head to look at Zhang Yu, Bai Jinjin unexpectedly said,
are you sure? Hazuko, don't make decisions too easily. Wanting to take the top 10 schools means going against countless people in Sanyang City.
You kid didn't say that just to pretend.
Did you?
Zhang Yu angrily said.
Uing.
Brother, and you seriously talking?
You and brother joking?
Looking at Zhang Yu's serious appearance, Bai Jinjin suddenly smiled.
Alright, let's pretend you're going to get into a Big 10 school. 2. They gave you 1 month to think about it, right? The deadline they gave me was just 1 month away.
For the next 2 weeks, you might as well find a way to work on yourself. I'll take you to meet some people when the facade is on.
Farcer?
Zhang Yu's heart fluttered. He remembers that he signed up for the French tournament that starts this month.
Just 2 weeks from now. Seeing people at the facade? Seeing what people?
Bai Jinjin said mysteriously.
Someone who might be able to help us. Riddlers go to hell. Zhang Yu pursued. What kind of person is it?
Bai Jinjin said.
I'm not sure yet. Anyway, you'll know when the time comes.
Zhang Yu had no choice but to spend the rest of the time.
Try to continue to spend all of your spirit on self-improvement. No matter what.
The only thing he could grasp now was his own power.
Martial arts class. Dowsing is useless.
It's the martial arts that are of great use.
When you meet narrowly and go head-to-head with your opponent.
A masterful martial art is the most reliable thing you can have in your hands.
At that time there will be 2 results. Either you will kill your opponent or you will lie down,
killed by an opponent. Listening to martial arts class teacher Lei Jun's speech,
Hideo secretly rolled his eyes, obviously not impressed with the remarks. Just then, but he heard Lei Jun say, alright, next, each of you will group up to practice in real combat. Hideo, you and Zhang Yu team up. Ha?
Hideo was confused at the words and subconsciously looked at Lei Jun.
Pointing at himself, Lei Jun snorted coldly and said, what are you looking at? You lost so badly in the monthly exam. And your grades are so bad. Did you go back and do some soul searching? Now I'll give you another chance to learn from Zhang Yu. Won't you? The flag of poor performance in the 1-month test of martial arts practical combat came down. Even the son of a school manager like Mr. Ho Taiyao had no words to refute. After all, under the political certainty that poor students are even breathing the wrong way, Ho could not defy that in the classroom either. Mudo old dang. Bullying Taoist students, right? He silently came in front of Zhang Yu. In his heart, he thought, but I'm not really sure I can't win against Zhang Yu right now. 3 consecutive defeats at the hands of Zhang Yu. Although Yu didn't intend to get into it with his opponent. But that doesn't mean he won't engage in introspection and self-examination. Not only has he watched the footage of those 3 battles over and over again, not only himself, but it was also specifically shown to his home reality teacher. The resulting analysis is that Zhang Yu's loose hand has reached level 3. Once he discerned a breakthrough, he would be prone to heavy damage. But Zhang Yu's weakness was also obvious, as could be seen in the 3rd actual battle. Zhang Yu was extremely inexperienced in actual combat, so Hideo tried to practice some countermeasures to this. For example, at this moment in the ring, he no longer took the initiative to strike, but went all out on defense, and wait for the other party to be impatient, and then look for an opportunity to use the small star palm to attack their unpreparedness. With a countermeasure, Hideo believed that even if he lost, he would definitely not lose in an ugly way. There's even a chance of winning. Bang! 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 Continuously blocking Zhang Yu's several moves. At first Hideo felt alright, but soon he felt the other man's fists getting heavier and heavier, blocking his hands for a moment. The mana in his body was even slightly churning up. Boom! The blocking hands were directly blasted away by another punch from Zhang Yu. Ho Taiyao was then kicked out again, falling to the ground with a thud. Hideo felt a continuous surge of mana in his body and, surprisingly, none of them were able to get up for a while. Zhang Yu's loose hand is more powerful than last time? Did he? Hideo looked at Zhang Yu with some incredulity. On the other side, Lei Juan's figure flashed and had appeared beside Zhang Yu's body. Surprised? You're level 4 in Scattergories? Zhang Yu, who was already a level 5 scattered hand, smiled awkwardly. Well, I just broke through yesterday. Originally, Zhang Yu did not intend to expose his improved loose hands, still deliberately suppressing his loose hand prowess to engage Hideo, but after all, he still lacked real-world experience. And after Hideo shifted to full defense, Zhang Yu accidentally failed to control the power of his scattered hands under the continuous onslaught and pushed his blood and mana operation to level 4. Lei Jun sniffed but laughed and said, "It seems that you are quite talented in martial arts. Well, do you want to participate in the Sonyang City Martial Arts Practical Competition next month?" Zhang Yu's eyes twitched. "Is there a bonus?" Lei Jun said. "Of course there is. The first in the city can get $50,000. It also rewards access to expert-level martial arts." Zhang Yu thought to himself, there were prizes for the legal competitions that I had signed up for before. There's also prize money in this Budo Real Combat Tournament. It occurred to him that if he could have gotten more places and prizes in the contests, then even without the student council's funding, there should be enough money for daily expenses and even accelerated cultivation. Seeing Zhang Yu's heartfelt look, Lei Jun continued, "I have long told you that martial arts have great use. As long as you fight well in actual combat, you will not worry about earning money. Then I'll sign you up. And I'll take you and Baizhinjin with me then." After Lei Jun left, Zhang Yu looked at Hideo, who was still lying on the ground, asked, "Are you okay?" "Nothing. What can I do?" Hideo hurriedly stood up and, looking deeply at Zhang Yu, he suddenly said, "I heard that the student council called you in yesterday?" After seeing Zhang Yu nod his head, Hideo slowly soothed the anger in his heart. "No need to get angry with him. It's all a campus asset and it doesn't affect my entrance exams." He rubbed his chest as he, while reassuring himself in his mind, he said, "Senior year practical strengths and weaknesses don't mean much, and when I build a good foundation and start practicing expert-level feats, soon you'll be able to crush people like Zhang Yu and Baizhinjin." On the other side of the practice field, Baizhinjin said impatiently, "Have you finished watching? Continue." Qianshin's gaze retracted from Zhang Yu's side, looking at Baizhinjin in front of her but felt a wave of pressure coming over her. If it's a 550-point subhuman on the other side of the room, then he was confident that he could destroy and defeat his opponent. But against a sky-high 651 points, Qianshin only felt that his every move seemed to be seen through by the other party, and as soon as he moved against Baizhinjin, he felt his hands were tied and his battle power plummeted. "My score is so much lower than hers. How can I be her opponent? Old Huang is really something, too. I should have arranged for Zhang Yu, who is 6 points lower than me, to fight me." Zhang Yu swept a glance at Hideo, Qianshun, and other rich brothers, and suddenly couldn't help but think in his heart, these rich students who seemed to be quite friendly, after realizing that he and Bai Jinjin wanted to get into the top 10 universities. And what will become of it? Will they also join forces together against him and Jun? Looking at the way Qianxin was completely suppressed by Bai Jinjin at this moment, Zhang Yu secretly said in his heart, speaking of which, could Qianxin seriously score-oriented look, like he didn't know that poor people have no way to get into the top 10 universities, have been staged? Zhang Yu didn't think that Qianzi's purity really didn't look like an act. It can't be let the young master concentrate on his studies, keep the social filth out of his head kind of drama, right? Zhang Yu shook his head and could not be sure up in his heart. Taoism class. The instructor looked at He Dayo with a face of appreciation. This medical examination charm is well written. It seems that you already know the charms of the great god of health and spring life inside out, He Dayo said with a modest face. Teacher is flattering. I still have a lot to work on. The instructor waved his hand and said, excessive modesty is pride. To have made it this far in your freshman year of high school, Ho Dayo. I don't see you having to take any of the senior classes on the school campus. It's okay if you don't take this class in the future. I'll count you in for full attendance. Hidayo felt the envious gazes of his classmates around him, and again he was modest and pushed back. The instructor, however, suddenly turned her head and said, Zhang Yu, Bai Jinjin, you two need to step up your game too. It doesn't do any good to be so biased. Come to my place for tutoring when you have time. I'll give you both a 20% discount. Whether Bai Jinjin or Zhang Yu can only bow their heads to be lectured, but there is no ups and downs in their hearts. The cost-effectiveness of remedial classes to learn charms was so low that they were still going to spend their money on something more cost-effective first. Quiet room. Administrator Wei Xian's voice came through. Mr. Zhang Yu, it's almost time. Do you want to add bells? Zhang Yu, who once again had the lowest walk rate of the week, hesitated for a moment, opened his mouth and said, add an hour to it. Thinking about the fact that the Dharma tournament was getting closer, Zhang Yu still decided to appropriately raise the speed of his mana cultivation. He took a deep breath and felt a tremor in his Qihai spirit root within his dantian. Spiritual energy then swarmed in from the four directions of heaven and earth, and strand by strand he refined it into mana. An hour later, looking at Zhang Yu's departing back, Wei Xian sighed, worthy of being a Jindan disciple. This progress in spitting efficiency is so fast. It's just when can I fill up a platinum membership? After school rooftop, the thumping and crashing of the two figures continuously collided at high speeds, erupting with a sound of wind and thunder. It was none other than Zhang Yu and Bai Jinjin who were engaging in actual combat sparring. The two were more able to give their all in their private sparring sessions than they were in their practical classes. You don't have to worry about exposing your bottom card, and the effect on real-world experience is much greater. Only to see that between the two sides' punches and kicks, Zhang Yu's scattered hands were more powerful. The strength of his flesh was yet a step weaker than Bai Jinjin, and although Bai Jinjin's loose hand rank was not as good as Zhang Yu's, he still mastered a high school basic sword art. From time to time, he interspersed them with his sword fingers, forcing the inexperienced Zhang Yu to scramble. Hazuko, don't look at my hands. You have to look at my hips and shoulders to anticipate my movements. Don't keep thinking about relying on your familiarity with the casual hand to make judgments. In the stationery store in front of the school, the boss pointed to the ranking of this year's seniors and said, Zhang Yu, the third senior in, a 70-point boost in a month is buying the tranquilizers, painkillers, fillers, and muscle supplements I have here. With that, he pulled out a bag of pill bottles and, toward the Songyang students in front of him, he recommended, Zhang Yu's original cultivation package is now on sale at 90% off. Zhang Yu, who was preparing to come in to buy goods, stood at the door, looking at the adult behind the counter who was constantly selling his mouth off to make money. I once again felt the ugliness of the adult world. After the group of students left, Zhang Yu walked up and said, how was it? I told you last time I was the man of the hour on campus, and the bandwagon works well. Isn't it time for a raise? The owner said, disgruntled. I haven't gotten my money back on that batch of neurofiller I sent you. He reached out and pointed in the direction of the gift bag. Here, just sold one copy today. Zhang Yu secretly said in his heart, you're selling all the big stuff here, and it's not cheaper than online. People can't buy it anywhere they go. The boss added, and the matter of the body refining pill. Many students say that you are a natural body refiner. No zaps of medicine. Zhang Yu hurriedly changed the topic and said, or did I take less medicine from you here at school? You'll send me 2 more bottles of neurofillers, and I'll take them every day when I get to school, so the publicity will be good. Reading, classes, practicing, exhaling, practicing. For 5 days, Zhang Yu devoted all his spirit to cultivation. On this night, he who was spitting on his bed suddenly couldn't help a smile from the corners of his mouth. After completing the last of the exhaled circumference,
his Zhou Tianqi harvesting method had finally been raised to level 10.
In an instant, the circulation of mana within Zhang Yu's body surged and surged.
It flowed like the Yangtze River, making his ears seem to hear a whistling phantom sound.
After a long time, when the agitation of the mana cycle gradually subsided,
Zhang Yu then felt that passive vomiting became more powerful and spiritual.
After reaching level 10 of the Zhou Tianqi harvesting method, passive vomiting is already 10% as efficient as active vomiting.
The smile at the corner of Zhang Yu's mouth became even bigger.
In other words, even if he no longer went to actively exhale next,
it was equivalent to running the Zhou Tianqi collection method to exhale spiritual energy all the time.
The mana in his body was gaining boosts from moment to moment, and after this period of hard cultivation,
the mana in his body had also grown greatly,
improved to 13.3 and has become second in the class. When he thought of this, a trace of eccentricity spread across Zhang Yu's face. I have amazing potential and overwhelming self-discipline. It's not surprising to see that rate of progress. How come Jin's rate of progress feels like it's getting faster lately too? Did she open it too? Chapter 39, The Law of the Heart. The Zhou Tianqi harvesting method has finally reached level 10.
Zhang Yu then also planned to switch the specialization of the feather book and pick another gate technique to upgrade. And in deciding not to sign a contract with the student government, after deciding to break through and get into the top 10 universities, Zhang Yu also figured out a few things.
The first is that without the investment of the student union, the resources he holds in his hands will inevitably be more limited. And to get into the top 10,
the pressure he would have to face in the future would only be much greater than it is now. Resources are more limited and pressures are heavier. Therefore, Zhang Yu's next step is to allocate and utilize the resources in his hands. All must be finely tuned to try to develop faster and better per unit of time.
To do this, that necessarily entails utilizing your strengths as much as possible, absolute self-discipline and amazing potential. Simply put,
it means practicing stronger and harder feats.
For Zhang Yu, the owner of the feathered book, the same painstaking cultivation of a technique that,
of course, the stronger the feats learned, the better the results. It's like one Zhang Yu practicing the Great Desolate imprisoning Heavenly Finger and the other Zhang Yu practicing the basic Long Palm.
You can tell which one is promising by the name.
Zhang Yu secretly said in his heart, but this is not something that can be done casually. The more powerful the technique, the more the threshold. It's like the doggy style that even dogs can learn.
But water ballet is not for everyone. Of the expert level techniques,
such as the Tianwu refining heart technique in Zhang Yu's hands, even now he had failed to meet the requirements of one of the level 3 Dao hearts. So if you want to practice a powerful technique, the first requirement is to meet the threshold of these feats as much as possible. Zhang Yu's gaze swept across the cell phone screen, looking at the requirements placed on cultivators by one of the powerful techniques above.
Dao mind, mana. It's like what high school teachers used to say. The Taoist heart and mana are the foundation of immortalism.
The grade of Dao heart represents the immortal cultivator's control and carrying capacity of the power of the immortal Dao.
Mana was the most fundamental force that drove all kinds of feats.
The vast majority of powerful feats also had thresholds that were mostly related to Dao heart and mana.
So if you wanted to cultivate powerful techniques, you had to have a high enough Dao heart and mana. Mana-wise, I now have a 10th level of the circumstantial Qi harvesting method. Every moment is equivalent to exhaling spiritual energy and refining mana. Instead, it's the Dao heart rank that has been the one I've been negligent in raising during this time.
Zhang Yu looked at his savings,
and after a new round of rent and utilities,
as well as after spending on food and other miscellaneous expenses during this time,
he currently has over $62,000 left in savings. This amount of money, even if all of it was used to raise mana,
would only rent the heavenly spirit route for more than 10 hours.
It's like going to an internet cafe for a night. It's gone in the blink of an eye and the boost is extremely limited.
That's why Zhang Yu had thought about it all these days. But he still felt that he should purchase a stronger mind technique.
As soon as possible, raise your Dao heart to level 3.
And then switch to the Tianwu refining heart technique to further accelerate your Dao heart.
After all, the Dao heart level in the Qi practicing stage ranges from level 1 to a maximum of level 10. Similar mana from 1 to 100.
The time consumed in trying to raise the level of the Dao heart to level 3 is not short. If there was a heart method that was stronger and better suited to him than the basic heart refining method,
he would be able to save a lot of time.
And after both the Dao heart level and mana have been increased, then they will go on to cultivate stronger techniques.
That's the faster developing and more cost-effective route at the moment.
As for what heart method to purchase, Zhang Yu has also long searched and thought about it a lot in the past few days.
Basic, advanced, expert.
Among the mind techniques that Zhang Yu could currently purchase, the basic level was the cheapest.
But it's not much of a boost for him. Although the expert level is powerful, it is expensive and has a high threshold for cultivation.
nor does it suit him at this moment.
Instead, the advanced level of mindfulness. For most students 4 months into their freshman year of high school,
all of them seemed rather chickenish, but they were just right for Zhang Yu.
Effectively, the first year of high school is the time to lay the foundation for the several basic feats promoted by the high school were researched and developed by the 10 major sects, which were most neutral and calm, and were extremely effective in laying the foundation. This is the time to learn an additional advanced class mind technique, laboring to. It would be better to concentrate on improving a basic heart technique. So even for wealthy students, the freshman year of high school tends to focus on the basics, and it's not until the sophomore year that they each make their mark.
Learn a variety of expensive mind tricks.
It's also in the high school and MT.
One of the reasons why various rich brothers' grades tend to be sophomore year before they open up a huge gap with the poor guys, and why poor geniuses start slipping in the rankings in their sophomore year.
And price-wise, advanced level feats are much cheaper than expert level, though, but the follow-up costs just as much. After all, feats are too difficult to learn on their own, and for the vast majority of people, you're not given a secret book and just learn it. You often need to ask a teacher for guidance. An advanced level mind trick might only cost a few hundred or a few thousand,
but the subsequent teaching,
lessons, and instruction, supplemental fees can cost many Ws.
This reminds Zhang Yu of some games in his past life that were insta-free that, but the various props and figures kryptonite up to thousands.
Runaway, JPG,
but these 2 points would be perfect for Zhang Yu.
Makeup doesn't exist. I, Zhang Yu, am relying only on myself, and I can still practice divine power with my unparalleled qualifications. Opening the shopping site's collection bar,
Zhang Yu looked at a heart method he had selected.
Advancement class technique, desolate ox soul suppressing heart technique. Just by looking at the name, it seemed to be a heart method that was mighty and domineering, rigid and overwhelming, and calming to the heart. But upon closer inspection,
one realizes that the desolate ox soul suppressing heart technique requires a matching mind that.
It is a state of diligence, hard work and endurance like an old ox opening up a field.
What was especially crucial was that the strongest state of this mental method required the cooperation of another person. A character who can constantly force and suppress the practitioner and constantly give the practitioner tasks, such as a leader or a boss. The more they're ordered, the harder they're pushed, the longer they work, the stronger the effect of the desolate ox soul suppressing heart technique would be. The desolate ox soul suppressing heart technique, voted best sight heart technique for 10 years in a row. The most popular mindset for bosses. It's more of a cowhorse mind trick with a Gongfu user rating perennially below 1. 2. Zhang Yu looked at the user reviews.
1 star. The company asked to learn it for real use. 1 star. 5 stars are given in installments. 1 star. Got hung by the boss again today.
After casually sweeping a few glances, Zhang Yu felt a strong aura of resentment come over him. Obviously the vast majority of the cultivators of this bull and horse heart technique had been forced to cultivate it,
and at a glance,
they were all very much in line with the requirements of the heart technique. Zhang Yu looked again at the specific configuration requirements of the feats.
Recommended configuration. 1 forced to work more than 18 hours a day. Zhang Yu thought about it. He seemed to be forced by the ritual power 24 hours a day. That fit the requirements. He looked to the next entry again. 2 means of coercion. At least verbal coercion.
Preferably with the threat of remuneration.
If any.
The harder the pressure the better the results.
Zhang Yu thought about it. He should be threatened with death right now. And again, it fit the requirements well.
This bull and horse mind technique is really suitable for my current state.
And the key price is also.
Zhang Yu looked at the desolate ox soul suppressing heart technique.
And the current selling price for the right to use it was only $588.
This was one of the lowest priced advancement class feats that Zhang Yu had ever seen sold.
Only because if you want to get started, you still need the practitioner to have a boss to work with. That's why the mentoring service priced at $100 per day is also recommended above. After all, you have to have this mindfulness to get into a lot of jobs.
But many people have to get a job and have a boss before they can practice this mindfulness.
So to address this job search dilemma, the platform has introduced a fee-based mentoring service. Pay to hire yourself a boss, huh?
Zhang Yu cursed in his heart,
knowing that he certainly didn't need this.
He's got something looming over him 24/7 at all times. It can be said that this desolate ox soul suppressing heart technique, whether it is the effect,
the price, the configuration,
are incomparably suitable for Zhang Yu's current state of a heart method.
588 can't be bought, can't be fooled, and even if you find that your mind can't adapt to the, not much to lose either.
The only thing that made Zhang Yu feel bad was the connotation of this gongfu, but at this moment, he was no longer the Zhang Yu who had just crossed over.
After all, in the face of the harsh environment of kunsight, in the face of the ritual forces that have forced their way again and again, he has learned to adjust his heart and mind to his environment.
Zhang Yu took a deep breath and thought to himself, cow and horse is cow and horse.
The situation is forced upon us. If it's time to wimp out, just be a cowboy for a while. With my potential, I would be a cow or a horse silently accumulating. There's always a day to put a hole in that sky. 2. Zhang Yu knew very well that he was not willing to be a cow or a horse when he practiced the ox and horse mind technique. Rather, they are temporary savings for a better future. Place your order, pay for it, and receive it. In the blink of an eye, he received an electronic copy of the Heart Law. After reading through it once in detail, a new gong method emerged from the feather book. Draconic Bull Soul Suppressing Mind 0, 0 of 1. 1/1 level of Tao. Zhang Yu sat down on his knees and began to cultivate this mental method. Just seeing his head empty, trying to keep his spirit as calm as possible. Begin to construct the intention guardian diagram of this technique in his mind. It was a picture of an old cow with its head down, silently reclaiming the land. However, after Zhang Yu constructed it for a while, he always felt that something was wrong. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, he hastily stopped his cultivation and sat in place. A moment later, a vicious chill welled up from his heart and a countdown sounded in his head. This time Zhang Yu once again cultivated this desolate ox soul-suppressing heart skill, and it instantly felt right. A few minutes later, an old cow lowers its head and the picture of silent reclamation had been sketched in his mind. At this moment he seemed as if he had become a silently laboring, hard-working ox. All the original unhappiness in his heart was dissolved quite a bit. As he finished outlining this map of intentional guardianship, it was as if many memories of practicing the desolate ox soul-suppressing heart technique had surfaced in his mind out of thin air, allowing him to master this heart technique in a flash. Draconic Bull Soul Suppression Mind Technique Level 1, 0/3. Just practice 3 times and you'll be upgraded? Zhang Yu didn't know whether to cry or laugh for a moment. Is it because this technique fits well enough with my current state? So after waiting a few more moments for the countdown to go off in his head, Zhang Yu practiced this desolate ox soul-suppressing heart technique once again, and began to outline the intentional guardian diagram of that old ox reclaiming the land in his mind. After practicing back and forth like this 3 times, about 10 minutes or so had passed. Zhang Yu felt an intentional movement in his spirit, and his understanding of the desolate ox soul-suppressing heart technique then deepened once again. The picture of the intentional guardian sketched out in his mind also became clearer and more spiritual. Draconic Bull Soul-Suppressing Heart Technique Level 2, 0/6. Especially after this desolate ox soul-suppressing heart technique was upgraded to Level 2. More and more he felt as if practicing cultivation wasn't so tedious and unbearable anymore. Is this the effect of the desolate ox soul-suppressing heart technique? It can make one less and less afraid of suffering and getting able to live. Until Zhang Yu stopped the operation of this mental method. It's only then that I feel all sorts of fatigue, tedium, and lazy thoughts coming back to me. A moment later, after waiting for the ritual power to descend, Zhang Yu once again ran the desolate ox soul-suppressing heart technique. The piece of fickle, escapist distractions in his mind was instantly swept away, allowing him to begin to cultivate in a practical manner. This feat doesn't seem as bad as I thought before. He suddenly remembered that in the preamble to this technique, a quote from the founder who called himself the great sage of the deserted cow. May all the people of the world face hardships and dangers with less heartache and more expectation. A thought suddenly welled up in his mind. Perhaps the person who created this technique, it wasn't treated as a cowhorse mind trick. Almost half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Zhang Yu took a sharp breath and, feeling a tremor in his sea of consciousness, his desolate ox soul-suppressing heart technique had been raised to level 3, 0/9. And after a few more moments of cultivation, he felt that in his body, whether it was mana or physical strength, there was a sudden burst of arm's-length guidance that became more and more controllable and palpable. My Tao heart level has increased to level 2. Although Zhang Yu had originally felt that he should be close to upgrading his Tao Xin level, but this moment also had to lament his courageous improvement after practicing the desolate ox soul suppression heart skill. This gong method was indeed very suitable for his current state. Then continue to be a cow or a horse. Being a cow or a horse is nothing as long as you are paid enough. So next, Zhang Yu once again immersed himself in the cultivation of the desolate ox soul-suppressing heart technique. As this gong method operated, he seemed to feel less and less the tedium and labor of cultivation. Instead, a hint of accumulated satisfaction welled up in his heart. It's like the sense of fulfillment of an old cow diligently clearing a field and watching the fertile soil grow beneath its feet. Chapter 40, Happy Mind and Farser Tutorials. Early the next morning. Ever since last night's breakthrough of the Zhou Tianqi collection method to level 10, after Zhang Yu purchased Desolate Ox soul-suppressing heart technique and practiced it, forced by ritual forces to study, practice, and work all the time, Zhang Yu, who had already gradually adapted to it, felt an incomparable fit as soon as he practiced this Desolate Ox soul-suppressing heart technique.
and his progress was faster and fiercer than he had imagined. Especially with the successive upgrades of the desolate ox soul-suppressing heart technique, Zhang Yu was becoming more and more able to withstand the dullness, tedium, and loneliness of practicing the heart technique. He hardly paused for a moment, except to invoke the power of the ritual to force himself to. All the way on the cultivation path of the desolate ox soul-suppressing heart technique was courageous and refined. When the day dawned, Zhang Yu slowly opened his eyes. His desolate ox soul-suppressing heart technique had also been raised to level 7, 15/21. Having elevated this mental method to such a state in one night, Zhang Yu was sometimes afraid for his own talents. And on top of that, the heart of the way has made great strides. In particular, Zhang Yu saw the new data on the feather book. Dao Xin level 2, 1%. Could it be that after I practiced the desolate ox soul-suppressing heart technique, my grasp of the Dao mind became more and more accurate? Is this the only way to perceive the specific progress of the Dao mind? Zhang Yu shook his head. He still knew too little about the feather book. After getting up and brushing his teeth and washing his face, Zhang Yu continued to seize the time to silently practice his mind techniques on his way to school. According to the speed at which he was practicing this furious surge of the desolate ox soul-suppressing heart technique, he felt that he should be able to rush this heart technique to level 10 today. MT. High school. Between classes, Zhang Yu, who was practicing his mind techniques, heard the footsteps that were getting closer and closer. Couldn't help but frown slightly. Then he saw a tall, shaven-headed teenager walk up to him and, opening his mouth, he asked, "Student Zhang Yu, sorry to bother you for a moment. Can you lend me yesterday's math paper?" After waiting for a few moments, looking at Zhang Yu's delayed appearance and replying, the teenager smiled disinterestedly. "Sorry, looks like I'm bothering you. Then you practice. I'll come back for you later." Only a hint of gloom flashed in the teenager's eyes as he turned around. The way Zhang Yu concentrated on his cultivation and completely ignored him made him feel a sense of disrespect. He thought quietly in his heart, "Ha, worthy of being the third in his grade, how condescending. A 530 segment player like me wasn't even treated like a human being by him, was he?" On the other side, listening to the other party's departing footsteps, Zhang Yu had a sense of relief that he was finally gone. This kid, Liang Qin, isn't he a bit too self-centered? Liang Qin was the teenager who had just asked Zhang Yu to borrow a math test paper. Ever since Zhang Yu's monthly exam results came out, he's often approached by his classmates, stabbing at the mystery of his rapid improvement in grades. But most people stop coming once or twice, especially since Zhang Yu spent almost every class period practicing with his energy. The other students saw that he didn't take care of people, plus as the heat of the monthly exams gradually diminished. Gradually, not many people came to join in the fun. The only one who came to him was this Liang Qin, who came to him after almost every class. And it's not just the end of class. Liang Qin from martial arts class would come and hand him water. When gym class was over, he would come back to give Zhang Yu sweat wipes. When eating in the cafeteria, he would try to take a seat for Zhang Yu in advance. Between words, it was also always customary to brag about Zhang Yu. Like an attentive little bee, he surrounded Zhang Yu from time to time. In the beginning, Zhang Yu thought that this person was not bad, but after a few days, he felt that this Liang Qin was getting more and more annoying. In particular, the constant need to come over to him during class time interfered with his practice, and the bragging was always accompanied by a sidebar about his knack for improving his grades. It made Zhang Yu feel quite meaningless. So in the past 2 days, Zhang Yu gradually stopped paying attention to this person, hoping that the other party would know what to do. Although the process seems to have caused some resentment on the other side of the fence, but Zhang Yu had no choice in the matter. The time rolled around to almost the end of the school day. During the self-study class, a slight tremor ran through Zhang Yu's body. It then felt as if a stream of mana gushed out from the depths of his sea of consciousness, moisturizing his entire body and making him feel an incomparable sense of relief. At the same time, a soft roar came from within the intentional guardian diagram in his head. "The." See, Zhang Yu outlined the old bull not only alive, but also the two horns up to the sky. Mouth is issued a low roar, as if living over the general. Deserted cow soul suppressing heart technique level 10. At the point where this mind trick is raised to level 10, what Zhang Yu felt in his heart was an incomparable satisfaction and happiness. Just the thought that you will continue to steadily increase in strength. Thinking that one feat after another would be pushed to level 10 by himself, Zhang Yu's heart was filled with full anticipation, and the joy derived from this anticipation continued to well up. Is this the efficacy of the desolate ox soul suppressing heart technique reaching level 10? As long as there is an expectation of the future in one's heart, then even the tedious and bitter practice of, even though it's constant suffering, it feels joyful and satisfying. Zhang Yu felt that this mental method was really getting more and more interesting the more he practiced it. A gong method that allows one to feel joy in the midst of austerity. Wouldn't this reduce the pain of one's cultivation? Enhance the efficiency of one's cultivation?
Why do so many people have bad reviews?
Unless a lot of people practicing this mind trick even if they boosted to level 10.
And no longer feel happy because they no longer have the expectation of a future in their lives? Thinking about the current situation of the Kuan Ruins layer,
Zhang Yu shook his head helplessly.
The desolate ox soul suppressing heart technique is a good technique.
But no matter how good a gongfu is,
it's still just a gongfu. And how the future will be ultimately depends on the person.
Just as Zhang Yu was lamenting in his heart,
a female voice came. Yu-zi?
Bai Xinjin looked at Zhang Yu's contented, happy face and swept her gaze from top to bottom. Then with a skeptical look on her face,
she said, Hazuko, you're not going to overflow in the classroom, are you?
Zhang Yu snapped his eyes open and looked at the disgusted Bai Xinjin,
saying breathlessly, ugh,
I was just lamenting the beauty of cultivation and comprehending the helplessness of the world, only to have the atmosphere all ruined when a vulgar man like you opened his mouth.
Bai Xinjin, however,
was too lazy to care about what beauty and helplessness came out of Zhang Yu's mouth. She grabbed Zhang Yu and walked towards the outside of the classroom.
Don't talk about all this nonsense.
You have to take a makeup class for Fasai after school today.
Did you forget? It's all paid $300.
After Zhang Yu's mana stormed into the top 10 of his grade last month, then he and Bai Xinjin were selected to join the senior class team for the mana competition. But the stuff that's going to be tested in the senior mana contest, they were all programs that Zhang Yu and Bai Xinjin had never learned at all in school and far exceeded the classroom content.
So Mr. Yen from the mana class organized a makeup class to teach a project on the mana tournament, inside the classroom, except for Mr. Yen,
who had his head coiled and wore black-rimmed glasses.
The students who were present, however, were only the two of them, Zhang Yu and Bai Xinjin. Mr. Yen explained,
everyone else has a tutor to help them.
Except for you two.
Have their own tutoring schedules and don't come to tutoring sessions, Zhang Yu said in his heart.
Isn't this saying that we are the only two poor people in the top 10 of the Felix grade?
Bai Xinjin clenched her fists tightly.
In his heart, he said, I didn't realize it was this kind of makeup class that would lower his campus reputation if he attended. Mr. Yan's eyes flashed with a burning desire to fight. Heart thought, this gang is rich people too, do not give face. Even all believe in the family teacher does not believe in me? Those homeschool teachers, they're all fancy words. And they know how to get money. Where does it compare to my 30 years of solid teaching experience at a major high school? 2 out of 10 came in. Doesn't that lower my campus reputation considerably? It's not even if people don't show up, but they don't pay their tuition?
If those students from class 2 and class 3 dared to do that,
Mr.
Yen is bound to hit the parents hard on the phone and call them all to the school to let them know the consequences of underestimating the teacher of the force class.
But consider the parents of these 8 students in the model class. Hey, parents are so busy at work. We as teachers should be more sympathetic.
She looked towards Zhang Yu and Bai Xinjin and thought to herself,
you two poor bastards can try to fight for me.
Superseded all 8 of those guys so hard that they'll all come to me in the future to make up for it.
All kinds of thoughts surfaced in his mind, but on the surface, Mr. Yen did not move. Speaking slowly, he said, the things to be tested in the farser are completely different from what you usually learn. The total amount of mana is just the foundation. The key is the control of mana.
She projected a diagram of the human body's movements that, it began to explain with vigor.
The mana in your bodies at this moment is the most basic form of mana. And by controlling the flow and route of mana, one can change the mana form. For example, one direction of advancement is the direction of sword energy, palm power,
and these uses of martial arts.
Further, it can trigger heating, hypothermia, and electricity. Accompanying the exposition, she held out a finger and
then he saw a sharp wave of fluctuation rise from his fingertips first,
slicing through the page in front of him with ease.
A moment later her fingertips were again slightly red,
reflecting a tiny flame. This is mana's most basic form change.
Of course, the basic form change relies on the fundamentals, on the control of mana that,
the power is also extremely limited, that really go further and have practical value.
It is the special mana that is transformed by all sorts of strange feats and techniques.
Listening to Mr. Yen's explanation,
Zhang Yu suddenly remembered that when he took the monthly practical exam, the cold palm power that he had exerted when he fought with him, he estimated that one should be some kind of special mana transformed by some kind of gongfu.
On the podium, Mr.
Yen projected an animated rendering of a kung fu run.
Looking at the two of them, he said, this is the simplest route of sword chi transformation, capable of transforming mana into a hint of sharp sword chi. You guys do what I just taught you and come and try to see if you can do it.
Bai Xinjin watched the animated effect diagram of that power transportation for a while,
and after a while she felt a little dizzy. This power transportation route is too complicated.
Then she tried it again on her own and just felt a wave of speechlessness.
The mana went round and round in his left arm.
but he was never able to transform it into a trace of sharp breath. Is this really the simplest route to transforming sword energy? That's how hard the race is? She felt like she just learned how to add. Then the teacher took a quadratic equation problem and said to do it. Right at this moment, Bai Xinjin's ears rang with Zhang Yu's shouts. "Xin, come and see." Bai Xinjin turned her head and saw Zhang Yu's fingertips tapping on the notebook for a while. Cut a quadratic equation straight out. Hazuko, your strange face makes me feel sick. Chapter 41, The Conspiracy and the Beginning of the Farcer. Zhang Yu was also slightly shocked in his heart when he saw that complicated power transportation diagram, but after actually trying to get started, he just realized that it wasn't much simpler than the Zhou Tianqi harvesting method that he ran daily. Compared to the whole body circulation of mana established by the circumferential qi harvesting method, this route of transforming mana into sharp sword qi right now would be too easy. And the mana cycle of the Zhou Tianqi collection method Zhang Yu was raised all the way to level 10. It's been practiced I don't know how many times. Practicing this, again, is simply as easy as a college student going to the oral arithmetic PK platform and abusing a kid brother in his previous life. So when he began to transport his mana to the position of his right arm in accordance with the transportation chart in the projection, then after a slight attempt, he felt a sharp aura erupt from his fingertips. This sharp aura couldn't even be called sword qi, and its power wasn't much stronger than a craftsman's knife, but it still made Zhang Yu feel excited. "Shun, look, I got it out." Bai Xinjin, shrimp head Zhang Yu, steamed goose heart, Mr. Yan also immediately looked over. Surprised, "Have you learned this before?" After seeing Zhang Yu shaking his head, she sighed with emotion. "It looks like you are very talented in this area." After noticing Zhang Yu's talent in this area, Mr. Yan taught more and more attentively, and next, she taught several basic mana conversion routes such as heating, low temperature, and starting electricity, and watched Zhang Yu surprisingly learn all of them in a short period of time, and even nodded her head repeatedly in praise. "That's all I'm going to teach you today. Go back and practice more. Don't forget to be at the same time tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, and I'll make up 2 more lessons for you. When the time comes, you will be taught to dissolve mana, and mana intrusion." Looking at Zhang Yu's departing back, Mr. Yan said in his heart, "You'd better stomp all those 8 that didn't show up to make up for it at the boys' law tournament. As for actually placing in the French race, getting into the top 10 in the French race, to get the prize money, getting extra credit for college interviews, then Mr. Yan didn't even think about it. If it's a sports competition, MT High is still somewhat competitive. While competitions are competitions and college entrance exams are college entrance exams, but Sonyang High School has at least produced the city's top athletes and has always been a strong sports school. But competitions other than athletic contests, that's pretty much always been the playground of the big 3 schools. Their rivals have never been only themselves. Which Sonyang City, such a key high school, is less to dip? According to the best prognosis in Mr. Yan's mind, that is, Zhang Yu became the best performer out of the 10 participants from Sonyang High School, and made those students who didn't come to make up for their mistakes regret it fiercely. Rushed to send her money to beg her to make up for it after the French tournament. On the other side, after Zhang Yu left the classroom, he found that he received a message from Zhou Chudian on his cell phone. It was agreed that he would continue to honor the loan contract and continue to make monthly payments. After all, Zhou Chudian had already bought his $700,000 loan debt before, became a new debtor for Zhang Yu's monthly loan repayment, except that he expressed his sincerity by saying that Zhang Yu could repay the money every month without rushing. And in the past few days, Zhang Yu talked to Zhou Chuduan on his cell phone a few times about repaying the loan. The other party rebuffed him a couple of times, but finally agreed to his request and said he understood his reluctance to take on debt. Agreed? Zhang Yu somewhat meaty to pay back this month's 1,500 loan. Although meaty, but he didn't want to be caught with a ready-to-enforce handle because of an overdue loan like Bai Xinjin said. Especially once these rich people realize he's trying to break through the blockade and get into a top 10 university. This loan overdue will then be a huge bust. And after that one, 500, plus 300 for makeup work. Zhang Yu's savings have dropped to over $43,000. Ugh, that's a lot of money to spend. I hope this legal race will make me more money. The other side. Just as Zhang Yu and Bai Xinjin left the classroom of the demonstration class and headed to Mr. Yan's side to make up for the class, Liang Qin, who had just finished going to the restroom, walked back and looked at Zhang Yu's empty spot. A frown creased his brow for a moment. After searching the entire floor without finding any trace of Zhang Yu, he couldn't help but curse in his mind. Obviously he was just in the classroom. Where did he run off to? Is this guy avoiding me on purpose? Isn't it just luck that you became a Jin Dan disciple? Do you need to be so high-minded? If you hadn't become a Jin Dan disciple, you wouldn't be much better than me. Walking out of the building with a load of anger, Liang Qin received another call. Listening to the inquiry on the other end of the line,
He said vaguely, well, he's already home. Nothing has happened all day today. After this man became a Jindan disciple, he had a hangdog attitude and kept guarding his classmates like a thief. It's as if he's afraid that people will know the secret of his score raising. I know. I'll keep an eye on him, and don't you forget to call in the money. Hanging up the phone, Liang Qin's face was distracted for a while, until he saw the transfer text message arrive and, only then did a smirk appear on his face. This is so only because he is particularly short of money these days, while most of the people in NT high school, both students and teachers, are short of money, but Liang Qin is even more short of money than the average poor person. In fact, his original family was quite well off, although he didn't live in the city center. And yet, they didn't live in the far suburbs either, but in an apartment building on the edge of the ring city. His mother was a full-time wife and his father was a junior company employee. It was also a struggle to support his education, but he was always fed and watered. Things changed a month after he enrolled in Songyang High School. Maybe it's the heavy academic pressure. Maybe it's the gradual decline in rankings that, perhaps because of the oppression brought on by schoolboy after schoolboy, or because of the excitement of rich students who either consciously or unconsciously flaunt their wealth. Teachers are unbelievably strict. Liang Qin didn't know why. From elementary school to junior high school, he had always been the school bully. Suddenly in high school classes started going off the rails. I can't help but open my eyes and swipe my phone for a while when I'm halfway through exhaling. I always feel weak and lethargic when I'm refining my body. You can't always help but geek out when you're studying talismans. He seems to be getting bored with school. What happens when you get bored at MT high school? Just thinking about it made him feel suffocated and subsequently in a worse state. Right about this time, a sophomore he had inadvertently met described a way for him to relax and vent his stress. The other said, "Go play on this platform." Liang Qin hesitantly said, "Is this a bet on mana?" The other party smiled unconcernedly. "A little gambling is good for the soul. And if you win, you can relax for a few days," he said. "Take a break. Lose as a way to put a little pressure on yourself to be able to study harder." The other party patted Liang Qin's shoulder and advised, "I wasn't too comfortable when I first entered my senior year, either. It's just getting up here and having fun and relaxing. You don't have to be too scared. Geniuses like us who made it into high school, willpower is not common. You just have to control yourself, not get carried away, and a little relaxation can't hurt, and make some extra mana." Thinking about his self-discipline since childhood, Liang Qin eventually couldn't help but give it a try. This is a platform where you can recharge your bets and gamble to win mana. Winning allows you to gain access to the mana of another person's cultivation by sending a spirit root. The loser either helps others cultivate mana by sending their spirit roots as well, or they use money to make a payment against their debt. For the first bet, Liang Qin lost. The second bet, he still lost. Just when he thought he was going to lose his money just like that, and that this kind of platform was really unreliable. On the third bet he won 0.3 mana. Until this moment, he still remembered the excitement of that moment. Still remembering that after he withdrew his cash, raise a cool 0.3 mana from the sent spirit root sent by the platform. The exhilarating feeling of that sudden surge of mana was something he would never forget in his life. For the rest of the day, he would make small bets on this platform from time to time. It did start out like that senior said, "If we win, the mana gained would allow Liang Qin to have one less mana class to stress over for several days, making it much easier all of a sudden. And if he lost, he would double his efforts to cultivate back, with more motivation in his heart." Indeed, the platform is beneficial as long as you can control yourself. That's what Liang Qin thought when he started school 2 months ago. But when the time comes now, 4 months after the start of the school year, remorse, remorse, remorse. Every time I think of the bank card I secretly swiped on my parents, of all the huge debt I owe. Liang Qin then woke up from his sleep again and again, looking at the door of his room in horror and, it seems to be afraid that the next moment someone will rush in and take his dantian, organs, flesh and blood. But right now at this moment in time, at the schoolhouse, looking at the new $500 he received, Liang Qin once again felt an itch in his hand. A few moments later, looking at the just arrived 500 again instantly melted. Liang Qin a chest thumping. And, once again, he fell into a mood of remorse. It's fine. He consoled himself. There's still money to be had if I continue to follow Zhang Yu tomorrow. Next time I win 300 I'll close immediately. By controlling greed with absolute willpower, you can pay off your debt little by little. While thinking about his plan to mend the sky, Liang Qin walked towards his home. Inside the office of MT High School, Su Haifeng looked at the person in front of him hanging up the phone and said, "So Liang Qin was sent by you? But this student has turned into a lousy gambling dog, and his word can't be trusted." The man on the other side smiled faintly and said, "Just let him help me keep a slight eye on Zhang Yu. It was supposed to be an idle move, a waste of time, and there was no expectation that he would necessarily find out anything. Su Haifeng shook his head. Zhang Yu has already had talks with the students. I guess it won't be long before we have to sign the contract. Aren't you dead set on it? The other party said coldly. I sent Zhang Yu in here. Even though things have gone a little beyond my expectations, I'm not going to let go so easily. Don't worry, I've gotten the message that Zhang Yu and the student council will sign up after the next monthly exam. I'll get a grip and take care of everything. In the following time, Zhang Yu happily practiced the desolate soul-suppressing heart technique every day. Fulfilled and contented, he felt himself rising bit by bit in his Tao heart level. Other than that, it's still a daily routine of classes and learning, and the means he learned from Mr. Yan's side he practiced from time to time, as a preparation for a mana contest. More than 10 days passed in a blink of an eye, and finally the day came for the start of the French race. During these 10 days or so, relying on the courageous refinement of the level 10 desolate soul-suppressing heart technique, Zhang Yu's Tao heart level had also increased to level 2, 42%. He felt that he should have the chance to raise his Tao heart level to level 3 around his next monthly exam, and the mana grew steadily under the day and night exhalations of the circumstantial chi harvesting method. Today it has reached the 15.4 level. Zhang Yu's surge in mana once again caused the students to be surprised. However, after realizing that the strength of Zhang Yu's physical body had hardly changed, he only sighed that Zhang Yu had actually invested all of his heart and soul into spiritual chi exhalation and mana refining. Guess he's supposed to be preparing for an all-out sprint to the French championships. On this day in front of MT High School, Mr. Yan was taking Zhang Yu and Baixinjin, as well as Qian Shen and He Dao on the bus, traveled to the Farsi tournament for the senior class in MT. Chapter 42. On the bus. Because of the different times that the senior, sophomore, and freshman French tournaments are held, at this moment, on the bus rented by Songyang High School, there were only Zhang Yu and their class of participants. He Dao looked at Zhang Yu's direction, thinking of the other party's efforts during this period of time. His eyes were thoughtful, with Zhang Yu's mana rushing to 15. For recently, it has reached the top of the rankings for its grade, but thinking that the other party was afraid that he would spend all his time raising his mana, He Dao was a little unimpressed. Is it for the fair? It's not like the farcer is just about mana. He Dao was self-conscious that if it weren't for the fact that he was trying to lay a good foundation for mana control to be comfortable, his family would have been number one in his grade in mana numbers if they were willing to drop more money. That's why in the high school of MT, it also took all the rich students' mana until their sophomore year of high school to completely close the gap with the poor guys. Their family experience has taught them that senior year is still about building a foundation. Instead, overdoing the numerical size of the mana is likely to lead to a lack of control. It won't even be wrenched back for a long time. He Dao's mind then thought, the items to be competed in the mana competition. The level of mana is just a basic threshold. What really determines the ranking is the control of mana. At the thought, he also sighed in his heart. In the end, in competitions, unless it's a sports competition, that's Song Yang's strong suit. Mana competitions were just going to go through the motions, being the vibe group for those freaks at the big three. The other side of the seat, Zhang Yu looked at Baixinjin, who was resting her eyes with her eyes closed, and asked, how is it? Can we say who we're going to see now? Baixinjin gave him a blank look and took out her cell phone and aimed it at Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu saw a line on the cell phone, there are ears on the other side of the seat. Chat on the cell phone. Zhang Yu hurriedly typed and asked, so who exactly are you taking me to see in this farcer? Why true, poor people from other schools. Zhang Yu's gaze twitched. What you mean? Is that there are poor students in other schools who have similar ideas as us? Baixinjin, yes. Zhang Yu asked curiously. Which school? Baixinjin sent a female symbol and another. Zhang Yu's eyes twitched and he said back in surprise, a black woman? In his heart, he felt surprised. Is there even mud? Alas alas, in Kunming Market. Is there also black people? Baixinjin rolled her eyes, not knowing what the black woman in Zhang Yu's mouth was talking about. She answered back directly on her cell phone. I'm talking about the girls' school students, and the soul cultivator students. Hearing these two answers, Zhang Yu instantly reacted. Yeah, how many rich people would have a sex change operation just to get into high school? Or even abandon the flash? Mongshan High School and SA, Women's College, both of which are natural poor people's strongholds. The top-ranked schoolboys in there are inevitably all poor as well, after they've gone to the trouble of graduating from high school with honors. And how can you not want to break through the shackles and get into a top university? And so on. Zhang Yu was suddenly curious again and asked, soul cultivation students can also come to compete? Baixinjin shook her head. They shouldn't be here to compete. It seems like they're here to assist the referees and help cover the event as a spectator in the meantime. The bus slowly pulled inside a high school. This place is the location where this law competition is held. Hongta High School, one of the three most famous schools in Songyang City. A group of students from Songyang High School followed Mr. Yen, who was leading the group, to an indoor stadium. Then I saw that many students were waiting in it. School uniforms of all shapes and sizes. It was revealed that they were all from various different high schools in MT. And when a group from Songyang High School stepped into the stadium, immediately, countless lines of sight swept towards them. Some people sighed in their hearts. Songyang is here too? Another strong school. Someone watched the crowd carefully and thought, what a strong aura. Is this a key high school bully? Others gloat in their hearts. So what if it's a key high school? Still to come and be a chaperone with us. Coming to the preparation area where MT High School was placed. The Mr. Yen began to remind the crowd of the points they would be paying attention to in a moment. There are 3 events in today's competition. Pay attention to the distribution of mana. And never get nervous. Think of it as a normal exercise. When Mr. Yen gave the crowd a break to use the restroom, Xianxian then hurriedly ran to see the list of participants. He took out his cell phone and started checking the scores as he checked the names on the list. White Dragon High School, Song Hailong, 682 points in the last monthly exam. Purple Cloud High School, Lu Mulan, 678 points in the last monthly exam. Hiss. The more he checked the scores, the more Qianxian sucked in a breath of cold air. They're all monsters one after another. On the other side, Zhang Yu was dragging Bai Xinjin to the restroom with him. Instead, he suddenly felt a heavy pressure flood the air. Spiritual machines are in an uproar. It's like jumping from shallow water into deep water all at once. The two instantly turned their heads and looked in the direction where this pressure was coming from. A group of people were seen slowly walking into the stadium wearing a white school uniform. And each of them had a white school uniform with a different number on it that, from 1 to 10, respectively. Zhang Yu was puzzled. What the hell? 10 Blades is here? What he didn't know was that this was the specialty uniform of White Dragon High School. The clothes on each one show numbers. And the numbers on their chests and backs are updated after every monthly exam. Shows their monthly test rankings. The numbers from 1 to 10 on these 10 people at the moment would represent their top 10 status in their grade. But what Zhang Yu knew was that the source of that which caused the disturbance of the spiritual energy that, it came from the leader of the group. A giant man, 2.5 meters tall, like a titan. On his head was a head of long, rushing hair. Seeing the gazes of the crowd looking at him, the giant man grinned and, with an embarrassed face, he rubbed his long punchy hair and said, sorry guys, the newly mentioned heavenly spirit root is not very adaptable. I will try to control it as much as possible. With his low voice, the pressure in the air only slowly retreated. It's back to normal again. Bai Xinjin looked at this scene and said breathlessly, come up here and show off your wealth. Ha! What a nasty dead rich man. But I'm afraid I'm going to have to lose to these guys at the competition in a little while. Bai Xinjin was then helpless again. After these past days of catching up and practicing, Bai Xinjin had confirmed one thing that, she was still far less talented than Zhang Yu in terms of pure mana control, and she was destined to come and run the gauntlet in this competition. Qianxian on the other side looked at the uniforms of the White Dragon High School group. Immediately, the score that had just been checked came to his eyes. After matching the numbers on their uniforms, he looked at the giant man and thought, he's Song Hailong, right? The leader of this year's class at White Dragon High School. The ultimate monster with 682 points. Super species that may have become reproductively isolated from us. Hideo looked in Song Hailong's direction and raised an eyebrow. The guy who got the better of me. But bringing a celestial spirit root to compete? It should be hard to control as his mana easily skyrockets, right? Shortly after the arrival of White Dragon High School, a sudden whistling sound of air rang out from outside the stadium. Then a huge flying boat had stopped over the venue. Seeing this scene, countless poor people from ordinary high schools in the stadium breathed a sigh of relief and, one could only feel an aura symbolizing wealth sweeping across the room instantly. Then a line of students in purple school uniforms stepped down from the flying boat. One of them, Zhang Yu, also recognized, was none other than Lian Tianji, who had participated in the painting exhibition together. Afterwards, Zhang Yu also added contact information with each other. Often see each other in the top 3 of the daily step charts. Lian Tianji seemed to have seen Zhang Yu as well and waved at him with a smile. Then it seemed to be saying something to the girl beside her before pointing to Zhang Yu's position. The girl looked as if she had a frosty face and looked in the direction Lian Tianji was pointing. A distant nod was given towards Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu said in his heart, it looks like a real iceberg beauty girl, not an imposter like Jin. Qianxian also looked at the Purple Cloud High School's team, while searching for Lu Mulan's picture on the internet. While making comparisons, his gaze eventually locked onto the indifferent young girl beside Lian Tianji. This would be Lu Mulan of Ziyun High School. a high caste being with 678 points.
I'm afraid that beings below 650 points are no different from dung in her eyes. And shortly after the successive arrival of the teams from White Dragon High School and Purple Cloud High School,
the team from Redeemer High School, which was the host, also finally arrived late.
But when Zhang Yu saw the most conspicuous one of them,
but in surprise, he blurted out, "Demon?"
Bai Xinjin immediately jumped out to the side,
pointing at Zhang Yu and said, "He, watch what you call it, it's a demon descent Sonyang City people." The student was wearing a school uniform, but the red, oily fur, the stubby tail, the round face, complete with a little panda.
Zhang Yu looked at the student who looked like a small panda. A very weak feeling had come over him.
He wondered, "No, but how did this little panda get into Red Tower High School? It can't be by an innocent smile, can it? Though it does feel like this little panda has an innocent smile." However,
Zhang Yu believed that this other party must have some special skill in order to enter a key high school and still come to participate in the competition. Bai Xinjin shrugged on the side. Demon descent Songyang people are generally quite talented in physical strength.
But look at him like this. I feel like I can kill 3 with 1 punch. That would be a unique talent in mana? The two chatted as they each entered a different restroom. After finishing, Zhang Yu was then pulled around by Bai Xinjin,
followed a cell phone message to a grandstand inside the second floor of the venue, only to see 2 young girls already waiting there, one of whom Zhang Yu recognized. It was none other than the girl who had also participated in the painting exhibition last time, Wu Qingqing from the Holy Women's College. Zhang Yu's gaze toward the other young girl moved slightly.
In his heart, he said, "Then this one should also be a bigwig of the Holy Women's College? Hey, long time no see."
Wu Qingqing walked over and greeted Zhang Yu and Bai Xinjin.
The young girl following her, however,
seemed to be deaf to everything in the outside world,
holding a book in one hand and looking down,
while the other hand pinched the corner of Wu Qingqing's coat as she followed along.
This feeling, it was like even if Wu Qingqing led her all the way to the road and hit a truck,
she would also still just look down at her book and follow silently.
These two are Bai Xinjin and Zhang Yu,
the poor geniuses of Songyang High School.
After Wu Qingqing made some introductions,
she pushed up the young girl reading behind her,
said, "This is Wild Fiber Cloud, the top senior at our Holy Women's Academy," she proudly said,
"and the only girl in our focus class who hasn't had surgery."
Zhang Yu, no. What are you proud of?
Wild Slender Cloud raised her head and nodded silently to the two of them, then continued to look down at her book.
Chapter 43, The League and the First Level of the Farcer. After saying hello, Wu Qingqing picked up her cell phone and opened it again. Aimed the screen at Zhang Yu and Bai Xinjin. Then I saw a shimmering light in the screen, and a cartoon drawing of a teenager had surfaced. She introduced, "This is Mo Tianyi from Mongshan High School."
Zhang Yu was shocked in his heart.
"Secondary holster man?"
The teenager nodded towards Zhang Yu and Bai Xinjin and introduced himself.
"Hello, both of you. I'm Murray Sky. I've checked around the perimeter,
so we can talk in peace here." Zhang Yu curiously looked at the cell phone screen and asked,
"Where are you right now?" Mo Tianyi smiled faintly and said, "I'm currently in the spirit world, except that the spirit world is connected to the internet, so I can reach you."
Then with a solemn expression on his face,
he asked seriously, "Fellow student Zhang Yu, I'm going to ask you something right now. Were you accepted as a disciple by the Starfire Master?"
Zhang Yu was just about to speak when he saw Bai Xinjin jump ahead of him and stand up, blocking in front of Zhang Yu.
He said, "He didn't.
I told him about the pit of Jindan disciples, and told him to turn away the Starfire Master."
Zhang Yu looked at Bai Xinjin unexpectedly, not knowing why the other party was saying this. However, out of his trust in Jin, he didn't say anything more and just quietly listened to the conversation between the two sides.
And hearing these words from Bai Xinjin, a hint of disappointment flashed across the faces of both Wu Qingqing and Mo Tianyi in the cell phone screen.
Wu Qingqing even couldn't help but say, "How could you let Zhang Yu turn down this opportunity? If you want to get into the top 10, the Starfire Realist is definitely a strong support."
Bai Xinjin said disdainfully, "An old denizen who was kicked out of a great sect.
Cultivation has already been split in half. If he gets divorced again,
and gets blasted with gold coins by his daughter, he might be able to come to the bridge hole to find him and worship him.
How many things will be left for us to explode? Voting under him as a cowhorse might be better than me working odd jobs every day." Mo Tianyi sighed,
thinking that if he had known that,
I shouldn't have persuaded Bai Xinjin to try out at the painting exhibition,
or else Zhang Yu might have really become a Jindan disciple. The chances of having a student from the poor who can get into the top 10 will be a few more points higher.
Bai Xinjin went on to say, "I found you guys to talk to today. It's to bring your people to know Zhang Yu. Although he's so much worse than me, he's still a rare and heavenly talent.
It's just as much on the student council's radar now."
Murta's screen refreshed for a moment. Having regrouped and, smiling, he said, I've long heard of student Zhang Yu's talent. It's just as well that we'll get to see some of it on this trip to the Fraser. No? Bai Jinjin said irritably. Come on, some real money investment. Mo Tianyi said helplessly. Everyone is poor and has limited resources. As you know, our focus has always been on the boss. There really isn't much we can take out of our hands. This is a little personal token of my appreciation. So don't think you're too short. Saying that, he transferred a $200 to Bai Jinjin. Zhang Yu looked at this scene and said in his heart, good guy. It turned out that Jin had dragged him here today to ask for money. But it looks like this coalition of rich haters is too poor to give much money. And seeing the transfer message in her cell phone, Bai Jinjin frowned. Only 200? She knew who the other party was talking about. The one who had the best grades among these poor geniuses. The guy with the best talent, the best chances, and considered by all to be the guy most likely to break through the shackles and step through the doors of a Big Ten school. This poor genius has gained the confidence of these poor students, and has allowed these poor students to save their money. 2. A lot of resources were thrown at it, all counting on this poor genius to get into a top university and enter a big clan after being able to bring everyone's chicken and dogs, slowly stabbing open Songyang City head this dragnet. Even the last time he called Bai Jinjin to a painting exhibition. In her opinion, it was also not a hope that after she became a Jin Dan disciple, she would be able to use that status to help that one. Bai Jinjin said, didn't we agree to watch over each other and share the same breath? You guys just say one thing and do another? Did I pay my dues for nothing? Mo Tianyi shook his head with a bitter smile. Compared to the $200 in dues that Bai Jinjin paid, this one has been taking tens of thousands of dollars at a time. If not for the fact that Bai Jinjin is indeed gifted, thinking that she could draw a large portion of attention away from the boss in the future, they certainly wouldn't have invested that much money. Feeling that the atmosphere was getting awkward, Wu Qingqing on the side smiled and said, Jinjin, you shouldn't be in a hurry. The boss is at a critical moment. The money we can put together in our hands was not much, although Mo Tianyi is in charge of the money, and yet it takes a couple of seniors to agree to take the money out and use it. I think it's better this way. Student Zhang Yu is so powerful. As long as we can get a good ranking in this law tournament, Mo Tianyi will talk to a few seniors, and then it's only right to help you guys ask for money. Only after some tugging and pulling did Bai Jinjin grab Zhang Yu and leave the stands. Looking at their departing backs, Wu Qingqing said helplessly, Jinjin just wants money every time she comes to us, treating us like an ATM. Mo Tianyi said, as far as the matter of getting into the top 10 is concerned, her beliefs are within a few of us. It's true that it's the most determined one. That's why it's desperate for money. Mo Tianyi could clearly feel that. What Bai Jinjin wanted was never to count on the boss to get into the top 10 and then cover them. What she wanted was to get into the top 10 herself. Mo Tianyi, it's just that I didn't expect her to bring Zhang Yu along to ask for money this time. Speaking of Zhang Yu, Wu Qingqing exclaimed, raising 70 points in a month. Zhang Yu is indeed very powerful. It's worth the investment. Instead, Mo Tianyi shook his head. If he's rich, that performance has really been enough to compete for a top 10 spot. But alas, he is a poor man. He sighed and exclaimed. The poor man wants to hold up the sky above his head. It's not enough just to have awesome monthly test scores. Not nearly enough. Behind Wu Qingqing, Wild Fiber Cloud had been silently looking at the book in her hand since the beginning. It seemed as if nothing in the outside world had anything to do with her. On the other side, Bai Jinjin said towards Zhang Yu while walking, Yu-Z, you're going to have to fight for Mom in a little while when the law match starts. At least get a top 10. I'll ask them for money before I get tough. It's not. I see you just asked for the money outright and you're pretty hardcore about it. Zhang Yu thought for a moment and asked the question in his mind. The poor are united. And in addition to keeping watch, is there any way to get into the Big Ten outside of pooling money with each other? It seemed to him that a few poor students alone would save the money and, even if all of them are the immortal Dao geniuses of each school, it seems unrealistic to want to break through the blockade of the rich people like this and get into the top 10 schools. Bai Jinjin explained, that's what I want to know from them. As far as I know, that boss of theirs is supposed to be a sophomore at one of the 3 big schools. I don't know what he used, but he doesn't seem to have signed up with any schools or student councils until now, and he hasn't been strung up by a coalition, and has always had high school credentials. I want to know how he did it. The only way, at this point, seems to be to keep raising the stakes with them, then find that boss and figure out how to get him to spill the beans on the method. Zhang Yu curiously said, then how do you raise the power of speech? Bai Jinjin said rightfully, we're students. The natural way to raise the level of discourse is to take exams, contests, make the grade, whether it is for the poor or for the rich. The point is the same. They vote for whoever has the best grades. It's just that I'm really not good at this mana race. So let's see how many places you can rush. Not long after Zhang Yu and Bai Jinjin returned to the resting place of Songyang High School,
Zhang Yu suddenly moved his gaze and saw a person in the stands.
Liang Qin?
Seeing Liang Qin waving his hand towards himself,
In a manner that told him to cheer up,
Zhang Yu also nodded his head in greeting.
What the hell? Chasing me straight to Red Tower High School to be a spectator at my game? Are you okay? I won't dare to turn my back on you from now on.
And as Liang Qin looked at Zhang Yu in the rest area, a slight smile spread across the corners of his mouth. Then he pulled out his cell phone and tapped on the platform, ready to start placing bets.
Gambling is, after all, a regular entertainment popular with the people of Songyang City. Like Liang Qin often play in this platform is a big platform with the endorsement of the vice mayor.
It was packed with almost everything that could be gambled on in the city of Songyang.
At this moment,
when Liang Qin casually checked, it really showed him various programs for high school competitions. He had taken time off to watch the match, of course, in order to follow Zhang Yu to get paid. Only after seeing the mana match as a tournament, he couldn't help but get his hands itchy and ready to start placing bets again.
At the same time,
Zhang Yu also saw the platform flyer floating down from the side.
Enter the contest. Might as well bet on the contest. $100 bonus for new users.
Zhang Yu felt a burst of speechlessness.
Gambling ads just directly advertised in the racetrack? Everyone bets. So he's not messing around, is he? Seeing this scene,
Bai Xinjin immediately waved her hand and snatched away the flyer.
Staring at Zhang Yu, he said, this is not something you can prosper from touching.
Zhang Yu said, I think I still have quite a hope of entering the top 10.
If I gamble,
Bai Xinjin said with a straight face.
How much do you plan to bet? What if you lose?
Zhang Yu said,
the probability of winning is high.
Bai Xinjin continued,
winning would be an even bigger problem.
Your outlook on money will completely change because you've won and you'll always want to win again.
As a Songyang City native,
Bai Xinjin had seen too many people who had fallen on this. Even the news reports had shown her that immortals had lost everything.
She continued persuasively,
I'm afraid you'll get used to relying on this and end up exporting yourself.
Hazuko, it really can't be touched.
Bai Xinjin's palm gently shook the leaflet into smithereens.
Zhang Yu took a deep breath and activated the Desolate Ox soul-suppressing heart technique,
suppressing the distracting thoughts in his mind.
You're right, Jun. It's me who's greedy. I really shouldn't touch this thing. The reasoning is actually understood by Zhang Yu. It's just that the enormous financial pressure.
It made him still have that moment of greed just now.
A few moments later, along with a burst of music,
this trip to the law match also officially began. Only a drone controlled by a soul cultivation student flew out and the props needed for this legal competition were sent over.
As the crowd watched the mouthfuls of entries being placed in the arena, the cries of alarm went up in succession. It's a flying sword. Is it going to be the royal sword? Such a difficult test at the first level? We've never tested flying swords in previous competitions. It's over. It's over. I've never used a flying sword.
The host was seen walking up to a flying sword that was floating in midair.
Opening his mouth, he said, the sword light of the 9 heavens is cold, and a sword shakes Koan ruins.
Thank you to the super good killing 9 heavenly flying sword for co-sponsoring the organization of this Dharma tournament. Zhang Yu scolded angrily in his heart. Flying sword vendor sponsor.
You guys flying sword exam at mana tournament? What a face. So is it true that if the Acacia sect comes to sponsor you, you'll have to take a test on dual cultivation? If you have the guts, then take the test. Chapter 44, Flying Sword. Zhang Yu could tell at a glance that
the flying swords on the field and the original body Zhang Yu had previously bought children's flying swords can be completely different things.
Obviously not something that can be played casually.
And in the face of all the disgruntled voices in the room, the host finished reading the commercial with an unchanged countenance. Then the rules for the first match began to be announced. The flying swords floating on the field at the moment were the products of the flying sword manufacturer.
9 Heavens Flying Sword. A civilian-grade mana flying sword.
It is claimed that there is no need to learn any sword art.
No Dao heart level requirement.
The test was to control the flying swords with just a change in mana output. The scabbard of this flying sword is like a remote control and mana transmitter,
with different frequencies, types, sizes, and so on of inputting mana.
One would be able to control the flying sword, and the specifics of this pass. It is for the participating students to use flying swords to hit the signal boards flying in mid-air.
The faster and more accurate, the higher the score.
The total score for this level is the same as the second and third levels that follow,
all totaling 100. In the end,
the final ranking of the French competition will be determined by the total score of the 3 levels added together. As the manuals for the operation of the flying swords were handed out, the students had half an hour to learn. After the White Dragon High School team, a middle-aged man in a tracksuit smiled faintly and said, so it's still a test of mana control then? It's not too outrageous after all. I thought I'd have to learn sword royalty on the spot.
This is the competition coach of White Dragon High School, named Cold Starfield. Unlike Songyang High School,
where the teacher of the mana class acted as a competition guide. White Dragon High School is home to a variety of teachers who specialize in competitions, and hearing Cold Starfield's words,
Song Hailong, who was on the side, stroked his long, punchy hair. Casually, he said, "This is our first competition of the session. Coach, help me see if there's any opponents of note on the field. Let's especially see how well the Purple Cloud and Red Tower come into their own this term." White Dragon High School, Purple Cloud High School, and Red Tower High School, as the three strongest high schools in Songyang City. If nothing else, the rivals they're going to be constantly competing against in this class for the next 3 years. A lot of it should be on the field at the moment. In response to Song Hailong's words, Cold Sinji was also submissive. In addition to Song Hailong's excellent grades, it was naturally because of Song Hailong's absolutely wealthy status. This proud son of God from the great family of Songyang City. He is a descendant of the top KPIs in the family and can be called the ace son of the Song family in this generation. I only saw Cold Starfield nod, only to see his fingertips sliding on his talismanic book in succession. The next moment, accompanied by a burst of mana output, the Heaven's Eye talisman had been activated. This eye in the sky charm. I am respectfully requesting the great god of heavenly knowledge and 10,000 questions of the Ministry of Manman to evaluate the characters seen in the eyes. This evaluation brings together a comprehensive fuzzy evaluation of a person's all-encompassing information from bank deposits and personal assets to school grades, job performance, family relationships, etc., culminating in a comprehensive fuzzy evaluation. It's not good to be vague. And you want more detail? More detail? Well, it's gonna take a little higher faith level. Then, spent a little more money. In short, the efficacy of the Eye of Heaven talisman is that the more detailed it is, the more expensive it is, and the more vague it is, the cheaper it is. Cold Starfield at this moment to the whole field, naturally dare not look at any detailed evaluation. He was afraid of bankrupting himself at a glance, realizing that this sort of thing had not been unheard of in the history of the Koan market. At this moment, once the Heaven's Eye talisman is activated, a golden grain of light then converged in the air into Cold Starfield's eyes. As he looked out over the whole scene, one could then see the different ratings appearing above the head of an individual. It's not worth it. 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 Broke betting on dogs. It's not worth it. Ice Skin and Bone, expand details. Cold Starfield's eyes moved and realized that a girl from Purple Cloud High School had actually jumped into the audience. That seems to be Lu Mulan of the Purple Cloud? Why did she climb up there? Is it looking at the game's signal board? He looked closely, and the evaluation on the other's head was immediately unfolded. Ice Skin and Jade Bones Danbach Highcast Z and Xiao Z Jaoling Jihua. After all, I'm a longtime user of the Eye of Heaven charm. And while it's a little complicated at first glance, but after a little pondering over the vague comments in it, Han Xingye roughly guessed what it meant. Here's a guy with a special physique, very good at taking pills, great grades, and loyal to Purple Cloud High School. Complex composition of high-quality rich people. Elixir? Physique? Cold Starfield thoughtfully sent a copy of the keywords to Song Hailong as well. Then he looked at the others present. Just as he kept mail condensing the students on the scene, the game officially started. The site was divided into a total of 18 divisions, each batch of 18 players randomly drawn on the field. Maneuvering flying swords in their respective arenas to shoot at the signal sign in midair. In the eyes of Cold Starfield, one by one, the students of an ordinary high school who were not worth mentioning took to the field. They were like new recruits, operating their flying swords with their hands and feet, and it would be good if they could hit 1 or 2 signaling signs in midair. The judges will just give a 10 or 20. Does it look like none of them have ever played with flying swords? Cold Singing Wild knew that this level, although nominally tested for mana control, but the flying sword thing just isn't the same if you've played with it or not. In particular, the control of space, distance, accuracy and speed. I'm afraid first-time players will have a hard time getting good scores even if they have great mana control, but for the students of the 3 most prestigious schools, playing with flying swords was not a rare thing. For example, the 10 people from their White Dragon High School who were competing this time had at least 4 or 5 flying swords at home. Even as far as he knew, Song Hailong's family even had hundreds of flying swords from an entire sword storehouse. I don't know how many times I've played with it long ago. Meanwhile, apart from one worthless, under Cold Starfield's Heaven's Eye talisman vision, students with rare and elite ratings on top began to appear on the field. Cold Starfield knew that this was generally the schoolboys in various ordinary high schools, or an elite student in a major high school. It would be great to get a 30 or 40. Originally, I had no mana control, and I've never played with a flying sword before. If it weren't for the really good quality of the 9 Heavens flying sword, I'm afraid they wouldn't have been able to hit a single signal sign. Thinking of this, Cold Starfield was a bit moved all of a sudden. 2. Thinking about getting a 9-day mana flying sword. It was at this time that his eyes moved slightly and, finally, a different rating amongst a bunch of worthless, rare, and elite. Simple and innocent slave, idiom, hypocritical and murderous. Cold Starfield looked at the other party's school uniform, as if they were students of Songyang High School. In the arena, Qian took a deep breath and slowly gripped the flying sword scabbard in front of him. The next moment, accompanied by a burst of mana, he fed into it. The flying sword inside the sheath then flew out with a whoosh. This flying sword was bladed all over. No hilt existed, like a cold light rushing up to the sky. The shot at the signaling sign in midair. Although he didn't play much, Qian had tried out the mana flying sword in his grandfather's house a few times. At this moment, following the trick that his home teacher had instructed him on, he slowly injected his mana into the scabbard. By changing the rhythm of the mana injection, the flying sword was controlled to swish and hit a signal sign. 72 points. Seeing the result of his level, Qian let out a slight sigh of relief. Not bad. It should be able to be accounted for. On the other side, Han Xingye glanced at the score of 72 and secretly shook his head in his heart. Alas, Songyang High School is also an old key high school, but the level of students is not as good as it was in 1 year. At the end of the day, it's all about being stuck in a rut and not being willing to learn from the best practices of other schools. For example, the fractional caste system at Purple Cloud High School, or the low-scoring slavery system at our school, which has never been innovative in its teaching practices. And how can you keep up with the changing times? Just as Cold Starfield was thinking this, then we saw another special evaluation contestant appear. In his eyes, Purple Cloud High School's Lian Tianji walked onto the field with the words "Son of Tianqin" on his head, and with a flick of his arm he shot his flying sword out, swishing his way to 90 points. It seems to be that Lian Tianji, the person who matches the Tianqin heart technique the most in this class of Purple Cloud High School. As more and more players took their turns, Cold Starfield's eyes swiveled around. The number of special students seen is also increasing. A son of a school board member just made his debut on the MT high side, scoring 78 points. Xian High School's Ice Skin and Jade Boned Lemulan wildly swiped the current highest score of 95 points as soon as she appeared on the stage. It drew gasps from the room. Just as Cold Starfield was looking around, suddenly a woman caught his attention. Sword Grant, expand details. Oh, a student from Sonyang High School? Cold Starfield looked at Bai Jinjin, who walked onto the field of play. He knew that usually such people who could unfold were of complex composition, representing an uncommon origin or strength or talent. But I didn't expect it to appear in the students of MT High School. With a slight gaze, he saw a row of words unfold above Bai Jinjin's head. She's poor. Looking at the evaluation that he couldn't finish reading in one breath, Han Xingye was deeply shocked. He never thought he'd be shocked while looking at a student from MT. And the reason is simply because the other person's composition is too complex and far from normal. The next moment, however, his shock was slightly curtailed, simply because the opponent's score was 34 points. I don't know why the review is so long, but judging by the score, this woman is not worth mentioning. Soon his attention was also drawn away by Song Hailong, before the White Dragon High School headliner took the field. Then he took his long punchy hair off his head. Looking at this scene, Zhang Yu was surprised. Balden High School? Bai Jinjin returned to the rest area with a face full of obscurity and heard Zhang Yu's surprise. Then he pointed out from the side. That's not a wig. That's an external spirit root. External spiritual root? Zhang Yu thought about it. It seemed like there was such a thing, but it was the first time he had seen it in reality. Bai Jinjin said enviously, "This isn't one of those old versions of spiritual roots in school. This external spirit root is plug and play. Pull and replace as you go. And Hazuko, you remember. It's what I wanted most for my birthday." Zhang Yu patted Ajin's shoulder and comforted him. "I can't afford an external spirit root, but I can satisfy you with baldness and wigs." Bai Jinjin rolled her eyes. Then he continued to stare deathly at the wig that had been placed on the chair by Song Hailong, thinking in his mind about the possibility of passing the thing off. But after looking around at the students and teachers, he could only finally let out a long sigh. And after Song Hailong got on the field, feeling the mana running within him as if it were his own, a small smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Is the spirit root installed to boost mana and make it skyrocket? What a poor man's idea. Song Hailong installed the external spirit root for one purpose. Exercise your control over your mana in a more raging process of exhaling spiritual energy and mana refining. It's only the weak who worry about the uncontrolled surge of mana brought about by the spirit chance. And for a strong man like me, this is the best opportunity to exercise. I only saw him holding the scabbard with one hand and spitting out mana in his palm. Then he saw one of the flying swords shoot out like lightning. Under the field. Han Xingye watched his student on the field as he maneuvered his flying sword like a lightning bolt. A hint of smugness crossed his face as he went on a 100-point rampage in the blink of an eye to become the new game high scorer. 100 points. Just because the total score is 100. With the strength of Song Hailong's mana, the strength of his mana control, and his skill with flying swords, he was limited by point totals in this one. On the other hand, after Bai Jinjin returned to the rest area, Mr. Yan's eyes, however, swept over her from time to time. Bai Jinjin only started practicing the contents of the farsa recently this time, right? That's a fast rate of progress. Is it a gift? Or coincidence? But in Mr. Yan's eyes, Bai Jinjin was ultimately no match for Zhang Yu in terms of mana talent. When Zhang Yu took the stage a few moments later, she also looked forward to the student's accomplishments. On the field, Zhang Yu gently gripped the scabbard, and along with the input of mana bit by bit, one could then feel the flying swords in it begin to tremble gently. Just off the field, Zhang Yu then pondered about what he should do to try to get a high score. He's in a situation where it's like he's got no disability in his flexible hands and, then a guy runs up to him and says, "Yo, good finger control? Well, let me test you. Operate the backhoe in front of you and pop the cap on the bottle. See how good your finger control really is." Another unjust and unfair race where the rich have a definite advantage. Zhang Yu secretly spat in his heart. This flying sword gives me the same feeling as if it were a drone or a traversing machine. Even if my mana control is exquisite, if I haven't played with this thing, I'm bound to not be able to control it with ease. Thinking of maneuvering this flying sword back and forth, hitting the palm-sized signaling signs in mid-air, Zhang Yu felt very difficult. So you can't play with traditional flying swords. Talking about the new book and asking for a catch-up read. The new book has been open for almost a month now, and there are a lot of readers who like it, and I'm happy as the author that I can't wait to put my phone in my pants every day. The book was originally inspired, I believe, by cyberpunk. It's just that I've always felt a disconnect with Western cyberpunk content, whereas I wanted to write about Sendo Cyber, like the difference between Cthulhu and Chinese Cthulhu. As some regular readers may know, a similar attempt I made from the last book which is to say, there was a little bit of it in Tomorrow's Heist, except that at that time I had a very superficial understanding of cyberpunk as cool gear, a prosthetic body available to all, mass-produced for combat. Let's just say that the cyber elements of that time were nothing more than fashion items in my book. Sort of an embellishment to the last book, The Talisman of Old. I've tried to add a bit more about borrowing and debt repayment under the cultivation system, to try and build a more cyber-style cycle of interest. Sort of really has a bit of a Sendai Cyber vibe to it, but it's still under-leveled and under-understood. And, still haven't written the Sendo Cyber flavor I was looking for. And then the last book. I told you I'd turn back time. I wrote this book's fairy world as a straight-up cyber fairy world. It's just a shame that because of the inconsistency of the back-and-forth style, and my own ill health, the protagonist is overpowered and other issues, failing to write properly about this immortal world. And it ends hastily. Now that I've built up over the years, with a deeper understanding of what I want in a Sento Cyber flavor, I feel like I can finally write a different and interesting novel. And as more and more readers flocked to the book went from my initial interest in my own, slowly feeling more and more responsibility, looking at the words you leave behind every day. Both make me feel like I can't live up to the love of so many readers, but it's also really quite hard to write, because the worldview and the characters are rather unusual in their thinking that it's always necessary for me to give myself a change of mind to write. And sometimes when I write, I don't realize that I'm turning into too normal of a thinker. Also, when you make the plot too normal, you have to delete and rewrite it, like just deleted 2 chapters. Plus the worldview has to be constantly extrapolated as well, so it's always hard to write fast. Laugh and cry emoji. I'd like to conclude by saying, dear readers, that you have each been amazing in your own way in this chapter's sayings. It's so wonderful that it puts me to shame. I feel the talent and enthusiasm coming out of you, and to return the favor, I've decided to postpone the release date, originally scheduled for December 1st, and give more free chapters as a benefit. I want to progress so badly, / I hope you continue to support and catch up on your catch-up reading and chapter talk it's the driving force behind this book. Also, you can more amenable to your friends and bring them to come to the Koan market to have a look at it. All you talented people, let's see your limits. Requesting a catch-up read. Please read it. Please read after me. Chapter 45, Purple Cloud Medicine. A sharp, ear-piercing sound of air scraping resounded through the arena. Zhang Yu's palm was held high in the air, and it was exactly like a helicopter propeller on it. The flying sword that was spinning at high speed. It's you! Spiral Shuriken! In the next moment, only when he spat out his mana, the spinning flying sword looked like a huge disc of From low to high, it swept up to a single signpost in mid-air. Ascetic, expand details. Once Han Xingye's attention was focused on the unfolding above Zhang Yu's head, he saw another long string of words. Ascetics sports specialists extremely poor people in Sonyang City, lone slaves, Hikard slaves? Upon seeing the string of evaluations on Zhang Yu's head through the heaven's eye talisman, Cold Starfield was shocked for the second time today. MT. High again? Where are they recruiting all the talent from this year? The previous ascetics and sports specialists are well understood. Nothing more than practicing harder and more self-disciplined, as well as just being better at sports. The last three comments are also well understood and summed up in 2 words. Poor. And those last 3 question marks were what made Cold Starfield feel shocked. Question mark? Is it a concealment charm? A camouflage charm? There is the Heaven's Eye talisman capable of checking ingredients. And naturally there are means of mutual checks and balances, such as concealment charms and camouflage charms. But for one thing, how can such a poor man afford to use a talisman? Secondly, Han Xingye had never seen anyone deliberately engage in this kind of thing after using a concealment talisman or a camouflage talisman. Effect. Doesn't that plainly tell people what's being hidden? Those 3 question marks. So arrogant. Arrogant and poor. 2 words that shouldn't go together. At this moment, however, Cold Starfield felt it from the top of Zhang Yu's head at the same time. So he began to wonder about Zhang Yu's performance. Then he saw the flying sword that spun around and rushed up to the sky like a disc. Han Xingye's gaze condensed as he watched the high-speed rotating flying sword bring up a gust of cyclone, like a full moon sweeping over the signaling cards flying in mid-air. A trace of consternation also appeared on his face. Then he laughed. Oh, it does make it easier to hit the signal cards that way. Sweeping all the signal tiles in a few random strokes in the shape of a disc can make up for the lack of experience in operating a flying sword. 80 points. Seeing this rating, Cold Star Wild was nodding slightly. Many students were then seen making dissatisfied noises and began to complain about Zhang Yu cheating and violating the rules. Cold Starfield swept over with a glance. Worthless. Rare. Worthless. Unworthy. 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 Rare. Worthless. Worthless. Rare. Worthless. Looking at the disgruntled students, Han Xingye skimmed his lips and said in his heart, a bunch of fools. To get a flying sword to spin like that and still maintain control and not fly out of control and crash around. It requires an unbelievably fine control over mana. The design of this mana flying sword was meant to be a straight path. To turn into this, you have to keep changing the rhythm of mana input every single instant. This guy is using a great control over his mana too. Makes up for a lot of the lack of experience in operating a flying sword. Instead of being high, an 80 is given back low. I think the judges discouraged this in consideration of the sponsoring vendors. Cold Starfield swept a glance at Purple Cloud High School and Red Tower High School. Sure enough, not a single student amongst the 3 great schools came out to object. Clearly they could all see the difficulty involved. And in the next match, some people started to try this approach of Zhang Yu's. However, they all missed and threw their flying swords away. Luckily, the referee was on hand to keep an eye on things at all times, which prevented any casualties. At this time, the many students who were originally opposed to the idea gradually reacted to it, and the operation of Zhang Yu's rotating flying sword just now was by no means simple. Zhang Yu was on his way back. In his heart, he was sighing. This flying sword still doesn't quite support me to operate like this. Obviously my mana can still speed up the rhythm of, but that scabbard is at the limit of how often it can receive commands, or the score should be even higher. Obviously with such a high-speed spinning operation. It hadn't yet reached the limit of the mana control that Zhang Yu had exercised through the 10th level Zhou Tianqi collection method, but it had already reached the design limit of the flying sword itself. After all, this flying sword was not originally designed to be used in this direction, and as soon as Zhang Yu returned to the Songyang High School's rest area, he immediately received praise from Mr. Yen. Zhang Yu, you've done a great job, using your mana control to make up for the lack of flying sword operation. That's 80 points all the way down. As for the complaints of those scums in ordinary high schools, just treat them as air and don't take them to heart. Mr. Yen was thinking about Zhang Yu's grades. In his heart, he was secretly happy. If the next 2 levels can encounter items more suitable for Zhang Yu to play, he might be able to rub into the top 10. Only the top 10 overall in the French competition have prizes and real rankings, can be useful in college interviews, and high schools will value this very differently. The thought that if Zhang Yu could really dabble in the top 10, his year-end bonus would definitely go up. 2. Mr. Yan's mood leapt up. She casually pointed to a student with the worst grades this time and said, Bai Xinjin, you go get Zhang Yu a bottle of water. Zhang Yu, don't be nervous about the next 2 levels. Just do it at your normal level. Bai Xinjin's eyes widened violently, sweeping a glance at Zhang Yu, who was snickering beside her. He could only stand up helplessly and run to the organizers to get water. Wait Shin, I'll take a picture. You're going to die. Zhang Yu. As soon as she smashed the water bottle into Zhang Yu's head, Bai Jinjin sat down with a puff of anger. The thought crossed my mind. Asterisk. I should have known to leave before kickoff. What a law match. It's all a rich man's game. Hazuko, you better be in the top 10 or not far away. Hideo watched Zhang Yu's score. A trace of surprise also flashed in his heart. His mana control is actually this powerful? Fortunately he is a poor man. Shortly thereafter, the first game was completely over, and the moderator reappeared with, smilingly, he said, a good elixir. Choose the purple cloud. The whole heart and soul of the whole age of the purple cloud medicine. A mouth to serve 10,000 diseases eliminated. Thank you to Purple Cloud for co-sponsoring this French tournament. All first aid medicines for the next second level are sponsored by Purple Cloud. As he spoke, the host had already begun to announce the rules for the second match. This one tests the ability to defuse special mana. The specific process is that with the detection patch attached to the player's body, the judges will inject a special mana to see how long it will take the contestant to dissolve it. The shorter the time, the higher the natural score. If it takes more than 10 minutes, or if the player feels he or she can't handle it, then all of them were able to immediately take the elimination pills sponsored by the Purple Cloud Company to remove the special mana from their bodies. On top of that, Purple Cloud has opened temporary medicine stalls all around the perimeter. Sells all kinds of medications that the players need. The only reason why Purple Cloud is selling drugs here is because there is another rule for this second level. This level allows for medication. Zhang Yu was shocked. Are you a bunch of S or individuals? In order to earn sponsorship money from Purple Cloud, you're going to encourage the use of medication in the competition, aren't you? At the same time, Zhang Yu then saw that the students of Songyang High School beside him had begun to pull out things. Painkillers, tranquilizers, and focusers. Look at the trio they pulled out. Zhang Yu suddenly realized that all of these guys were also prepared. Teacher Yen on the side was concerned. Zhang Yu, did you bring your medicine? Remember to take it before you start in a while. Competition to take medicine. This is not normal in the eyes of Mr. Yen. Afraid of pain and itching. Chewing painkillers. Not strong-willed. Drinking tranquilizers. Exercising for fear of being distracted. Have a bottle of concentrate. In short, if you want to be a dragon on the field of play, you have to be off the field of play. Medicine cannot stop. That's the race. Race is all about the medicine. Farley's has always been one of the drug company's favorite programs to sponsor. So there's usually at least one level where the contestants are allowed to take medication, as long as it's within the range of medications listed by the organizers. This was also what the full referees and soul cultivator assistants would be monitoring and checking in a moment. That's why taking pills is part of the race, and even shows the underpinnings of a high school. Seeing Zhang Yu's dumbfounded look, Mr. Yen helplessly opened his bag. Look at you. You didn't even prepare any medicine for the competition? Good thing I brought a spare. Saying that, Mr. Yen had already pulled out various bottles and jars from his bag, poured a few servings and sent them to Zhang Yu. Looking at Teacher Yan's loving, concerned gaze, Zhang Yu had no choice but to take all the medicine. I can't take drugs in this body, can I? The original Zhang Yu had a bad body because of the medication he took. The memory scared Zhang Yu so much that he had never dared to take any medication, and at most, he took some nerve fillers to reduce his sleep. Add to that the fact that he's incredibly gifted himself and is in huge debt. There has been even less intention of messing with the meds. Though I don't know if I have a problem with my current body messing around with medication. But he wasn't going to take any chances anyway. For a competition to eat these medicines, I'm afraid that I cultivate immortality to increase the life expectancy has not yet consumed more. But at this moment, feeling Mr. Yan's concerned gaze, he could only nod his head with an awkward smile. The thought crossed my mind. Go to the restroom later and pretend to eat it. Meanwhile, the entire venue had been turned into a pharmaceutical display assembly. In the rest area of Purple Cloud High School, Lian Tianji violently swallowed a large handful of medicine into his mouth. Then take a large gulp of water and swallow all the medication in your mouth. The race coach on the sidelines took a look at his progressively redder and purpler face and nodded. Not bad. It's already in the race. When he finished speaking, he took out another wooden box from his bag. With the wooden box open, a total of 10 syringes emitting a faint purple light then surfaced in front of the crowd. I only heard the competition coach speak. This is the top chakra injection from the Purple Cloud Labs. It is able to temporarily widen your peripheral meridians as your blood circulates, speeding up the efficiency of your power transportation for a while. 1 stitch for each person, none of them robbing. After watching the students finish their shots one by one, he encouraged, in a while, everyone must hold on to the end. We can't be too far behind White Dragon High School in total points. We must catch up in this one. Roar! The crowd, who had just finished their medication and injections, felt only infinite fighting spirit in their hearts, and let out a wild roar that, deafening, the rest area at Redeemer High School. The race coach is holding the little panda-looking demonic student that, pulling out a few handfuls from the beast medicine on the side. Buffon, take another handful. We're at the bottom of the top 3 schools now, and if we're still like this in the second level, I'm done with bonuses for the year. The little panda bear Buffon stretched out his paw toward him and gave him a middle finger. Enough, don't feed it. You damn, don't feed it. On the other hand, inside the rest area of White Dragon High School, Song Hailong grabbed a large handful of medicine and swallowed it, then looked toward the rest area of Xiang High School in the distance. Listening to the wild roar coming from over at Purple Cloud High School, he snorted coldly, "In a moment, I will be the one to crush all of your fighting spirit." At the same time, the competition coach, Cold Starfield, came over carrying a thermos box. Toward the crowd, he said, "This is the Kongling needle that the school has specially prepared for you. In a moment, you will strike it down against the Dantian. All hurry over to get it." With the opening of the insulated box, a blast of cold air was seen coming out of the. Then 2 rows of fluorescent needles were revealed. Song Hailong grinned, and the man with the number 1 printed on his school uniform was the first to pick up a syringe as well. Other students around the perimeter have followed the order of the numbers on their chests. Took the injection out of the thermos box and proceeded to aim a needle at his Dantian location. Students from other schools on the side looked at this scene and were incredibly envious. It's Kongling needle? Concentrated with the essence of spiritual energy. It can restore the body's mana extremely quickly, and is ready to be in the course of the competition in a while. Replenish mana while dissolving it? There are even students who are full of envy. A needle of Kongling into the Dantian. My life is up to me and not up to God. Alas, I don't know if I'll ever be able to afford a convalescent injection in my life. Just then, a commotion came from one corner of the arena. The sight of a student foaming at the mouth and twitching in his limbs being carried out drew a murmur. One student exclaimed, "Overdose?" A teacher was dismissive. "There's no such thing as an overdose. There's only a lack of tolerance. And you still have to practice." A teacher clapped his hands and urged, "All mind your own business and focus on the competition." As the crowd's preparations gradually finished, the second match officially began. Chapter 46, The Great Mountain. A test patch was pressed onto the student's arm, immediately following the judge's light finger pointing at the location of the student's arm. A special mana had been slowly poured into it by him. Meanwhile, in the panel on the monitoring patch, there were numbers pulsing with the infusion of mana. It went from 0, 5 to 1, 3, then 2, 4, it went all the way up to 5 before it stopped. This would mean that the judge had poured a total of 5 units of special mana into the opponent's arm. During this injection process, the judges were also careful to avoid making mistakes. Accidentally killed each other. Even if it's a regular high school student, he's going to pay for the injuries and deaths he inflicts on them. There are high and low prices according to different varieties. In case it's an entitled student with a contract, it's even more expensive to compensate. After all, it wasn't as if there hadn't been a case where the aftermath of a battle between a Foundation establishment powerhouse had accidentally killed a passerby. It turned out to be a dozen gifted seniors who had been invested heavily in the, eventually according to the cultivation fee, food, tuition, spaying and neutering fees, all the way down to lose a lot of news. And in the few seconds of this mana infusion, the student's body suddenly tensed, his breathing began to increase. Obviously the body had been affected by the special mana. Even if no one bothered to take the initiative to activate this special mana for an attack. But simply remaining in the body continually can be destructive in its own right. But luckily the student took painkillers, although it was a little uncomfortable. But not to the point of being intolerable. And as the injected mana reaches 5, the panel on the detection patch starts timing out. The time it takes for the student to dissolve this special mana next is recorded. And when the time comes, the shorter this time is, obviously the higher the score will be. Because each student was infused with special mana at a different time. Naturally, they cannot be ordered according to who came first and who came last, but according to the length of their respective records. And after the judges stopped mana infusion, they took the capsule handed to them by a side assistant. He opened his mouth and took the capsule, then smiled at the camera in front of him and said, "Replenish your mana. Just go with Purple Cloud." This one Purple Cloud spirit gathering capsule was eaten, and the mana was replenished quickly. I wouldn't have a problem infusing 50 more students. And so, as the game began, several judges infused special mana into the students' hands, one after the other. More and more of the participating students began to close their eyes and dribble, wholeheartedly trying to dissolve the special mana that had invaded his body. the entire scene also became quieter and quieter. Gradually only a sound of breathing and exhaling remained.
Ever since that cloud of specialty mana was poured in by the judges, Zhang Yu then felt as if there was a fire burning on his right arm, and it became more and more vigorous and fiery as the mana continued to be infused. A sharp tingling sensation continued to travel from his arm to his brain.
It also made Zhang Yu understand why so many contestants were taking painkillers. For example,
at this very moment he was in such pain that he wanted to punch out the judge Lao Deng who was still pouring special mana into him in front of him. ***, no wonder I just saw someone selling insurance.
This race program is so injury prone. Hastily exercising the desolate ox soul suppressing heart technique,
Zhang Yu then felt the unbearable pain gradually being weakened.
Immediately afterward, he dispatched the mana within his dantian and surged towards his right arm. The intrusion is a heating type of specialty mana. Then you need to counter it with cryogenic type mana. Zhang Yu recalled the route of mana transformation taught by Mr. Yan and operated the mana in his dantian.
It turned into a cryogenic mana that surged towards his right arm.
Wherever this low-temperature mana passed through, a feeling of coolness came from within the body.
It was like a bucket of ice water being poured down. And when this low-temperature mana of Zhang Yu's collided with the intruding heating mana, he could then feel the burning heat in his arm begin to cool down. But his cryogenic mana was also being rapidly depleted in the process. It's like taking a bucket of water to put out a fire. The fire is lowered, but the water is gone. Zhang Yu could only try his best to transform more mana to extinguish the fire. Fortunately, he had the whole body mana circulation of the Zhou Tianqi collection method to continuously restore his mana for him. There was the desolate ox soul suppressing heart technique to stabilize his spirit for him,
as well as a powerful mana control to constantly transform cryogenic mana. Not long ago, just before the judges could get here to Ante High School, inside the White Dragon High School tournament, Han Xingye swept a glance at Song Hailong, who was dissolving the special mana in his body. Looking again at the big screen in front of him, he said in his mind, "It should be soon, shouldn't it?" And within Song Hailong's body, at this moment, his mana was like the Yangtze River. Heavily, it surged towards the mass of searing mana in his right arm. The Kongling needle restored his mana in an unending stream, and coupled with his own amazing mana power, it allowed him to run his body's mana with impunity, even wrapping the entire mass of scorching mana to extinguish it in one breath. During the process of mana dissolution, all kinds of pain were also suppressed by the drug to near nothing. It allowed Song Hailong to feel almost nothing out of the ordinary and just think about what he had to do. With my mana power, and my control over it, who can be faster than me in this one? Just then, a cry for help rang out from the arena, only to see a student stifle a grunt, having fallen to the ground. Immediately, people around him rushed up to feed him the elimination medicine. "It's fine. I just run out of mana and have been fed the elimination medicine." Not long after, another student screamed miserably and collapsed with a large mouthful of blood. This is the result of not operating properly when dissolving the mana and dispersing the special mana to all parts of the body. It triggered internal injuries. Cold Starfield glanced in the direction of the fallen student. "It's not worth it. It's not worth it. It's not worth it." He knew that he feared that more and more students from ordinary high schools would not be able to support themselves next, either because of a lack of mana power, or a lack of mana control, or maybe because the quality of the drugs is so poor. One by one they are eliminated. He was not amused by this. Think you can close the gap a little bit by following along on your meds? The gap between the average high school and the big three will only get wider when everyone takes their meds. Just as he was thinking that, the big screen in front of him flashed steeply. A name surfaced. Bailong High School, Hailong Song, 129. Seeing this scene, Cold Starfield smiled slightly. "Oh, it's faster than when you were in school." It looks like the atmosphere made him more hyper. And the next thing you know, one name after another starts appearing on the big screen. It quickly filled 10 lines. This big screen only shows the top 10 names. The next line of names on this goes back and forth. The ranked students from 2nd to 10th kept changing and changing, but only Song Hailong's name always stood at the top. It was like suppressing all the students in the scene with the power of one person. But soon more and more names began to fixate, and from the 2nd to the 10th rows all gradually ceased to change. The crowd stared in shock at the unchanging 10 names on that. Soon a student discovered an obvious fact: these 10 people are all students of White Dragon High School. Although White Dragon High School was not the first group of contestants to be infused with mana. However, with Song Hailong having ascended to the top first, they also dissolved the special mana in their bodies one after another. According to the different lengths of completion of each, directly 10 people have dominated the list. Mr. Yan looked at the 10 motionless names on the big screen. It felt like there was a mountain in front of MT High School. Alas, the big three. So that's why this kind of competition is their turf after all. Just then, from 2nd through 9th place suddenly moved down 1 place in unison. Here's another newcomer taking a bite out of 2nd place. Red Tower High School. Bufan Xiong, 135.
The students of Red Tower High School were also beginning to finish dissolving the special mana in their bodies.
Shortly after Xiong Bufan ascended to 2nd place, 2 more Redeemer High School students also squeezed into the top 10.
Cold Starfield turned his head to look in the direction of Red Tower High School.
Immediately in the field of view of the celestial eye charm, found the most prominent contraption. Protected area, medicine bucket, high-speed mana. The conservation area comment is well understood. Cold singing wild guess that this demon should be from the Demon Descent Reserve. High-speed mana. Cold Starfield isn't quite sure yet, but that medicine bucket he understands very well. How much medicine is this stuffed into this demon? Asterisk. Secretly experimenting on demons for drugs. There must be illegal drugs in that demon system. I should really report you guys. What? We're doing it at our school? Or is it used on people? Then forget it. While Bear's uncharacteristic performance also put Redeemer High School on the map, it didn't make a run at no. 1. After all, at the moment the leaderboard is still dominated by White Dragon High School, but a few moments later, the top 9 students dropped another place in unison, with Ziyun High School's Lu Mulan's name parachuted into 1st place. It was like there was a boom in the air. Ziyun High School, Lu Mulan, 0:25, 25 seconds.
More and more students let out gasps of surprise from their mouths.
They can hardly imagine that, just when they had just been tired of that fey mana in their bodies, someone was able to dissolve it in just 25 seconds. Is this still a person? Everyone can imagine that.
Lu Mulan was bound to have a perfect score rating of 100 in this 2nd level, but was limited by that 100 points. Otherwise the difference in points between her and the others should have been even greater. Cold Starfield was shocked for the 3rd time today. He frowned at the words ice skin and jade bone on the top of Lu Mulan's head. In his mind, he thought that the other party's ability to dissolve the fey mana so quickly must have something to do with the special physique. Not far away, Song Hailong's face didn't see any annoyance. Instead, he looked in the direction of Ziyun High School and laughed out loud. Interesting. It seems that my biggest rival for the next 3 years of high school is this Lu Mulan. And a full minute or so later, it was only then that the other students of Purple Cloud High School had dissolved the fey mana in their bodies. And in the end, there was Lian Tianji and another person who had also ascended to the top 10. In the end, it was Lu Mulan, Song Hailong and Xiong Bufan who occupied the 1st, 2nd and 3rd places respectively. The top 10 on the list were rounded out by 4 from White Dragon High School, 3 from Purple Cloud High School, as well as a trio from Red Tower High School to completely split it up. Looking at the rankings, which never changed in the slightest, the many high school students on the scene just felt a sinking feeling. This is the first time most of them have experienced the gap between themselves and the big 3. The 10 names and grades on the screen were like a huge mountain pressing down on them, showing the gap between the 3 most prestigious schools and them that was like a rift in the sky. Just then, but the rankings in the big screen changed again. Surprisingly, they fell 1 place in unison from 4th to 10th place, just when these 3 great schools were virtually dominating the field. Someone else stepped in and sprinted to 4th place. Songyang High School, Zhang Yu, 138. Upon noticing that Zhang Yu's side had dissolved the special mana in his body, the timer made a ticking sound. Instead, this soft ticking sound seemed like a boulder thrown into the lake of hearts of several students from the surrounding Songyang High School. The students from the 3 most prestigious schools also subconsciously glanced in the direction of Songyang High School. I didn't realize there was a student there at a similar level to them. Mr. Yen looked at the ranking on the list and hurriedly took out his cell phone to take a picture down. These can be important teaching outcomes. Chapter 47. In the meeting room, boxes of boxed lunches were transported along with drones. After the 1st and 2nd levels of the French race, the time had come for lunch at noon. Only the many contestants who ate their boxed lunches, still talking about the highlights of the last 2 matches and occasionally looking at the scoreline on the big screen. Only the name that was in 4th place has disappeared. The top 10 at the moment was still divided among the 3 top schools, White Dragon High School, Purple Cloud High School, and Red Tower High School, simply because with the 1st and 2nd games completely over, the top 10 displayed in the big screen at the moment had been replaced with the top 10 overall. There's also only prize money if you're in the top 10 in the final overall standings of the French tournament. It's the only way to have a real ranking, a college-recognized grade that will make a difference in college interviews. And the name that ripped through the 2nd race and squeezed hard into 4th place. At the moment it was like a phantom that had disappeared, like a bird trying to break through the sky. It was reslapped back by the big hands that the 3 great schools had been transformed into. Teacher Yen sighed in his heart. Zhang Yu's score was a bit lower in the first flying sword match after all.
It's the drag that keeps the total score from squeezing into the top 10. But what can be done about it? The rich just have an absolute advantage in flying swords. There was no way for Teacher Yin to blame Zhang Yu's family for not buying him a mana flying sword. You can only blame it on bad luck. Right. When you happen to run into the sponsorship of a flying sword manufacturer. On the other side, Zhang Yu looked at the boxed lunch in his hand and, as he ate, he said in disgust, just one boxed lunch sold for 80. Why doesn't Red Tower High School go and grab it? Just as Zhang Yu was complaining, a box of lunch was shoved in front of him. Zhang Yu looked up and realized that it was Mr. Yen who had brought over a box of lunch. Mr. Yen kindly said, I knew you must be hungry after such a tiring morning. This one's for you, too. Bai Xinjin, who was on the side, looked at this scene and secretly bristled in her heart. Can I be as hungry as I am? Hazuko dissolved the special mana in 1.5 minutes, but I had to tough it out for more than 8 minutes, tossing and turning. Mr. Yen looked at Zhang Yu eating 2 meals in a row. The more he looked, the more satisfied he was with such a large appetite. A good student at first sight. On the side, Bai Xinjin, Xian Shun, and he Dai Yu have big appetites too? Ha! This kind of mana competition has no chance to take a place eating so much. Not pure rice? Mr. Yen encouraged, you did well this morning. Just do your best this afternoon. Never stress too much. Although Mr. Yen hated the fact that Zhang Yu had exerted 400% of his concentration to put up a fight. But she knew that things like mana operation couldn't be rushed, and that her mind had to be at peace, or else it might backfire. So fearing that Zhang Yu, who had taken a place in the second race in the morning, was under too much psychological pressure, she immediately came to comfort the other party, trying to get Zhang Yu to relax as much as possible in the contest. And Teacher Yan's mind couldn't help but count up Zhang Yu's score, 80 in the first level, 93 in the second, for a total score of 173. She looked up at the big screen and swept from 195 in first place to 176 in 10th. As long as Zhang Yu can catch up 4 points in the next level, he'll be in the top 10. 4 points doesn't sound like much, but Mr. Yen knows that in a highly difficult and competitive game like the mana, the higher the score, the harder it is to get every 1 point, especially with a total of 30 scholars from the big 3 schools all vying for that top 10. Think of the 4-point difference. Teacher Yen couldn't help but be slightly nervous as well. It depends on what this last level compares to. Lunchtime was soon over and the final level of the afternoon's French competition was officially underway. I only saw the host walk up and speak. If you want to learn martial arts and Taoism, you should come to Xian Yun. 300 laboratories, 100 Gongfu masters, and 100 years of focusing on immortal way education. Thank you to Xian Yun Education Group for sponsoring this French competition. Xian Yun Group. Zhang Yu still remembered that this company was affiliated with the Wan Fa sect. It was the same large company where he had participated in the trial work and obtained the Zhou Tianqi collection method. He also remembered that he had met the Songyang city director of the Xian Yun Group at Li Shuelian's painting exhibition. A few moments later, a pair of intricate power transportation diagrams were handed out to each participating student. This is the last level of this trip to the Dharma tournament. Following the route in this dribbling chart, convert your own mana into special mana. Meanwhile, the soul cultivators have cameras shining all over the place. The status of each player was determined at all times, and it was also convenient to record the order in which the players completed the test in a while. As the clock officially starts, there were already students who had begun to follow the routes on the transportation charts to run their mana. Zhang Yu frowned slightly as he looked at the route on the transportation chart. This thing seems to be a special kind of mana used for fighting, although, because of the existence of the 10th level circumstantial chi harvesting method, it made Zhang Yu's control over mana very powerful. However, the route on this power transportation chart in front of him was extremely different from the circulation of mana in the Zhou Tianqi collection method. If the circumferential chi harvesting method is a method of internal circulation and self-improvement, then the route of transportation on the diagram in front of us is a way of applying mana to the outside. The method used to fight. He could feel that in terms of complexity, this route of transportation was inferior to the Zhou Tianqi collection method, but whether it's the route of travel, or the techniques contained therein, all of them were very different from the Zhou Tianqi collection method that Zhang Yu was familiar with, especially one of the shock refining techniques, which was something he had never touched before. This fa sai is also superlatively over the top, and in favor of. Zhang Yu looked at the feather book floating beside him and realized that there was not the slightest change in it. Isn't it a meritocracy? Then we'll just have to forcefully practice and try. Zhang Yu lifted his Dantian mana and began to carefully follow the operation chart. In the meantime, location of Purple Cloud High School. Lian Tianji looked at Lu Mulan, who was not far away, and watched the other party's confident appearance. I thought to myself, the hallowed first in the grade is bound to make a decent score.
All I have to do is not drag my feet and hold up our school's total. Lu Mulan looked at the transportation chart in front of him, suddenly cocking his head. I think I've brushed up on a similar one for this question. Let me think. This is the body protection astral chi of the martial arts technique, right? She worked the mana in her body and, sure enough, he familiarly began to transform a trace of mana towards the special mana on the transport chart. The body protecting deity, transformed from mana, is in the immortal Dao system established by the 10 great clans. It is considered to be a special mana that belongs to the martial arts lineage. Lu Mulan remembered that in order for mana to be transformed into body protection astral energy, the step of mana vibration was needed, and the more powerful the quality of the protective astral body, the more times it needs to be shaken. Each mana vibration makes the astral energy transformed by the mana higher in quality, yet also harder to control. According to the instructions in this chart, it should take 7 mana shocks to run the route again. Suddenly, her brow furrowed slightly, listening to the various muffled grunts and cries of pain coming from not too far away. She sensed a noise. It's some student who got injured while dissolving mana in the last match. The injuries were not yet healed now, and as soon as he started to transport his energy, he pulled on his injuries. These regular high school students, can't they get some good injury medicine? Even if you can't afford better injury medicine, can't you even afford better quality painkillers? Lu Mulan, who thought of this, suddenly reacted. These poor people in regular high schools probably can't really afford expensive painkillers. That's the sound of poverty. It's interfering with my exams. But Lu Mulan knew that the power of money could isolate the voice of the poor, just by reaching out and grabbing it. She had already put a pair of soundproof earmuffs worth tens of thousands of dollars on her head. Feeling the environment that had finally quieted down, a small smile spread across the corners of her mouth as she continued to begin the mana transformation. On the other side of the White Dragon High School, while Song Hailong stared at the power transportation chart in his hand, his entire body's mana was already operating naturally, as if moving naturally with his thoughts, gradually leaning towards the instructions of the operation chart. Practicing mana operation with a celestial spirit root for a long period of time, it made him, who had shed his heavenly spirit root at the moment, manipulate his mana with such ease, and the subject in front of him he had practiced many similar ones long ago, which made him move more skillfully. The speed was also several minutes faster. Boom! A ball of mana within the dantian steeply dispersed into a ball in a strong tremor. Then it was slowly gathered together again by Song Hailong. First mana shock. Complete. Simple. It's so simple. My parents had the best genes after 1,000 choices. I haven't slept since I was 5 years old. So far, at age 16, I've been the best performer among my Song family peers in each of the past 11 years. Highest marks and strongest physique. And the only one of his peers who never committed suicide. Never got bored with school. There are no depressed people. I'm the ace son of the Song family. The losers in this arena. Who are you to fight me? At this moment he was all in, without the slightest distraction or distraction. He only wanted to practice the method in the diagram as soon as possible, and trample all the bullies from the other 2 prestigious schools under his feet. Meanwhile, Xiong Bufan of Hongta High School was lying on his back in front of the dribbling chart, his eyes tightly closed. The fluffy tail trembled as if it had already transported its power to a critical moment. The race coach on the sidelines watched the scene and, he said to himself, when Bufan and his batch were in the breeding base, they were drugged from their mother's womb, and before they started high school, he was the one with the best physique. When the school picked him up from a breeding facility on the reserve, the strength of the meridians in his body is already more than 10 times that of an ordinary student, so he doesn't have to worry about getting hurt no matter how he tosses and turns his energy. Since enrollment, I've had him work on his mana running speed all the time. The practice of protecting the astral body has also been done many times by him long ago. This trip is bound to be the one who snatches the first person to practice this transport chart. Sure enough, we should still have the principal naturalize more demons. Wrong. It's planning more demonic students. How is only one enough? I don't see any problem getting 4 more on the race team. Those leaders who insist on pure human teams are still too conservative. I heard that the next city already has pure demon descent teams. Zhang Yu had to admit that the lack of relevant training, the lack of advanced preparation, trying to take a place in this level seems to be a hard enough thing to achieve. The competition is not just a contest of talent, of quality. It's more of a competition of the financial strength, power and heritage behind it. Damn it! Is this the end of my race path? Zhang Yu, are you about to lose to money? Not far away. Teacher Yen looked at Zhang Yu's face full of difficulties and sighed in his heart. Then she swept a glance around at the other students of Songyang High School, looking at them all, either sweating, pale, or looking like they're in a hurry to themselves. Mister, Yen shook his head helplessly.
The students at MT High School were already inferior to the academics at the big three schools. After delays in achieving competitive results in the French competition,
the school simply stopped investing in this area.
Without the school's input, Facet's competition results have deteriorated. Schools naturally want to invest even less, and it's a deadly cycle. And Mr.
Yen understands that without the full support of the school and the lack of relevant teaching and practice, the two sides were never meant to be on the same page.
Just then,
a student suddenly raised his hand.
I need to use the restroom. Mr. Yen leaned in his heart. So you really want to pull it? Go! Just then, Mr.
Yen suddenly heard the sound of sinews chiming to the side. She turned her head to see that it was actually Bai Jinjin who was boxing.
Have you given up on yourself? This is a mana competition. Why are you punching?
Zhang Yu was also attracted by the sound of boxing and sighed in his heart after taking a look.
Alas,
Jin has been driven mad.
Suddenly,
Zhang Yu felt that the punch that Bai Jinjin had thrown was somewhat inexplicably familiar. It seems to bond with something. This set of martial arts was very simple to go back and forth, and there were only 6 moves.
And soon after reading he then suddenly reacted. This martial art seems to work with the dribbling chart?
Looking at the level 0 of the infinite cloud hands that surfaced on the feathered book, Zhang Yu couldn't wait to pick up Bai Jinjin and spin her around.
Shun, you're a saint, the saving saint of MT High School. What was on the movement chart was the method of mana operation,
while what Bai Jinjin typed out was the external stances.
When the two were combined,
it was a complete combat martial art Wuji Cloud Hand.
This was an advanced class martial arts technique, only that this technique emphasizes internal work and is light on external moves, and the key lies in the application of mana. It was in how to transform mana into protective astral energy,
and the 6 external stances were not so much stances as they were 6 examples of application.
This time by Farse the dribbling charts in it were singled out as a test. For regular people, with or without external moves, none of it affects their ability to learn the method of transforming the astral body protection chi in it. But to Zhang Yu, whether or not a complete gong method it makes a world of difference if you can get on the feathered book.
Zhang Yu didn't know how Bai Jinjin was able to comprehend the external stances.
He could only seize the moment now. Immediately,
he switched the feathered book's specialization to Wu Jiyan's hand,
and then started practicing. Infinite Cloud Hands level 0, 0 out of 1, 15. 4/5 mana. Again, just let him practice once, even if it's error-ridden, even if it's practiced in a messy way.
He was also able to completely practice this Wuji Cloud Hand.
Chapter 48 Top 10. Fraser Site.
In the area where Purple Cloud High School is located,
Lemulan's forehead was filled with dense beads of sweat. At this moment,
she had already completed her 4th mana shock. The mass of mana that had been repeatedly ravaged seemed to have turned into a white mist, floating and sinking in her dantian, drifting about and becoming increasingly difficult to control.
3 times, 3 more and it will work.
Song Hailong's breathing became more and more ragged. A vast amount of mana like layers of white clouds rose from his dantian and it gradually turned into a swirling mass.
One last mana shock. Sure enough, it was me who won in the end. Boom! Boom!
A roar suddenly came from the distance. Song Hailong's face suddenly changed.
Someone actually beat him to it? No, not. He quickly realized what
A surprised look appeared in his eyes.
It's 2 people. There are actually 2 people who are both faster than me? In the distance, Xiong Bufan put his palms together and
a trace of white cloud-like mana surged out from his claws, knotting up into a ball that made it look as if he was grasping a lively cloud. Only the cloud soon began to dissipate,
obviously difficult to sustain.
But instead of looking at that, he turned his head to the other side.
The direction from which the roar came, only 1 step behind me? From White Dragon High School,
or Purple Cloud High School. Xiong Bufan looked at the white gas that rose up into the sky and condensed like a pillar of clouds that would not dissipate. A look of surprise appeared in his eyes.
What the hell? It's just a competition. It's about speed, and everyone is looking for speed. What's he doing practicing this body protection astral energy so well? That's too much of a poser. In the playing field at MT High School,
Zhang Yu's palms spread out, and a stream of white air surged out wildly from his palms, floating straight up towards the top of his head,
like a white wolf smoke rising up into the sky.
He attracted the attention of more and more people in the blink of an eye. After Zhang Yu had practiced the Wuji Cloud Hands as strongly as he could with the fastest speed and swallowed it in one gulp,
and after rightfully failing to transform any astral energy,
he felt that he had already mastered this gong method skillfully. Between the thoughts, the chi turned with the heart, and a strand of mana completed 7 vibrations in a row. It transformed into vigorous astral energy gushing out from his palm,
eventually forming the scene before him. Looking at this scene, Mr.
Yen also excitedly clenched his fist violently. and then hurriedly took out his cell phone and there was a burst of continuous shooting in Zhang Yu's direction.
Teacher Yin thought in his heart, Zhang Yu's talent for mana control is so amazing? It seems that the content of the previous mana exam didn't reflect that at all. Thinking back to Zhang Yu's mana enhancement during this period of time, she secretly sighed that she was afraid that it was also Zhang Yu's improvement in this area that had greatly improved the efficiency of vomiting. Bai Xinjin looked at this scene and also revealed a touched look. The old wyvern soothed, the child is growing up. And a few moments later, the results of the third level of the Dharma race surfaced successively. Redeemer High School Xiong Bufan. In first place, Zhang Yu of Songyang High School. In second place, Song Hailong followed in third place. Ziyan High School's Lu Mulan was squeezed into fourth place. And as the third level gradually came to an end, the total scores of each student's French competition came out one after another. Numerous students looked at the final total score rankings with varying expressions. First place, White Dragon High School, Hailong Song, total score 290. Second place, Ziyun High School, Lu Mulan, with a total score of 287. Third place, Hongta High School, Xiong Bufan, 285 total points. The big three still bagged the top three overall rankings. Even more so, there was a huge gap with all the runners behind. But at this moment, at least the vast majority of the students in the arena were not looking at the former three. Instead, they focused on the fourth place finisher. Fourth place, Songyang High School, Zhang Yu, total score 273. Although Songyang High School is also a key high school, it appears in the top 10 at the moment. Appearing surrounded by the names of the other big three schools is so jarring. It was as if a gap had been forcibly torn open in the midst of an originally impermeable dark cloud. It's fourth place. What was the prize money again? Zhang Yu looked at the final rankings and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Already thinking about what the prize money is for fourth place in this French race. For this ranking, he himself has been very satisfied. After all, although he had the confidence that he would definitely be able to surpass these opponents in the future. But if we're talking about real strength at this moment, he really isn't as good as the academics at those three big schools for now. He still needs more time to develop. He was able to squeeze into fourth place on this trip, and he had to marvel at the fact that Qin had manifested himself. Add to that the fact that Hashu did his filial duty. And of course the most important thing was his own perseverance. Zhenshin stared Zhang Yu dead in the face. He still clearly remembers that Zhang Yu's monthly exam score is clearly 620 points clearly 6 points lower than him. But it's such a 620 point presence that, surprised to be ranked with those 650 plus point high level existences, high castes, and inquisitive monsters from the three major high schools at the Dharma tournament? Again, it was the same thing the last time we were at a painting show. This Zhang Yu was always capable of performing more than his score deserves. He's holding his head, eyes still full of incredulity. It's almost as if the evaluation system of 700 points in 6 subjects can no longer perfectly express the extent of his evolution. This man. Zhenshin stared at Zhang Yu dead in the face. A sudden thought came to his mind that he found surprising. The man who can't be perfectly expressed in fractions. He may be able to cause another reform of the high school grade system in the future and make that evaluation system even better. At this moment, Dio, who was on the side, glanced at Qianshun, who was holding his head and muttering. In his mind, he said, "What's this fool's seizure again?" He turned his head, and it was difficult to hold down the emotions stirring in his heart as he looked into Zhang Yu's eyes. Envy, jealousy. To say that it is impossible to say that there are no such emotions, especially when what was happening in front of him was happening to the poor people he looked down on the most. When he thought of this, a trace of regret even welled up in Dio's heart. He's just a poor man after all. It's also okay. He's just a poor guy. Inside the rest area of Purple Cloud High School, coach competition looked at Lu Mulan, Lian Tinji, and the others in front of him, and suddenly opened his mouth and said, "How about we get that Zhang Yu?" Apparently this coach wanted to naturalize Zhang Yu after seeing his performance. Lian Tianji said from the side, "Although Zhang Yu he doesn't have the bloodline of our Purple Cloud High School, but it did excel and I felt pretty good about pulling him over." The so-called lack of pedigree is a popular chain of contempt within Purple Cloud High School. This generally refers to the origins of Purple Cloud Nursery School, Purple Cloud Kindergarten, Purple Cloud Elementary School, and Purple Cloud Junior High School, where from left to right, each additional Purple Cloud degree is considered the purer the bloodline. On the side, Lu Mulan spoke up and asked, "Where did he get his first and second degrees?" "That's something I've really asked him." Lian Tianji spoke about Zhang Yu's previous elementary and middle school. A trace of suppressed dislike immediately appeared on Lu Mulan's face. These two schools have too much of a poor man's flavor. Seeing the change in Lu Mulan's expression, Lian Tianji knew it was hopeless. In his heart, he said, "Then the next time he meets with Zhang Yu, It will probably be in a martial arts competition. When he thought of this, a trace of anticipation surfaced in his heart. Before the toilet, as soon as Zhang Yu came out, he was stopped by a man. The person who came was none other than the competition coach of White Dragon High School, Cold Starfield. Zhang Yu, come to White Dragon High School. Han Xingye extended his hand towards Zhang Yu. With a talent like yours, it's a pity to stay in Sonyang. While you've done well in this race, the future will only get further away from us. Cold Starfield was being truthful. Although almost most of the best students in Sonyang City will be divided among the 3 most prestigious schools, but over time, there will always be some left behind in other key high schools, even ordinary high schools. Cold Starfield has also seen a few students from other high schools who have excelled in mana competitions in their freshman year, but never seen sophomores and juniors excel in mana competitions. Other high schools. You come to White Dragon High School and I'll be sure to apply for a contract on good enough terms for you. Zhang Yu suddenly asked, can I get into the top 10 if I go to White Dragon High School? Han Xingye was slightly stunned, as if he did not expect Zhang Yu to ask such a sentence. All at once, the question was asked. The true answer is, naturally, no. When Zhang Yu arrived at White Dragon High School, it was nothing more than becoming an investment program for White Dragon High School, not to mention the top 10. The whole point of scooping up Zhang Yu was to keep him out of the other competitions left in his senior year. After all, these are accomplishments related to high school grades and college interviews. It's all gold-plated programs for the rich, and the poor shouldn't be allowed to take up spots. As far as college goes, it's definitely possible to get into a decent college in the future, but it's never going to be a top 10. After all, White Dragon High School must be in better condition than Sonyang High School. Zhang Yu can get better here too. It's just that the top 10 spots were never for the poor. Just then, Mr. Yen walked over and stopped in front of Zhang Yu. With a guarded face, he looked at Han Xingye. Teacher Han, what are you saying to my student? Whether Zhang Yu has money or not? To Mr. Yen, as long as she gets a ranking, that's what she's teaching. Cold Starfield smiled helplessly. Everyone was taking their students to competitions every year. He and this Mr. Yen were sort of acquainted. At this moment, when he was caught stealing and digging up the other student, Cold Starfield was also a bit embarrassed. Immediately toward Zhang Yu said, no matter what, it is better than you continue to stay in Sonyang High School. That what, right? Mr. Yen sniffed angrily. What's that? Don't think you didn't say it. I wouldn't have guessed those insulting words you used about Ntei High School, but when I think of the difference between my own school and White Dragon High School, Teacher Yen was really afraid that the other party would continue to say something that she couldn't refute as a fact, and had to interrupt. Alright, this teacher can communicate with me if there's anything. Please leave our students alone. Looking at the departing figures of Teacher Yen and Zhang Yu, Han Xingye shrugged his shoulders. In his mind, he said, if he's really sober enough, he should pick this side, even if it still doesn't get into the top 10. See? 4th place. Zhang Yu, but he got the 4th place in the overall score. 4th place, you guys know? Just say how much you guys are going to put in. Listening to the sounds coming from Bai Jinjin's side, Mo Tianyi said helplessly. Jinjin, you don't have to get so worked up. I can see. Bai Jinjin, then why don't you hurry up and call the money? Your boss wasn't even this good in his freshman year of high school, was he? Mo Tianyi, of course the boss has taken places in competitions. After a bit of pulling, Mo Tianyi summarized. Zhang Yu's grades are indeed excellent. I admit I gave you less money earlier. I'll talk to the boss and a few other seniors about the situation. Do your best to get more investment for you. Bai Jinjin had known this for a long time and urged. Money, you guys remember to approve quickly. Disconnecting the connection. Mo Tianyi looked at Zhang Yu's ranking of 4th place in the camera. The chest that should have cooled long ago seemed to heat up slightly. What a great job. It's amazing that he was able to break through the suppression of so many rich people and rush to this ranking. Unfortunately, it's too late. A hint of helplessness and gloom flashed through Mo Tianyi's heart. If only it could have been 2 years earlier. I'll definitely pick you. On the other hand, Bai Jinjin said in her heart, ever taken a place in a martial arts competition? I'd like to see which one you are. Chapter 49 Wuji Cloud Hands. Zhang Yu looked at his cell phone, which was displaying an electronic agreement. The content of the agreement is also very simple. That is, to award the top 10 in this mana competition. Regarding the right to use the Muji Cloud Hands, there is no distribution, no profit is made from the contents of this method, etc. Bai Jinjin stood beside Zhang Yu, looking at the agreement with a crooked head, complained, really stingy. This Xian Yun Group, so big a company, how to sponsor up so stingy? And you have to be in the top 10 overall to give away access? Isn't that one for everyone? Zhang Yu shook his head in disbelief. If everyone gave it away, wouldn't that be unfair to the students who did well in this competition? I'm afraid 10 is too many. In my opinion,
I feel that those ranked after 4th overall this time did not have a good understanding of the questions on this test. Bai Xinjun looked askance at Zhang Yu.
You asterisk asterisk. Listen to this. It's not fair to students with good grades? The ones after 4th place don't have a good understanding of the test questions? Is this human language?
Zhang Yu, have you forgotten how you needled the modern immortal way education system a month ago?
Where's your backbone from then? Bai Xinjun looked at Zhang Yu's ugly face with disappointment. Hazuko. My Hazuko is dead.
What's in front of me now is a walking corpse controlled by the score.
Ha ha, Jun. The bonus has arrived.
Zhang Yu looked at the arrival message on his cell phone and it just felt like the corners of my mouth were all of a sudden harder to press than AK. A full $20,000 in cash was awarded for 4th place in this legal race. This grew his savings to over $63,000 again in one fell swoop. Zhang Yu tapped Bai Xinjun's shoulder beside him and waved his hand.
Jun, I'll buy you dinner when we get back to school later.
Good boy,
Bai Xinjun said happily. I knew you were a rooted kid. Definitely won't forget my roots. Before long, the schools began to disperse.
Zhang Yu and Bai Xinjun also followed the Songyang High School crowd out of the venue's gate.
Just then,
but a dark shadow fell from the top of the stadium.
Is that?
Zhang Yu's gaze twitched.
A person? Someone jumped?
Just as Zhang Yu had just reacted,
someone had already made a move on the scene. In fact, if it had been a normal day,
this jumper might have snapped to the ground.
But here and now, instead,
there were too many high school students,
teachers, coaches, referees, and judges on hand, especially since many of them belonged to Redeemer High School. As the saying goes, it is everyone's responsibility to take care of the school environment.
The moment the silhouette fell down from above, he saw several astral waves blasting down on him.
Already, like a sheet of matting,
the jumper had been saved.
Liang Qin, who had originally closed his eyes and waited to die, did not receive the sharp pain he had imagined. Instead, it felt like I landed on a big, incredibly warm bed. When he opened his eyes, he realized that he was gently dragged to the ground by a ball of astral energy. Why did you save me? Liang Qin watched the scene in agony,
not having the slightest joy of being saved at all.
Just now,
during the course of watching the legal match, he made a series of bets and finally lost all his money again. Even his father called to ask him about the collection, which led to the choice he just made. There was likewise no trace of joy to be seen on the face of the teacher who had saved him.
It was just a one-liner. This school district is a no-jumping zone.
I've already called the police in your case,
and someone will discuss the specific compensation with you.
A hint of despair even flashed in the eyes of Liang Qin, who heard these words.
In quick defense, I didn't try to jump, I was asleep.
The other party said faintly.
Losing your footing? That's negligent jumping? That costs money too. Liang Qin was enraged, but recalling the other party's astral aura just now,
he could only suppress his anger. I'll jump somewhere else when I get the chance.
Liang Qin, who had calmed down, began to think about his next jumping-off point. Schools, hospitals, shopping malls, neighborhoods, all asterisk to lose money. In this Thai world, it's hard to even find a place where you want to jump for free. On the other hand, MT, high school is almost out of campus. Not only the other students,
even Zhang Yu was not that surprised to see the jump at the moment. He just thought that the person wrapped up in a cloud of astral energy looked somewhat familiar.
MT, high school, cafeteria.
Bai Xinjun put the chicken leg into her mouth in one bite, accompanied by a soft clicking sound. It had already swallowed it with its flesh and bones,
and right now in front of her, there's a huge table of chicken, duck, fish, and meat that's been ordered. It cost Zhang Yu over 400 in total.
Even with Zhang Yu and Bai Xinjun's current cultivation and flesh strength,
it was enough for a full meal. Ugh, it's still the right flavor of school prep.
One whiff is a freshness that hasn't been out of the freezer for long.
After taking a bite, Bai Xinjun sighed. That boxed lunch from Honta High School tasted wrong as soon as I ate it. Hell knows how much synthetic food they added.
Although Zhang Yu was also eating very well at the moment, he had more memories of food originating from his previous life.
Upon hearing this, he said, Jun,
I'll treat you to something better when I have money later.
Bai Xinjun, you mean the food supplement meal on the second floor? Zhang Yu understands.
To Songyang High School.
Not.
It should be that for the vast majority of high school students in the entire city of Songyang. Better food is food that grows cultivation more and raises scores more. As for the quest for flavor itself,
that's all secondary, or one that most high school students in NT Pleasant are not equipped to pursue. For high school students, taste is a luxury. Zhang Yu didn't explain and just said, you'll know when I'm rich. Saying that,
Zhang Yu remembered what happened on the competition field today and asked curiously,
Jin, how did you comprehend that last fight you fought?
Bai Xinjun casually said,
look at that movement chart, doesn't it have 6 moves?
Zhang Yu was shocked.
Yes, there is.
Bai Xinjin recalled thinking.
It's not obvious at a glance? It's open, right?
Zhang Yu looked at Jin in front of him. Still can't figure out how this can be seen at a glance. It looks like students who are ranked 100 plus back in the competition have something to offer. After Bai Xinjin finished speaking, but with a face full of unwillingness, she said, that's the only way to try to see if you can assist the mana operation method through external stances.
Sure enough, it still doesn't work. When she thought about how she had been defeated all the way through the mana competition today,
Bai Xinjin made a painful determination,
planning to make up some mana control next.
Raising his head again and seeing Zhang Yu in front of him, thinking about how Zhang Yu had made a big splash on the competition field today, all of a sudden, he felt even worse. Starting tomorrow to make up for it, I, Bai Xinjin, have not been weak in my life.
Bai Xinjin opened her mouth and asked, are you going to Mr. Yan's makeup class?
Before we parted ways today,
Mr.
Yan sought out Zhang Yu and Bai Xinjin. Tell them that they will next use the results of this competition to apply for some funds from the school to offer remedial classes for the mana competition.
Tell them to come and sign up for it then.
Zhang Yu nodded at his words and said,
definitely participate. Today's competition, despite finishing fourth,
but it also made Zhang Yu feel his limitations.
If it wasn't for the last-minute realization of the infinite cloud hand from Bai Xinjin,
I'm afraid I won't be able to get into the top 10 in the overall score rankings. He hoped that he could become stronger in his mana mastery and compete in mana contests again in the future.
No more relying on luck to win.
Not to mention that after the school voted to fund
Mr. Yan's competition tuition might also be matched with flying swords, feats, and other benefits,
causing Zhang Yu's heart to look forward to it as well. When Bai Xinjin saw Zhang Yu nod his head, the corner of his mouth also curled up.
That's fine. When the time comes, we'll go to Old Yin together to make up for it. After returning home,
Zhang Yu did not cultivate the desolate ox soul-suppressing heart technique as he had done in the past to enhance his Dao. After all, he had now switched his feathered book specialization to the martial art of Wuji Cloud Hands. It will take until tomorrow afternoon to get through the 24-hour cooldown and be able to switch again, so he simply took advantage of this opportunity. Intending to continue to push the rank of this infinite cloud hand, he thought to himself that there were only 6 moves in this Wuji Cloud hand back and forth, and that perhaps it rose faster than the scattered hands.
Maybe 10 levels in one night.
So Zhang Yu once again came to the rotten building.
Coming here,
Zhang Yu felt as if he had returned home.
After all, he had spent night after night practicing martial arts here. It's quiet and there's no fear of noise, so you can let go of the workout. If it weren't for the fact that the rent on the house was already paid, and the fact that there's no internet, no electricity, and no water in this crappy building, he's tempted to move a bed over and just stay in this nice free place. Walked inside a bare, gray hall. I only saw that between Zhang Yu's thoughts. A strand of mana rose from his dantian and went through 7 successive vibrations. It turned into a mass of clouds and mist gushing out from his palm. Since I've already practiced level 1's uncanny cloud hands, the speed and quality of his mana running into martial astral chi in this one breath far exceeded that of any of the competitors in today's arena. Feeling the cloud that wrapped around his hands, Zhang Yu said in his heart, phaseless cloud deity? After signing the electronic agreement, Zhang Yu obtained the right to use the Wuji cloud hand, as well as electronic secretaries. The true name of this martial deity was also written in the secret book. The phaseless cloud dipper, shaped like a white cloud, can be rigid or flexible, and is best at pulling in strength and borrowing power. It is a kind of martial astral energy that is widely used in battle and can be used for attack or defense. Next, Zhang Yu began to rehearse the 6 external stances of the Wuji cloud hand, only to see his fist blasted out towards the front. The white phaseless cloud astral deity brought up a surge of power. It was like a siege sledgehammer that made a whistling sound. This was the rigid stance of the Wuji cloud hand, which was specifically used to break the enemy head-on. Next, Zhang Yu moved his hands around, and the white phaseless cloud deity surrounded his body like layers of clouds, with a sheer elasticity. This is a move used for defense in the hands of Wuji Yun. At this moment, the phaseless cloud deity full of elasticity could not only deflect the strength of the opponent's moves, but could even rebound some of the force. Just like that, Zhang Yu had finished practicing the 6 moves of the infernal cloud hand in a moment. Then it was reenacted. The moves of this infinite cloud hand were too few, but only a mere 6 moves. It only took Zhang Yu more than 10 minutes to practice 10 times. Infernal cloud hands level 1, 0/10, level 2, 0/20, with the uncanny cloud hand raised to level 2. It was as if Zhang Yu had gone through the practice over and over again in a flash. Whether it was the process of refining the phaseless cloud deity with his mana or the manipulation of the phaseless cloud deity, even the application of those 6 external moves had instantly gained great progress. Zhang Yu looked at his hands, originally wrapped around the hands of the infinite cloud dipper. There would be a wisp of white cloud-like smoke of astral energy drifting upwards.
as if it were wolf smoke going straight up to the sky, and this was also the look he displayed on the field. But at this moment, as the infernal cloud hand is raised to level 2, the wisps of astral energy that drifted upwards were much less, which reflected precisely the fact that his control over this astral energy had risen. Chapter 50, Changes and Additions. This Wuji Cloud Hand's area of 6 moves practiced so quickly. Wouldn't I be able to raise him to level 10 tonight? But after Zhang Yu pulled himself together and practiced 5 more times, he then felt that the mana in his body was getting thinner and thinner, and it was already difficult to support him in cultivating the infernal cloud hand. Zhang Yu realized that his earlier thoughts were wrong. It seems like there's no way to raise this infernal cloud hand to level 10 in one night. Unlike a basic level technique like scattered hands, Wuji Cloud Hands consumed much more mana. Even with the passive exhalation of the Zhou Tianqi collection method to constantly restore mana, it's also impossible to make him practice for hours on end as if he were practicing sparring. So Zhang Yu simply sat down on his knees, while letting passive vomiting continue to help him recover his mana. On one side, he simply practiced the Desolate Ox Soul Suppressing Heart technique to raise his Dao heart. After practicing and stopping like this, and after the night had passed, Zhang Yu raised his infernal cloud hands to level 6, 7/60ths. I only saw the coverage of the phaseless cloud deity from the original 2 hands. At the moment, it expanded all the way up to Zhang Yu's arms as well as his shoulders and continued to churn like a rolling sea of clouds, and the original phenomenon of that cloud rising up to the sky like a wolf's smoke was gone. Only a very fine wisp of smoke could be seen slowly rising upwards for more than 10 centimeters after that. It just dissipated into the air. This was because as his control rose, Zhang Yu's process of running the phaseless cloud deity, the consumption of astral energy was greatly reduced. The next day, MT, high school, inside the office of the student council, Zhou Chudian looked at the message coming from his cell phone. With a slight smile, he said, I can't believe I got 4th place in the mana competition. It's really a bit out of my expectation. Blue Ridge is lifting dumbbells while, said one side. Rumor has it that the competition coach at White Dragon High School talked to him and tried to poach him. Zhou Chudian laughed. They've been robbed of a competition place this time. There's just one less accomplishment on a student's resume, so of course they want to poach. You're saying that if we specialize in training Zhang Yu to play in the French tournament after we sign him, is it possible to steal a few more law school places? Give the big 3 a few less awards? For the rich people of Songyang, there are only so many spots in the top 10 universities. Anyone who has a few less trophies on their resume has a higher chance of success for everyone else. Blue Ridge said sullenly. There might be a chance in freshman year, I guess, but starting sophomore year, I don't think Zhang Yu can still beat them. Zhou Chudian said happily. Even that's not bad. Then it is so decided. It can't really be White Dragon High School scooping people up. This month's monthly exams are over. Zhou Chudian looked at his palms clenched slightly. It's like having everything you want squeezed tightly in the palm of your hand. Zhang Yu must sign. Blue Ridge understood the meaning of these words. That is, after the monthly exams were over, Zhang Yu would not be able to sign a contract without it. Outside the school gates, Zhao Tianqing said towards the other end of the cell phone. Got it. Mom, I got it. A female voice came from the phone. Play more with others Zhang Yu. You see how quickly people learn to improve. Got it. Zhao Tianqing finally hung up the phone after a perfunctory burst. Just walked in the door of the school. He then saw another line of big words that kept scrolling on the electronic screen. Warmly congratulate Zhang Yu, a student from the senior class 1 of our school, for winning the 4th place in the senior group of the city's mana competition. It's true. Although I had already heard tidbits of information about it in several school groups yesterday, but it was only at this moment, when he actually saw the line, that Zhao Tianqing was certain that the matter was true. Thinking of Zhang Yu, who was originally still eating at the same table as himself, suddenly outsmarting a bunch of schoolmasters from the 3 most prestigious schools in key high schools, and taking something like 4th in the mana competition, Zhao Tianqing couldn't help but feel a twinge of heartbreak. Then came a wave of shame. Zhao Tianqing, your classmate got such a good grade and you're so jealous? It's so ugly. Where's your centavos gone? Alas, we can't compare with Zhang Yu. He is a Jindan disciple after all. It's not the same species as us anymore. To take 4th in the competition this time, it must be that Starfire realist who has put in a lot of effort. Mom also told me to play with people more. Zhao Tianqing laughed bitterly in his heart. The gap is so big. Can we play together? Rumors of Zhang Yu as a Jindan disciple. It was also made more certain by the students because of the 4th place finish in this competition. And as someone who likes to think about what others think, Zhao Tianqing felt a sense of inferiority when he thought of the dazzling aura Zhang Yu was now wearing. After all, he is a Jindan disciple, and his grades are widening the gap with me. Will it already look down on me? In his eyes, I might have become a roadside poo-poo student. If I were to deliberately approach him again now, looking for him to play,
in the eyes of others is not too flattering, will not think that I am in love with vanity? Think that I want to rub the aura of his Jindan disciple? I can't blame Zhao Tianqing for thinking too much, simply because as a teenager who grew up in an urban area, he'd seen too many similar things in school. Friendships always taper off when the scores between friends widen the gap. What? You haven't been the same since you scored high. What? You're so low. I keep taking you out feeling ashamed. What? I'll raise 10 points for you. Don't you ever look for me again. Alas, if Zhang Yu doesn't find me for lunch today, I'd better not take the initiative to find him. Save yourself from being rejected by him. And when the bell rang for the last class of the morning, Zhao Tianqing then intentionally glanced in Zhang Yu's direction. When he saw Zhang Yu and Bai Jinjin chatting, he felt some envy in his heart. If only he could be as good as Bai Jinjin and talk and laugh with Zhang Yu. Seeing Zhang Yu talking to Zhou Tianyi again, he was a little envious of Zhou Tianyi again. Obviously, his score was even lower than his, but he could still talk to Zhang Yu without any embarrassment at all. He was never in such a good frame of mind. Just then, Zhao Tianqing sensed that Zhang Yu's trio stood up and walked in his direction. Zhao Tianqing hurriedly lowered his head. Feeling the trio getting closer, he pretended to straighten up his desk and several books were put back and forth, seemingly unsatisfied in any way, completely not noticing the appearance of Zhang Yu's trio. However, in his mind, he had been paying attention to the movements on Zhang Yu's side. A question runs through my mind, will he ask me to go to dinner with him? Zhang Yu, old Zhao, let's eat together. Zhao Tianqing hurriedly stood up and smiled. Well, go. Walking on the way to the cafeteria, Zhou Tianyi laughed. Zhang Yu, did you feel that today's school atmosphere is a little bit not quite the same? Yes? Zhang Yu thought for a moment and said, teacher is still so gentle and the students are still so kind. The air smells of learning. It's all good. Zhou Tianyi, you took 4th place in the competition. Now that most people in the entire school believe that you must be a Jindan disciple, can't you feel that everyone has more respect for you? Zhang Yu faintly recalled. It seems that the attitude of his classmates toward him seems to be indeed more if not more disconnected. Bai Jinjin, who was on the side, faintly said, well, I heard someone talking about you in the women's restroom. They say that you must have been held up by a Jindan real person, that you're just connected and lucky. Zhou Tianyi, I heard in the men's restroom also someone said that you are in possession of the code of the rich woman. Otherwise, ordinary people like them wouldn't even know where that painting exhibition for selecting Jindan disciples is open, let alone being selected after attending. Zhang Yu sighed. Alas, I can't imagine that I'm brave enough to win honors for the school. It's amazing how all you end up getting in return is alienation and jealousy. Zhou Tianyi laughed. Zhang Yu, the higher the score, the better the grade. It is natural to become more and more envied. He said slowly, they won't be thinking about your hard work, your talent that. They'll just assume you're well-conditioned and blame all kinds of success on your luck. Looking at Zhou Tianyi's face with a sigh of relief, Zhang Yu said thoughtfully, I can't imagine that you, the 25th ranked, in your grade, knows quite a lot. Zhou Tianyi stumbled on his feet. No good gas. I have more than 500 people in the senior class of our school, and the 25th place has stepped on a lot of people's feet. Zhao Tianqing, who was on the side, looked at Zhang Yu's joking and laughing appearance. The heart also gradually relaxed. I can't imagine that Zhang Yu is still so easygoing after taking the 4th place in the competition. But a moment later, Zhao Tianqing changed his mind, and Zhang Yu more or less changed. In front of the window where the food was played, Zhang Yu looked at the cafeteria aunt and said, Auntie, I came 4th in the city's mana competition. Can you get me more meat? Dinner aunt, okay. The biggest ribs go to our 4th place winner in the citywide French competition. Songyang High School has a strong learning atmosphere. And of course even the cafeteria ants look at people before they look at the score. That night, suburbs of MT, accompanied by a whooshing sound of strong wind, a black shadow flashed at high speed in the night sky. Constantly approaching towards Zhang Yu's rented room. Bang! A slight pause at the gate in front of the apartment building was accompanied by the opening of the door to. The black shadow then scurried into it like a green smoke, and in the blink of an eye, it had already arrived at the floor where Zhang Yu was located. Eventually ghostly appeared in front of Zhang Yu's door. There was a knock on the door. Zhang Yu hurriedly stood up to open the door. Then he saw a middle-aged man with a dragon's walk and an abstruse temperament standing at the door looking at him. Is that Mr. Zhang Yu? Zhang Yu nodded his head and said, delivering pizza? It only took more than 20 minutes to arrive. You guys are fast enough. The middle-aged man smiled as he pulled the merchandise out of the large backpack behind him. It was delivered to Zhang Yu. Mr. Zhang, this is the item you ordered. Please sign for it. A moment later, Zhang Yu reclosed the door and took out his purchases. Through this mana competition, Zhang Yu recognized the gap between himself and the schoolboys of the prestigious schools. It also made him more eager to improve himself. As for his situation today, his mana has the Zhou Tian Qi collection method of daily exhalation. The Taoist heart was even more of a target that he focused on improving every day. And the only thing that he had no time to improve was the strength of his physical body, which was temporarily in stagnation. And to think that we're going to be competing in the Budo competition next month. When the time came, I was afraid that he would have to go up against those rich people from the prestigious schools again. So Zhang Yu felt more and more that he needed to improve the strength of his physical body. So after some fine-tuning, he purchased something from the internet. Chapter 51, Undercurrents. Zhang Yu looked at the undershirt, shorts, wrists, anklets, and the 2 large jars next to him in front of him. This was the weighted clothing and demonic beast meat powder he had purchased. Weighted clothing, durable refining gear, inexpensive, use it if you want to. Being able to not easily be discovered by classmates to sneak efforts, but also has the effect of taking off the pretense during the battle, which is called the classic equipment on the path of immortality, not to be tasted. And Zhang Yu this time purchased a weight suit with a total weight of 150 kilograms. You can work on your physical body right in your daily actions. On the other side of the spectrum, the powdered meat of demonic beasts is a nutritional tonic that it can better replenish his daily nutritional needs for blood and flesh loss and growth, so that the child can grow taller, faster and stronger. The 2 copies cost him a total of over $400, bringing the deposit down to over $59,000. Alas, it's still too poor to buy these poor man's equipment. When Zhang Yu was picking from the shopping site, what he actually wanted the most was still an external spirit root. It's called the overeating spirit root. That thing is said to stimulate the body's metabolism and flesh strengthening like crazy every day after it's inserted into the body, absorbing all the nutrients it could to supply the flesh and blood. According to the advertising slogan, that was to eat every day to become stronger. Too bad it's too expensive. One costs $40 million. Spending $40 million to experience the feeling of becoming stronger even by eating was not something that the current Zhang Yu could afford. Alas, it's better to try the school's muscle-building spirit root on the next free rental. When he put the weighted suit on his body piece by piece, Zhang Yu felt his body getting heavier and heavier. The simple bending, walking, and lifting of hands have been given an extra layer of resistance, making it much more difficult to move. Phew, and before he could take a few more steps, there was already a chorus of curses coming from under the building. What about demolishing a building in the middle of the night? Knowing that it's because he's moving too much in his weighted suit, Zhang Yu then headed to the rotten building in his weighted suit. It's like an extra set of shackles on this journey. Zhang Yu could feel all sorts of discomfort coming from various locations in his flesh. However, after he had activated the Desolate Ox Soul Suppressing Heart technique, thinking about the anticipation of raising the strength of his flesh day and night, all these discomforts were suppressed for the time being. Instead, a sense of satisfaction rises that the flesh is being exercised at all times. Sure enough, the Desolate Ox Soul Suppressing Heart technique is effective against this as well. Zhang Yu's next goal was to make himself maintain the Desolate Ox Soul Suppressing Heart technique as much as possible at all times, while always fending off the discomfort of the weighted suit. You are constantly using your mind to level up your Tao heart. For 24 hours a day, exercise both the Taoist mind and the physical body. If he could do that, he would be able to further increase his efficiency in raising the level of his Tao heart. And by the way, it builds up the strength of the flesh. To think that I should have been forced to do so without taking the initiative to add such a large yardage to himself. Zhang Yu could not help but reveal a bitter smile. He sighed in his mind. There's no way out of this. Those 3 big schools are more outrageously dead rich than one another. Want to live. Want to get into a top 10 university. Entering the great clan. This is not a role. Once again coming into the rotten building, wearing a weighted suit. Zhang Yu sat on the ground with his knees crossed, while trying to maintain the state of mind of the Desolate Ox Soul Suppressing Heart technique. He kept sketching in his mind that picture of the old ox reclaiming the land with the intention of guarding the land. Give your body a break while you're at it. Theoretically speaking, as long as the practitioner can persevere, the mental method can be maintained. It's like listening to a novel and playing a game at the same time, which is the embodiment of 2 minds. Only mental weakness, exhaustion, all the excitement of the outside world. Both may interrupt the maintenance of mindfulness. And if you have to use your brain for something complex, like doing questions on a test, or hands-on combat thinking, that mindfulness becomes harder to maintain. So although I've heard the instructor of the Dashin class say that mindfulness can theoretically be maintained at all times, powerful cultivators were able to maintain their mind techniques as long as their consciousness remained clear. But the original Zhang Yu had never managed to do so. However, since Zhang Yu had recently upgraded the Desolate Ox Soul Suppressing Heart technique to level 10, since the Tao heart level had also reached level 2, he felt that it was becoming easier and easier for him to maintain his heart.
If it turns out that maintaining mindfulness is akin to mentally calculating a math problem from time to time, then he now feels like he's counting from 1 to 100 every moment, and it gets easier. I should now be able to perform a variety of more complex exercises while maintaining my mindfulness. That's why Zhang Yu made his current attempt. He would have to practice keeping the desolate ox soul suppressing heart technique running in more situations.
After resting for a while, Zhang Yu, who was wearing a weighted suit, stood up. Begin to walk back and forth while maintaining your mindfulness. He felt like he'd thrown away half his brain, and half his muscles. Then learn the various movements from scratch. Coming to the rotten building again the next night, Zhang Yu tried to maintain his mind techniques while do some simple warm-up exercises on the side. On the third day, Zhang Yu, who was getting more and more acclimatized, began to maintain his mind techniques while practicing Wuji cloud hands in weighted clothing. Level SAXS infernal cloud hands looked like it had been rehearsed thousands of times in his mind. Each movement comes naturally without much thought. At the moment, while maintaining the mind's intentional guardian diagram in his mind, his physical body, under the pressure of the weighted suit, was continuously practicing the Wuji cloud hand stance. The mana in his body even carried a raging aura of. In the repeated vibrations it transformed into a wisp of phaseless cloud astral surge out. However, because of the need for distraction to maintain the mind techniques, coupled with the weighted clothing and mana consumption, Zhang Yu's efficiency in practicing the infernal cloud hands was also much slower. 3 days passed in a row before he finally pushed his infernal cloud hand to level 10. Listen to this, only pushed to level 10. Apparently Zhang Yu still resented that it was a bit slow. Alas, the feathered book is still not powerful enough to limit my potential and self-discipline. Only to see that in the rotten building, Zhang Yu's internal mana rose from his dantian. A series of 7 vibrations was accomplished without a sound, and then dispersed into the limbs and bones, gushing out from all over the body. In an instant, Zhang Yu was seen surrounded by white clouds and smoke all over his body. There was actually a look of immortal style and morality. This is the effect of the infernal cloud hand after it reaches level 10. The infernal cloud dipper is no longer limited to both hands. Instead, it pours out from all parts of the body, truly attacking and defending. But the mana consumption of doing so was also severely increased. Zhang Yu felt that he couldn't even support himself for a few minutes, so he hurriedly stopped. And after these days of bitter cultivation, all of Zhang Yu's abilities had once again improved. Mana was raised to 16.9 as it was exhaled day and night, the weighted clothing worn at all times, and the exercise of the infinite cloud hands. On the other hand, it gives a flesh strength of 128 levels. The Taoist heart. Under the almost constant exercise of the level 10 desolate ox soul suppressing heart technique, it's still the fastest boost, having reached level 2, 65%. On this day, Zhang Yu had just come to the classroom not long ago. It was then that a middle-aged woman with a changed face came to a classroom desk and was packing up something. When Zhang Yu was feeling puzzled, he heard Zhou Tianyi, who was at the side, say, Liang Qin dropped out of school. This is his mom coming to pack for him. Zhang Yu asked with some surprise. Why? Zhou Tianyi sighed. It seems to be gambling owes more than 100 it. After his mom and dad found out, they came right in to help him with his withdrawal. I heard that the family went to the teacher's office yesterday, and Liang Qin kept kneeling and kowtowing. His mom and dad still insisted on dropping him out of school. Zhou Tianyi shook his head and sighed. His parents did the right thing. Once this gambling thing is indulged in, one can only be immortal for the rest of one's life and can never achieve anything on the path to immortality. Not to mention he's a freshman. He'd fall off even if he were immortal. Lose all your cultivation cleanly. Go bankrupt and become immortal again. Zhang Yu was a bit silent. This Liang Qin was a bit like his original body in terms of borrowing and lending. He thought to himself that if he hadn't traveled over, he was afraid that the original Zhang Yu would most likely have had the same outcome. Just then, Bai Xinjin dragged Zhang Yu out of the classroom. Toward him he said, the poor bastards have finally heard something. They sent over an electronic agreement for you to sign. Shortly after Zhang Yu had signed the electronic agreement, a transfer message rang out from his cell phone. Looking at the $20,000 that had called, Zhang Yu and Bai Xinjin were both shaken in spirit. Bai Xinjin, this bunch of iron roosters managed to fight 20,000 over in one breath. It seems to really think the world of you. You call 800 to my card. I'm useful. Zhang Yu didn't ask why, and after calling 800 over, just barking, what have you been up to lately? You're gone every day as soon as school gets out? Bai Xinjin smiled slightly, still trying to find a way to get into the top 10. I can't believe these iron roosters think so highly of us. We need to get them to take some of the pressure off of us. Speaking of which, as if she remembered something, opening his mouth, he reminded, after next week's monthly exams, Zhou Chudian should be about to come back to persuade us to sign. If the student council is still rejected by us this time, more pressure will definitely be given. Especially since you boys took 4th place in this French tournament. They'll surely find a way to force you to sign. Can you stand it? Zhang Yu didn't have a clue in his heart, but looking at Bai Jinjin's concerned gaze, haha laughed and said, I'm sure I can withstand it. You don't want to give up halfway through. Zhang Yu thought about the ritual's persecution in his heart, secretly saying that he would either be screwed over by the ritual. It's either that or get into the Big Ten. That's no choice at all. Just as he was thinking this, that incomparably familiar chill within his body flared up once again. Zhang Yu knew that this was forcing him to hurry back and learn to cultivate. Alas, without further ado, it's still my own strength that matters most. I'll go back to cultivate first. Bai Jinjin pressed his shoulder and reminded, remember when you refused to. You can push it on Purple Cloud High School and White Dragon High School. Say they're recruiting you, and keep talking to the student council to stall for time. You have to remember to never, ever let them sense that you're trying to take the top 10. Looking at Zhang Yu's back as he hurriedly left, Bai Jinjin seemed to sense the other party's urgency as well. Hazuko's been working harder and harder lately, too. He's got a lot on his mind, too. But it's okay, I'm close to finding that guy. True to form, although Hazuko is a drop ahead of me in the law tournament, but to get into the top 10, it's true that I still have to cover him. Quiet room. Zhang Yu, who had leased the muscle-enhancing spiritual root, felt that every time he exhaled his spiritual energy, along with the spiritual energy being drawn into the spiritual root, a trace of more lively spiritual energy would be fed back into the spiritual root. This is the growth spiritual opportunity brought about by the muscle-enhancing spiritual root. With the growth aura naturally absorbed by his flesh and blood, he then felt as if the flesh and blood all over his body had wriggled on its own and began to devour all the nutrients at an accelerated rate. With the constant action of the muscle-enhancing spirit root, and the constant infusion of the growth spirit machine into the body, this state would last for 6 to 12 hours, greatly increasing Zhang Yu's effectiveness in exercising the strength of his physical body. Wei Xian's voice rang out on the radio. Zhang, do you want to add bells? Zhang Yu slowly exhaled a breath and said after a moment of thought, add an hour. Inside the practice field, martial arts teacher Lei Jun was giving Zhang Yu and Bai Jinjin extra lessons for next month's martial arts competition. Accompanied by a roar, as well as crackling explosions, two figures were seen colliding back and forth. It was as if they were torn together like two giant beasts. Zhang Yu's Wuji cloud hand blasted out with surging martial astral energy. However, he saw Bai Jinjin merge her fingers like swords, bringing up a piece of sword shadow and pointing out. It had already stabbed at the weakest and most critical points of the astral energy, instantly dispersing the incoming blast of astral energy. On the side, Lei Jun droned. Zhang Yu, the Wuji cloud hand emphasizes change the most, so we must take advantage of the situation. Don't always think about bullying. Zhang Yu doesn't want to rely on his strength. It was really because Bai Jinjin's actual combat experience was too much stronger than his, and if he hadn't subconsciously relied on his martial astral chi to suppress it head-on, he had been suppressed by Bai Jinjin almost all the time. How come this guy Jin can fight so well? Although Zhang Yu didn't use his full strength either, he had also utilized his level 1 Wuji cloud hand. However, he was still completely suppressed by Bai Jinjin relying on a few basic martial arts, causing Zhang Yu to strongly suspect in his heart that Bai Jinjin had opened up. Perspective or headlock? Or reading commands? How do you keep hitting me in the wrong place? Can you see through my moves? The days passed by in Zhang Yu's constant study, cultivation, and tuition. In the blink of an eye another week has passed. The big day of monthly exams at MT High School is here again. And classmates, teachers, the student council, and all sorts of people that Zhang Yu knows or doesn't know. All of them were gradually turning their gazes toward him and Bai Jinjin. Chapter 52, End of the monthly exam and the storm is coming. In a rotten building. It was then that Zhang Yu, who was wearing a weight-bearing suit, blasted out with a fist, accompanied by his paws stepping on the concrete floor. A muffled sound of a boom suddenly erupted from the floor. Zhang Yu, who was already drenched in sweat, however, did not stop, continuing with one punch and one kick. He practiced one move of the 36 styles of fitness. He was hot as hell and emitted a vague white puff of air in the cold, dark night. Since being able to maintain the Desert Cow Soul Suppression mind trick while a week ago, after practicing the Wuji cloud hands to level 10 while wearing a weighted suit, Zhang Yu began to challenge himself to a higher level. That is, practicing the level 10 36 styles of bodybuilding. This is really hard at first and can be a physical and mental grind. Luckily, as long as we can maintain the mind, that desolate soul-suppressing heart technique always brought Zhang Yu a trace of joy and satisfaction born from anticipation. As for the times when you can't maintain your mind, the self-ceremonial power guided Zhang Yu back on track to maintain the heart technique. For example, at this moment,
Zhang Yu's heart was slightly slack. He knew the ritual was going to wow him again when the intentional guardian diagram in his head started to get blurry. Please keep the ritual agreement and work hard to fulfill your wishes without willful laziness and procrastination. 10. Zhang Yu hurriedly concentrated his mind and tried to maintain the state of the desolate ox soul-suppressing heart technique. The intentional guardian diagram in his mind also gradually became clear again. Dry. Although the coldness dissipated anew, Zhang Yu could not help but curse angrily at this moment. Just then, the cell phone rang in the middle of a dark, rotten building. Zhang Yu, who heard this voice, however, was like experiencing immortal music. Luckily, this retarded ritual had that little bit of judgment to make him pick up the phone when, at least take a little break. When he picked up his cell phone, Zhang Yu realized that it was a message from Zhou Chudian, the vice president of the student union. Zhou Chuduan, Zhang Yu, how's the consideration going? Zhang Yu glanced at the time. Well, a student government message sent at 4 a.m. Is the normal routine for us MT. Zhang Yu, I want to fully prepare for the monthly exam first, and wait for the signing of the contract after the monthly exam. Zhou Chudian, it's fine. Then we'll wait until the monthly exams are over. I've got a contract for you that you'll be absolutely happy with and look forward to the day we sign. Although Zhang Yu knew that Zhou Chudian probably talked like this with all the signatories, but it was impossible to say that it was uncomfortable to be licked like that by the other person from time to time over the past month. Unfortunately, it's not a pure friendship without any interests mixed in, wanting to lick me alone, after all, thinking that I have to continue to be so false with the other side. Zhang Yu then felt a bit uncomfortable. I also wonder if this guy will change his face if we reject him one more time after this monthly exam? Zhang Yu looked up and looked at his feathered book. Taoist Heart Level 2, 93%. Mana 18. 7. Flesh Strength 1. 33 levels. After these days of harsh training, his strength had grown greatly again, especially since it's getting closer to Dao Xin Level 3. The level of mana was even more already at the first place of the break level in the senior class of Sonyang High School. Even Bai Jinjin couldn't compare to him. The only thing that was left was the strength of the physical body because of the fact that it had stopped for more than half a month and had only recently begun to work out, dropped back down to 7th or 8th place. However, Zhang Yu estimated that with his current state of bitter cultivation, it won't be long after this flesh strength and Songyang Senior 1 will certainly also be able to dominate the lead. But even so, at the moment he was still a long way from getting into a top 10 school. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and had once again plunged into his bitter cultivation. The day of the monthly exam. A solemn atmosphere filled the high school campus, but for Zhang Yu and Bai Jinjin, the monthly exam itself was no longer worth worrying about too much. Smooth sailing through the morning theory test, Zhang Yu, who had eaten lunch, came back to the machine room of the Taoist exam after his lunchtime cultivation and finished the test questions with a sweaty head. Then came the final exam of the day, the actual martial arts battle. This time the opponent he drew was Qianshen. Qianshen's gaze towards Zhang Yu was complicated at the moment, because the opponent was 6 points lower than him on last month's monthly exam at the same time that the total score of the mana contest was again a few tens of points higher than his presence. So Zhang Yu might have a lower score than him, but it's kind of unlikely that Zhang Yu would have a lower score than him. This made Zhang Yu become even more complicated and unpredictable in Qianshen's eyes, and was also the first guy who clearly scored lower than him on the monthly exam, but made him incomparably cautious. Zhang Yu looked at Qianshen's cautious demeanor and said with a slight smile, "I'm coming then." In the next moment, he saw him slap out his palm, and his entire body had arrived in front of Qianshen with a whoosh. Although Qianshen had been cautious enough, in the twinkling of an eye a dozen or so moves had passed and he was still gradually falling into a disadvantage. Eventually, with a strong gust of wind lashing his face, he looked at the fist that stopped in front of his head and, hesitantly, "I lost." But before the second match began, he stared at Zhang Yu and suddenly said seriously, "You didn't use your full strength, did you?" The infernal cloud hands didn't even work. The Wuji cloud hand was something Qianshen had learned from watching Zhang Yu at the competition site that day. Naturally, he also knew that the other party had gained the right to use the martial arts. Not to mention the past 2 weeks of martial arts classes, Zhang Yu would use the infernal cloud hand every time he fought Bai Jinjin. Qianshen said seriously, "Use the Wuji cloud hand. Use your full strength to fight me. We're in the middle of a monthly exam, not practicing for a class. Every point I get on an exam, don't fudge it. Use your full power and don't insult my score." Zhang Yu took a deep breath. "I understand," he sighed in his heart. "My rare happiness between my asceticism. Ah, is it coming to an end again?" Only to see Zhang Yu rushing towards Qianshen with a whoosh once again. Then the palm with the phaseless cloud deity fiercely blasted towards Qianshen. Having seen the power of the Wuji cloud hands in a practical combat class long ago, Qianshen naturally did not choose to fight hard. He dodged out of the way while kicking hard towards Zhang Yu's lower body. However, he saw Zhang Yu's other palm with layers of cloudy chi blocking the leg he kicked.
Qianshan thuds his shin into the clouds of air. It only felt like kicking on a light and unstressed cloud, but the next moment a fierce force rebounded from it. Blasted his entire body out of bounds. End of the second. The third game begins. After that battle just now, Qianshan was tempted to take back those words just now. Although the shouting just now was very pretty, it is also really hard to be hit with a low score in the actual test. Not far away, Lei Jun's gaze retracted from Zhang Yu and Qianshan's side. He also looked at Bai Xinjin and He Dao on the other side. Looking at He Dao, who had been knocked to the ground by Bai Xinjin in 3 blows, Lei Jun secretly said in his heart, the level difference is too much. The next trip to the monthly examinations simply do not let Zhang Yu and Bai Xinjin draw lots. Just arrange for a group of the two of them to take the practical test and forget about it. The next morning was the Dao Xian and Mana exams. Step into the spirit world again. This time, however, Zhang Yu found himself strapped to a hospital bed, with a syringe to his left. On the right is a button. A female voice came from the radio, good elixir. Choose Ziyun. Wholeheartedly all-age Ziyun medicine. One sip eliminates all ills. Thanks to Purple Cloud for co-sponsoring the fair. Listening to the rules recounted on the radio, Zhang Yu realized that the content of this Dacian exam is joy. With each press of the button, the syringe injects itself with an agent called Happy Scatter. And once the exam starts, a shot of Happy Scatter is automatically administered to the candidate. The next requirement for the candidate is to push as few buttons and inject as few agents as possible. The fewer agents injected, the higher the ranking and the higher the score. Simply because this newest drug, developed by Purple Cloud, relaxes the mind and stimulates the brain. It makes one feel supreme joy. Of course, according to Purple Cloud's own propaganda, which is claiming that the drug has no side effects, non-addictive and has been clinically tested. Zhang Yu certainly couldn't believe this. Bunch of births. It's a good idea to run this kind of advertisement during the monthly exams, isn't it? This Dao Xin exam questioner is really getting over the top. Gonna him up one day. Although in the virtual world of the spirit world at the moment, a moment of injected pleasure scattered also just a virtual pleasure. But Zhang Yu still cannot help a burst of broken mouth. Ultimately helpless to feel the pleasure scatter being infused into his body. Intense pleasure kept hitting Zhang Yu's brain. And even with his will and mind cultivation, the fact that you still can't resist pushing the button twice before the exam is over shows how strong the happy dispersal is. Compared to the excitement of the Dao Heart exam, the Mana exam and the physical education exam appeared tame. But when the physical education exams are over, when Wang Hai once again applied to the school leaders to let Zhang Yu join the competition team, he was once again rejected. And the reason for the refusal was that Zhang Yu's sports performance had slipped and still needed to settle down. However, what Wang Hai was told privately was that it was all related to the student council. After thinking about it, Wang Hai sent a message to Zhang Yu the next day. Do you have any problems with the student council? They don't seem to want you on the varsity athletic competition team. Inside the rotten building, Zhang Yu, who was wearing a weighted suit, stood still and felt the changes in his sea of consciousness at the moment. At this moment, he had finally reached level 3 Dao Heart. The control of the physical body became more detailed, and the mana in the dantian became more lively and controllable. Even every piece of flesh and blood in his entire body, every ounce of strength became more and more harmonized and comfortable in his perception. Even the fatigue of the mind, which had been so many days in the making, seemed to be swept away at this moment. It felt incredibly soothing. Taoist Heart Level 3, 0%. This was how Zhang Yu felt after reaching Dao Xin Rank 3. The mastery of oneself and one's power becomes stronger. Finally the Dao Center is level 3. Now we can cultivate the heavenly martial heart refining technique, right? Zhang Yu had long been looking forward to this expert level technique passed down from a Jindan realist. Tianwu refining heart technique. Let me see where your limits are. Almost at the first moment when the Dao Heart reaches level 3. He then couldn't wait to switch the feathered book specialization to this discipline. The Tianwu refining heart technique was a martial arts mind method that contained a total of 9 martial arts disciplines: fist, palm, leg, finger, claw, knife, sword, gun, and stick. These 9 sets of martial arts have fighting styles used for combat, and practicing styles used to refine the body. Yet none of it is critical. The real point of Tianwu refining heart technique lies in comprehending the meaning contained in these 9 sets of martial arts, to condense one's martial intent. At this moment, Zhang Yu was once again like that trip to the painting exhibition. Start practicing these 9 sets of martial arts from start to finish with fists, palms, legs, fingers, claws, knives, swords, guns, and sticks. Along with Zhang Yu's moves, strong winds shook all around him. The concrete floor also rumbled as he stomped on it.
Zhang Yu was upgrading his base level scattered hands to level 5. After cultivating the basic level 36 styles of bodybuilding and the advanced level Wuji cloud hands all to level 10, and after having fought by Jinjin hundreds of times in real battles, his eyesight at this moment was already very different from the past. The more he cultivated, the more he could feel that there were both combat methods and body refining methods in it. The coverage is very comprehensive, and after learning it, it can be used to both refine the physical body and fight against the enemy. Just takes a little too long. Tianwu Refining Heart Technique Level 1, 0 out of 10. When Zhang Yu, who was wearing a weighted suit, finished practicing each of the 9 sets of martial arts, it took him almost 14 minutes. Noticing this, Zhang Yu vaguely felt some liver pain. He knew that this set of feats would be good to practice again. Chapter 53 Heavenly Martial Arts Refining the Heart. Just at the moment when Zhang Yu finished practicing the Tianwu Refining Heart Technique this time, countless images of his own cultivation flashed through his mind. Images of physically comprehending these 9 sets of martial arts over and over again, feeling the ideas in them, and trying to figure out their temperament. In the next moment, 9 different ideas surfaced in his mind at the same time. The killing intent of breaking 10,000 troops, the fighting spirit of 9 deaths, and the unrelenting spirit of going forward. These ideas are like 1,000 hammers in his mind, and finally converge into a silhouette. This was after Zhang Yu practiced the first level of the Tianwu Refining Heart Technique. The martial intent condensed in the sea of consciousness. The silhouette looked somewhat like Zhang Yu, but the face was a blur. It exuded an aura of warring the heavens and fighting the earth. Tianwu ideas. Along with Zhang Yu's mind, the heavenly martial idea in the sea of consciousness had already moved. And under the guidance of his intention, he practiced the 9 sets of martial arts of the Tianwu Refining Heart Technique, move by move. And with the unleashing of the heavenly martial intent, Zhang Yu's body also surged with an aura that was not there before. At this moment, Zhang Yu felt like he had become a heavenly fighter. The god of war who wants to crush everything in front of him with sheer violence. Blood filaments emerged in his eyes, and his body's qi, blood, and mana began to accelerate slightly. Zhang Yu could feel that, little by little, his own physical state was adjusting towards becoming more and more suitable for fighting. Phew, he exhaled a breath, temporarily stopping the operation of the heavenly martial heart refining technique. In his heart, he said, "Is this heavenly martial intent so berserk? The thought that needs to be matched should be a battle-crazed thought, right? That's Starfire Real, an old denizen who was kicked out of a big clan, to have created this kind of martial arts heart method? ***. He didn't get kicked for assaulting the leader, did he?" This gave Zhang Yu the feeling of how to put it, like a greasy middle-aged man who had been fired from his company, suddenly realizing that he's a combatant in his private life? By all accounts, it shouldn't. After all, when you fight something like this in the Kuan market, you have to pay for killing a passerby, and even more for blowing up a building. The more destructive it is, the easier it is to lose money. Then go to the middle of nowhere to fight in the middle of nowhere? Anyway, in Zhang Yu's memory, I don't really know of any land that hasn't been bought by the company, at least not around Songyang City for sure. A strong man who has to fight often enough to beat his opponents has to pay to prevent the constable from arriving at the scene. Can't beat the opponent, that's all the more reason to pay for the catcher to speed up his arrival. It costs money to treat injuries, and if you're not injured you usually have to pay for insurance just in case. If you have your own insurance, do you have to buy insurance year after year for all sorts of phallic treasures and wrecks? The more you can fight, the more you spend. The more you spend, then the poorer the person is. The poorer the person is, then the less you can fight. So the more you can fight, the less you can fight. The Starfire reality was kicked down. So maybe this old den was just too combative. Zhang Yu lamented. The immortal path isn't just about fighting and killing. However, it was useless to think about it more at this moment, and next Zhang Yu continued to start cultivating this technique. The intention is to push this Tianwu Refining Heart Technique to level 2, and the cultivation of the Tianwu Refining Heart Technique. It required the outer physical body and the inner heavenly martial intent to gradually synchronize their movements, and together they struck out the 9 sets of martial arts of the heavenly martial refining heart technique. If one were to simply just run their kung fu with martial intent in the sea of consciousness, it would just be the effect of unleashing this mental method. And with the Tianwu idea in action again, Zhang Yu also felt the effects of this mental method more deeply. A mind can only run one discipline at a time. Therefore, at this moment, Zhang Yu did not have the effect of the desolate ox soul suppressing heart technique in his heart. Only the Tianwu refining heart technique works. Originally, without the effect of the desolate ox soul suppressing heart technique, Zhang Yu's ability to suffer should have been severely reduced. But in the state of Tianwu refining heart technique, at this moment, he only felt that his fighting spirit was soaring. Nothing scares him, nothing holds him back. Whether it's a powerful enemy, or any hardship, one punch, Even the drudgery of cultivation was overpowered by this fighting spirit. It made Zhang Yu feel equally motivated in the state without the desolate soul-suppressing heart technique. So combustible. So hot. Feeling the qi and blood that showed signs of slight acceleration all over his body, Zhang Yu then felt that this heavenly martial idea not only had a boosting effect on combat, but could likewise promote his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 hours had passed, and the heat was all over the qi and blood surging. Zhang Yu had already practiced this martial art a full 10 times. Tianwu refining heart technique level 1, 0/10, level 2, 0/20. In an instant, Zhang Yu felt as if his mind had traveled across day and night, and deeply immersed in the intent of the Tianwu refining heart technique in one cultivation session. At the same time, the figure in the sea of consciousness that was transformed by the heavenly martial intent became clearer and clearer. A bit of Zhang Yu's silhouette seemed to emerge vaguely from the face. In the blink of an eye, the night passed, and Zhang Yu stopped and rested. Finally pushed Tianwu refining heart technique to level 3, 12/30. Then he received a call from Wang Hai, and learned that he, because of the student council, didn't make the school's athletic competition team. An intentional downer for me? Zhang Yu said in his heart. Is it possible that if I refuse to sign again this time, I'll have to use more means to deal with me? And it wasn't long before he received another invitation from the student body to negotiate about a contract. MT. High school. Noon. Student council office. With a cold grunt, the temperature in the entire office seemed to plummet. It was so cold that even the majestic Blue Ridge couldn't help but shiver. But the next moment, the temperature had resumed. It was as if everything that had just happened was a hallucination. But Blue Ridge understood that none of this was an illusion, and that it was Zhou Chudian's mood that had just changed for the worse, because just a few minutes ago, Zhang Yu and Bai Xinjin successively rejected the student union's invitation to sign again, while the reason was that the 3 major prestigious schools could offer a higher price. Blue Ridge slowly put down the dumbbells in his hands and looked at Vice President Zhou Chushan on the sofa, inquiring, President, what is to be done? Zhou Chudian muttered, I've already given them enough face, haven't I? Already offered them the best deal I could, right? I just don't understand how such a thing that favors both them and the school. A win-win thing, how come they just won't agree to it? Blue Ridge said, maybe a 4th place finish in the mana contest. It gave Zhang Yu some ambition he shouldn't have had. So much so that Bai Xinjin followed suit and wanted to raise the price. Zhou Chuduan sighed. Does he think that the 3 big schools can really sign them if we don't release them? And you want to raise the price? Don't think they're worth that price? Oh, these poor people. You are too mean to them. And in their hearts they resent you and curse you, and do not work well. You give them a little face, and they're prone to stomping their noses. Thinking about things you shouldn't always ends up making things ugly. With that, he helplessly waved his hand. Feel free to do exactly what you want. Anyway, in 7 days, I want to see both of them signed off. Inside the classroom of the senior demonstration class, Zhang Yu was maintaining the desolate soul-suppressing heart technique's mind technique, and he continued to study while maintaining the mind technique. Ever since he had cultivated the Tianwu refining heart technique, Zhang Yu had begun to use the 2 heart techniques interchangeably, when practicing this martial arts mind method, while practicing the external stances. On one side, he naturally maintained the state of the heavenly martial heart refining technique. Other times when you are unable to practice this martial art, such as when you are resting or attending class, on the other hand, it maintained the state of the desolate soul-suppressing heart technique. In the process, it made Zhang Yu feel a contradiction in thought. Subsequently, it affects the efficiency of the 2 mind techniques. One is going to fight and 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 blow everything up. The other is to be left to its own devices and build up in silence. These 2 switch around. Ugh! He couldn't help scratching his head. And again, from the contradiction of ideas between these 2 minds, associated with the signing options before him. Thoughts are still an option. But there doesn't seem to be an option for battle in reality. Just then, the cell phone vibrated. Zhang Yu realized that it was a message from Mr. Yen of the mana class. Zhang Yu, did you offend the student council? I've refunded you for the tuition over here. You'll also be unable to participate in future farcer competitions for the time being. Hurry up and find a way to repair your relationship with the student council. Seeing this message, Zhang Yu's gaze condensed, knowing that this was the student council once again applying pressure. Suddenly Bai Xinjin's voice rang out beside him. I got kicked by old Yen. Did you get kicked off the farcer team too? After seeing Zhang Yu nod his head, Bai Xinjin angrily said, this bunch of born things from the student council. I guess I'll have to keep screwing us next. Are you holding up? Zhang Yu nodded his head. Holding on is holding on. But when is the end of this holding on? Bai Xinjin said. Hold out until we're strong enough. Hang in there until we get a handle on what it takes to get into a top college.
And in the process, the pressure on us from the student body is bound to grow. That's the way it is with this bunch of rich people. Once it affects their interests, even if it just makes them less money, they'll immediately rip off their usual mask of hypocrisy and start doing whatever they can to get at you. Bai Jinjin held her head and said bitterly, we will be constantly suppressed and isolated. They might seize the opportunity of a real-world class to have a teacher or a senior beat us up, torturing us in the spirit world by using the opportunity of the Dao Xin class to buy teachers to give us low grades and erase our various benefits and opportunities. And one by one, their lapdogs will jump in with their dirty tricks. Something about putting glue on chairs, pouring cold water in toilet stalls, stealing workbooks and other like that. In short, it's going to use every means available to screw us. She seemed to have seen an incredibly dark high school experience in her eyes. We're going to end up at the bottom of the food chain, and we're going to end up at the bottom of the food chain, and we're going to end up at the bottom of the food chain, repeatedly humiliated by those with money. It gradually became an existence where no one even wanted to eat together. She scratched her head furiously. Ugh. S***T. It's not going to get any better. It's going to get worse until the end of my senior year. Get into college. Or until we surrender on our knees and sign a sellout contract for them. Zhang Yu rolled his eyes. How do you know so much? Beck Jin, a long time ago, a schoolmate told me before she committed suicide. With that, she turned her head to look at Zhang Yu. If you can't hold out, you can sign up early while you can still get a good price. Zhang Yu skimmed his lips. Not signing. I'm going to take the top 10. And I won't sign it if it kills me. Looking at Zhang Yu's determined look, Bai Jinjin she smiled. Then let's hold on together. But don't worry, sitting around is not my style. I'm close to finding that boss of the League of the Poor. Make sure you find out from him how to get into college without signing up. Chapter 54 Zhang Yu's Choice. 6 a.m. When the sky was still cloudy, Zhao Tianqing was already almost at the school. This is going to be much earlier than his usual school day. It's only because the school is releasing the monthly test results this morning. Since last night Zhao Tianqing had been unable to quiet his mind to study and cultivate. I simply came to school early today and wanted to be the first to see the scores. This Taoist exam is a bit hard. I don't know if I can have a 60. Alas, the difficulty of the Dao Xin exam is also high. I pressed happy scatter 23 times. I don't know how many points I can get. Unlike people like Zhang Yu and Bai Jinjin, who were too lazy to write their scores after the exam. Zhao Tianqing is the kind of student who has to go around looking for someone to match his scores after the exam. If someone else's answer is the same as his, he's secretly happy in his mind. And if the answer is different, he tends to ask a few more people. Whereas, like in this Dacian exam, he'd ask people how many times they'd pressed the button that, a few injections of happy scatter. When he heard that someone else had pressed more than him, he would say something comforting with his mouth, but in his heart he was delighted. If he heard that others pressed less than him, his face was full of concern, but his heart sank. It only hurts. At this moment, more than 200 meters away from the school entrance, he then saw that a number of students had already gathered at the entrance of the school. Apparently all of them had come to the school early like him waiting to see the results. There are students who feel like they are making progress and are eager to know the rankings sooner rather than later. There are students who feel their grades are slipping and worry that they are going to be moved to a different class. Of course there are purely subslaves who just want to know in advance how much they actually scored on this test. Zhao Tianqing looked at Chenshin, who was standing at the front and was practicing while waiting. Knowing that the other person is always the first to arrive every time the results of the monthly exams are announced. Sweeping a glance at the yet-to-be-open school gate, Zhao Tianqing simply found a corner to sit down as well, opened the book and start reviewing. After waiting for a few minutes, along with a soft creak, the door of Songyang High School opened. Immediately the students waiting at the entrance of the school all came together one by one and, like sardines in a fishing net, they swarmed towards the school grounds. When Zhao Tianqing rushed to the classroom door, he saw that Chenshin had already stood in front of the classroom door. At this moment, Chenshin was staring at the report card posted on the front door, but in his heart, he suddenly let out a sigh of relief. Though this time, because of the lower scores on the practical exam, his total score dropped quite a bit, but at least Zhang Yu's score matches his strength. Sonyang High School's monthly test evaluation system is bug-free for now. On the other side, Zhao Tianqing glanced at the students around him and, he said to himself, are Zhang Yu and Bai Jinjin not here yet? Alas, it is also true that with their strength, they know whether to look or not. Zhao Tianqing felt a pang of envy just thinking about it. It will be nice when I can have that kind of backbone and swagger of not rushing to see the results. Zhao Tianqing also hurriedly walked up and started searching for his name from top to bottom. First place, Zhang Yu, 653 points. Second place, Bai Xinjin, 652 points. Seeing the rankings of these two, Zhao Tianqing sighed in his heart. The two of them, apart from their Taoist skills, you should be close to a perfect score in every other subject. Of course, Zhao Tianqing knew that this wasn't to say that the two could relax next, because as time passes, the difficulty of the questions and the standard of assessment in the monthly exams will become higher and higher, and students will be required to make continuous progress. It's the only way to maintain your score. Like a lot of sophomores and juniors whose grades are slipping, it is because their own growth has failed to keep up with the rise in assessment standards. However, Zhao Tianqing felt that with Zhang Yu and Bai Xinjin's talents, there shouldn't be much of a problem in maintaining their scores. Thinking of this, envy once again rose in his heart. If only I had the talent of the two of them. Then looking down, he finally found himself, and his heart was immediately filled with joy. 8th place, Zhao Tianqing, 594 points. Shortly after, Zhang Yu and Bai Xinjin entered the classroom successively. Zhao Tianqing then realized that the two had only slightly scanned the rankings of the monthly examination results. Neither seemed to take it to heart. Looking at this scene, Zhao Tianqing felt that this look of Bai Xinjin and Zhang Yu was really handsome. On the contrary, I began to suffer last night. Barb came in early this morning to see the results. Ugh, I'm so scrubbed. But in the next few moments, Zhao Tianqing realized that Zhang Yu and Bai Xinjin seemed to have something on their minds. He couldn't figure out that these two, a first in their grade. What else could a second in grade have to worry about? Just then, it was accompanied by a black shadow flashing from the window. A loud thud came from the first floor. Another student has jumped. After school that day, when Zhang Yu came to the quiet room of the school again, intends to use his permission to rent a spiritual route for free this week when he does. However, she saw Wei Xan swipe Zhang Yu's student card, then strangely said, "Ugh, how come it doesn't work? Student Zhang Yu, wait a moment, I'll go ask." Zhang Yu casually took away the student card. There's no need to ask. I might have made a mistake. Without having to ask, Zhang Yu knew that this was bound to be another ghost of the student union. And next on the way home, when Zhang Yu looked at the message coming from his cell phone, he felt himself laughing a little in exasperation. It was a message from his martial arts class teacher, Lei Jun, who had instructed him in practical martial arts. Zhang Yu, the school feels that the strength of your physical body still needs to be honed, so they intend to let you settle down for a year. We'll compete in the Budo tournament next year. Zhang Yu silently exhaled. Mana competition, sports competition, martial arts competition. Obviously the student council is trying to erase all his chances of competing and cut him off from this path. There were also benefits like free rental of spiritual routes that the other party would cut one by one. At this rate, it seemed that Zhang Yu would have to go back to the point of going to temporary jobs after class. I'm still too weak. When he was waiting for the train in front of the station, he grabbed the time to cultivate the martial art of beating up the Tianwu refining heart technique. But the more you fight, the more twisted you get. For he felt deeply that he had no thought of going to war with all that was before him. There was already a serious mismatch with the mindset required for this discipline of mind. Zhang Yu felt like he was pressing a fire in his heart but had nowhere to vent it. Walking in the alley leading to the apartment, Zhang Yu thought in his mind, what if I go to find Li Shuelian? Seeing my current Tianwu refining heart technique rank, will the Starfire Master want to accept me as a disciple? Can we get a little more room for negotiation by getting Starfire Real into the game? But when it occurred to me that I was afraid that the Starfire Realist was just another person trying to get him to sign a contract of sale. Zhang Yu then sighed again. He looked up at the sky, only to feel that the whole city of Sonyang was like a huge dining table. And at the moment, he and Bai Xinjin were like two dishes placed on the dining table, being picked by a rich customer. To escape? Escape to another city, work odd jobs while practicing, develop for a decade or so and then come back out? But what about Jin? Will she be willing to run away? Ugh, this retarded ritual is still going to force me to go to college and probably won't agree. Opening the door of his room and walking into his apartment, Zhang Yu was slightly stunned and directly stayed in place. Only a slender young girl wearing a Shiryo high school uniform was sitting on his chair. The young girl's long hair was tied back in a ponytail behind her head. The white hands were gently rubbing the scabbard of the longsword that lay in her lap. Zhang Yu spoke with some difficulty. Sister? This high school student from White Dragon High School in front of her was none other than Zhang Yu's original body's sister, Zhang Flutter. But what he didn't expect was for the other party to be a student of White Dragon High School. This was something that was completely absent from Zhang Yu's original memory. Especially with that big number 1 on the other guy's chest. This meant that Zhang Flutter was already the number 1 in a certain grade at White Dragon High School. Zhang Yu's sister could even make it this far? How on earth did she do it? Why was the original Zhang Yu completely unaware? Zhang Fluttershy looked at him coldly and said faintly, "Go see Zhou Chudian and sign the contract." Zhang Yu instinctively frowned. "You're here to make me sign?" Zhang Flutter said lightly. I am doing this for your own good. If you continue to hold out, you will be driven to death by them.
Thinking of the ritual on himself, Zhang Yu said with the same indifference,
letting me sign is letting me die.
The gazes of both sides collided in the air for a while, and seeing Zhang Yu's refusal to retreat for a single step,
Zhang Fluttershy seemed to sense a death-defying determination in the other party's gaze. She nodded slightly and said, I can't believe you turned out like this. I would have thought you were more suited to a life of Mrs. Average.
Since you don't want to sign with Sonyang High School, come with me and I'll take you to White Dragon High School.
Zhang Yu was slightly stunned, and in his heart, although he had a lot of doubts, instead, he asked what he felt was the most crucial one. Can I get a top 10?
Zhang Fluttershy smiled. Of course, now you've finally got a little bit of the spirit to storm the immortal path.
In that case I'm willing to give you a chance to take the top 10.
Although it was the first time he had met the original body's sister, Zhang Yu looked at this Zhang Flutter in front of him and, it only felt heavenly different and full of strangeness from the Zhang Flutter in the original body's memory. Is this really Zhang Yu's sister? Are they really the same person? Is it money and scores that have revolutionized this sister of Zhang Yu? However, Zhang Yu knew that this was not the time to talk about this, so he asked what he felt was the second most important question.
Zhang Yu, can you take one more person with you?
Looking at Zhang Flutterby, she craned her neck and looked at him curiously.
Zhang Yu continued, can you take Bai Xinjin with you to White Dragon High School?
Zhang Fluttershy looked confused and said, why?
Zhang Yu, she's my blood brother. I want to help her. He thought to himself,
if I leave Jin alone to carry the student council, the student council ***T must have come out even harder.
Zhang Flutterby said blankly, kindred brothers? Is Bai Xinjin also our relative?
Zhang Yu thought that Zhang Flutter was mocking him at first, but looking at the other party's serious face,
he tried to explain.
I mean, I have a particularly good and special friendship with her. When I was at my poorest and at the darkest point in my life,
she gave me 500 and bought me dinner.
Still looking confused, Zhang Fluttershy asked,
can't you turn back to her 500 now?
Zhang Yu, no.
Flutterby Zhang, what about 500? Zhang Yu, it's not a matter of more or less money. He felt even weirder.
The Zhang Flutter in front of him was too unlike the sister in the original body's memory, and after seeing Zhang Yu's insistent appearance, Zhang Fluttershy pondered for a moment, said, there are a limited number of spots at White Dragon High School, and I can only take a maximum of one person to White Dragon High School.
Zhang Yu's heart sank.
However, I heard Zhang Fluttershy continue, but if you can pass an examination, you both get bailed out.
Zhang Yu hurriedly asked, what test? Divine assistance, or priesthood outsourcing?
Zhang Flutter said indifferently, as long as you have an identity under the priesthood department,
then at least until I enter the university, even if I stay in Sonyang High School, no one will dare to mess around with you guys.
I can serve as your referral for the test, but you have to realize that if you get into White Dragon High with me,
they're to keep you through the end of your senior year.
But if it's just this divine assistance, then after I get into college, they wouldn't have so many scruples. And now it's just 6 months until I graduate from high school and enter college.
Are you sure you want to risk it?
Chapter 55, Divine Auxiliary Examination. Listening to fluttering Zhang's answer,
Zhang Yu asked another question. Why is it that when I take the test, Chin gets bailed out as well?
Zhang Fluttershy propped her chin on one hand and said indifferently,
I can act as a recommender. Recommend you to take the Divine Auxiliaries examination. And after you become a Divine Auxiliary, you can take an intern of your own. Zhang Yu understands. Temporary workers and then outsourcing interns, right?
Zhang Fluttershy continued. After becoming a supernumerary of the 8 Orthodox gods,
I'll take you to MT High School and talk to the student council to help hold you over. Then for the next 6 months or so, as long as I remain in Sonyang City and don't go to college, they shouldn't even give you two a hard time for a while. Going to talk to Sonyang High School? To help us out?
What's your status? What's your score?
How much money do you have? Will it really hold up?
Seemingly seeing Zhang Yu's doubts and worries,
Zhang Flutter didn't say anything more, just faintly said,
I'm the current #1 senior at White Dragon High School,
and the current strongest high school student in Sonyang City. Sonyang City's best, strong, high, middle school, student.
If the Zhang Yu of his previous life had heard these words,
he would have only thought ouch, not bad, oh, pretty awesome. But now, hearing these words from fluttering Zhang,
he just felt like the sister in front of him was radiating a blinding light. Anyone who has attended high school in Sonyang City knows the gold content of these words. That definitely went through a self-destructive practice of selling your soul over and over again. A title that could only be earned after paying buckets of blood and tears, and then stomping the corpses of countless high school students underfoot.
So Zhang Yu asked again, then what exactly does this Divine Auxiliary's job entail? Work?
Fluttershy Zhang cocked her head.
No need for you to do any specific job. Just get paid on time every month after you have this status. Zhang Yu got it again. Isn't this not a paycheck? This kind of good thing is finally his turn? Zhang Yu hurriedly asked again. Then what exactly is the test?
Zhang Fluttershy shook her head.
The exact content of the exam is randomly generated. I don't know, but according to my understanding of divine assistance, the higher the Tao heart, the better, and the stronger the willpower, the better. Tao heart and willpower?
Zhang Yu nodded slightly as he listened.
Could it be that the examination center is in the spirit world? Not bad.
Fluttershy Zhang stood up and,
while walking outward, he said, the examination room is in the spirit world. I'll send you the web address to sign up for the test in a few minutes. If you sign up today, you should be able to take the test tomorrow. Remember to take a day off from school tomorrow. Also, I'll send someone to lend you a spirit world mask to use for the exam later. Saying that,
fluttering Zhang had already walked to the position of the doorway.
Finally, remember not to reveal to anyone that you and I are siblings. If anyone asks, tell them I admire your talent.
Looking at Zhang Flutters departing back, Zhang Yu thought for a moment and sent a message to Su Haifeng first.
Took a vacation from each other.
Then he put down his cell phone for a moment,
without caring whether the other man agreed or not, thinking up what he should do next to prepare. The heart of the way? Will, the exam room is in the spirit world again?
Zhang Yu decided to believe what Zhang Fluttershy said and pondered in his mind following the other party's guidance.
Enhancing the Tao heart and will. That would definitely still be most useful with the heavenly martial heart refining technique.
I'm going to punch this dong method one more time tonight. But thinking that this matter was more important and related to his and Bai Jinjin's future, Zhang Yu intended to raise the stakes and put up a fight so that he could charge his feats a little harder today. He picked up his cell phone and contacted Wang Hai. Mr. Wang, I want to buy some medicine. When Wang Hai heard it, he was so happy that he almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. Finally this body-refining genius and Jin Dan disciple in his class was willing to buy medicine from him. This moment of Wang Hai's old comfort, as if he had seen a lost school scum, he thought for a moment and said, what kind of medicine do you want? Zhang Yu said, a medicine that allows me to practice martial arts for a night without having to rest. The side effects and also the damage to the body must be as minimal as possible. The quality has to be good. It doesn't matter if it's more expensive. I'm only going to use it for one night today, and I don't need to turn up the volume too much. Zhang Yu thought to himself that although the original body had overdosed before, he had been recuperating for so long. The strength of the physical body has greatly improved again, and now it should not be a big problem to make a trip to medicine in order to fight for tomorrow's examination. On the other hand, Wang Hai, as a gold medal drug salesman who both administers and sells his own drugs, know your goods beyond measure. Although hearing that Zhang Yu only said one night, Wang Hai felt some pity, but it also made him want to bring Zhang Yu to see the benefits of dosing even more, and find him to buy more drugs in the future. Just wait. Wang Hai immediately opened his brain to think for Zhang Yu. According to the strength of the other party's physical body, eventually a list was made that included painkillers, focusing agents, hyperventilators, and stamina shots. He sent the list to Zhang Yu and then said, all the best goods. Follow your request for the least side effects and I'll send it to you at a 10% discount if you want it. Looking at a list totaling $5,800, Zhang Yu sighed in his heart. This better medicine is really not cheap. It's good that I'm only taking it for one night. After all this time spent on various meals, transportation, celestial spirit roots plus bells, and so on, with a new month's loan of 500 rent, and a few $100s for utilities, Zhang Yu's savings had dropped to over $45,000. At the moment another $5,800 is to be subtracted and that leaves just over $39,000. Alas, poverty. Zhang Yu transferred the money to Wang Hai and waited for Wang Hai to ship it over. With the efficiency of Songyang City's courier, he should receive the goods within an hour. Just then, he received a message from Zhang Flutter, and the other party sent over the URL for the assessment application. Songyang City Inspection Department Divine Auxiliary Recruitment Application. The Ministry of Inspection is one of the 8 divisions of the priesthood. Zhang Yu saw that it also listed the recruitment requirements, job content and treatment. He meets all the recruitment requirements. The content of the work is said to be some kind of patrol and inspection, to protect public order. In short, it is written quite false. Zhang Yu didn't know exactly what it was for. And this treatment, the required hours are 18 per week and the pay is $100 per month? It's less than $14 an hour. And you need a test for that job? Zhang Yu sighed that it was fortunate that he was the one who was on empty payroll. It's just that, given what he knows about Kunsight, the high status of a job that, it is entirely possible to evaluate it in terms of the hourly rate of pay. A job identity that pays less than $14 an hour.
can really cover him in front of the student body? The hourly rate for this job all reveals a feeling of poverty and humility. He was afraid that Zhang Flutterby had given him the wrong URL, so he couldn't help but send a message to Zhang Flutterby, asked the other side their questions, and Zhang Flutterer only returned, no matter how low the status is, it still belongs to the 8 righteous gods, and whether an identity is useful or not depends on who is using it. The money per month is a little low, but there are some good hidden perks that aren't in the job posting. For example, you get a free workbook with a talisman after you start. And after you become a divine auxiliary, you can get a discount if you study talismans. Seeing this, Zhang Yu's gaze lit up, his eyes pondering. If these benefits were added to it, then this is a very unusual job indeed. So he submitted his application on the website, and wrote Zhang Flutter's name on the column of recommenders. A few moments later, Zhang Yu received a notification to attend the examination at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Zhang Yu, who had done all this, could not help but sigh a little in his heart. All of these channels, jobs, identities, and news that Zhang Flutter told him today were all unknown to him in the past. It reminded him of the memory of his original body. Zhang Yu, who attended a high school interview knowing almost nothing about it, only to realize that not only in terms of wealth, talent, ability, etc., but also in terms of information and intelligence there is a huge gulf with the urban candidates. It's not even clear what the effort is. Gathering his thoughts, next Zhang Yu meditated and practiced the desolate soul-suppressing heart technique while waiting for the courier. Because the Tianwu refining heart technique required one to run the heart technique while punching in order to cultivate it. That was why he practiced his mind techniques in his rental house, all based on the desolate soul-suppressing mind technique. In the blink of an eye, more than 40 minutes had passed, and the spirit realm mask that Zhang Flutter had sent to, as well as the potions that Wang Hai had packed over, arrived one after another. Zhang Yu carried the packet of medicine and wanted to run to the rotten building to practice. But after thinking about how expensive the spirit world mask was, he decided to bring it with him. Come into the rotten building. Zhang Yu successively took all the painkillers, focusing agents, and hyperactivity agents that Wang Hai had dispensed for him. Then another tube of stamina injections lodged in the arm. A few moments later, Zhang Yu only felt that his body was starting to burn and heat up all over. The qi and blood in his body was like a rolling magma bursting out, making him feel as if his physical strength was endless at the moment. With endless strength, boom! With one punch, he had begun to frantically practice the heavenly martial heart refining technique. Originally, it took 14 minutes to finish practicing a set of Tianwu refining heart technique, but at this moment, under the urging of the drug, Zhang Yu's hands and feet brought up a smattering of residual shadows, and it only took him 6 minutes to beat the 9 sets of martial arts in the Tianwu refining heart technique, and in the process, he couldn't feel the slightest bit of soreness in his muscles. There was no ease in the breathing either. During the cultivation process, Zhang Yu had just one feeling: it's too strong. Wang Hai's medicine is really too strong. It's worth the 5,800. Mr. Wang, dosing really works better than natural body refining. 1 hour. Zhang Yu is practicing furiously. 2 hours later, Zhang Yu was still practicing. 5 hours later, Zhang Yu still hadn't stopped. And so the dragon practiced all night, without any pause, until 7 o'clock in the morning, when Zhang Yu suddenly felt a burst of exhaustion and could no longer support it. He sat down violently on the floor, feeling his heart beating as if it were going to fly out of his. There was also a dull ache in his internal organs, which didn't gradually ease up until more than 10 minutes later. The medicine has worn off. Recalling the painful sensation that just came from his body, Zhang Yu said in his heart, "This strength is too fierce. I'm still not done with this internal organs, and this medicine really can't be beaten much." But the fruits of such a night of frantic cultivation down today were also bountiful. Not only has flesh strength increased from 133 to 135, the Dao heart was raised to level 3, 5%. And of course the key thing was that the Tianwu refining heart technique was raised to level 6, 3/60ths. At this moment, when Zhang Yu once again activated the heavenly martial intent, then he felt that all the fear and retreat are far away from him. No matter how difficult the road ahead, he is going to break through to the end, and use his own hands to tear open a road. Had breakfast, went back to the rental and rested until 8:50. Zhang Yu put on his spiritual realm mask and activated the Tianwu refining heart technique before connecting to the examination URL. When the time came to 9 o'clock, Zhang Yu only felt a light flashing in the darkness. He has come to another world. Chapter 56, Passing the Examination, Going to Songyang, Seeking Monthly Tickets. Zhang Yu, Zhang Yu, Zhang Yu. With a loud call, Zhang Yu woke up violently and, instead, a giggle was heard from inside the classroom. Looking up at the podium, he saw the teacher above him glaring coldly at him. "Get out and stand still." Zhang Yu stood up helplessly and walked outside the classroom. Day in and day out of high school, and he feels no hope. the grades are getting worse, the rankings are getting lower and lower, and they're dropping from the model class to the worst class. Both classmates and teachers looked at him as if he was looking at a bucket of garbage. The various loans he owed in order to cultivate the immortal way were but increasing, weighing him down. Finally, one day, he walked out onto the rooftop of the school. Just as he was about to take a step out, his cell phone rang. When Zhang Yu took the call, he heard the opposite side say, "Hello? Hello? Is this Mr. Zhang Yu?" The northern suburbs this side of the new opening of a cemetery. As long as 200,000 can enjoy after-death refining services, the opportunity to relive a life. Oh, Zhang Yu lost his smile. You guys can really count this big data. Even guessed that I was ready to jump? Too bad I didn't figure it out. I'm broke now and can't afford your graves. The other party then said, if you are penniless, then don't you want to turn over a new leaf? Our company has the Mending Sky program. I'll send it to you if you're interested in learning about it. Zhang Yu hung up the phone and continued to look at the darkness that seemed like an abyss beneath his feet. Flipping. After a moment of silence, he finally opened his cell phone again and looked at the website that the other party had sent over. A bear doll was seen speaking in the screen. Make a wish to the gods. Just lay down the ritual for me, and in 5 minutes all your wishes will be granted. Purely free. Zero threshold. Reject all extra charges. A click to refresh your life. Looking at this scene, Zhang Yu felt that there was some sort of painful memory kept running through his head, but he couldn't think of it. It was some kind of anger that was constantly being pushed, some kind of anger that was constantly being tortured, constantly having its head held down and suffering. And just before those painful memories try to break out of their cocoons, emotions and instincts had reacted first. Asterisk. Zhang Yu roared angrily and threw his cell phone violently out of the room. Then he raised a middle finger. Ha ha, trying to trick me? In another life. Zhang Yu's consciousness choked, and in the next moment had awakened from the classroom once again. But the memories and emotions of the evil god grew more and more intense, causing him to gradually remember something. I remember. I'm taking the examination for divine auxiliary personnel. This test seems to be related to the evil god? Zhang Yu felt that he had understood the key to this examination, decided to have a good time in it. Sun Ether's heart is high, because he is not a man, but a god. Although he was only one of the 480 million meritorious Chow minor gods of the inspection department, he was also a god that has the power to vet people. Even though all he audited was an outsourced job appraisal that paid $14 an hour, but has remained dedicated and conscientious. This is God. God is inferior and has not dared to forget Kuan's worries. At this moment, in front of Sun A, B, was one lit up screen after another, which is constantly playing one test after another. It was a test of the applicant's instinctive reaction to the temptation of an evil god in the midst of the illusionary realm of the spirit world, and the outsourced staff of the Department of Examination and Inspection. Whether or not you can resist this evil god temptation, in the illusion is the key to passing or not passing the test. This candidate from Titan City. What does it mean to put your family's assets and background in your resume? So what if you're worth over $100 million? If you can't pass the test, you can't pass the test. Still think I'm going to play favorites just because of your family background? Sun AB sneered, disdaining this. Looking at his opponent's hesitation in the illusion, he simply chose to strike down. The will is not strong enough to pass. Sun AB is a high and mighty god, and the more conditioned the students are each time they strike down the more he could feel his pride as a god and enjoy the satisfaction that comes from doing his duty. The mind turned to the next candidate from Hangan City. The other's resume is filled with all the glory of his freshman and sophomore years as a grade schooler. Competition regulars, with dazzling talent, exceptional ability, unlimited potential, and a strong likelihood of future admission to top universities, or even worshipping a great clan. But watching the other guy struggle back and forth in the illusion of after dragging his feet for 10 minutes before he managed to reject the evil god's temptation, Sun Jiayi still chose to strike down without mercy. Humph. Think you can make me show mercy just because you think you have a bright future and a glowing resume? I'm not one of those mundanes who are score obsessed. Even if it's true that a heavenly talent like a college student falls into my hands. If I say no, so be it. The fact that the time dragged on for so long before you refused is a sign of a weak will, and you will not be allowed to pass. The idea turned again. And this time what appeared in front of Sun Jiayi was Zhang Yu's information and assessment. Well, it's not bad to lose your cell phone decisively on the rooftop. I don't know how it's going to be when the difficulty increases next. Next the picture in the screen changes back and forth. The various means of evil god seduction took turns in front of Zhang Yu. There are adoring beauties who want Zhang Yu to accompany her to make a wish to the evil god. Zhang Yu kicked the person straight away and then fled at speed. There were those who were being hunted down and desperate, and the evil god tempted to come to his rescue, and Zhang Yu didn't give a damn about it. Turning around, He then threw the evil god doll at the haters. Then shouted, "Good stuff. Wish anything on this thing." There were huge ragdolls chasing after Zhang Yu, threatening him with horrifying force. To make a pact with him, Zhang Yu began to call the police while he fled, and when the constables arrived, surprisingly, they wanted to rush up together to battle the evil god. But the screen in front of the Sun AB has not watched his active performance anymore, because someone contacted Sun A. B. Looking at Fluttershy Zhang, who popped up in the contact window. There was also the identity of the other party, Songyang City Inspection Department's inspection team's vice captain agent. He frowned slightly and said, "Is there something wrong with this fellow officer?" Zhang Flutter said, "There is a candidate named Zhang Yu. I hope." Sun Jiayi was about to refuse with a wave of his hand, but he saw that the other party had already launched the talismanic book. Directly cast the charm. "How dare you cross the spirit realm and cast a charm directly on my titular Gongchao god? How dare you?" But seeing the specific charms the other party casts, Sun Jiayi immediately relaxed again. It's a good sense charm? Favor charm. A charm that quickly increases a deity's favor. The specific principle of action, on the other hand, does not require the name of God, does not require information that you don't need to know the other person's account either. Just activate the good feeling charm when you contact the other person, and you can directly credit the other person's account, and automatically hides the transfer records. Noticing the effect of this good feeling talisman, Sun Jiayi's originally serious expression became relaxed. "I can't imagine that you're a mere mortal of the lower realms, but you still know quite a bit about talismans. I can't believe I even learned the good feeling charm." And a smile appeared on his face even more after noticing the changing numbers in his account. Lamented. For a high school student to honor God in this way shows a strong heart of faith. "What is it you're asking me to do?" Flutterby Zhang was not surprised by this. From her experience of using talisman books and learning talismans over the past 2 years, the faith level relies on top-ups that, learning charms relies on top-ups, and getting tutoring from a positive god relies on top-ups. So charms are top-ups. Only there's a way to recharge God's batteries. Things like talisman book recharges, private transfers, public transfers, and good feeling charms. Various channels can vary wildly, which involves the level of the talisman. Zhang Flutter said, "Trouble this great god to lower the difficulty of Zhang Yu's test a little bit." Sun A. B. Didn't care. "Hey, $14 an hour for the job. How difficult can the test be?" Illusion. Zhang Yu looked at the world in front of him, his gaze filled with bewilderment. He now appeared in a white room. Floating in the center of the room is a line that reads, "Evil God tempts you. Will you accept?" There are 2 options floating below. Would and wouldn't. No. This is a trap question, right? Because the question seemed too simple. So much so that Zhang Yu was unable to make an answer. After pondering for a full 10 minutes, and really not being able to perceive where the trap was, Zhang Yu chose not to with a nervous look on his face. The next moment the notice of passing the examination appeared in front of him. With a bewildered look on his face, Zhang Yu retreated from the spirit world, still somewhat not clear on what had happened. Just then, the cell phone rang. Zhang Yu picked up the phone. Zhang Flutter's voice came from the other end. "You should have passed the exam, right?" Zhang Yu immediately voiced the question in his mind. Zhang Flutter explained, "Oh, it's because I made a payment to the Gongchao minor god on duty. Let him lower the difficulty of the test a little? What the is a point? This is God?" Zhang Yu was shocked. "You can buy your way to God by spending money?" Flutterby Zhang, how can that be? Zhang Yu was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when Zhang Fluttershy continued. "Spending money just might buy the gods. It also depends on how much is spent and how it is spent, which is related to the level of the charm." Zhang Yu, but that's a god. In the Koan market, a god is one who gets paid to do things, and that's how money can get to a god. Zhang Flutter said rightfully, "Without money, how can the 8 righteous gods run Koan Hui? How can the Prime Minister world?" Zhang Yu was once again speechless, and could only say that he had gained another deeper understanding of the Koan ruins, and remembering what the other had said before. Zhang Yu asked again, "Didn't you say that this test examines the Tao heart and will?" Zhang Fluttershy said faintly, "Well, yeah, it requires you to have enough Tao heart, enough will to, can hold on to. I will find a way in the spirit world to find the duty Gongchao in charge of your examination on this trip, and then use the charm to pay the money into his account." She went on to say, "Well, I've got your work permit and your work talisman with me. Let's meet in front of your high school. Now, can talk to the student council at MT, Pleasant High School." So Zhang Yu hurriedly dragged all the fatigue and squeezed onto the bus. When we arrived at the school station an hour and a half later, we saw from a distance the head Zhang Flutterby standing at the intersection. She handed a piece of black and white that looked like a manual to Zhang Yu. "Here's your book of working talismans, with permission to use the charm once a day, free of charge."
There is also a discount for learning the charms of the inspectorate through this talisman book. She pointed again to the strange symbols on the talismanic book,
and spoke. The talismanic book is the mark of the inspectorate that you can light up when you're in trouble. Zhang Yu carefully held it up and thought, this is the book of the talisman. Ah, the cheapest one is almost $100,000, isn't it? The talisman book is a major key to learning the talisman,
which in turn relates to high school grades in Taoism. Zhang Yu had once heard of a high school student who had even mortgaged his organs in order to buy a book.
This thing actually comes in and gives out? This inspectorate is so rich. If Ai Jin were to see this, she wouldn't kneel down and call me daddy? Beg me to give her a game? It's a new month, so I'm asking for some monthly votes. Thanks for your support. Chapter 57. MT. High School. One after another. The students of the senior class, 1, walked into the practice field, getting ready for today's practical martial arts class. As Bai Jinjin walked, she thought in her mind, what the hell is Hazuko up to? Can't reach him even when I contact him. And sick days? Where does a high school student get a sick day? Couldn't he top it? Just as Bai Jinjin was rambling on, suddenly, he realized that there was already a large group of people standing in the practice room besides martial arts teacher Lei Jun. Looking at those students behind Lei Jun, especially the one with the tallest stature, Bai Jinjin's gaze steepened. It's the door boarder? Looking again at the students around door slab man Blue Ridge, Bai Jinjin also recognized them immediately. These are sophomores. An extra year of cultivation, leaving almost every one of these sophomores a shade more bloated than their freshman counterparts, and with their secondary sexual characteristics having almost completely faded. Dense pinholes are more visible on the exposed arms, and all of these traces of cultivation were indicative of how powerful and hardworking these sophomores were. It certainly wasn't just Bai Jinjin who recognized them at the scene. Soon students were coming forward to say hello to these sophomores. Only Zhao Tianqing first bowed and greeted his martial arts teacher, Lei Jun. Then he bowed honestly toward the sophomores on the side and said in a formal manner, hello, seniors. Zhao Tianqing, who originally weighed more than 300 pounds, was also like a corgi standing in front of Lan Ling at the moment. And only after seeing Blue Ridge nod his chin did Zhao Tianqing carefully back away. This is the disciple position within high school when underclassmen face upperclassmen. Just because there is a difference of 1 whole year of cultivation time between each of the senior year, and senior year, what is brought about is often an absolute strength gap. So much so that some people categorize the first, second, and third years of high school into pre-chi refining, mid-chi refining, and late-chi refining, highlighting the differences between the 3 grades. It's like in Songyang High School, when a junior sees a senior he often has to take the initiative to say hello. If the seniors didn't sit down, the juniors couldn't sit down either, and when they met the seniors in the bathroom, they had to let the seniors pee first. When the same room is dosed, it's even more important to let the seniors do it first. All of these things have been incorporated into the daily habits of high school students. Of course Sonyang High School is still more humane than the big 3, and I've heard that at Bailong High School, the seniors can even make underclassmen kneel and kowtow. Fortunately, the content of the program varies greatly from grade to grade, and the venues for instruction also vary. This, coupled with the pressures of schoolwork, leaves the underclassmen with few opportunities to meet on a regular basis. So it is a real pleasure and a blessing. And at this moment inside the practice field, every student that came in would take the initiative to bow and greet Blue Ridge and the others. And this accentuates the difference of one person. Zhao Tianqing looked at Bai Jinjin, who hadn't greeted the seniors. In his heart, he was secretly anxious for the other. What's wrong with Jin? You'll get stared at by the seniors like that. He had already felt several sophomore seniors sweeping their gazes toward Bai Jinjin from time to time. He felt a surge of embarrassment and nervousness just by substituting for it. And after the crowd from the senior class, 1, had arrived, Lei Jun said towards them, today, your sophomore, 1, class seniors have taken a special class period to come and give you hands-on instruction. Everyone applaud. What? To be beaten up by a sophomore bully? One by one. The students who heard this applauded excitedly. Thank you, senior. Some school teachers had already laughed out loud and were happy in their hearts. This is a sophomore demonstration class. If the outside world is going to pay them to practice the real thing, it's going to be thousands a session? There are students who are eager to improve their real-world grades and can't wait to get up. In his heart, he said, being instructed by the sophomore school bully, it's worth it even if he gets his arm broken. Xianshen's gaze was firmly fixed on Blue Ridge, who was the tallest in stature, as if he were a doorstop. In his mind, he said, Blue Ridge, the man who was second overall in the sophomore class and first in a single sport last month, ace starter on the sophomore athletic competition team. But, it's meaningless. Xianshen turned his head away. There's no point in comparing scores across grades.
Any one of these sophomores in the demonstration class who had cultivated their immortality a year earlier
stood out as invincible to the upperclassmen, and it made no difference to us at all. You and those sophomores just smiled and nodded, counting it as a greeting. After all, as the son of a school board member, he was acquainted with many of the sophomores and juniors, and Lei Jun looked at the expressions of most of the students as they jumped into action, very pleased with the mental state of the students. Very good. All in good spirits. Taoism is going to be smashing. And the more money you smash, the more powerful it is. If we want to be great at practicing martial arts, then we have to take a beating. And the more we are not afraid of losing or being beaten, the more you are not afraid of being abused, the more you progress in actual martial arts combat. Only to be beaten, abused and raised from the ground over and over again. It's the only way to improve your real-world experience. Looking down at the students already eager to get up and raise their hands, Lei Jun was about to order people to arrange for sparring, but he saw Blue Ridge come up to his ear and say something. Lei Jun nodded and turned his gaze to Bai Jinjin, who was hiding behind the crowd, calling out, "Bai Jinjin, you'll have a fight with the seniors first, to give the other students a taste of what's to come." Blue Ridge, this Bai Jinjin is a good candidate for the first place in the senior year of actual combat. You instruct her well. Blue Ridge worked the barbell in his right hand as he slowly made his way down to the ring. Turning toward Bai Jinjin, he said gently, "Schoolmate, cut a deal." Bai Jinjin's face darkened, and she slowly walked up in the envious gazes of the crowd. In his mind, however, he had already cursed the doorstopper. Shrimp-head man. He's got no heart. You're looking for a chance to beat up a schoolgirl over a contract, aren't you? She guessed that the other party's next fight. She was afraid that it would never be as simple as just a cut and thrust. Instead, they will take the opportunity to teach her a good lesson. Make the first move. As soon as Bai Jinjin got into the ring, he whooshed and kicked towards the vitals of Blue Ridge's lower abdomen and dantian, but she saw that her opponent didn't even dodge a bit, letting her kick there with a boom. It was clear that Blue Ridge had been kicked in the vitals, but he looked unchanged, and didn't take a step back. It's like nothing happened. Instead, Bai Jinjin felt like she had kicked on a piece of granite. The bones in his feet looked like they were going to crack. I'm that far removed from sophomore year? Bai Jinjin just wanted to move backward. It was then that I felt my ankle had been squeezed by a hand that looked like an iron vice. Lan Ling pinched Bai Jinjin's ankle and smiled. Schoolgirl, you seem to be underestimating me too much. Just as the two were fighting, Lei Jun was also making comments to the students from the side. Good sneak attack. Remember, you guys, sneak attacks are a big deal in real combat. It's the best option to win with weakness. But Bai Jinjin knows too little about Blue Ridge. Blue Ridge was absolutely sterilized a long time ago. Not only are there no longer any gender traits in the body that are not affected by hormones, but even many of the regular weaknesses. This time Bai Jinjin was locked up by Blue Ridge, and although she kept kicking and punching her opponent, trying to struggle away, but Blue Ridge's flesh strength is above level 6, and Bai Jinjin's flesh strength is just over level 1. 4, right? It's already over if you get locked in. Halfway through the point, a bang suddenly erupted under Lei Jun's feet. His figure had shot out steeply and electrically. At the same time, there was a boom in the air. Amidst the crowd's shocked gazes, Bai Jinjin had been violently flung away by Blue Ridge. With a series of residual shadows, he crashed into the wall of the practice field. But the moment Baek Jin's head was about to hit it, Lei Jun had appeared behind Bai Jinjin, and the two of them crashed through the wall together, flying off to the side of the practice field with a bang. A few moments later, Lei Jun brought the limping Bai Jinjin back inside the practicing field, looking at Blue Ridge with a somewhat ugly face. It's too heavy-handed, isn't it? Bai Jinjin was one of the students with the best results in practical martial arts in the first year of high school. In case of serious injuries, it would be a dip in performance for Ridjuan. Blue Ridge smiled gently. I'm sure she'll be fine with you present, teacher. It's just as well to take this opportunity to also teach schoolgirls a lesson about being gullible in actual combat. After saying that, he looked at Bai Jinjin and said, Schoolgirl, this practical experience is memorized, isn't it? Then we continue? Looking at the other party making another invitation, anger had appeared in Bai Jinjin's eyes. A long-hidden force in his body was stirring, as if it wanted to break out of its cocoon. She said in her heart, no, we can't expose it. It's over if we expose it here. Lei Jun just wanted to stop it, but was suppressed in place by a look from Lan Ling. Teacher, I'll be careful to keep my options open for the next one. Although Lei Jun had guessed before, he was finally able to be certain at this moment. Thinking back to the student council's previous request for the martial arts competition to not allow Bai Jinjin and Zhang Yu to participate in it, he understands that this is also a mandate from the student body today. And when he thought of the student council of Songyang High School, he could only let out a dark sigh. Warning, this is my class. so don't go too far, guys. Blue Ridge smiled. Don't worry, teacher. Student Bai Jinjin is an important high-value student in the school. I'm sure as hell not going to let her get seriously hurt. At this time, the other upperclassmen in the surrounding area also sensed that the atmosphere was off, but neither can yet figure out what's going on. Hideyu's eyes moved slightly. As the son of a school board member, he had already seen that Is this suppressing Bai Jinjin? Is there a problem with the contract? Is he trying to suppress Baek Jin's price? Thinking of this, he was slightly sorry that Zhang Yu was not here today. Otherwise there might have been a chance to see the poor man's dilemma. Just then, a male voice could be heard coming from the direction of the door of the practice field. Hey, you're bullying my intern? Amidst the astonished and surprised gazes of the crowd, Zhang Yu walked in from outside the main door. Raising his right hand as he spoke, his fingertips traced across the black and white talismanic book at high speed. Detention charms, launch. In the next instant, one could see countless golden points of light flashing around the Blue Ridge. It turned into a giant golden palm that grabbed at him. Blue Ridge was just about to move when his head, shoulders, arms, legs, the waist and abdomen had been pressed by each of the 9 giant golden palms. A detention charm? Zhang Yu, the poor man. Where did he get the talisman book to cast the detention talisman? Feeling these 9 huge palms pressing him to death, even trying to pin him down bit by bit, Blue Ridge was furious. Chapter 58, Pressure. Roar. With a furious roar, Blue Ridge's body muscles had surged for a while. The terrifyingly huge power burst out from his body, hardening against the pressure of the detention talisman. Great strength? Zhang Yu, however, slowly walked up to Lan Lanling's face and, looking at the other party whose body was boiling with qi and blood, he broke the detention talisman apart little by little. Zhang Yu shook off the talismanic book with the mark of the inspection department and laughed. The inspection department does things. Divine license, and you want to rebel? To be an enemy of God? Looking at the inspection department's talismanic book, Blue Ridge's gaze suddenly condensed. A trace of incredulity flashed in his eyes. This poor man has joined the inspection department? In the next moment, he broke the detention talisman on his body with a bang, but he didn't move easily anymore. It just looked at Zhang Yu with a scrutinizing gaze, as if he wanted to reacquaint himself with the other party. And seeing that Blue Ridge didn't continue to fight, Zhang Yu smiled smugly towards Bai Jinjin, who was not far away. In his heart, he said, "Old man must be handsome today." Bai Jinjin stared at the talisman book in Zhang Yu's hand and said, "Where did Fizi pick up the talisman book? Be sure to borrow it and play with it." And as the crowd watched the steep appearance, repelling Blue Ridge with a handful of detention talismans, they all had shocked expressions on their faces. Hideo looked at the scene with some disbelief. How did Zhang Yu blend into the priesthood department? Zhao Tianqing was nervous and scared in his heart. Zhang Yu actually bought the talismanic book? Did he take the day off to mortgage his organs? But the next moment he shook his head violently, ashamed of his focus. Is that the time to think about that? How did Zhang Yu and Bai Jinjin clash with the sophomore seniors? That's what's not good. Having said that, a trace of envy surfaced in Zhao Tianqing's gaze towards Zhang Yu. The heart is even more unable to resist a thought. The look of such a direct and sophomore senior hard contact is really a bit handsome. Qianshan stared at the talismanic book in Zhang Yu's hand. His heart was astonished. Zhang Yu's Dao Arts exam score is going up. Just as Zhang Yu and Blue Ridge locked gazes and the atmosphere of the scene became more and more condensed, the temperature of the entire practice field suddenly began to drop. The body of Blue Ridge, who had just been exercising strenuously, even more so because of the difference in temperature, was bubbling with a white gas. He looked at Zhang Yu and let out a cold snort, then slowly stepped backward and, turning his head in the direction of the gate, "President." The crowd looked in the direction he was speaking from, accompanied by a sound of footsteps. Zhou Chudian walked slowly on the frost beneath his feet. The vice president of the student council, Zhou Chudian, spoke as a student representative at the beginning of the school year. The man who has to appear on the big screen and on the radio time and time again every month for all sorts of excellent grades. It can be described as the student of students, the senior of seniors. The moment he appeared he silenced the entire room. Hideo was the first to react and bowed towards Zhou Chudian. "Good day, senior." This seemed to flip a switch, and all the upperclassmen on the floor bowed, almost in unison. Together, they said, "Hello, senpai." The sophomores on the other side of the room bowed similarly and shouted, "Hello, president." Although nominally the vice president of the student council, however, with the senior student presidents busy preparing for the college entrance exams, the specific matters of the student council had practically been left to Zhou Chudian to make decisions, whether it is strength, grades, wealth or power. He is the uncrowned king of the school. Zhang Yu and Bai Jinjin looked at Zhou Chudian in front of them. It was like seeing a king who was receiving the worship of his subjects, and the two of them were the only students present who did not lower their heads.
Zhou Chudian didn't speak to Zhang Yu and Bai Jinjin first, but instead looked at the sophomores present. The frost around his body was getting thicker and thicker.
Twinspector punks, you were number 1 overall and number 1 in real life as a senior. What did you think of the fight just now between Bai Jinjin and Blue Ridge?
Behind the throng of sophomores, a sophomore with a relatively small frame stepped forward. As the crowd watched, he seemed to be at a loss as to where to put his hands, and now and then he seized his hair and, picking at his ears, he looked at Zhou Chudian with awe in his eyes. I only heard him say carefully, carelessness and arrogance, not recognizing the gap between the enemy and us. Looking at this cowering appearance of the double yuppie pals, Zhang Yu and Bai Jinjin felt like they were seeing a dog wagging its tail in front of Zhou Chudian, twin phantom pals, who once took first overall in the senior year of high school. At the moment, however, he had completely lost sight of the past spiritedness, and Zhou Chudian nodded slightly and said, I see that this senior class is the strongest in terms of actual combat. Not nearly as smart as you were when you fought that time. Xuan Yupeng hastily waved his hands and said, overrated. Chairman, overrated. Zhou Chudian turned his head to look at the upperclassmen again and faintly asked, the seniors' instruction. Have you thanked them? The many upperclassmen immediately bowed and said, thank you for your guidance, senior. In a few moments, Zhou Chudian seemed to have become the center of the room. All the students were being tugged at by his every move, every word, every look, and it wasn't until this moment that Zhou Chudian looked squarely at Zhang Yu and Bai Jinjin. Indifferently, he said, Zhang Yu, Bai Jinjin and Blue Ridge are normal teaching sparring. Why did you use a detention talisman to attack the senior? Saying that, he slowly raised his palm, and an icy blue cold gas surfaced in the center of his palm. It made the temperature around them drop drastically once again. Zhou Chudian continued, whether it's the use of a detention charm in a school. Still, this kind of disrespectful behavior is something I can't even tolerate as the vice president of the student council of Songyang High School. Zhang Yu's gaze twitched as he picked up the talismanic book in his hand and said, Zhou Chudian, you're going to attack the Inspector General's divine assistants? Zhou Chudian's eyelids were lightly drooping, and the corners of his mouth seemed to bring up a smile. In his eyes, the Heaven's Eye talisman had revealed the evaluation on Zhang Yu's head. Songyang City Patrol outsourced employees, expand details. The inspection team is an outsourced, meter-sized position, and it dares to take liberties in Songyang High School? Just as the cold air in Zhou Chudian's palm was about to explode, a warm wind suddenly blew from all directions, not only blowing away the cold air on the practice field, but also restoring the temperature to normal as well. Zhang Fluttershy and another man walked into the practice field together outside the main door. You're going to attack a temp under me? Zhou Chudian turned his head violently to look, and when he saw Zhang Flutter's face, his eyes just stared. Zhang Flutter? Why is she here? Is this to back up Zhang Yu? Flutterby Zhang? Zhang Yu? Both surnamed Zhang. Are the two related? But Zhou Chudian remembered that he had looked up Zhang Yu's information. It was only right that Zhang Yu didn't have such a powerful relative at all. If Zhang Yu was really covered by such a powerful relative, how could he deal with Zhang Yu so simply? Zhou Chudian thought again. Or did Zhang Yu find himself a master with a higher bid? Already been Fluttershy Zhang's dog? And looking at the coldness in Zhou Chudian's hands that hadn't dissipated, Zhang Fluttershy continued to take a step towards the position in the center of the field. Didn't you hear what I said? Or do you want to be my enemy? I only saw Zhang Fluttershy gently lifting her right index finger as she spoke. The talismanic book had naturally flown before her fingertips. In the next moment, Zhang Fluttershy's fingertips had scratched through the talismanic book at high speed. Bai Jinjin looked at the scene with surprise. His eyes swept over the school uniform on Zhang Flutter, from White Dragon High School? What is she going to do? Going to make a move against Zhou Chudian? Zhang Yu was also shocked in his heart. Come straight up and fight? What talisman are you going to use? Is it also a detention charm? Right in the middle of the crowd's nervous gaze, Zhang Flutter's talisman had already been drawn. A wave of mana surged out from it. Mighty charm activate. Only 2 lines appeared steeply above fluttering Zhang's head. The first line reads, White Dragon High School Senior Monthly Exam Total Score, 699. The many students looking at the line of scores stared for a split second. And was in deep shock. 699 points on the March high school exam? Qianshan roared wildly in his mind. This is God, the future god of high school entrance exams. And without waiting for the crowd to be shocked at the score, the second line above Zhang Flutter's head also began to emerge. Bank balance, 2. At first it was just a 2, but soon a 5 popped up behind the 2. And so it was, with one more digit surfacing above it for every second that followed. 25,000? A quarter of a million? 2.5 million? When the number had jumped to 25 million, the students on the floor had felt a slight shortness of breath. The students at the moment gradually understood what kind of talisman Zhang Flutterby had used. A charm of intimidation. respectfully invoking the power of the gods to show scores and deposits in order to deter others. When that number jumped to $250 million, the crowd only felt the chi and blood in their bodies flip up as well.
And when that number finally stopped at $5 billion, paired with the 699 cents in the previous line, the crowd only felt a wave of pressure coming over them, like a huge mountain pressing down on their chests. This is just the bank balance. Think of the assets behind this number, the power of the immortal way that represents. Then it stirred their hearts. Even Hideo couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart when he saw this figure. The bank balance alone is $5 billion? What exactly has this woman's total assets reached? He couldn't help but also take out his talisman book and activate the Heaven's Eye talisman, wanting to take a look at the other party's bottom line. But it turned out that there were only 5 big letters seen on the top of the other's head. You don't deserve to know. The other party had used a charm to hide his roots, making it completely impossible for him to make a view. Seeing these 5 big words, Hideo's figure shook. His face turned white, as if struck by lightning. It was as if he saw a heavenly moat that was straddling in front of him and Zhang Fluttershy, so that he would never be able to cross it. Zhao Qianqing stared intently at the string of numbers on top of Zhang Flutter's head, counting back and forth. But every time I get halfway through the count, I feel like I'm counting wrong again. After he finally determined that it was $5 billion, he couldn't help but draw a breath of cold air in his heart. Too rich, just too rich. The pressure of rich people is really strong. Zhao Qianqing at this moment was ashamed of himself. It just felt like I didn't even deserve to stand in a room with the other person. Zhang Yu was equally shocked. This is my rich sister? No, I don't remember our family being rich. I should even say poor house. Where in the world did this Zhang Flutter come up with so much money? It's not right. It's so wrong. What exactly did Flutter Zhang and Zhang Yu go through during the years they were separated? The doubts that had been there since the beginning of the Divine Auxiliary examination had even accumulated to the peak at this moment. How in the world did she go from poor to rich? I want to learn it too. Zhang Yu cannot think of the reason, but how it is also good. Sister, why did you leave us? Mom and I are your own good children. On the other side, Zhou Chudian also slowly dispersed the cold air in his hand. His gaze imperceptibly swept over the other man's head several times in quick succession for scores and deposits, and you don't deserve to know. Finally, he looked politely at Fluttershy Zhang and said, You've misunderstood. Senior sister Zhang, I didn't know that Zhang Yu was one of your men, and if I had known, how would I have given him a hard time? Seeing that he had shocked the entire audience with a single pressure talisman, Zhang Flutter nodded in satisfaction, said, Very well, I hope you remember what you said today. Don't let me hear anything you've done against my men, or else all this pocket money on my head will go to buy your brains. Your father should be happy to make the money. The corner of Zhou Chudian's eyes twitched when he heard this, and for a moment, he actually fell into a speechless state. And just as the scene fell into silence with Zhang Flutter's words, the man who had just followed Zhang Flutterby and laughed and said, Flutterby was just joking. You don't have to take it to heart. Senior brother Zhou. The man who spoke was the senior first at MT, Chu Sungswan, the real president of the student council. Chapter 59, The Strongest Senior Year, Third Shift. Chapter Credit. Bang! Zhou Chudian slapped his palm hard on the desk, killing intent surging out of his eyes as if it were substance. He said word for word, Zhang Flutter, this woman simply regards my Songyang as nothing. Being so intimidated by Fluttershy Zhang today, he felt as if he could already see the gloating in the eyes of those schoolmates and classmates, and felt a serious blow to his prestige. Zhou Chudian turned his head violently and looked at Chu Changxian, the president of the student council, and asked, President, you're just going to watch this woman spread her wildness in Songyang? Chu Changxian looked at the textbook in his hand while grasping the time to review. On the one hand, he said carelessly, this woman Zhang Flutter has ominous origins, mysterious wealth, and is also a crazy one, so why mess with her? In a little over 6 months, she's going to be in college. When the time comes, naturally the upperclassmen will deal with her. Seeing the others still concentrated look at his book, Zhou Chuduan also understood that today's Chu Changxian was full of college entrance exams, and college interviews, and had no intention of clashing with this crazy woman Zhang Flutter before him. However, when he heard what the other party said, a cold light flashed in his eyes as well. Half a year? Then I'll wait for another half a year before cleaning up Zhang Yu and Baixinjin. But at this moment, whether it was Zhang Yu and Baixinjin, in the eyes of Zhou Chudian, they are all just dry bones in the mound under the shelter of Zhang Flutter, just waiting for half a year to arrive. He will be to impose a spicy hand. Right now, what Zhou Chudian was really staring at in his heart was still fluttering Zhang, with boundless hatred and shame in his heart. The thought crossed his mind, there are 10 years in college that, the difference between one grade at that point isn't as big as it was in high school. Flutterby Chang, outside of MT,
High school. Inside a private room of the tea room, Zhang Fluttershy swept a glance and said,
"There's nothing wrong, and I'm able to speak at ease here for the time being. There are some things I have to explain to you next."
"Sister." Zhang Yu excitedly grabbed Zhang Flutter.
"You're really my own sister. It's great to have a sister." Just then,
there was a thud. Zhang Fluttershy turned her head to look, only to see that Bai Jinjin had already knelt on the ground. Bai Jinjin solemnly said, "Today by this great grace,
sister if not abandoned,
really want to worship as a righteous mother.
From now on,
at your disposal."
Zhang Yu said. "Not, she is my sister. Bai Jinjin, it's okay Fizi. I don't talk about this.
From now on I'll call her righteous mother and you call me mom." Just as Bai Jinjin and Zhang Yu were arguing, Zhang Flutter said lightly,
"The bank balance data is fake."
Watching the two men turn their heads violently,
Zhang Fluttershy's fingertips once again stroked, casting another talisman.
But this time the bank balance on his head was only $250,000. She fatally explained, "That pressure talisman that I cast before was a talisman that I changed myself.
It can show a fake bank balance."
Zhang Yu was shocked in his heart.
Can a talisman still be changed like this? It can also display a fake deposit balance? How come I never heard of such a thing in my Taoism class? Didn't they say that the 8 positive gods were used however they were passed down?
From my sister being rich, to my sister pretending to be rich, Zhang Yu lost it all of a sudden. Looking at the two men's dumbfounded expressions, Zhang Flutter continued,
"You must remember, if you want to deal with rich people, you have to understand the characteristics of rich people. Rich people depend on money,
so they understand best the power of money and are most easily driven by it.
It's also most easily deterred by money, which is called making money out of money. And the basis for these means is information. And to obtain information, modify information, and intercept information,
we'll have to rely on highly skillful charms.
Charms are the most powerful tool you can learn in high school. And you remember, runes are the most useful and powerful.
No Taoist art or martial art is as useful as charms." Zhang Yu looked at Zhang Flutter, who started blowing the talisman with a serious face. Both seemed to be able to see the 3 words rune blow emerge from the other's head, although a $2.5 billion inheritance turned into $2.5 million. However, Bai Jinjin still hugged Zhang Fluttershy with an enthusiastic face and said sweetly,
"Mom, then what should we do next?" On the side,
Zhang Yu looked at Bai Jinjin's sweet appearance and only felt creeped out. It was like seeing a 1,000-year-old zombie awaken. Zhang Flutterer said indifferently,
"There's still half a year left before the college entrance exam.
After the entrance exams are over I'll be heading to the university on the 2nd level of the Koan market.
Which means the next time I can cover you is only 6 months. In half a year, without my shelter,
the student council of Songyang High School will inevitably take action against you.
And there's one more thing. You have to understand that the reason I'm covering you right now, it's because they think I'm rich like them.
They thought you guys were signed by me and thought you wouldn't take the Big 10.
Once they know you're taking the top 10,
then they'll leave my asylum alone. The means used will also be 100 times cooler than they are now."
So, saying that,
Zhang Flutter looked straight at Bai Jinjin's gaze in front of her. It seemed to penetrate all her inner thoughts.
"What are your intentions? Waiting to die? Or do you make enough preparations to escape Sonyang City? Or do you want to take the top 10 at the risk of getting pulverized?"
Bai Jinjin didn't avoid Fluttershy Zhang's gaze.
The expression got serious too. "I want to get into a top 10 university."
Zhang Fluttershy looked at Zhang Yu again.
Zhang Yu said, "Sister, don't sell yourself short. Jin and I both have wills like steel. Make up your mind to get into a top Big 10 university. Just tell us what we're going to do."
Zhang Fluttershy nodded slightly and then said,
"Your strength is too weak." Seeing the unconvinced and indignant expressions of the two,
Zhang Flutter said indifferently,
"If you want to get into the top 10 as poor people, your strength today is still far from enough, let alone a way to break through the blockade of the rich people. Let's start by becoming the strongest senior in Songyang City. When you two bag the top 2 spots in all the next senior contests, become the strongest senior student in Sonyang, and I'll tell you what to do behind you."
Zhang Yu and Bai Jinjin were both shaken in their hearts when they heard this.
All the remaining competitions for senior year? Is that to outperform all the upperclassmen,
including those from the 3 most prestigious schools, in terms of Tao heart,
physical strength, martial arts, and Tao techniques? Especially the Taoist competition. That thing is just heavenly grams of poor people.
But it's a good thing that the Dojutsu competition is at the end of the senior year,
and the next closest in time is the Budo competition.
Both have a point advantage in it.
Next,
Zhang Flutter had Bai Jinjin sign a contract as an intern for the Songyang City inspection team. After thoroughly confirming the identities of the inspection team members, the two were allowed to leave first.
Bai Jinjin, however,
stayed in place and kept rubbing her hands together,
her face full of embarrassment. That what?
Zhang Fluttershy was puzzled.
What? Bai Xinjian's curved index finger spaced out and pointed at Zhang Yu, who was playing with a talismanic book on the side. With a sweet smile on her face, she said, "Does that talismanic book, intern, have one?" Zhang Fluttershy shook her head. The inspection department hasn't had the luxury of giving interns talismanic books as well. By the way, my relationship with Zhang Yu, you should not reveal it to others. Also, Mom and Dad have been arranged by me to go to a safe village before. You don't have to worry about them. Hearing this, Zhang Yu's figure gave a slight lurch and nodded. Finally, he told Bai Xinjian and Zhang Yu to hurry back and seize the time to study and cultivate. Zhang Flutter looked at the backs of the two departing from afar, and then made a phone call. A female voice came from across the phone. "Hello, Fluttershy? What can I do for you?" "Flutterby Zhang, lend me some money." The other party curiously said, "Don't you need to gather the money to buy a heavenly spirit root? Asking me to borrow money, is it coming together?" Zhang Flutter explained, "I had an encounter today and spent some money on a seance. The interest on this installment of the loan is going to be unpaid." The other became more curious. "Oh, what's the matter that requires you to be psychic?" Zhang Flutterer said lightly, "After helping that guy out, I originally just thought that she was good. It's possible not to live a normal life and not to want to do that. But," Zhang Fluttershy's gaze swept over Zhang Yu's head. "Songyang City Patrol outsourced employees, expand details." Songyang City Patrol outsourced employees, ascetics, sports specialists, Songyang City extremely poor, loan slaves, card slaves? And while fluttering Zhang's attention was focused on, only got one feedback, unknown potential, undefined. Zhang Fluttershy looked at Bai Xinjian again. Songyang City Patrol intern, expand details. Songyang City Patrol intern, sword approval, punch approval, palm approval, knife approval, gun approval, medicine approval, sub-barrier, loan slave, card slave, Taoist futility, Songyang Blackie, she's poor. And along with fluttering Zhang's fingertips sliding back and forth, after two talismans in a row, one more word appeared before Songyang City Patrol intern above Bai Xinjian's head. Unknown new spiritual root, hidden evolutionary type. No data available at this time. Accompanied by fluttering Zhang's sliding fingertips, the talismanic book floating in his hand flashed with a smudge of light. And when the talisman was completed, whether it was above Zhang Yu's head, or the unknown new type of spirit root on top of Bai Xinjian's head, all of them had disappeared and were completely hidden. Meanwhile, Flutterby Chang continued on the phone. "They're better than anything I expected. Maybe, can keep up with me." On the other end of the line, the woman was surprised. "Oh, never heard of anyone who could get such high praise from you, and I'm looking forward to meeting them more and more. I'm helping you all out with a chapter of credit today, because some of you bookworms are in a hurry. The 3 chapters add up to almost 10,000 words, but tomorrow's 2 shifts will have fewer words. So please forgive me, because I really can't write fast enough. I'm really afraid the book will fall apart if I make too many changes. My biggest goal right now is to keep the quality up and stabilize the plot. Sorry. Lastly, one more request for a monthly ticket for the beginning of the month. Chapter 60, The Book. On the road. From time to time, Bai Xinjian bumped Zhang Yu with her shoulder and said with a fawning face, "Yu-chan, you've been playing for a long time. Lend me a hand. This is worth $100,000. $100,000. Zhang Yu hurriedly grabbed the talisman book tightly. "You're so strong, and what if you accidentally break it? I can't even afford to pay for it. And wipe your spit. It's getting on my talisman book." Bai Xinjian watched blearily as Zhang Yu huffed and puffed while rubbing around on the talismanic book. Curtly, he said, "Then let's exchange. You lend me the talismanic books to play with, and I'll lend you whatever you can see here." Seeing that Zhang Yu was still intently playing with the talismanic book, Bai Xinjian angrily grabbed Zhang Yu's hand, then revealed a sweet smile on her face. Shaking Zhang Yu's arm, he said, "Brother Zhang Yu lends people to play." Zhang Yu hurriedly covered his eyes. "It just felt like I had just looked directly at an ancient god. Just stop it. Don't come and disgust me. Humph, the weakness is out." Bai Xinjian hurriedly, from Zhang Yu's loosened palm, one snatched the talismanic book away. Zhang Yu rolled his eyes and said, "Ugh, I'll lend you some time to play, and return it to me when I get to the station." Bai Xinjian shook her head and sighed. "People with roots just have weaknesses. Look how impeccable the doorstopper is today. Hazuko, I advise you to get sterilized early and erase your weaknesses." Zhang Yu snorted coldly. "Do you still want to ask me to borrow a talismanic book? All the way to the station." Zhang Yu and Bai Xinjian reluctant to part with each other in the eyes of the other. On the way home, and at this moment, somewhere in the city, a figure picked up the call from Su Haifeng. "Sa Haifeng, the specifics of the situation are just that. He has become a divine auxiliary under Zhang Flutter's cover, and there is no way to use the conventional means in the school on him for the time being. Also, he has the Book of the Talisman. Patrol temps have free charms available at least once a day. Zhou Tianyi nodded slightly and said faintly, "Understood.
We have to do it before he familiarizes himself with the talismanic books and charms. Today he just happened to put another free charm to use.
So today is the best chance for me to make my move, right? Su Haifeng, if you're going to do it quickly. It's best to go to him right now immediately." Zhou Tianyi nodded. "I know.
When I'm done with the matter at hand,
It will go to Zhang Yu."
Su Haifeng was puzzled.
"What's so important that you can't do it later?" Zhou Tianyi shook his head. "There are some things that can't be delayed for a single second. Don't worry.
It won't take long and it won't affect my handling of Zhang Yu."
Hanging up the phone, Zhou Tianyi's figure moved, and it was as if a gale had been lifted under his feet, shooting electrically toward the street in front of them, tightening the takeout bag on his back. The concrete road under Zhou Tianyi's feet made a thumping explosion.
The whole thing had accelerated again.
While it's important to deal with Zhang Yu,
his client bought punctual pa. That's why he can't go to Zhang Yu until he's finished delivering the orders in his hand. Since Zhou Tianyi had been inspired by the evil god's potential, as long as his footsteps became more and more urgent, the mana would then become faster and faster. The flesh would become stronger and stronger,
and even the speed of legwork cultivation would increase as a result.
So in order to practice and make money at the same time,
he ends up choosing to hide his identity for a delivery job.
He remembers his first day of delivery.
The soup spilled everywhere in the takeout bag. Not only was the customer scolded, but also by the platform back hundreds of penalties. After returning to the takeout station,
the station manager poured him a glass of water and have him hold this glass of water in his hand when he delivers the takeout,
and as long as the water doesn't spill, the takeout will be fine. Since then, he has been delivering more and more orders per day,
and his platform rating has increased.
And without knowing when,
Zhou Tianyi realized that things on the road were getting slower and slower.
When he later asked the station manager,
he realized that it wasn't that things on the road were getting slower and slower, but that he was getting faster and faster. If it wasn't for the sake of hiding his strength, he would have been completely sure that he would have scored number 1 in his grade every month in the monthly exams.
Delivered the last single on the hand. Looking at the money in the account, Zhou Tianyi light sigh of relief. Then, can go find Zhang Yu. Soon after, Zhou Tianyi arrived at the downstairs of the rental building where Zhang Yu was located. He said in his heart, according to Zhang Yu, you can't cultivate in a rented house. He goes to practice every day in a crappy building nearby.
Then I just have to wait for him to head to the rotting building before I do it.
Once back inside the rental house,
Zhang Yu washed his face, then began to play with the talismanic book in his hand. Intend to do some research on the features involved.
After all,
although he had cast a detention talisman today,
the entire process had been too hasty.
He was busy with this and that before and after, so that he had not yet had time to study the book by himself, only to see his palm pressing on the book of talismans, accompanied by a spurt of mana from his palm.
His fingerprints, palm prints, and mana had passed recognition. With a flash of golden light on the talisman, a yellow background appeared and it was like a piece of talisman paper, and as long as Zhang Yu's fingertips lightly scratched on it, he could draw a talisman.
Then Zhang Yu gently raised his palm and saw the talismanic book floating up with it. It stopped in front of his hand. Zhang Yu waved his hand from side to side, and the talismanic book then fluttered back and forth with his palm,
following closely in front of his palm. This follow mode is pretty good. You don't need to hold it in your hand. Just draw the talisman.
He pointed his fingertips at the very bottom of the talismanic book, and then dragged it upward with a light. Then he saw the background of the rune paper on it change again, and a line of information emerged.
Believer's name, Zhang Yu. Realm, Qi practicing realm. Combined faith level, 1.
As Zhang Yu looked further down,
there were the names and markings of the 8 divisions of the priesthood.
And labeled faith levels on the back. Because of the fact that Zhang Yu had never raised his faith level before, so his faith level in each of the 8 priesthood divisions would then be just the level 1 that came with having the Book of Talismans. Tap into a random Ministry of Manmen at the top of the list,
and you'll see the screen on the talismanic book turn. The pantheon of the spirit world has surfaced,
only to see the sky dragon flying and the phoenix hovering behind the layers of red walls and golden tiles. A great god shining with 5 colored lights stood majestically in the temple,
his hand pinching the Taoist neck,
and an aura of compassion had already come to his face. The slightly closed eyes seemed to be unable to bear to see the world suffering. This is the first positive god of the ministry of all peoples, the born great god of all beings.
And 3 options surfaced on the talismanic book. 1 bow down to God. 2 offerings to God. 3 invitation to God.
Underneath that option to consult the gods, there's a gray mist of. It seemed that more options were hidden because Zhang Yu's faith level was insufficient. Looking at the 3 options, Zhang Yu thought to himself,
what does bowing to God mean? He clicked curiously.
Then I saw a line emerge from the talismanic book. the born great God of all beings feels your homage.
Chapter 61, Worshipping God.
Zhang Yu looked at this scene and said in his heart,
what's this remote worshipping of God across the internet line? Just then,
he suddenly noticed his cell phone shaking.
Ministry of the Nations, all beings born great. Payment 100.
Zhang Yu was shocked. He didn't expect that a click here to bow to God would cost him $100. And what makes him more unacceptable is that he did not open the payment account of the Book of the Talisman at all.
That's a direct debit from his bank card? Previously, when he cast the detention charm at Songyang High School,
Zhang Yu was still utilizing the once-a-day free privileges of the temporary workers of the inspection team. He tried to find if there were refunds, customer service,
or anything like that, but looked and didn't see anything,
and worried that he might accidentally make another payment. He simply contacted Fluttershy Zhang to make an inquiry.
Hearing what Zhang Yu said,
Zhang Flutter returned. Worshipping the gods is like this.
Point and worship, 1,000 at a time,
and long press for continuous worship.
Zhang Yu, not. I know now that I have to pay when I order it. The problem is that I don't have a payment account. So how can he charge my bank card without even asking me?
Zhang Flutter said rightfully. This is the greatness of God.
He is able to mobilize funds in billions of accounts every second. If you can't even transfer money directly from your account, why are you called a god? She reminded. So owe money to no one. And you should never owe money to God. IING.
Zhang Yu heard this word for a time speechless. One can only say sullenly, the 8 gods are still really powerful.
Zhang Flutter said, but you don't have to be afraid. The 8 divisions have their own rules. It won't be messed up. This time too.
You were charged $100 because you wanted to worship God yourself. Zhang Yu sighed in his heart and asked again, sis, why don't you tell me directly about those few features of the talisman book?
I'm afraid I'll accidentally get charged again.
Zhang Flutter said,
bowing to the gods daily is the most basic practice to raise the level of faith.
The longer the number of days the bowing lasts, the greater the increase in the level of faith with each bowing. But once you miss a day,
then you have to start all over again. For the high faith levels or the strongest of the talismanic paths, daily bowing to the deity is mandatory.
Zhang Yu got it.
Sign in. Right. Only to sign in every day to spend a minimum of 100.
Zhang Fluttershy continued.
If you make offerings to the gods, divided into different ways of lighting incense, merit streamers, offerings to the tablets and so on,
the more expensive to raise the level of faith the better the effect, but also have to enhance the power of the talisman.
Increase talismanic privileges and other different wonders. You can click on offerings to God to see what's going on, and you need to choose the items when you click on it.
There's no charge for that.
Zhang Yu was really scared by that 100 hole just now.
Smelling this, he carefully tapped on the option to worship the god. You can see the price list of different items such as lighting incense,
hanging merit streamers, making offerings, chanting sutras, and so on. Units range from 100 to 10,000.
And after reading the introduction to it for a while, he also steeply reacted.
This seems to be all remote offerings, spending money to later act in the spirit world's shrine. Then it can't all be virtual props. Zhang Yu now finally knew why the 8 orthodox gods were rich. This one god is simply lying down and earning money.
For his part,
Zhang Flutter continued the introduction. Please teach God.
As the name suggests, it's time to ask God for advice on the way of talismans. It's expensive here and your faith level is too low to spend money into this right now. And then the options down there that are wrapped in mist,
that you can't see.
It all needs a higher faith level to open up.
So don't think about it now.
After disconnecting the phone call with Zhang Flutter, Zhang Yu looked helplessly at the talismanic book in front of him.
The heart was full of bitterness. This talisman is really hard. How much does this cost to take first place in the higher arts competition?
Just after Zhang Yu had fallen into contemplation for a few moments,
the ritual countdown in his mind wailed once again, reminding him not to dawdle and to hurry up and work hard on his cultivation.
Zhang Yu also had to put aside his thoughts on this aspect for the time being. First, he poured out the demonic beast meat powder and brewed himself a cup to drink. Then he headed to the rotting building, intending to start today's practice.
Anyway, the Taoist competition is a few months away. After all, the most recent contest at hand is ultimately a martial arts contest. And thinking about martial arts,
Zhang Yu instantly became confident again. I'm now at level 5 in Scattered Hands, level 10 in Wuji Cloud Hands,
and level 6 in Tianwu Refining Heart Technique.
If you are on fire in a real-life competition,
the advantage must be enormous. But the problem is,
Zhang Yu secretly said in his heart,
these undercurrents have to be hidden.
Especially the level 10 Wuji Cloud Hand, which was a feat he had only gotten at the Dharma tournament. If one were to perform the level 10 Wuji Cloud Hand at a martial arts competition just over a month apart, he was really afraid of attracting too much attention.
And when the time came, Zhang Flutter couldn't even cover him. At martial arts competitions, I have to hide feats of too high a level, so it's still time to improve the fundamentals more. Arriving in the rotten building, Zhang Yu once again practiced the Tianwu refining heart technique, along with the violent outburst of martial intent in the sea of consciousness. The one inside and one outside simultaneously began to execute the 9 sets of martial arts of the heavenly martial heart refining technique. Under the effect of the heavenly martial heart refining technique, Zhang Yu only felt that his body was boiling with hot blood and full of power. An intention to battle the heavens and the earth had urged him to work out frantically. And just as Zhang Yu wholeheartedly devoted himself to cultivation, constantly practicing the heavenly martial heart refining technique with great diligence, in the shadows at the steps of the rotten building, a figure was silently observing Zhang Yu in the midst of his bitter cultivation. Zhou Tianyi secretly said in his heart, "We can't let Zhang Yu have the time to use the talisman book, to wait until he is at his weakest and most powerless, and succeed in one sneak attack." After waiting for about 2 hours or so, Zhou Tianyi looked at Zhang Yu, whose movements gradually slowed down, and held his breath. Gradually bring up the mana in the dantian. He is going to prepare to make a move. Whoosh! Just at the moment when Zhang Yu turned his back, Zhou Tianyi invaded like a gale. The level 5 gale leg technique was carried to its limit and had already kicked towards Zhang Yu's undershirt. Seeing that he had already approached within 3 meters of Zhang Yu and the other party had not yet been able to completely turn around, a glint had flashed in Zhou Tianyi's eyes. He believed that with the power of his kick, as long as it hit Zhang Yu, it would be enough to knock the other party down. Zhou Tianyi had already figured out in his mind which moves Zhang Yu would follow up with after he knocked him down, so as to beat the opponent into complete unconsciousness. However, at the very next moment, a white mist-like astral energy surged out violently from Zhang Yu's undershirt. Bang! Zhou Tianyi was shocked in his heart, only feeling that his kick felt like it was kicking on cotton. It's so light it's unforced. However, in the next moment, a strong force had already rebounded violently along with the white astral aura. A heavy blast hit the bottom of his foot. Chapter 62, Blasted. Friend. Inside the rotten building, Zhou Tianyi waited for more than 2 hours before. Consciously, he finally caught a chance to sneak up on Zhang Yu, but with an electrifying blow. However, he was caught off guard by the astral energy surging out from Zhang Yu's undershirt. Originally, Zhou Tianyi kicked out, leaving only the other foot to gain a foothold on the ground. This time by the phaseless cloud astral suddenly rebound leg force. Suddenly unsteady feet. The entire person flew backwards. What? Zhang Yu's infernal cloud hands had clearly only been learned for less than a month. Why is the Big Dipper already able to emit from the back? As Zhou Tianyi felt the overwhelming force coming from that astral energy, shock had welled up uncontrollably. But one thing led to another. Just as he tumbled to the ground and jerked his head up, a figure full of fury had chased after him furiously, appearing directly in front of his eyes. Before watching Zhang Yu practicing from afar, Zhou Tianyi only felt that the other party looked very imposing. It was only at this moment of face-to-face contact that he truly felt what that aura was. Berserk killing intent. Infinite battle intent. Looking at the immediate future. Under the effect of the Tianwu refining heart technique, Zhang Yu, who was chasing after him as if he were an evil spirit, actually had an impulse to turn around and flee in the bottom of his heart. But just as Zhou Tianyi instinctively took a step backward, Zhang Yu had already struck out with all his might. Looking at the masked man, Zhou Tianyi, in front of him who wanted to sneak attack him. At this moment, Zhang Yu had fully entered the battle state under the effect of the heavenly martial intent. Battle. Crush all enemies to pieces. Level 10's infernal cloud hand was launched at full strength, only to see Zhang Yu slap out his palm, and the mana within his dantian surged up wildly, and in an instant, it went through 7 consecutive tremors, transforming into a raging stream of phaseless cloud astral pouring out. Faced with this onslaught of phaseless cloud astral, Zhou Tianyi understood that it had come to a moment of life and death, only to see his feet lurching, accompanied by a roar of anger. He had rallied his whole body to kick hard. Boom! The moment the two forces collided, Zhou Tianyi could only feel his mana retreating. That phaseless cloud dipper was like a big truck, slamming into his body and sending his entire body flying out of the room. It ended up hitting the concrete wall not far behind it hard. The concrete wall also got a hole in it with a thud. Eventually Zhou Tianyi then landed on the ground along with a pile of shattered mud and water and brick walls. He was still trying to struggle to his feet, but as soon as he exerted himself he felt a sharp pain all over his body and it was also unknown how many bones and tendons were broken, and the whole person once again fell softly to the ground. Zhang Yu slowly walked up to the other party. Still immersed in his Tianwu refining heart technique, he brought with him a ferocious aura as he coldly looked at the masked Zhou Tianyi and said, "Who are you? Why did you come to attack me?" Zhou Tianyi, however, did not reply, but sensed his injuries, his heart gray. "I don't know how much it's going to cost to recover from such a serious injury. It would be a serious disaster for his immortal Dao cultivation." and might even completely destroy his immortal Dao path. Just as he froze, Zhang Yu grabbed his mask and ripped it away. When he saw Zhou Tianyi under the mask, his face couldn't help but flash a trace of consternation. Zhou Tianyi? Zhou Tianyi's mind pondered at high speed and looked at Zhang Yu and said, Zhang Yu, do you know why you got into Songyang High School? Seeing Zhang Yu making a listening motion, Zhou Tianyi continued, because your physical body is a better match for certain rich people. They selected you into the high school to cultivate you a bit, just like a lot of the other poor students at Ntei High School, except for their grades. Fleshfit has always been a hidden standard. Zhang Yu frowned. He certainly did not completely trust the Zhou Tianyi in front of him at the first time. Instead, he said, then why recruit into Songyang High School? Can't you pull them and train them somewhere else? Zhou Tianyi laughed coldly. What do you think Songyang High School is? There is a far more complex dark side to this than you can imagine. Poor people can be their dogs in this Ntei High School, but it can also be a spare parts store. Of course they have to be uniformly cultivated and undergo the same cultivation as them. Zhang Yu suddenly thought of the heavenly demon parasitic technique. Could that really be one of the students from Songyang High School practicing this technique? Zhang Yu stared at Zhou Tianyi. So you were sent by the student union? I said. Songyang is very complicated. Zhou Tianyi shook his head, but suddenly he couldn't help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. Zhang Yu, in his state of Tianwu refining heart technique, faced the masked man who attacked him with almost no mercy, totally down for the count. At this moment, Zhou Tianyi felt the severity of his injuries, and he knew that if he didn't take the time to treat them again, not only would immortal Dao cultivation be greatly affected, I'm afraid that even his life would be jeopardized. A trace of anxiety flashed in his eyes, and Zhou Tianyi accelerated his speech. Zhang Yu, you were stimulated by the evil god's potential and subsequently gained some kind of ability, right? Zhang Yu's gaze was fixed, but he did not respond in any way. There was certainly no way he could reveal his affair with the evil god ritual to anyone. Zhou Tianyi, you don't have to rush to deny it. You. His face flashed a sickly crimson red. The pain pulled by the injuries inside his body made him unable to speak for a while. Zhang Yu, we are on the same side. Send to take me to a nearby clinic. Seeing that Zhang Yu remained motionless and feeling his life passing away, Zhou Tianyi, his eyes more and more anxious, finally could not help but blurt out, I also have an evil god behind me. That being is very interested in you. Just then, his body temperature kept rising and stars of fire flooded his cheeks. A hint of fear flashed in Zhou Tianyi's eyes as he yelled, I didn't want to say it. I didn't really say it. Wait, I'm just using him. Sensing that the fire had no intention of stopping, Zhou Tianyi finally couldn't help but curse. Stupid, that stupid bastard. In the next moment, a stream of crimson flames had violently erupted on his body. Looking at Zhou Tianyi, who had turned into ashes in the blink of an eye, Zhang Yu's brows tightly furrowed. Zhou Tianyi is actually under the evil god? But thinking of the 8 righteous gods who want money for their deaths, as well as the evil gods who want their lives, Zhang Yu suddenly realized that the evil god seems to be not without advantages. After all, Kunside is full of poor people who only have lives but no money. Thinking about it this way, perhaps the evil god's followers are not numerous in the Koan ruins. Looking at the fading ashes on the ground, in his mind, he said, is this being backfired by something like ritual power? Sure is a bit of a retarded ritual, too. And thinking about today's scene, Zhang Yu thought again in his heart, I've been making too much noise lately. The evil god is on to you? No. Zhou Tianyi knew Zhang Yu a long time ago. Could he have stared at him long ago? His heart sank, and he had the feeling that there was no way to talk to anyone about it. The 3 great schools, the student government, the evil gods. Thinking back to their future opponents that they will have to face, Zhang Yu finally sighed in his heart. After all, we still need to enhance our strength. Especially thinking about the process of defeating Zhou Tianyi just now. He understood that if he wasn't strong enough, he was afraid that he would have already fallen into the hands of the other party. Reflecting on the day's experiences, fighting or retreating in the illusionary realm test, being sheltered by Zhang Flutterby, and defeating Zhou Tianyi by his own force. At this moment, Zhang Yu's heart suddenly pondered, then suddenly smiled. Earlier, when he switched back and forth between the Desolate Ox Soul Suppressing Heart Technique and the Heavenly Martial Heart Refining Technique, then one feels an ideological contradiction. At the moment, however, it occurred to him, fight when you need to fight, retreat when you need to retreat, face different circumstances, and responding with different thoughts is so simple. What was I contradicting before? In this instant, Zhang Yu felt the operation of the heavenly martial intent become more and more harmonious and smooth. The switch between the Desolate Ox Soul Suppressing Heart Technique and the Desolate Ox Soul Suppressing Heart Technique was also smooth and incomparably smooth, without the slightest bit of lag anymore. Keep practicing. whether it's facing an enemy in the darkness, or an opponent from Songyang High School or one of the three major schools. Zhang Yu all needed to further improve his strength. In the blink of an eye the night passes. Zhang Yu's Tianwu refining heart technique was also raised to level 6, 41/60ths. The other side. Inside the office of MT High School, Su Haifeng listened to the voice on the other end of the phone and was surprised. He backfired and died? He betrayed? Listening to the other end, Su Haifeng nodded his head repeatedly and said, I will cooperate with your side. Complete the withdrawal of Zhou Tianyi. Don't worry, no one inside the school should notice anything different. But what's next for Zhang Yu's side? Honestly, school governors, student council, patrol, I think he's attracted too much attention now. Since the dark son of Chao has failed, the rest of us aren't really suited to risk exposure to strike. So perhaps we can let Zhang Yu go for now and look at the other alternatives. After all, that Zhang Flutter can only shelter him for half a year at most. MT High School. The school remained calm and full of learning. Feeling this calmness, Zhang Yu watched as one student focused on his textbook and cultivation. It feels like the fierce conflict that happened on the practice field yesterday was like it hadn't happened. Even the disappearance of Zhou Tianyi today, the class did not care much about it. I only heard that someone had done a withdrawal for him, as if he had withdrawn from Liang Chen, and it hardly made a ripple. After all, dropping out of school was never a rare thing at MT High School. It's not like if someone jumps off a building, they can still get the students to talk about it over dinner. However, some subtle differences were more or less felt by Zhang Yu. For example, no student wants to approach him anymore. The students, who used to greet him from time to time, ask questions about the subject, and ask for advice on the practice all disappeared at once. It was as if he had an invisible wall over him, repelling all the surrounding students. Of course he knew what it was all about. It's all because you're afraid of being implicated by the student council, so you can't even talk to me? Snap. Bai Xinjin casually put the dinner plate down and sat down opposite Zhang Yu. Looking at Jin, Zhang Yu sighed that he was lucky to have Jin as a good brother. Bai Xinjin quickly dried her rice while looking at Zhang Yu and said, Yu-chan, the talismanic book lent me a few days to play with. Zhang Yu withdrew the thoughts he had just had. I don't have this kind of brother who opens his mouth and borrows $100,000 worth of expensive items. There was a snap. Chen Shen also placed his dinner plate on the table and sat beside Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu smiled. Although the old money scored a little lower than him, and the colored glasses were thicker, discriminates a bit against students with low scores, but seems to be a reliable friend. Chen Shen first slammed down a few mouthfuls of food and then suddenly asked, that Zhang Flutter, the one who scored 699 yesterday, is very familiar with you? Can you introduce me to her? I'd like to friend her. Zhang Yu fiercely glared at Chen Shen. He retracted the thought he had just had. You kid, I'm your ing brother, and you're trying to get into my sister's head? Don't you see there's still room for you in this lap? However, on second thought, Zhang Yu suddenly thought that Chen Shen was also a rootless man, and then look at the gleam of adoration in the other's eyes. Zhang Yu understood. This was a fanatic fan wanting the buddy bit, right? Zhang Yu said, there should be no problem adding friends. But buddy bit 300. Just call me. Chapter 63 Changes, Request for Monthly Tickets. MT High School. In the cafeteria at lunchtime, Zhao Tianqing was a little hesitant with his dinner plate. Today the campus looks quaint and everything is the same as it used to be. But in fact, the clash that took place on the practice field yesterday had already spread throughout the campus. Almost all the students know that Zhang Yu from the senior class, 1, defected to White Dragon High School. The clash with the student council president, Zhou Chudian, and a group of sophomore seniors, based on Zhao Tianqing's observations and summaries among various groups of students. The vast majority of students also commented simply on this. The filial sons of Sonyan thought, isn't this a school traitor? A class thief? For the sake of benefits, defecting to the White Dragon man. Sonyang traitor, he should be expelled from school. Filled with jealous students' suspicions, first Li Shuelian, then Zhang Flutterby. How can Zhang Yu attract rich women so often? It is strongly suspected that he didn't have a clean surgery, and the school should investigate him thoroughly. Anger, jealousy, and hidden envy finally turned into naked malice, and most of the students who were afraid of things even didn't dare to approach Zhang Yu at all. Fear of being implicated by the student council and the filial sons of MT Zhao Tianqing was the same, and he was equally afraid that after getting too close to Zhang Yu, targeted. After all, it's not like student bullying hasn't happened at MT High School. Zhao Tianqing had once heard that the previous year's Xuan Yuping had taken the first place in the total score of the monthly examination in his freshman year of high school. It can be called a scolding, but as he entered his sophomore year of high school, his grades gradually failed to keep up with the rich, and he gradually began to be bullied. What with not allowing him to do his homework,
not allowing him to take his medication, not allowing him to exercise. He's not allowed to stay up all night or anything like that. Even forced him to eat fried chicken, fries, beer, and desserts every day. Let him watch his stomach get bigger and fatter, watch his hard-earned muscles slowly disappear, and forcing him to watch videos, read novels, and play games, every day. Watching my grades drop by the minute, feeling my heart for the path suffer. It wasn't until after he completely begged for mercy that he was spared by Zhou Chudian. Just thinking about the process involved made Zhao Tianqing feel breathless. So when Zhang Yu invited him to dine with him today, panicked, he said he had something to do to get to the cafeteria later. With this hesitation, Zhao Tianqing finished typing his meal, carrying his dinner plate and, after seeing Zhang Yu's gaze looking at him again, he subconsciously chose to avoid it. This averting of the gaze then caused Zhao Tianqing's heart to darken. Alas, there's no more friends to be made with Zhang Yu now. After taking a few steps around the cafeteria with his dinner plate, he couldn't help but look at Zhang Yu's position again. After seeing Bai Jinjin and Xianshan all sitting down beside Zhang Yu one after another, a hint of envy appeared in Zhao Tianqing's eyes. Bai Jinjin and Xianshan, why can they be so bold and not afraid at all? If only I could be like them and do whatever I want. Though always thinking a lot, Zhao Tianqing never liked that about himself. He always wished he could stop thinking so much about what others thought, but he really couldn't. As if at this very moment, Zhao Tianqing subconsciously pinched the dinner plate and, wanting to walk towards Zhang Yu's position, but always feeling that the students around him were looking at him consciously and unconsciously. It seemed that as long as he sat next to Zhang Yu, he was going to be ostracized from the whole school. Of course, that's just him overthinking it. With so many people eating in the cafeteria, the number of people who pay special attention to him is actually almost non-existent. Zhao Tianqing looked at Zhang Yu talking happily with Qianshan and Bai Jinjin. A hint of longing also unknowingly showed in his eyes. After I got home yesterday, he then couldn't help but recall Zhang Yu's face when he faced Zhou Chudian without taking a step back. He envied Zhang Yu. Who could do such a thing? It was also incomparably eager if he could be like Zhang Yu, who looked breezy in the face of any pressure. Just as Zhao Tianqing stumbled and hesitated, suddenly he saw Zhang Yu waving at him. Old Cho. This way. Zhao Tianqing froze slightly. Did Zhang Yu think that I didn't find him just now? He gritted his teeth and suddenly walked quickly towards Zhang Yu to sit beside him. All he could feel at this moment was that there must be a lot of people in the cafeteria looking at him, and he just wanted to sit down quickly and then told Zhang Yu not to call himself. And this time he didn't think wrong. There were indeed many people looking at Zhang Yu, Bai Jinjin, Qianshan and him. But at this moment Zhao Tianqing felt handsome again. Maybe it's as handsome as yesterday's Zhang Yu in the eyes of others. This he thought wrong. At this moment Zhao Tianqing in the eyes of the vast majority of students, it's like a clown, similarly labeled as untouchable. As soon as Zhao Tianqing over here sat down, Zhang Yu received a message back from Zhang Flutter. Zhang Yu just sent a message to Flutter Zhang. Sis, I have a very studious classmate who wants to friend you. Flutter B Zhang, how many points? Zhang Yu, the highest was over 620. I think. Flutter B Zhang, too low to add. Zhang Yu, ah? Zhang Yu secretly said in his heart, this sister of mine is also severely score discriminatory. He suddenly thought of the phone call that Flutter B Zhang had made to her before. At that time, Zhang Yu, who even had less than 600 points, was probably a human-shaped wet garbage in her eyes. No wonder she spoke so nonchalantly. But think about the environment at White Dragon High School. Zhang Yu just felt how to say it. The grade 1 of White Dragon High School is quite reasonable to do so. Looking up at Qianshan, who was full of anticipation in front of him. Zhang Yu was embarrassed. She said that you are more than 620 points. The score is too low. Do not add. Qianshan was first slightly dumbfounded. Then with a blushing face, he asked Zhang Yu not to forget the 6 points on the single digit. The highest I ever got was a 626. However, after saying these words, Qianshan hung his head and his gaze was bleak. Zhang Yu only felt that Qianshan seemed to have thought a lot in this moment. Eventually the other man was seen nodding. My score is indeed too low. Then Qianshan raised his head again and said with a face full of yearning, worthy of 699's existence, such a classy way to choose friends. Please tell her that I will study hard and improve my marks, plus be her best friend. Also, even though I'm in Sonyang High School, I've been longing for White Dragon High School in my heart. I've taken the test before and just missed it by a little bit. Zhang Yu understands. Qianshan, this proper spiritual White Dragon man. White Dragon High School's air all smells sweeter, right? With a face full of disdain, he forwarded these words to Fluttershy Zhang. Flutter B Zhang, in the future, this kind of person with over 620 points, he doesn't need to forward to me this kind of thing, he said. These kind of people don't get good grades and can't keep up with us. Looking at Qianshan, who had a revitalized face in front of him, Zhang Yu thought about it but still didn't have the heart to say this to the other party.
Afternoon class. The language teacher was lecturing from the podium.
Bai Xinjun was really practicing his mana control hard down there.
Just then, the cell phone vibrated softly and he picked it up only to realize that it was a message from Mo Tianyi. Mo Tianyi, Bai Xinjun.
You and Zhang Yu defected to Zhang Flutter from White Dragon High School?
Jin froze slightly, instantly understanding, yet somewhat unsure of what to say back. Flutterby Chung, senior number 1 at White Dragon High School.
That was bound to be a representative of the rich in the eyes of Mo Tianyi's group of poor students. And Fluttershy Zhang covers Bai Xinjun and Zhang Yu,
in their opinion,
necessarily forced the signing of the two from the hands of MT.
High School. Why else could it be?
Bai Xinjun always had no way to say to Mo Tianyi. It was Zhang Flutter who appreciated Zhang Yu and her talent, so she had to take care of the two of them and support them both to get into the top 10. As for Zhang Yu and Zhang Flutter's sibling relationship,
she promised to keep it a secret.
She is not as fond of gossiping around as Zhou Tianyi,
so there is even less to say. But suddenly, she came to a realization. Why explain? Is it too much to explain to them to tell them they're not signed? Exposing the fact that she and Zhang Yu are going to take the top 10 exams under Zhang Flutter's shelter? What if Mo Tianyi and that boss of theirs?
It also hopes that Zhang Flutterby will come to shelter them.
What should I do? Or maybe Mo Tianyi and the others are so crowded that they let this matter be known by those rich people. Wouldn't that just add to the waves? Now everyone thinks they've been taken in by Fluttershy Zhang, a rich man. It's a good thing to think they won't go for the Big Ten. Big deal if you do get into the Big Ten later.
Then repay the favor of the tens of thousands of dollars that Mo Tianyi and the others had invested.
And even if there was a chance,
it wouldn't be impossible to help them get to the second level of the coin market.
In the end, whether it's for me and Hazuko,
or for Murta,
getting into the Big Ten is what matters.
So the choice that increases the success rate of getting into the Big Ten is the optimal solution.
Thinking of this,
Bai Xinjun immediately returned.
Well, I'm sorry, I really can't top it. We're not going to take the Big Ten.
It's already signed in Fluttershy Chang's hands.
A moment later, Mo Tianyi returned. Alas, I don't blame you guys. I've heard about some of the pressure Sonyang High School is putting on you guys, and it's only natural that you can't hold out. But about us, I hope you and Zhang Yu can keep it a secret. Don't disclose it to anyone.
Bai Xinjun,
don't worry, we're giving up, but we want you to succeed. Too, you're the last hope of our poor people. Come on, in the spirit world. Mo Tianyi looked at Bai Xinjun's sincere reply and breathed a slight sigh of relief.
But then there was a flash of regret. Whether it was Zhang Yu's courageous fourth-place finish in the French competition, or the will that Bai Xinjun once displayed, both made him think that these two did have that slight chance of getting into the Big Ten, but now it seems, couldn't resist that pressure after all. Following that, he was a little distressed that the money he had called Zhang Yu and Bai Xinjun had all gone down the drain. If I had known I wouldn't have paid them. This money is saved for the old man mostly? He sighed in his mind. To finally get into the top 10. The one who brings us together to break through this ceiling above our heads is ultimately the boss. Just then, a line flashed in front of Mo Tianyi's eyes. Work stalled for more than 1 minute.
Please return to work immediately and continue to work. Mo Tianyi hastily withdrew his thoughts and reopened the spirit world connection,
continuing to start his work.
Unlike other high schools, Mongshan High School Seoul students are required to participate in internships beginning their freshman year. And a dialog box quickly surfaced in front of Mo Tianyi's eyes. His job today is customer service for a tuition agency.
Client, my son has been sterilized and it turns out the high school won't take it.
What happens now that the girls' school and the Seoul cultivator students have rejected him for physical disability as well? Mo Tianyi replied, women's schools and Seoul cultivation students have a lower threshold, and they're big favorites every year. Flesh mutilations are easily eliminated down the line. It's not out of the question, though, that you can have your son have a neuter restoration procedure that, go for another interview. Murray Tianyi, if it still fails, repeat until next year, and you can get sterilized again. This twice neutered surgery is a huge plus on a resume to show moral fortitude, and it's a surefire way to get accepted next year. Mo Tianyi, we have cooperative hospitals on our side that we can recommend to you. Beside Mo Tianyi, a dozen or so identical ones of him are facing different dialogue boxes. The same work was carried out. And these Mo Tianyi within the spirit world. The space they were in was a room about 10 square meters in size, and it was empty except for them and the dialogue box. After 18 hours of continuous work, there was finally a 5-minute break. Looking at his handful of paychecks, Mo Tianyi hurriedly called this money to his boss. It's time for money on the boss's side. Thinking that the paycheck I earned today will help my boss hopefully get into the top 10 a little more. A hint of satisfaction and a sense of anticipation flooded Mo Tianyi's heart. Make sure you succeed, boss. You're the only poor person in Songyang City who might get into the top 10, and the only possibility to get us out of this life. Chapter 64, Martial Arts Tutoring. Mo Tanny contacted you? In the corridor of the school,
Zhang Yu listened to Bai Jinjin.
Finally a slight nod. Indeed, there is no need to tell them the truth now.
Bai Jinjin continued.
And that boss of theirs, I always feel strange. Last time I told you, I tried to find out who he was. According to Murta and the others, this boss also placed in competitions as a senior. I've been checking for weeks.
Simply researched the past few years of senior competitions at all three major schools,
and there were only 2 people who placed who could be called poor.
But it's my understanding that both of those guys have signed contracts with White Dragon High School.
There is absolutely no chance of getting into a top Big Ten university. Zhang Yu sniffed and said, that means Mo Tanny and the others have been tricked?
Bai Jinjin shook her head again and said with an odd expression.
According to Mo Tanny and the others,
this boss should have signed a contract with them in the presence of the great god of the heavenly covenant of the same covenant,
being a certainty to get into the top 10, and that when able to take them up to the second floor with us. In short, this is a situation I don't understand.
While the two were talking, they had already arrived at the practice field.
On the practice field, the martial arts teacher, Lei Jun,
had been waiting for the two to come for a tutorial for the martial arts competition. Ever since Zhang Flutterby came to Songyang High School yesterday, the martial arts competition had then been reallowed for the two to participate, and remedial classes were once again being held. 3 classes per week at a weekly rate of 300. While it's already a pretty cheap fee for a teacher but it was still a considerable burden for Zhang Yu. After paying this week's 3K tuition fee, it also brought Zhang Yu's savings down to over 35K, and at this moment on the field, only to see that at this moment Lei Jun is wearing an undershirt that, on the front of the undershirt, the 4 big words martial arts for great use were written, and it was earnestly warming up. There were also no more students around other than Zhang Yu and Bai Jinjin, just because the participants of the senior year martial arts competition would be just the 2 of them. It's not like the mana contest where you can go and see the world even if you don't place in the ring of a martial arts competition. It was a real possibility to be disabled by the students of the 3 most prestigious schools, especially for the poor. It is possible to be bankrupted alive by students from the big 3. After all, the cost of all the first aid at the scene, the cost of going to the hospital after a serious injury. There are also follow-up treatment costs that can grow exponentially depending on the severity of the injury. So after feeling hopelessly out of the running for a place in the race, neither the rich nor the poor among the upperclassmen chose to give away money at the martial arts competition. At this moment, after seeing Zhang Yu and Bai Jinjin arrive, Lei Jun said with a greeting, already signed up for you too. Then he sent a URL to the 2, let's get the insurance today. Zhang Yu and Bai Jinjin understand this. The first priority of the actual battle, first to buy insurance, but both looked at the price list and chose the least expensive insurance. It's not that premium insurance is unaffordable. It's that lower level insurance is more cost effective. After all, it's better than spending your money on insurance. Zhang Yu and Bai Jinjin preferred to spend their money on strength enhancement and getting higher rankings in competitions. Lei Jun reminded from the sidelines. This insurance policy of yours can at most support medical expenses up to $100,000. Once you guys get too injured, that will be at your own expense. Make sure you don't get hurt in a fight, and get hurt less. Zhang Yu thought deeply of this. This martial arts competition first place is only 50,000 prize money and a set of expert level martial arts right to use. Don't take this first place in order to get a full body injury. The final treatment cost more than 100,000 yuan. To the side, Lei Jun sighed. But you guys are doing just fine now. In my day, competitions were weapon capable, and even though there was a referee watching, there were still students who either died in the ring every year either that or drop out of school with a bunch of debt. It got to the point where there was only 7 entries in one session, and the old guys finally changed the rules. No weapons allowed. Now that martial arts competitions are unarmed, can you afford to pay for post-competition medical bills? Take hold of yourselves. Well, that's all. Warm up first after insurance. After the 2 had done their warm-ups, Lei Jun beckoned and said, the 3 major schools have immortal Dao techniques that we have not mastered, and the amount of money invested is even more incomparable to yours. What with celestial spirit root cultivation, the latest drugs from the lab, and even remodeling surgeries, it's all in the family for them. I've looked up some data on the schoolboys they have there who participate in martial arts competitions. Flesh strength averages 2 or more, mana averages 25 or more, plus the drugs, combat ryatsu, and such that they might use during the tournament. All of their numbers are bound to be far beyond yours. The strength is greater than yours, the speed is faster than yours, and the mana is stronger than yours. Just as Lei Jun was saying this, a hint of doubt suddenly surged in Zhang Yu's mind. The 3 major schools have such a great advantage. So how in the world did Songyang's side participate in sports competitions and win awards? What are the means?
Wang Hai is surprisingly so powerful? On the other side, Lei Jun continued, but things like actual combat. It's never the case that the person with the better stats will always win, or there wouldn't be a practical exam. Lei Jun said with a serious face, so for the next, you will have to get used to fighting people who are stronger than you and learn how to do your best to avoid getting hurt. Saying that, a majestic aura slowly surged out from Lei Jun's body. It lunged towards Zhang Yu and Bai Jinjin. In order for you to have more hands-on training time, starting today you two go together. I'll try to maintain my strength and speed at level 2 flesh strength. 25 units of mana level to do battle with you. A few moments later, it was seen that Zhang Yu and Bai Jinjin had already taken one left and one right, respectively. With a whoosh, he rushed towards Lei Jun. Bang! With a crash, Lei Jun's hands had split left and right to block Bai Jinjin's kick, as well as a slap from Zhang Yu. The next moment the three figures staggered back and forth, already fighting at high speed on the practice field. However, Zhang Yu could not feel that he was besieging Lei Jun with Bai Jinjin at all. Lei Jun was already unfathomably experienced in actual combat, coupled with the fact that the strength and speed maintained at the moment was so much stronger than his. It was always easy to neutralize his attacks and hit his brakes. Even cut off his contact with Baek Jinjin. This made Zhang Yu feel like he was facing Lei Jun's oppression alone. Zhang Yu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. On martial arts competitions, are all the opponents I'm going to fight going to be people with higher stats than me? Zhang Yu realized that he had been a bit gullible originally, with having to hide an underhanded card like the level 10 Infinite Cloud Hand. The difficulties he would have to face in the martial arts competition far exceeded his original prediction. A few moments later, with a thumping bang, Zhang Yu and Bai Jinjin had already been sent flying successively, and compared to the two who were panting, at this moment, Lei Jun's face was not red and he was not panting. It looked like it was just a walk in the park. Lei Jun said, take a 5-minute break and continue. Bai Jinjin said in her heart, old Lei is really strong. All my moves have been seen through by him. How many martial arts does he know? Zhang Yu thought to himself, old Lei seems to be a Dao Xin level 10, with 100 points of mana. Flesh strength is also level 10, and also practiced at least a dozen martial arts to level 10, and the Qi refining stage has been practiced to the top. Then why didn't you build a foundation? Then he curiously asked a question. Teacher Lei, you're still refining Qi and no Tsukiji? Lei Jun's face darkened at his words. How can it be so easy to build a foundation? Looking at the curious gazes of the two, Lei Jun then sighed. Casually, he said, foundation establishment has to take the foundation establishment qualification certificates. Jindan has to take the Jindan qualification certificates. Yuaning still has the Yuaning qualification certificates. And things like realm breakthroughs. How can you just come by yourself when you want to? Building a foundation without a license is a criminal offense, and will be sentenced to extreme punishment by the 8 righteous gods and the 10 great clans. The 10 great clans have always been very strict in this regard. You can only take the Chikyu qualification test if you're in college. If you don't get your foundation building credentials before you graduate from college, you'll never have a chance in your life. Thinking back to his college days, Lei Jun felt a hint of gray in his eyes. He thought back to the years when he had taken his foundation building certificate and, just in time for the shrinking number of admissions to the program for the building credentials, he remembers that in those few short years, just the spiritual route alone, those who succeeded in being accepted were then rolled alive all the way from human spiritual route to heavenly spiritual route, rolled to the point where he was completely desperate. Instead, after returning to a layer of the old home of Mte, the days when he could pay off his mortgage as long as he worked and practiced 24 hours a day, he felt much more relaxed. Lei Jun said with feeling, the difference between taking the test and not taking the foundation building certificate is too great. Without foundation building, 10 years of college life is nothing but a dream, and you can't stay up there. After all, you have to come back to the Koan ruins layer. Turning his head to look at Bai Jinjin and Zhang Yu at this moment, he said in his mind, cherish the easy time you have in high school now. You'll miss how easy it is now when you go to college. After a few minutes, Lei Jun said, enough rest, get up. In the next moment, the three figures were once again in a battle. After today's remedial lessons were over, Zhang Yu returned to the rotten building to continue the Tianwu refining heart techniques cultivation. This technique could both enhance the Dao heart and practice the strength of the physical body, enhancing him in a very comprehensive way. It was the focus of his cultivation goal for this period of time. In particular, the Tianwu refining heart technique contained 9 types of martial arts, such as boxing, kicking, and palmistry. It gave him a deeper understanding of the fundamentals of all types of martial arts and practical combat. In this way, Zhang Yu spent the next few hours studying and practicing while receiving Lei Jun's tuition with Bai Jinjin. In the blink of an eye it will be 11 days later. In the rotten house this night,
As Zhang Yu struck the final stance of the Tianwu refining heart technique, he had also finally raised this feat to level 10.
This moment,
not only did the 9 types of martial arts such as boxing, kicking, and palming stroke into his heart as if by instinct, the fighting mindset contained in that heavenly martial will was even more collected and sent out of his heart. Let him have both infinite fighting spirit and courage,
yet remain calm and cool,
and not fall into blind fervor and impulsiveness. It's worthy of being a heart technique specialized for fighting, especially this level 10 heart technique special effect. Along with Zhang Yu's gaze, everything around him seemed to slow down for a beat. Even the movement of his own raised hand looked as if it was caught in a slowdown. It wasn't that everything had actually slowed down, but rather the level 10 special effect brought about by the heavenly martial heart refining technique. It made his focus and concentration skyrocket in an instant, so much so that he had the illusion of slowing down when he looked at anything.
Chapter 65 Exhaustion of Savings, Request for Monthly Tickets. Under the 10th level special effect of Tianwu refining heart technique, Zhang Yu could feel that his grasp of combat had become more delicate, and any subtle changes in his opponent's moves could not escape his observation, and he could mobilize every bit of his power to fight with greater precision, and his ability to fight in real life could be said to have skyrocketed. Only this state also had a particularly high consumption of energy, and after maintaining it for 1 minute, then he began to feel dizzy. This fully concentrated state should be used in critical moments of battle, and should not be used lightly. The level 10 Tianwu refining heart technique allowed Zhang Yu to have a higher grasp of the martial arts competition, but not enough. Thinking of the unfair and unjust competition in the law tournament, and thinking of Zhang Flutter's words about being first in the martial arts competition, Zhang Yu then wanted to make himself more certain. He then opened the shopping platform once again and looked at the feats he had collected during this time. It wasn't as if Zhang Yu hadn't thought about what to cultivate after Tianwu refining heart technique level 10. At this moment, he was then looking at an expert-grade martial art called the indestructible seal technique, as well as the price of 30,000 after a discount, user reviews, and a description of the effects of level 10. This indestructible seal technique was the same expert-level technique as the heavenly martial heart refining technique. It was a technique that targeted the enemy's mana, performing mana traction and mana rebound. Not only is it extremely difficult to practice, but it's even harder to specialize in it. The user review section is filled with comments about how difficult this technique is to learn and master, and how you must pay a teacher to come and tutor you after you buy it. 1-star rating for lightning avoidance. Don't ever buy this, you can't practice on your own. Supplemental teachers cost tens of thousands of dollars when they are hired. 2-star review, bought it for 60,000 originally, came back to see it was on sale. 1-star review, will come back with a positive review when I've practiced to level 10. Zhang Yu guessed in his heart that it was so difficult to learn and practice that it would not sell. That's probably why this feat is discounted. However, this was not a problem for Zhang Yu as he realized that this indestructible seal technique only had 4 moves. On top of that was the fact that the level 10 efficacy of this technique was something he could totally use in this martial arts competition, and it would also complement his Wuji Cloud Hands. Although the Wuji Cloud Hands are capable of pulling in strength and borrowing power. However, the phaseless cloud deity has a weakness, which is the fear of opponents using special mana to damage the deity. But at this time, if the Undying Seal technique is used in conjunction with the Infinite Cloud Hand, then the opponent's special mana I can also pull and even bounce off. Coupled with the Zhou Tianqi harvesting technique to replenish mana at all times, and the Tianwu refining heart technique to focus on the entire field. Getting the details right, my fighting system will be more refined, more adept at defeating the weak with the strong. It's also better at avoiding injuries in winning situations. At Budo competitions, in the face of an opponent with a higher numerical value. Keeping oneself from getting hurt or less hurt was important to a poor student like Zhang Yu. So compared to those more powerful, more frenzied, more domineering offensive feats, Zhang Yu was more inclined towards defensive counterattack type feats, and to say that the only disadvantage of this indestructible seal method is that it is expensive. After a discount, it also costs 30,000, and Zhang Yu now has a total of 30,000 left in his account. That is, if he bought this technique, he would have no money left. But think of Songyang's strongest senior and the goal of getting into the Big Ten. I'm going to get into the Big Ten, and I'm going to take away the competition. Anyway, there's a 50,000 prize for first place in this martial arts competition. And if I can't take first place, it's useless for me to hold on to the 30,000. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu clenched his teeth and then he spent the 30,000 he had in his account at the moment in one fell swoop. In the blink of an eye he received the electronic secret of the indestructible seal technique. After some viewing, this technique emerged from the feathered book, and was switched by him to specialize in it. as a technique that specializes in mana traction and mana rebound. The most crucial part of the indestructible seal technique was the control of mana, while the external stances were only 4 very simple ones. So after less than a minute, Zhang Yu practiced this technique to level 1. In an instant, the memories of practicing the indestructible seal technique again and again surfaced in his mind. Zhang Yu felt his control of mana becoming more and more refined. It could even temporarily convert the mana from an opponent's hit into its own mana and then hit it out. Of course, this process also requires mana consumption. Only the mana consumed by Zhang Yu was lower than the mana attacked by the opponent. Zhang Yu nodded his head secretly. As long as I continue to improve the indestructible seal technique, I will be able to, with less mana, pull more mana from your opponent. According to the website, after the indestructible seal technique is raised to level 10, hauling 10 units of mana only costs you 3 units of your own mana, which is a 30% ratio. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu secretly nodded his head and continued practicing this indestructible seal technique diligently. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days had passed, and the time had come to the day before the martial arts competition. Shadows were flying on the practice field, and it was Lei Jun who was fighting 1 against 2, pointing out Zhang Yu and Bai Xinjin. Feeling the rapid progress of Zhang Yu and Bai Xinjin during this time, Lei Jun's heart was also getting more and more surprised. These 2 brats, their understanding of various martial arts is rising daily. Real-world experience goes up so fast. These days, with the outpouring of maintaining a level 2 flesh strength, Lei Jun had to use more practical combat techniques time and time again in order to continuously suppress Zhang Yu and Bai Xinjin. But it wasn't this that surprised him the most. These 2, in their daily drudgery, and in one of their encounters with Mai, it has gradually developed its own fighting style. Lei Jun struck out with his fist, which was blocked by a ball of white astral energy under Zhang Yu's control. It only felt like the power of his punch scattered in all directions, being unloaded by the other party for the most part. This kid, Zhang Yu, that set of Wuji cloud hands is getting more and more skillful the more he uses it, like a slippery ball of leather. If you hit him with 10 points of force, 7 or 8 points will be removed by him, and every time you have to use special magic power to break his astral energy first. The fight turned into a mana-consuming battle. As a result, he recently practiced that technique called the indestructible seal technique. The defense is getting drier and drier. Well, there is no need to worry about him getting beaten out of bankruptcy in this martial arts competition. Lei Jun turned around and blocked Bai Xinjin's sword finger with another palm. In his heart, he said, Bai Xinjin, this is a real martial arts genius. In just 2 weeks, she's been able to gradually keep up with the variations I'm doing now. Seeing through the breaks in my moves, attacking me will save me, but the way she plays is too dangerous. Boom! A mana shock swept through the air as Lei Jun once again raised the force out of it then shook both of them out in unison. It's time for today's catch-up. He smiled with emotion and said, you 2 have made a lot of progress in this time. The boost is almost there. For tomorrow's game, you guys remember to play it safe. Put your safety first at all times. Don't be hard and forceful. Bai Xinjin also mixed well with Lei Jun during this period of time, and directly returned, got it, old Lei. Do you see us making the top? Lei Jun thought about it and said, the top 10 still has a chance. Bai Xinjin, only the top 10? There's still a chance? Lei Jun smiled helplessly. The 3 major prestigious schools have too many means of exceeding the syllabus. Even if the conventional means are something you simply can't afford to use, and the value of the schoolboys is higher than yours, it can be said that they were not supposed to be a starting line. There's a chance of making the top 10. You 2 can just smile. Without further ado, go back and get ready. And don't forget to bring your competition medication for tomorrow, at 0:00 p.m. We'll meet in front of White Dragon High School. The venue for this martial arts competition was at Shiryu High School. Zhang Yu was slightly stunned at this. Midnight? Lei Jun rightfully said. During the day, people have to attend classes at White Dragon High School. That's why it's scheduled for a 0:00 p.m. game. Zhang Yu could only say that it was worthy of White Dragon High School, which had never let him down in terms of not being a human being. Zhang Yu asked again, how do I get there? Lei Jun said, take the subway there yourself. You 2 are the only ones participating in the martial arts tournament, and you want the school to charter a bus? Zhang Yu can only say that this is also worthy of Sonyang High School, and like White Dragon High School never let him down. Lei Jun looked at the backs of the 2 men as they left. In his heart, he sighed. The 2 of them might have a chance to take the top 10 if they were born in a rich family. That night, after 2 hours of continued blitz and hard work, Zhang Yu had finally raised the indestructible seal technique to level 10. When his body was violently shaken, he felt as if the meridians in his body had gone through the practice of 1,000 hammers. All of a sudden, it became much tougher and more capable of accommodating the operation of all types of specialized mana. Meanwhile,
The experiences in his mind regarding mana traction and mana rebound melted together at this moment, as if they had accomplished some sort of sublimation,
and eventually came to a new realization.
At this moment when he once again performed the undying Dharma seal, Zhang Yu would have the certainty of directly transforming his opponent's mana. It is used to replenish the loss of one's mana, which meant that after the indestructible seal technique was raised to level 10,
he could get stronger and stronger the more he fought. Replenish your own mana with the mana called in by your opponent. Of course, this absorption and replenishment naturally has its limits. Within a battle, I can replenish up to 30 units of mana this way. Any more and my current meridians won't hold up. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu looked at his feather book again, and after these 2 weeks of bitter cultivation, his underlying stats are also much improved. Zhang Yu, Taoist Heart level 3, 53%, mana 21, 8, Flesh Strength level 1, 51. Alas, it's a pity that if I could have learned the Zhou Tianqi collection method a month or two earlier, it would have been nice if the physical strength had a little more time to improve. After returning home and taking a shower, Zhang Yu hurriedly caught the bus,
on the road to White Dragon High School,
23:31 p.m. As soon as Zhang Yu came out of the subway station,
he saw a building that was about 30 stories high. He knew this was where White Dragon High School was, but he didn't have the time to look at that right now because at this moment,
Zhang Yu was very hungry.
Where's Jin?
Hurry up and ask her to borrow some money for dinner. Otherwise, how can we play the game when we're so hungry?
As for Zhang Yu's own money,
of course, it had been spent long ago.
Just one indestructible seal act alone had erased $30,000 from his account. What little change was left was consumed in the last few days of eating,
drinking, and buying medicine.
Just as Zhang Yu was anxiously looking around, a palm slammed on his shoulder. Zhang Yu turned his head and said in surprise,
"Jun, you hurry up. Hazuko, lend me some money."
Bai Jinjin covered her stomach and,
breathlessly, he said, "I can't afford dinner. I'm weak."
Zhang Yu was shocked.
"You spent the money too?"
Bai Jinjin looked at Zhang Yu's reaction and painfully said,
"You spent it all too? What kind of spending mindset do you have? How do you spend money so much that you can't even afford dinner?"
Chapter 66. The competition begins. Just as Zhang Yu and Bai Jinjin were speechless relative to each other, thinking about finding Lei Jun to borrow alone in a while, a familiar voice rang out.
"Jinjin, Zhang Yu, you've arrived already."
The two hurriedly turned their heads, and seeing Zhao Tianqing coming out of the subway station was like meeting a savior.
Like two zombies,
they rushed up and hugged Zhao Tianqing.
Zhao Tianqing came over today specifically to watch their match. "Zhang Yu, Lao Zhao, borrow some money. We need to buy dinner." As a result,
Zhao Tianqing transferred $10 in half a day and said with a helpless face,
"My mom is afraid that I'll spend money recklessly. Let me carry so much when I go out. Useless mama's boy. I'm ashamed to be in your company."
But $10 is better than nothing. Zhang Yu and Bai Jinjin could only drag their hungry bodies and
ran into a sidewalk convenience store and bought a couple of buns. However, with their present-day cultivation and physical fitness,
a few buns in the area could not fill the hungry thoughts in my heart. Bai Jinjin looked at the convenience store with green eyes and suddenly said,
"Hazuko, let's go rob the convenience store." Zhang Yu nodded. "Fine.
You're in charge of robbing and I'm in charge of digesting the loot."
Bai Jinjin asked again, "Do you think White Dragon High School will provide free food?" Zhang Yu, "Free?
It would be nice not to double the charges for us."
Just then, the two men's eyes suddenly lit up.
I saw a familiar figure standing in front of the gates of White Dragon High School, with a reverent look on his face. He looked at the sign of Shiryo High School while picking up his cell phone to take a picture.
"Old money."
Zhang Yu and Bai Jinjin rushed up and grabbed Qianshen's hand.
Said, "Buy us dinner. We're too hungry to race." Qianshen looked at the two men suspiciously and tapped his cell phone. "Is 300 enough?"
Zhang Yu was shocked. Then he began to reflect on what he had been doing for the past 2 months.
Being friends with a card slave like Bai Jinjin? Be friends with a mommy's boy like Zhao Tianqing? Old money. You're my real good friend. Zhang Yu, with the financial backing of Money Deep. Together,
Zhang Yu and Bai Jinjin took out 12 $10 set meals at the convenience store.
Touching her slightly bulging little tummy,
Bai Jinjin said contentedly,
"That's it. After all, there's a race coming up, so just eat a half-full meal."
Zhang Yu nodded his head in agreement,
then said to Qianshen, who was at the side, "Don't worry, old Qian. We'll pay you back after the fight and the prize money." Qianshen, however, did not care about this,
but suddenly scratched his head and
asked, "Will that 699 score fluttering Zhang come to see you play today?" Zhang Yu pity Money Deep a glance. Alas, poor Tom. Fascinated by the high scores of students,
Zhang Yu wanted to tell him that you scored 620 points while others scored 699 points.
You two are too far apart to be friends.
But after touching the bento that he had just eaten down his stomach,
Zhang Yu said, I don't think it's coming, right?
She's too busy to watch the senior competition.
Qianshan nodded thoughtfully. Also,
she's in her senior year of high school right now.
Should be busy preparing for the entrance exams and college interviews, right? Zhao Tianqing stood aside, always unable to resist looking at the time on his cell phone, reminding,
you guys have an appointment with Mr.
Lei at midnight, right? The time is almost up. Should we hurry over?
So the group of 4 once again arrived at the gates of White Dragon High School.
Seeing that Mr. Lei Jun didn't seem to have arrived yet, Zhang Yu proposed to go in and wait for someone. How do you know that the 4 of them had just approached a meter from White Dragon High School? It's like it's being picked up by some kind of detection device.
Then a warning came from an electronic screen off to the side. Non-White Dragon High School personnel,
please do not enter.
The 4 of them turned their heads and saw that the electronic screen read,
to enter the school, please scan the code to purchase a visitor's ticket.
Single 12-hour tour ticket for up to 3 floors.
Price 500.
Free admission to the school for those who score 660 or higher on the monthly high school exam or the college entrance exam. Tours are prohibited for those with a score of 550 or less and those without a high school diploma. No scum and no dogs allowed,
right? 550 points or less is not allowed to enter. Even if it is, why do you have to be 660 plus to get free admission? Zhang Yu looked at the information displayed on the electronic screen,
and then looked at his own group. It only felt like this moment all 4 of them present were despised from high to low by White Dragon High School.
And if you buy a ticket, where does he have 500 so much in his bank card right now? Hasn't the game started yet? Just going to be eliminated right outside the gates of White Dragon High School with those 500 bucks?
Zhang Yu could only turn his head away in embarrassment and turn his gaze to Qianshan once again. Then he realized that Bai Xinjin also looked at Qianshan just like him.
Qianshan, however, looked at the gate of White Dragon High School in front of him with a mesmerized face. Lamented, it's true what I heard. Not just anyone can enter the White Dragon's door. After that he was going to scan the code and buy the ticket.
Just as Zhang Yu and Bai Xinjin wanted to ask to borrow money to buy tickets.
Mr. Lei Jun finally arrived late. You two don't need to buy tickets.
Lei Jun looked at the 2 of them and waved his hand. We're all here to participate in the competition. And tickets were issued on the White Dragon High School side.
After receiving the electronic ticket from Lei Jun, the group finally entered White Dragon High School without any problems.
Only Zhao Tianqing stood outside the gate with a face full of embarrassment.
Under the gaze of the 4, Zhao Tianqing scratched his scalp furiously in embarrassment. Lian said, you guys go ahead.
I'll call my mom for the money.
Buy the tickets and come in for you.
Lei Jun also knew that Qianshan and Zhao Tianxing had come to watch Zhang Yu and Bai Xinjin's match.
Smiling, he nodded. The competition arena is on the basement level, so you can come over yourself later.
Right after Zhang Yu and his group stepped inside the building of White Dragon High School, Zhang Yu then felt a special flavor in the air.
On the sidelines,
Money inhaled deeply and exclaimed,
do you guys smell that? This sweet smell in the air? It's a special wisdom promoting agent added to the air circulation at White Dragon High School. It improves brain focus, boosts neurological arousal, and adds a bit of fruity, floral scent.
Zhang Yu was speechless for a while.
This White Dragon High School's air is really fragrant.
As the group continued, they saw that the floor of the corridor was divided into white and red colors. The white color is located in the center and it says our school's special lane for 660 points and above. The red color is located on both sides and it says our school has a special lane for scores up to 660.
Zhang Yu slightly stunned, and the next moment gasped and laughed. Good guy. Under 660 you have to step aside, right? Qianshan introduced from the sidelines.
Each block and place within White Dragon High School has a score standard for our students to enter and exit, and students must follow their scores to move around in the specified areas. Zhang Yu another burst of speechlessness.
Is not. You introduce what introduction? Xianzi you are Songyang people You're familiar with Shiratsuki? You've been thinking about it, haven't you?
Next they went down the corridor to the elevator and tried to take it to the first floor when, only to find that it says that no one under 660 points is allowed to ride the elevator.
Zhang Yu found out.
The 660 points or less is not treated as a person in White Dragon High School.
It's a matter of inches. Fortunately,
Zhang Yu and the others belonged to the tourists and did not need to abide by these rules for the students of this school.
So the group took the elevator to the basement level, and in the blink of an eye a building about 10 meters high,
a huge stadium covering tens of thousands of square meters instantly appeared in front of them.
The arena is filled with high school kids walking around. Apparently many of the school's contestants have already arrived.
But as Zhang Yu looked around, the contestants were almost all from the 3 most prestigious schools. There were barely a few people from other high schools to be seen.
Compared to the law tournament,
this martial arts competition is practically on the verge of becoming an internal league for the 3 most prestigious schools.
And all around the audience,
apart from a few scattered students from various schools, There were also 3 whole groups of students who sat with their heads held high,
like a square formation.
Zhang Yu looked at the rows and rows of students and the school uniforms they were wearing.
Surprised? That's a student from one of the 3 most prestigious schools?
He felt very surprised that students from the 3 most prestigious schools do not seize every minute of their studies.
Come over to watch the game?
Especially when he saw the students of White Dragon High School,
each one of them wide-eyed and puffing out their chests, looking radiant and glowing like you have hyperthyroidism. Just then,
a male voice came from the side.
They're all seniors from the 3 major high schools. After all,
observing the battles of the strongest in the same class will also help to improve one's own level of martial arts practice and recognize the gap between oneself and the strongest.
It strengthens the heart toward the way.
Zhang Yu and the others all turned their heads to the direction from which the male voice came. I only saw Liang Tianji from the Purple Cloud High School walking slowly.
Looking at Zhang Yu, he laughed. I guessed that you would come to participate in the martial arts competition. And sure enough, I saw you. Then he swept a glance at Zhang Yu's few people and said unexpectedly, are these the only ones from Sonyang you've come? The next moment he nodded thoughtfully. But it's understandable. It's Sonyang after all.
Zhang Yu felt that the Sonyang school uniform he was wearing had been unintentionally despised again.
However, Zhang Yu was never a filial son of Sonyang. Sonyang was despised about what he Zhang Yu? His real identity is an outsourced employee of the Sonyang City Patrol.
So Zhang Yu curiously asked,
how many people came from the 3 major high schools?
Lian Tianji pointed towards a place on the side of the arena.
Look, it's all over there.
Purple Cloud,
White Dragon, and Red Tower.
Each school sent a full complement of 10 guys. And we've all been through rounds at the schools.
You can't come over and compete until you win the top 10. After parting ways with Lian Tianji, Lei Jun said, let's go. We'll report to the contestants' rest area first. Qianshan, find yourself a seat in the audience. Zhang Yu and his group came to the rest area that each school was assigned to.
Zhang Yu looked at the 3 major high schools,
Sonyang High School and other key high schools. There are other general high school rest areas. How?
Zhang Yu feels 3 kinds of rest areas, similar to the difference between a VIP lounge,
an awning and a straw mat.
The VIP lounge at the 3 high schools has couches and recliners with drinks,
fruit, and snacks.
A row of chairs and a case of water were placed in the awning area of the key high school, and a row of benches was placed in the straw mat area of the regular high school. Master White Dragon is afraid that the stinky common high schools will come to White Dragon to mix food and drink again.
Right? That's too much of a distinction. On the other side, Qianshan watched the trio leave before walking up to the side of the audience himself, just as he was trying to find a seat.
But suddenly he realized that the back of a person in front of him looked familiar.
When he walked up quickly, he realized that the man was wearing a hat, sunglasses and a mask. The moment he saw Qianshan, even immediately turned his head away.
Qianshan looked at the top of the other's head,
then at the other's face, and, with a surprised face, he said, are you the 611 Hideo? 611's Hideo is eligible to sit with him for the game, and Hideo really doesn't want to be recognized. What's more,
he didn't want the people in the school to find out that he had come to see the martial arts competition, and he especially didn't want people to think that he was coming to see Zhang Yu and Baizhinjin. That's why he snuck over here in disguise. How could he know that at this moment he was recognized by Qianshan in person? He could only helplessly turn his head and say, well, you're here too, Qianshan. Qianshan asked curiously, are you also here to watch Zhang Yu and Baizhinjin's martial arts competition? Hideo smiled disinterestedly. That strength put in the competition cannot reach the average line. What is there to see at this level? Actually, it was my junior high school classmates who came to the tournament and invited me over specifically to check it out.
Qianshan simply took a seat beside Hideo. Curious, I asked, which high school did your middle school classmate go to? What grade level? Hideo skimmed his head, looking like he didn't want to talk. The other side of the field. The contestants first gathered together and then listened to the organizers announce the rules. In order to prevent strong competitors from being eliminated prematurely in the ring, this competition will start with a scoring match. Based on the players' ratings, all of them will be placed in groups of 8. The teams are then drawn against each other, and then the first place winners of the 8 teams, a total of 8 players, start the elimination rounds. Just as the crowd was wondering how the scoring tournament was scored, with a thumping sound, a 2-meter-tall golden figure slowly walked into the arena. I only heard the referee in front of me say, the scoring match. It is for all of you to take turns fighting the yellow turban cleric. The average flesh strength rating of this contestant is 198. So the yellow turban knights will maintain their 198 level of flesh strength out of their power and take turns sparring with you all for a minute at a time. Then the judges will score you according to your performance during this minute. The specific scoring rules are as follows. Chapter 67 Gap. Scoring. After listening to the specifications of this scoring tournament for a while, John, you probably understood what was going on. It's about putting sensory patches on various parts of my body. Sensor patches are also attached to the bodies of the Yellow Turban Warriors, and then each time the sensor patches are hit, the number of times will be recorded. For example, 5 points for one hit on the induction patch on the back of a turban warrior, and 3 points for one hit on the chest. 1 point for each arm hit. In turn, I have an induction patch on my body, and if I get hit on my back, I have to go backwards by 5 points. The final calculation is the total score during the 1 minute fighting time. Of course, there's another way to beat the Yellow Turban Warriors right out of the realm of. That would add 300 points in one breath. Zhang Yu understood that the purpose of this scoring tournament was for the next group matches when the do not put high scorers in the same group so that high scorers are not eliminated too early. In this way, there shouldn't be any strong players who deliberately hide too much of their strength, because that might put yourself in the same group as another strongman. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu slightly nodded his head and turned his gaze towards the Yellow Turban Cleric. It was a 2-meter-tall humanoid, clad in golden armor, wearing a golden visor that, the exposed piece of muscle was as good as marble, and it was also imprinted with dense runes. Well, always felt like it was missing a little flavor. Just as Zhang Yu was thinking so, a staff member sprayed an advertisement for the Yellow Turban Rex. On the chest was Oasis Foods for the healthy diet of all Kuanshui people, and on the back was Micro Blue Pharmaceuticals for the super strong, super frenzied and absolutely domineering. Seeing this, Zhang Yu then nodded his head and said in his heart, I told you there was something missing. That's the right flavor. He remembers that this company, Oasis Foods, is the same company that promotes synthetic foods. Behind it was the underworld palace of the 10 great clans, whereas Microblue Pharma is different from Ziyun Pharmaceuticals, being a company that focuses more on combat drugs. It is also the sponsor of this Budo tournament. Meanwhile, on the side, Bai Xinjin looked at the yellow turbans and commented, Sanyang High School is just inferior to White Dragon High School. Look at the other people's exams and competitions can use the yellow turbans. It's amazing that we have to let students beat each other up over there. Zhang Yu nodded his head and said, this yellow turban warrior has such a high degree of realism. It looks like a real person. It was also the first time that Bai Xinjin had seen a yellow turban warrior in reality. Smiling in agreement, he said, that's how rich people's hobbies are. They like to make things that are worth something look like they're not worth anything. Like making designer clothes look like garbage bags. Or maybe make the yellow scarf warrior look like a human like this. Zhang Yu suddenly had an idea. Then do you think our school can hire someone to play the yellow turban warrior? Just then, behind the two men, Lei Jun, as a teacher of practical martial arts, as well as the organizer of the Sonyang High School practical exam, he said with a black face, can the person who can act as a yellow scarf warrior's labor cost be cheap? Who do you think is going to pay for the hiring when the time comes? Do you want to pay to come in every month to take a monthly test? Speaking of this, Lei Jun let out a cold snort. His mouth nudged towards the ring. The first round of the scoring match is about to begin. Watch and learn. And don't lose my face when you get up there later. Just as the contestants assembled, Shiryo High School, as the organizer of, already handed out player numbers and cards to each participant, and in a while, according to the number to go on the field to fight against the Yellow Scarf Warriors. As the crowd looks on, the host makes his way to the ring and walks over to the Yellow Turban Man. Welcome to this year's Songyang City Senior Martial Arts Competition, co-sponsored by Oasis Foods and Microblue Pharmaceuticals. The flavor is pure and natural, and the method of nourishment is natural, and all meals at this race, it's all supplied by the Oasis Group. Hearing this, Zhang Yu and Bai Xinjin puked in unison. Synthetic food? Dogs don't even eat it. The host went on to say, 1,000 years of inheritance, essential for going out, regardless of the ring competition, or street fighting. Microblue Pharmaceuticals is your caring aid. Players who have a need to purchase drugs, they can be purchased on their own at the Flash Pharmacy next to the track. Finally, after the host had finished all the sponsor jingles, the first round of the scoring tournament is finally about to begin. Here comes the first contestant. A competitor wearing a White Dragon High School uniform is seen making his way to the ring. With a countdown of 3, 2, 1, it was a battle with the Yellow Turban Cleric. Zhang Yu was able to see that this White Dragon man's strength and speed were on par with a 198 level flesh strength Yellow Turban Warrior. One punch and one kick are all fierce and peerless paths. Hard bridge to block the punches and kicks of the Yellow Scarf Warriors. Also hit the sensory piece on the Yellow Turban Cleric to gain points. From a distance it looked like two giant bears were tearing and fighting each other in the ring. Each impact sound that erupted was like a gold iron clash, shocking the hearts of the people. And when 1 minute had passed, this White Dragon had scored a total of 128 points. Of the next few players to take the court in a row, either White Dragon High or Purple Cloud High, or maybe it's Redeemer High School, The more Qianxun looked, the more he was shocked. These top academics from the three major high schools competing. The physical strength of each one is placed in Songyang Senior High School. Is the absolute first place? Is the gap so big? Are all the people that Zhang Yu and Bai Xinjin are going to fight today these kinds of people? He Dio, however, was unsurprised by this, unless it is possible to participate in the sports competition team in our school and receive a special training program. Otherwise it's impossible to outperform this group of freaks, the strongest of the three major high schools, in terms of physical strength. Not to mention other gaps in mana, martial arts, spiritual roots, and so on, synthesized into real combat. That's even more desperate. As the son of a school board member, Hideo knows too well the gap between Songyang High School and the three major high schools. Let's just say that a spot at a top 10 college in each session for the top scholars at MT High School. Often, they were only able to compete with the sub-strongest students of White Dragon High School after the top students of White Dragon High School had eaten the rest. Just then, a man over 2.5 meters tall and, like a titan, the White Dragon man slowly makes his way to the ring. Standing in front of this student, even the yellow turban warrior seemed to look much cleaner. And with the debut of this student, one by one, the White Dragon people who had just been sitting upright in the audience suddenly all stood up to applaud and cheer. Zhang Yu was more concerned about the other party's hairstyle at the moment. Isn't this Song Hailong? What happened to the hair? Song Hailong is the top student at White Dragon High School. Players with a large one displayed on the chest and back of their uniforms. Zhang Yu still remembered that the last time the other party participated in the Dharma tournament, they still had long hair that rose up to the sky. Today it was into a short spiky head. Only Song Hailong smiled faintly, reached out in the direction of the audience and pressed the next moment the White Dragons who had just cheered and applauded immediately resumed their seats, quiet and without a word. Looking at this scene, Zhang Yu suddenly remembered a White Dragon High School legend of low-scoring slavery. Those White Dragons in the audience were really ordering Song Hailong around. Bai Xinjin stared at Song Haifeng's new hairstyle from the side and said, "It must have changed the external spirit root again. Last time, the external spirit root looked like it was influencing the spirit machine for mana cultivation. This time, since it's a competition for actual martial arts combat, this Song Hailong must have changed his combat spirit root." With that, Bai Xinjin turned her head to Zhang Yu, who was on the side, and urged, Fizi, quickly take out your talisman book worth 100,000 and use the Heaven's Eye talisman to see Song Hailong's bottom line. In the past 2 weeks, apart from focusing on martial arts, Zhang Yu was familiarizing himself with the talismanic books from time to time. But there's a program in there he wouldn't dare touch. I only dare to use my free access once a day to practice my charms. The two charms practiced the most were the detention charm and the Heaven's Eye charm taught in school. At this moment, Zhang Yu carefully pulled out the talismanic book, and his fingertips quickly traced across the screen. With the activation of the Heaven's Eye talisman, it immediately felt like the entire world was different. That's the vision for non-clergy that comes after the recharge. A one-component evaluation surfaced in everyone's head. Zhang Yu, who had practiced several times, had gotten used to this vision and focused on Song Hailong in the ring. Elephant Tendon Body, expand details. Elephant Tendon Body, Demon Slayer, Heavenly Spirit Embodied Body, Undefeated Fighting Spirit, White Dragon Slave Master, Family Sun King. Meanwhile, Song Hailong in the ring had let out a wild laugh and, with one hand, he grabbed the big hand of the yellow turban warrior. And then, amidst the shocked gazes of the people at the scene, the yellow turban warrior was thrown away with a loud bang. In less than a second, the battle was already over. Song Hailong, score 300. The White Dragons in the audience immediately erupted into fierce applause and cheers. And looking at Song Hailong's appearance as he slowly walked down to the ring, the many participants only felt that they weren't looking at a person, but that they were seeing a ferocious beast. Qianxun, who was watching this scene, drew in a breath of cold air. Song Hailong, the last monthly exam 683 points. Live to see him out of the gate was really as shocking as that score. On the other hand, Zhao Tianqing had just entered the arena not long ago, and was still looking for Qianxun in the audience. As a result, he turned his eyes to see this scene in the ring, too ferocious. Zhang Yu and Bai Xinjin are going to fight this kind of monster? He couldn't help but feel a hint of worry welling up. Is it really alright? It won't be seriously injured, right? And on the other side, Zhang Yu looked at the long list of ingredient evaluations on Song Hailong's head. What the hell is all this? After listening to him report it from the side, Bai Xinjin explained, I know about the Heavenly Spirit Embodied Body. It should refer to the embodied spirit root, which is the spirit root for combat in the Heavenly Spirit root. The spirit root forms a spirit machine meridian that wraps around the entire body. The all-round increase in the user's strength, speed, physical ability and also resistance to blows. Zhang Yu couldn't help but look at Bai Jinjin one more time. This guy, Ah Jin. The last time I saw an external spirit root as well, I recognized it right away. Obviously I can't afford to buy a spirit root, but how come I know quite a few of them?
The other ingredients evaluated when Bai Jinjin wasn't so sure.
Lei Jun, who was behind the two of them, suddenly said, implanted with elephant demon sinews, fighting with demonic beasts for a long time, very few negative emotions, white dragon high achiever, the Song family's ace son this term. Zhang Yu was surprised. Old Lei, you also know about the Heaven's Eye talisman? Looking at the two men's unexpected gazes, Lei Jun said indifferently, if Dao magic can be used for free like you're, quite a big deal. 2. Old Thunder, you betrayed the martial arts. With Lei Jun's explanation, Zhang Yu and Bai Jinjin also gained more information from the round of evaluation matches, and in the next ring, more powerful people began to show their strength.
First, there was Lian Tianji from Purple Cloud High School, punching and kicking like a raging storm,
completely suppressing the yellow turbaned warrior, who maintained his flesh strength at 198 levels. He scored a wild 261 points.
A short while later, a student from Red Tower High School who looked like a brown bear took the stage.
In an instant, he tackled the yellow turban warrior to the ground,
then flung him away for 300 points. Shortly after that, it was Lu Mulan of Ziyun High School who made her debut.
Just by one hand,
she completely suppressed the yellow turban warrior when she pressed him to the ground. Then the woman kicked and kicked at the sensory tabs of the yellow turbanist's undershirt. It kept kicking until it reached 305 points,
right over Song Hailong's 300 points before stopping.
Then he got out of the ring with a look at Song Hailong, and from the moment Lu Mulan made his appearance, the people of the Purple Cloud in the audience remained silent.
There was a silence. Zhao Tianqing was surprised by this, after Qian Shen heard that, but it was as if he was explaining.
The scores of Purple Cloud High School are updated daily based on the students' classroom performance,
and the grade rankings are also updated daily.
And a daily grade level first could establish a grade level rule for students throughout the year that doesn't disrupt instruction and lasts for the duration of the day.
As far as I know, Ziyun's senior year has always been number 1 in the grade since the day school started.
Lu Mulan. And the daily rules she sets never change. That all upperclassmen must be quiet in her presence.
No pariah students under 650 are allowed to talk to her without her permission. Pariah students with less than 650 points? Hearing that,
Zhao Tianqing instantly felt that he was also insulted.
However,
thinking about the fact that the Qianshen who was talking in front of him didn't reach 650 points, he immediately leveled his mind again.
Zhao Tianqing asked, how do you know so much?
Qianshen smiled faintly and said, I've sort of studied a little bit about the 3 major high schools.
On the other side, within the players' area, Song Hailong, who had been provoked, laughed out loud.
Lu Mulan, I'll see you at the finals. It will be on the shelves on Sunday, so I hope you'll support it then.
Chapter 68 Subgroups.
For this martial arts competition,
each school could send a maximum of 10 participants. After Zhang Yu arrived at the scene,
he realized that there were only about 40 participants in total. Another 30 of them belonged to the 3 major high schools. The remaining 10 or so contestants are from other regular and key high schools. They may have originally been unaware of the state of martial arts competition and may have lacked access to information.
It may be a fluke of seeing the world, taking a chance, or something like that. And after the strongest of the 3 major high schools took their turn to show their strength one by one, those other high school students gradually became disillusioned and began to withdraw from the competition one by one.
Zhang Yu and Bai Jinjin certainly did not flinch. Zhang Yu recalled the rules and knew that the contestants would be designated in different grades according to their ratings. Then the players in the same bracket. After a random drawing of lots, the teams were placed into 8 different groups for group elimination matches. This is to try to ensure that there are players of all grades,
from high to low, in the same group. Avoid early elimination of multiple high-grade players in the same group.
Zhang Yu said in his heart, wanting to not be grouped with the most powerful batch of students. Then you have to get as high a score as you can. It's the only way to avoid running into the hardest of the best right out of the group stage. It's more than enough to secure an elite 8 spot. Looking at the yellow scarf warriors on the stage, Zhang Yu already gradually had a battle plan in his mind.
A few moments later, it was finally Zhang Yu's turn to take the stage. Audience, Zhao Tianqing, Qian Shun, and He Dao sat together. Other than He Diyu, who was filled with disgust,
Qianshen was looking at the ring seriously, and Zhao Tianqing always felt that the students of those 3 major high schools not far away were looking at him. It always felt a little awkward to be a Songyang's coming to see the game like them, and also feel that this set of Songyang High School uniform on his body is so rare and not on the stage at this moment in this White Dragon High School's hall, and it always feels that the people around him have a different emotion when they see the Songyang School uniform on his body.
Of course, in fact,
It was still Zhao Tianqing who was overthinking things. For the vast majority of high school students at the Big Three, Sonyang High School, do the students there know how to practice immortality? What's there to see? We came to see the competition. But just then, a student wearing a Shiryo High School uniform approached. Looking at Hidayo, he said, "Dayo, you really came to watch my match?" Hidayo looked at the other party and thought to himself how the sunglasses and mask on his face didn't help at all. Aha! Hidayo nodded and said, "Come over and see what the combined level of the three most prestigious schools in this session is really like." Chu Choha from White Dragon High School laughed, said, "I saw that you Songyang High School even came to compete. What do you think? Aren't you afraid of being beaten out of business? Although I know that there is a real gap between MT, Sunset and the three major high schools." As a son of a school board member, Hidayo still had an instinctive discomfort when he heard this. Humiliating Songyang in front of the son of the school manager. You already have a way to take death. But he also understood that Songyang and White Dragon did have that little gap. And even though he and Chu Choha used to be junior high school classmates, from the time he was admitted to MT, the friendship gradually changed in quality after the other party entered White Dragon High School. In front of the other party, Hidayo always had a feeling that he was inferior. Even at this moment, Chu Choha was just looking at Hidayo, a junior high school classmate. For Qianxin and Zhao Tianqing beside Hidayo, they were all treated as heir. After all, MT, high school, LOL. At this moment, Hidayo said faintly, "Who knows? Anyway, that guy took fourth in the last French tournament, so I probably wanted to take my chances this time, too." Hearing the name Farser fourth, Chu Choha instantly choked on it. Smiling awkwardly, martial arts actual combat is not the same as Fujitsu. Martial arts actual combat, that's a combination of strengths that, the gap between White Dragon, Purple Cloud, Red Tower and the other high schools will be very wide. With that, he looked to the ring and said, "Just in time for your school to get in the ring, let me help you see how good he is." Meanwhile, watching the debut of a MT, high school student, many viewers also expected a bitter fight. But then he saw a collision between Zhang Yu and the Yellow Turban Warrior. Then with a bang, the Yellow Scarf Warrior was actually dropped out of bounds. Zhang Yu, score 300. All of a sudden the whole room was in an uproar. All were not expecting a student from Sonyang High School to make it this far. Chu Choha also froze and saw that before he finished his words, the Yellow Turban Warrior was thrown out by Zhang Yu. Surprised, he said, 300 points? You Sonyang can teach this kind of student? That tone was almost like seeing a flower grow out of cow dung. As much as he hated Zhang Yu, Hidayo had to admit that. At this moment, looking at Chu Choha's surprised gaze, he was slightly refreshed and nodded haughtily. Our session is quite impressive. Qian Shun, who was on the side, also said, Zhang Yu is 653 points after all. He's very powerful. Zhao Qianxing also subconsciously puffed out his chest as he watched the entire room in an uproar. Feeling a little less humble in your MT, when Chu Choha returned to Song Hailong's side, then I saw that the race coach was taking a few people together to watch a slow-motion replay. The coach analyzed. This Zhang Yu stood at the edge of the ring right from the start. For the Yellow Turban Rikishi to come to the edge of the ring on his own accord after he takes the initiative. Then he used a regular straight punch. And then it got interesting. In the camera, Zhang Yu intercepted the Yellow Turban Cleric's move in advance as if he had predicted it in advance. The race coach analyzed. He judged in that moment that the Yellow Turban ruler had struck the, then interrupted early, and then pulled the power of the Yellow Scarf Warrior with the Infernal Cloud Hand. It ended up dropping the Yellow Turban Warrior a few paces away, and those few steps away because of where he's standing. It's right out of bounds. Before and after, every move was calculated just right. Song Hailong's originally interested gaze instantly faded after listening to this analysis. Skimming his head with a bored face, he said, I thought this kid was a dark horse like he was in the French tournament, so he should have some strength. It's no fun to end up liking to use these little witticisms. The competition coach didn't refute Song Hailong's talk, because he was both the reigning grade 1. More so, he's absolutely rich, so he can say whatever he wants as long as he's not verbally abusing his teachers. And the coach also knew that this ace son really didn't need to consider a player of Zhang Yu's level. Still, the competition coach looked to the other students and warned, don't underestimate him, guys. While there was an element of trickery, being able to make a judgment call in that split second, either his reflexes, concentration was exceptionally strong. There is also a deep understanding of martial arts. Either that or he's been watching the Yellow Turban Warrior for a long time in advance. It was able to feel out some of the Yellow Turban Warrior's pattern of moves. Although he should not be as high as you in all values, this kind of opponent is likely to win by being weak. You must not take him lightly if you meet him. Whoever loses to an opponent outside the 3 most prestigious schools today will be fined 10
000 when they get back. Get on your knees in class this month. The students immediately responded with a loud yes. Listening to the competition coach's analysis, Chu Chioha secretly said that this was the case. At first, I saw Zhang Yu defeat the Yellow Turban Warriors in seconds. He thought that the other party was as strong as Song Hailong, but listening to it now, he felt as if it wasn't impossible to do such a thing if he prepared himself. On the other hand, inside the preparation area of Purple Cloud High School, Lian Tianji laughed out loud and said, Zhang Yu is indeed very powerful. After glancing aside at Lu Mulan, instead, he said indifferently, even the most basic combat spirit route can't afford to rent it. Poor people are really miserable. But to come and risk bankruptcy to compete when you're obviously already so poor, I just can't get my head around it. Lu Mulan turned her head to look at Lian Tianji, curious and puzzled. You're so much poorer than me. Can you understand them? Lian Tianji smiled awkwardly for a moment, did not know what to say. One can only keep consoling oneself in one's mind. The sacred first place is just being straightforward. It doesn't mean to despise me. Don't take it to heart. And just a short while after Zhang Yu left the stage, it was finally Bai Xinjin's turn to take the stage. In the audience, originally Qianxin and Zhao Tianqing were still looking forward to Bai Xinjin's performance, which knew that a few moments later, they would find Bai Xinjin fighting hard in the ring, while desperately dodging the Yellow Turban Warrior. He barely managed to find an opening before touching the sensory piece on the Yellow Turban Warrior's body. Baek Jinjin fought so barely? Hideo looked at Bai Xinjin, who had been so spirited when she assaulted him. At this moment, but under the attack of the Yellow Scarf Warriors left and right, suddenly realized that he could not feel the slightest pleasure in his heart, but rather a kind of bitterness. And this bitterness is not so much because of Bai Xinjin. How about because of his own self, who was once beaten by Baek Jinjin? Qian Shun, who was on the side, frowned. Bai Xinjin's fighting style doesn't seem to be suitable for dealing with the Yellow Turban Force. Zhao Tianqing worriedly said, then if this goes on, aren't we going to be put into a group with high-scoring players? It's likely to be eliminated in the group Ya, with the tough fight in the ring for Bai Xinjin. The audience and the other contestants quickly lost interest as well. Song Hailong had long since closed his eyes in boredom. It seemed to feel like it was a waste of time to even look at this kind of fight one more time. On the other side, Lian Tianji also secretly felt surprised. The young girl who came to compete with Zhang Yu. It seems like the last farcer also came with Zhang Yu. Obviously so weak. Why did you insist on coming to accompany Zhang Yu in the competition? Could it be Zhang Yu's slave at Songyang High School? Has Songyang started playing this game too? Lei Jun looked at the scene and, however, he said thoughtfully, it seems that Bai Xinjin really felt that his fighting style was not suitable for fighting the Yellow Turban rebels and simply hid his strength. As the teacher who tutored with Bai Xinjin for 2 weeks, Lei Jun knew that Bai Xinjin's strength was by no means just what was displayed in the ring at the moment. Zhang Yu clasped his hands to his chest as he looked at the figure in the ring, and gradually understood his opponent's intentions. Though the Yellow Turban powerhouse only maintains a 198 flesh strength out of the, however, the material he himself was made of had not changed, and remained as sturdy as the students could not break it. And Bai Xinjin's fighting method has always been to attack the enemy's brokenness. Facing an opponent like the Yellow Turban cleric, who was impervious to swords and guns and needed to fight hard, it was obviously easy to fall into a disadvantage. Zhang Yu thought in his mind, my goal is to try not to meet any strong players in the group stage and to secure the bottom 8. Look at Shin. He knows he can't get a high score, so he simply hides his strength. To surprise your opponent again when you meet a strong player in the group stage? In the end, Bai Xinjin scored 89 points. Chapter 69, Hidden Spiritual Roots. Shortly thereafter, as the last contestant stepped down from the ring, all the players on the floor have also scored. 2 more players from other high schools dropped out during the period. In the end, a total of 33 players will be divided into 8 groups to start the elimination rounds of each group. 7 of these teams all have 4 players to play 2 by 2 after the draw. Eliminate to the last man. There is 1 more group but 5 players, and after the draw, there will be a player's turn in case of a 2 by 2, eliminated to the last man, with 1 person left from each of the 8 groups, the top 8 in the competition. There was a break at the end of the scoring round, and after Zhang Yu stretched his legs, just wanted to go to the restroom with Baek Jinjin. As a result, after searching for half a day, I hardly didn't find the existence of toilets around this racecourse. Seeing Song Hailong walking by his side, Zhang Yu couldn't help but ask, do you know where the restroom is? Song Hailong smiled proudly and said, White Dragon High School doesn't have a restroom. Ha? Zhang Yu was shocked. You guys defecate anywhere? Song Hailong's face darkened. Coldly, he said, the teachers and students of White Dragon High School have all undergone digestive reform surgery and don't need backward, dirty and time-wasting places like restrooms. Zhang Yu was speechless. Then what do we do?
Song Hailong said indifferently. Go look for it on the first floor. There may be toilets there reserved for inferior people. So Zhang Yu and Bai Jinjin managed to find 2 simple toilets outside the hallway on the first floor. There is a $10 charge for one person. So after asking Qian Shin to borrow money again, the 2 of them finished going to the restroom with curses. By the time we returned to the field, the 8 teams had been grouped together. 8 huge rings were also raised at the same time on the site, and the elimination matches for the 8 teams will be held simultaneously. Zhang Yu looked at the grouping situation and let out a light sigh of relief in his heart. Luckily, Ah Jin was not grouped with me, but True's group. Looking at the high scorers in Bai Jinjin's group, Zhang Yu frowned slightly. Very strong. It was a demon descent player from Red Tower High School, a humanoid body, but with a tiger's head, and a tiger's fur. It looks like a humanoid tiger. And under the previous probing of Zhang Yu's Heaven's Eye talisman, the other party's head was also identified with a series of components. Protected area, dragon tiger demon blood, medicine bucket, steel bone. Zhang Yu recalled Lei Juan's translation of this, from the demon reserve. A tiger demon bloodline mixed with dragon blood, a lot of drugs, and some sort of bone remodeling surgery. Zhang Yu said in his heart. I remember he took 266 points in the scoring match, right? It's the second highest score taken out of the students at Redeemer High School. Combined with Zhang Yu's performance in watching the opponent's scoring match, according to his own understanding, this demon descendant named Hu Yuntao could be described as a hexagonal warrior with high strength and sensitivity, high offense and high defense, and did not show any obvious flaws in battle. This guy didn't participate in the mana tournament last time, so he shouldn't be good at mana control, but the fact that he can come to the Budo tournament means that he's exceptionally strong in actual combat fighting. Zhang Yu's gaze swept over the sharp claws emanating a chilling light on the other party's hands again. Shouldn't a demon entry have a declawing operation? Isn't this the same as bringing your own weapon? It's too bad, isn't it? This one would be the type of opponent that Jin hates the most. With a hint of worry, Zhang Yu also walked towards the group area he was assigned to. Don't ever go broke, Shin. I can't afford to lend you any more money. Bai Jinjin came to his group's section. Then I saw that the other 3 contestants had all arrived. From White Dragon High School, Purple Cloud High School and Red Tower High School, respectively. And the one who attracted the most attention was the contestant from Red Tower High School. It doesn't look like a tiger or a man. Then the 4 of them began to draw lots, and Bai Jinjin drew Tiger Yuntao. After the 2 sides fought one-on-one, the winning side will battle the winner of one of the other 2 to ultimately determine who advances from this group. Bai Jinjin touched her belly, feeling the power latent in it, and slowly walked towards the ring. I've been holding back for so long, and I finally have a chance to use you. Today, it's finally my turn as well. Bai Jinjin's turn to soar to the sky and amaze the entire audience. And across from her, Tiger Yuntao casually stepped into the ring. It seemed that he hadn't put Bai Jinjin in his eyes at all. Looking around, Tiger Yuntao, like Xiong Bufan, who participated in the Dharma tournament that day, all from the breeding grounds of the Demon Descent Reserve. However, Hu Yuntao was never ashamed of this status, not to mention that the status of a demon descendant would be inferior. On the contrary, Tiger Yuntao has a kind of pride in his bones, a kind of pride in his own race and bloodline, because Tiger Yuntao has the bloodline of a dragon. Tiger Yuntao's body contains the bloodline from a dragon. Hu Yuntao was far more noble than any of those mortals. In protected areas, every month, Father Sama, who is a school board member of Red Tower High School, sows the seeds of pending mothers of various races to carry Father Sama's children in the breeding base. Every month, hundreds of demon descendants are born in the breeding base. They contained the dragon bloodline from Lord Father in their bodies, and were thus born extraordinary. Starting from the mother's womb, these children are constantly injected with a variety of drugs, perform acclimatization training, and the weak work and the strong read. This is what Hu Yuntao has learned from growing up. Those who can't adapt to drugs from an early age are sent to work in food factories. Those who grow up a bit and are found to be less intelligent will become employees of the ecological reserve. After getting a little older and being found lacking in potential, instead, they go to work in garment factories, leather factories, textile factories, and other factories, only after passing this test after test, and getting out of one job offer after another, to be able to come to that paradise known as Red Tower High School, sign the contract with Father Sama here and become his truly recognized son. That's how I was able to continue my education and get into college. I don't want a part-time job. I want to study. This was the cry in the heart of every demon descendant in the breeding base. Tiger Yuntao is the son of a school board member who passed the layers of tests and came to study at Hongta High School. He's been through countless trials, broken through job after job after job, eventually qualified for high school and college. Now, he's going to defeat all his opponents in this race, using the bloodline that his father Sama bestowed upon him.
Make Father Superior proud of him. The ring. With the referee's chime of 3, 2, 1, Tiger Yuntao swished out of the room.
The two claws brought up the slightest bit of fishy wind and cold light, as if they were sharp blades,
cutting towards Bai Jinjin.
The woman in front of him is far inferior to him in terms of size,
strength and speed. Tiger Yuntao was certain that in the very next instant,
he would rip apart his opponent's hands and tear open his throat,
causing his opponent to completely fall. That hit, it blew 600,000 medical dollars right out of your ass.
But in the very next moment, a strong sense of threat surged up from his heart and it made Tiger Yuntao subconsciously stop and jerk backward. He looked at Bai Jinjin in front of him once again and it was felt that wisps of spiritual energy in the air were surging towards the other party, and even gradually coalesced at the other party's fingertips,
as if emitting a faint sword light. Tiger Yuntao's gaze twitched. Combat spiritual root? Audience.
Qianshan looked at Bai Jinjin's side of the ring and curiously said,
what kind of spirit root is this? How come it feels like I haven't seen it before?
But the movement that induced the spirit machine is not small.
It should be a heavenly spirit root, right?
Zhao Tianxing said from the sidelines.
No wonder Jin doesn't have any money to eat.
It's spending all the money on the combat spirit root lease,
right? It seems like she really wants to win. Think of the round trip,
and the hours the race will take. Zhao Tianxing estimated that this combat spirit root would cost at least tens of thousands of dollars in rental fees, so he was secretly staggered.
This martial arts competition was really costly to participate in. The ring.
Bai Jinjin felt the spiritual energy filling her body at the moment.
In his heart, he said,
surely they all thought that I rented the combat spirit root to participate in the martial arts competition,
right?
But Bai Jinjin knew that was not the case.
Compared to renting a spiritual root,
she would rather spend money on medicine and feats. Who let her have a spiritual root herself?
In order to hide this spiritual root in his body,
Bai Jinjin felt that since he was a child,
he had. It's as if you've been holding it in and can't go to the bathroom.
And it's been 10 years.
To the day.
Jun, you have to control yourself. You can't go and absorb the spirit energy.
Don't let anyone find out you have a spiritual root. Countless mornings, the first thing Bai Jinjin heard as soon as she woke up every day was this. Jun, hold back. Don't cause a commotion of spirit machines and don't let anyone find out that you have a spirit root. For countless nights, Bai Jinjin, who had been awakened,
had to regain control of her spiritual roots,
forcing the spirit root to stop. Jun, I know it's hard, but the only way to keep people from realizing you have a spirit root is to wait until you have it under control. So we can go back to Song Yang. It's like meeting air you can't breathe, water you can't drink. You can't go to the bathroom within your stomach. Don't be caught with a spiritual root. Don't be caught with a spiritual root. Don't get caught. Don't get caught. Bai Jinjin just held back. Finally, on the day she turned 14, she felt like she was suffocating that spirit root. That day was the happiest day for Bai Jinjin since she knew how to do it. After 9 years of holding it back, trying to hide it, the nuisance is finally gone. She no longer had to hold it in all the time. But soon she realized that the spirit root had not disappeared, but had been hidden. And it's not just the spiritual roots that are hidden either. After holding her breath over and over again, the auric root took her with it and hid her. She's like a ghost. No one can see her anymore. Noticing that she, or everyone was like a ghost to her. No one paid any attention to her anymore. No one could communicate with her. That night, the whole world seemed to be left to her alone, until she finds a way to make herself visible again. Watching the spiritual energy surging toward Bai Jinjin become more and more turbulent, Tiger Yuntao did not intend to give the other party any more time to continue, and with a tiger roar he charged up again. But the next moment, Bai Jinjin unexpectedly disappeared in his eyes. Tiger Yuntao's eyes widened violently as he looked towards the entire ring. No! A sneak-type combat spirit root? In an effort to find his opponent's trail, he retreated violently to the corner of the ring and his eyes swept across the entire ring in front of him. But he didn't see a single trace of Bai Jinjin's figure. Could it be? The next moment he jerked his head up to the sky, but still nothing. In the next instant, he abruptly felt a sense of extreme danger. Bai Jinjin, who had suddenly reappeared in front of him, had already pointed a finger at Tiger Yuntao's dantian. Although the incoming force was too rapid and too dangerous, Tiger Yuntao's reaction was too fast and too swift. Almost the instant Bai Jinjin appeared, a claw tore towards the other party's outstretched sword finger like lightning. Humph. Weak in strength, slow in speed, and even if you were to be taken by surprise, what makes you win against me? But the next moment, it was as if he had already seen through the trajectory of Tiger Yuntao's move. Bai Jinjin's sword fingers changed and he had already retreated backwards. Tiger Yuntao was about to chase after him, but he felt a pain under his feet and, surprisingly, he tripped over his opponent. Everything was just right, as if he had rushed up and tripped on his own accord. With a soft thud, Tiger Yuntao looked at himself as he fell out of the ring, his heart filled with unwillingness. Roar! I'm not convinced. I haven't given it my all. Looking at Tiger Yuntao, who had opened his teeth and claws and was finally grabbed by the referee by the flesh of the back of his neck, Bai Xinjin breezily snapped her fingertips. Stupid one. I didn't use my full strength either. In this battle, Bai Xinjin won. Don't miss out on the benefits of the upcoming events. It hits the shelves this Sunday, specifically at midnight today. After midnight on the 8th, there will be a 13,000 word update in one sitting, split into 4 chapters. Don't ask why it's on the shelves at this point. That's just how we do things in Kunsite. There's going to be a shelving event at the start of the year when subscribe to the first VIP chapter to receive an exclusive avatar frame pendant with a large perfect score above it. Wearing this avatar, from now on there will be a place for you at the top of the Kunsite food chain. The event page also has a prize draw for free points for voting and rewarding. See the event rules page for details. If the 10,000 subscriptions achievement is reached within 24 hours, the earned Operation Gold. Coins will also be distributed to you through the book review section activities in the future. Still updating every day at 12 noon starting Monday. Each day is 2 chapters of about 600 words of guaranteed updates. This book is on the shelves exclusively from December 8th at midnight, December 15th at midnight. For the 7 days that the above event lasts. I'll then add more monthly votes in accordance with the number of new monthly votes that. Add 1 more for every 100 new monthly votes. And of course this edition I'm sure to update with quality assurance. So if I fail to add it in time, I'll just have to owe it, and I'll pay it back immediately for every extra chapter one put out. Sort of like I'm borrowing a little bit of everyone's monthly votes. I know my updates must not count for much. After all, this book really isn't written quickly. Eating and drinking aside, I'm now at the point where I write every day when I wake up and go to bed when I'm done. But whether it's outlining or deducing the setting, it's taking me quite a bit of time each day. The substitutions for the unconventional thinking of the various characters in the worldview also have to be speculated on over and over again, just to try to be able to write something new. It was possible to write this book with a unique flavor. So far, I'm still able to say with some confidence that the new book, what's the point of fixing a ferry when you can't afford it, does write some new ideas and is a novel like no other. And I've got a lot of interesting places, interesting stories, coming up next in this Kunsite world. Wanted to share it with you all. The Budo competition is about to begin its climax as well, and I look forward to the rest of your talent-filled chapter that says, your support is my greatest motivation. Then we'll continue to meet tonight at midnight at White Dragon High School. What's the point of cultivating immortality if you don't have money? Don't miss out on the perks of the upcoming event, which is being hand-typed right now. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 70, Suppression. Taking down a strong foe. Baek Jinji looks around the perimeter. I thought I was in for a shocker this time around by beating the Red Tower High School seniors, which knew that when he looked up, he realized that his corner of the ring wasn't getting much attention at all. The vast majority of the audience went to see Son Hailong, Lu Mulan, and the 300-point Zhang Yu. Damn it, Bai Xinjin said in her heart, a bunch of guys who are mesmerized by scores of, without knowing to keep their eyes open for the real championship seeds. But Bai Xinjin believes that as time passes, the results of her side of the battle would surely be noticed by more and more people next. On the other hand, the other 2 students in Bai Xinjin's group were from the beginning to the end. The battle between Bai Xinjin and Tiger Yuntao was carefully watched. Originally, their purpose was to observe Tiger Yuntao. After all, Bai Xinjin's performance in the scoring match was too weak, and Tiger Yuntao was their key opponent to focus on. But I didn't expect Tiger Yuntao to run to the edge of the ring on his own for some reason, and then with one inattentive move, just get shaded out of the ring. Apparently in the perspective of these 2 students, there was no such thing as Bai Xinjin disappearing into thin air. Suddenly, the 2 of them thought of Zhang Yu, who had previously scored 300 points. A similar tactic was used to get the yellow turbans out of bounds. The 2 couldn't help but think, is this the new tactic developed by Songyang High School? Relying on intrigue to shade people out of the realm to achieve the victory of the weak over the strong? The quality of these low-scoring students from other high schools is just poor. The quality of people with low scores is just bad. Both of them have felt that this recognized theorem of the 3 major high schools has been verified once again, but both of them raised their guards, though they despised it in their hearts. Secretly admonished himself that if he met Bai Xinjin later, he must not be careless and overturned in the gutter. Just then, Bai Xinjin was the one who realized that Zhao Tianqing in the audience was waving at her. Then thumbs up. Humph, this old Zhao fellow. Bai Xinjin also waved her hand in Zhao Tianqing's direction and, in his mind, he said, It's true that these low-scoring students are still given enough emotional value. Audience. Zhao Tianqing gave a thumbs up while saying happily, Ajin saw us. I can't believe she won that Tiger Yuntao from Red Tower High School so easily. In the beginning, I was really worried that this Hu Yuntao had eaten her. He Dio, who was on the side, said indifferently, it's just luck. This tiger demon is typically high in points and low in ability. I can't believe I can get tripped out of the ring. I might even beat him if I go on. Though earlier, watching Bai Jinjin feel bitter while fighting the Yellow Turban warriors. But at this moment, Hidayo felt even more disturbed as he watched her smug appearance after defeating Tiger Yuntao. Xianshan said, it feels not so simple. Why on earth did that tiger suddenly run to the edge of the ring? Just then, Zhao Tianqing pointed in Zhang Yu's direction and said, Zhang Yu is going to be on the stage. Zhao Tianqing lamented. Luckily, Hazuko and Juna in the top half of the tournament. One gets drawn in the bottom half of the bracket and doesn't meet the civil war early. Hidayo said quietly from the sidelines. Maybe it's a trick given by Zhang Flutter. He thought to himself that as the son of a school board member of Himtae High School, all of which can be slightly tampered with on the practical exam draw. Flutter B. Zhang, a super rich man with over $2.5 billion in savings. It's definitely not a big deal to give the handlers a pass. Just then, Xianshen was surprised. Do you see Zhang Yu's opponent is that junior high school friend of yours? Hidayo's figure shook as he hurriedly looked in the direction of the ring. Upon seeing Zhang Yu and Chu Chioha walk up to the ring together, Hidayo's brow furrowed for a moment. Zhang Yu, to this poor man who has killed himself in seconds. In his heart, Hidayo definitely did not want Zhang Yu to win. But Chu Chioha, to this junior high school classmate who has always looked down on himself. Hidayo originally didn't care about the opponent's performance. But if the opponent was going to beat the player from Sonyang High School, then he was uncomfortable in his heart. Hands down, can these two be eliminated together? The ring. Chu Chioha walked to the center of the ring first and make sure you don't get too close to the edge of the ring and accidentally get yanked off by your opponent. And during this process of walking, Chu Chioha could feel the chi and blood in his body rushing up crazily. The heart was beating violently. The pinholes in his temples jutting high and all of this everything says one thing, Chu Chioha, hit the drugs. Chu Chioha's mind resounded with what the competition coach had just said, this is the latest combat tonic. It is able to enhance your muscle strength and physical abilities, temporarily raising your physical strength to a level of 2. Chu Chioha hesitated. Is that necessary? The competition coach said, although this Zhang Yu is inferior to you in every aspect of data, but this person's martial arts skills are good, and he can study tactics. Not to mention, you think that the students of this kind of school in order to win us, possibly without medication? At this moment in the ring, feeling the medicinal power spreading through his body, drumming up the sinews, muscles, chi and blood all over his body continuously, Chu Chioha only felt that his body had never felt so good before. This new drug is really strong enough, regardless of your skills and tactics. I will use absolute power to suppress you today. With a 3, 2, 1 start sound, Chu Chioha was like a fierce beast, and with a flash of residual shadow, he pounced on Zhang Yu. Boom! Only to see him strike out with a fist, his entire body radiating a berserk aura that, it was like a big truck crashing into Zhang Yu. Expert level feats, truck punching fist, level 2 push. In ancient times, there were strong martial arts practitioners who created feats by observing birds and beasts, mountains and rivers, the sun and the moon. Nowadays, there are strong people from various parties who create the gong methods of this era by observing the traffic and the skyscrapers. The truck punch, which is said to be a certain martial arts powerhouse watching cars on the side of the highway in March. The gong method created by penetrating the meaning of truck rushing and incorporating the momentum of tens and hundreds of tons of heavy trucks rushing into boxing. Chu Chioha, as a strength-based body refining competitor, choosing to practice this truck punch is to perfectly utilize your strength advantage. At the moment the level 2 truck punch was being used at full power by him. It was then really like incarnating a horrible truck that weighed 100 tons, pressing the ring with a thud and crashing headlong towards Zhang Yu. Facing this strike from me, Zhang Yu is bound to have only one choice. Chu Chioha was confident that with his power, Zhang Yu would never be able to fight head-on. The only option is to dodge. But the truck punch has its own backhanded way of dealing with dodging. When he dodges, I'll give chase again with the truck rush style. Superimpose the power of this punch into the high-speed panning of the acute angle rotation, and the power of the punch is increased by 5 points. I'm going to blow you out of the arena with one punch. But in the very next moment, Chu Chioha was surprised to find that Zhang Yu even slapped his palm with white astral energy head-on. To take his punch hard? Boom! With Chu Chioha's fist slamming head-on on top of the phaseless cloud deity. Zhang Yu then felt the other party's power as if it was a large herd of wild boars swarming around. scurrying back and forth in the astral aura, trying to tear it apart, trying to blast him away. Tianwu refining heart technique level 10 effect, full concentration status. Everything around them instantly went into an extremely slow state. Watching Chu Chouha's fist sinking inch by inch into the astral aura, Zhang Yu incomparably clear and keenly discerned the direction of the opponent's blasting fist power. And then little by little he stirred the phaseless cloud deity, pulling the opponent's power. Bang! Chu Chouha only felt that his fist, after touching the phaseless cloud deity, it was like hitting a slippery leather ball. And the fist was actually pulled aside and directly bombarded Zhang Yu's side, and hit the air. But the next moment, accompanied by a roar of rage, Chu Chouha, however, relied on his physical strength to stop the momentum of his fist. And then another fist blasted towards Zhang Yu. Bang! But this punch was once again bounced off by his opponent, instead allowing Chu Chouha's center door to open wide. Eyes wide open, he watched as Zhang Yu burrowed into his arms, crackling and exploding. Zhang Yu's had struck Chu Chouha's chest, ribs, and lower abdomen position with 3 punches in a row. Roar! The combat tonic made Chu Chouha not feel the slightest pain. Instead, his blood was hot and surging. With a fierce force, his hands were about to hug Zhang Yu together. With my power, I could just grab him and hold him down. However, Zhang Yu acted as if he had sensed his movements in advance, almost stuck at extreme distance to avoid his tackle. Then Chu Chouha threw another punch. Then again, his opponent dislodged the force of his punch. Then 2 more punches to the chest. Asterisk. Just 1 punch. With his physique, if I let my truck punching fist cross the astral, just hit his flesh for a moment, it will surely blast him. It clearly feels like you only need to cut and hit your opponent once to win. Chu Chouha roared as he continuously erupted into a furious storm of attacks, but he was partial to feeling that it was he himself who was being suppressed. Zhang Yu was like a leather ball with wings, dancing under his Chu Chouha's attack. He either dodged the tackle at an extreme distance or unloaded his punches with the unfazed Cloud Gang. I've been getting hit by him. Is it me being suppressed? He overpowered me. Who had more strength, speed, and physical ability? With sheer skill? Chu Chouha felt all this incredulously. The next moment the abdomen was once again hit by the phaseless cloud deity blast, though this time he still couldn't feel the slightest pain but it was as if the originally endless stamina had been interrupted for a moment, and the whole person fell into a momentary stiffness. It's not good. Internal organs seemed to be bleeding. And this moment of stiffness was also caught by Zhang Yu at the first opportunity. Upper abdomen, chest, shoulders, waist. Chu Chouha's body was struck by Zhang Yu's successive heavy blows, and every time his body tried to power up all of them would have been interrupted alive by such a heavy blow. He feels like he's turned into a giant sandbag at this moment. Letting Zhang Yu vent his power, he finally fell softly to the ground. I lost? Lost to a student outside of the big 3 high schools? At this moment Chu Chouha only felt that he was no longer ashamed to see his classmates from White Dragon High School again. He seems to have seen his status on campus plummet, and he's being laughed at by the entire school, becoming a slave to countless classmates. He hated to jump headfirst off the roof of the 30th floor of White Dragon High School. Then he was stunned out of his wits by this dark future. This battle was won by Zhang Yu. Chapter 71, The Battle of the Elite Eight. Watching Chu Chouha lose to Zhang Yu, Xianshen was surprised. Zhang Yu won. Zhao Tianqing had also been observing the battle, but he had completely failed to understand it. Doubtfully, he said, how did he suddenly win? It feels like Zhang Yu has been getting pressed all along. Xianshen said thoughtfully, although Zhang Yu has been getting pressed and beaten, but when you think about it, he actually blocked almost all of Chu Chouha's attacks. On the contrary, Chu Chouha, relying on his strong body, almost had an attack but no defense. Xianshen said with some uncertainty, and then it seems like Zhang Yu hit him right in the vitals? He sighed a little. I heard that all the high school exams used to be pure fights, but there's too much combat contingency to pick the best of the best by fighting alone. It took a step-by-step process to eventually amend it to the current 700-point system for 6 subjects. He Dio bloated. Once Chu Chouha loses this battle, he's going to be finished at White Dragon High School next. Zhao Tianqing said, it's just a battle lost. It's not that exaggerated, right? What are the consequences if you lose to a regular high school? Zhao Tianqing immediately frowned. What does an ordinary high school student know about immortal cultivation? I can lose to them? Hideo said faintly. What if you lose? The sky collapsed. The shame of Song Yang, the whole school insulted, walked up to the rooftop. Zhao Tianqing, just think about it. It just felt like a gray. Hideo saw his expression change and laughed out with a hey, so you get it, right? But immediately afterward, he saw Zhang Yu walking down the ring and couldn't help but frown again. While Chu Chouha's loss made him secretly happy, Zhang Yu's win made him sore. And on the other side of the field, The fainted Chu Chioha was carried back to the preparation area of White Dragon High School. Race coach swept.
But there is no rush to wake up the other party immediately after some insults.
After all, now that Chu Chioha is the only one who's back,
the rest of the contestants are still continuing their matches on that side of the ring.
Not until everyone's back.
Of course.
Then let Chu Chioha kneel in front of all the students to be ruthlessly humiliated.
I can't believe I really lost to someone from Sonyang High School. The mere thought of it made the race coach's mind darkly irritated that
his next bonuses and performance will be deducted, and he might even be laughed at by other teachers and hanged by the school leaders. Just as the race coach was thinking about this, suddenly another student from White Dragon High School was carried over. The competition coach looked at the student on the stretcher and frowned. "What's wrong with you again?"
The student's face turned pale as he stammered. "I won the Purple Clouds, man. Bai Xinjin from Songyang High School beat Tiger Yin Tao.
Then she and I fought. I lost to her."
Just after he said this, he felt like the temperature around him had dropped 10 degrees at once.
The whole man couldn't help but tremble.
The competition coach said in a chilling voice, "How did you lose?"
That student bowed his head and said, "That Bai Xinjin rented a sneak-type spirit root. It can come and go in and out of my senses."
The competition coach said coldly, "She's so much worse than you in value. Even if she surprises you, it's hard to outweak you, too." There was also a flash of disbelief in the student's eyes too.
I don't know." Suddenly she hit the vitals and somehow fainted. And on the other stretcher, Chu Chioha, who had already woken up,
but had been pretending to be dizzy, was suddenly relieved and said in his heart,
"Fortunately, I am not the one who lost." At this moment, an idea even more suddenly surged out of Chu Chioha's heart. "Zhang Yu, you really win me a few more games. Better win a couple more from White Dragon High." As long as Zhang Yu won enough, Chu Chioha felt that his loss was not too ugly. As for other students winning or losing, it's not like the triumphs of his classmates can be written on his Chu Chioha resume. Instead, his classmates' defeat was more likely to save his Chu Chioha's face. At the same time, the battles in the various rings were already nearing their end. In the ring, Song Hailong roared furiously, grabbed his opponent, and his terrifying power suddenly erupted, and, throwing the man off like a ball, he smashed into the 10-meter-high ceiling with a rumble, all of a sudden astonishing the 4 seats with his skill. The white dragons in the audience applauded wildly until Song Hailong raised his right hand and clenched his fist violently. Only for a moment did they all stop. On the other side of the ring, Lu Mulan flicked her pretty fingers and a channel of ice blue mana then seemed like a sharp sword, stabbing at the opponent 3 meters away, cutting out a sword mark. And no matter how desperately the other guy tries to resist, then he was always intercepted by this icy blue sword light outside of 3 meters. And not even a single drop of blood splattered on his body could come close to within 3 meters of Lu Mulan. Looking at her opponent who eventually fainted from blood loss, Lu Mulan turned around and then slowly walked out of the ring. The people of the purple cloud in the audience were quiet, not daring to make any noise, but the cheers that erupted from the white dragon people not far away for Song Hailong were so loud that Lu Mulan secretly frowned. It's so noisy. In the blink of an eye, all 8 groups had already decided on their winners and losers. The top 8 of this trip to the Budo competition was also decided once and for all. Among the top 8, besides Zhang Yu, Bai Xinjin, Song Hailong, and Lu Mulan, there was also Lian Tianji, 2 students from Red Tower High School, and another from White Dragon High School. Zhang Yu looked at the schedule of the next matches for the top 8. I fought Lian Tianji in the first fight. Then it's up to Song Hailong and the winner of the other Red Tower student. According to Zhang Yu's own judgment, there was a high probability that Red Tower student was not Song Hailong's opponent. That meant that if he wanted to fight for a chance to win the championship, he would have to win against Lian Tianji first, and then against Song Hailong. But in comparison, Shin's side is more difficult. Zhang Yu looks down to the bottom half of the bracket. Bai Xinjin needs to beat the 300-point headliner from Hongta High School first. One more win over Lu Mulan of Ziyun High School to meet him for the title. There wasn't much time for Zhang Yu to lament, and in the blink of an eye, the 8-team tournament had officially begun. The entire ring in the arena also went from 8 to 4. When Zhang Yu walked up to the ring, he saw that Lian Tianji was already waiting there. After seeing Zhang Yu, Lian Tianji's gaze lit up and said, "Zhang Yu, I saw the replay of the fight you just had, and it was a very good fight. The ability to use skill to overpower an opponent whose strength, speed, and physical ability are superior to your own. Your understanding of martial arts has surpassed mine. But things like actual combat never compete in just one dimension." With that, he brought his backpack behind him to the front, and out of respect for I will use my full strength to battle you next. As soon as he said this, he saw Lian Tianji pull out a bottle of medicine from his backpack and was about to drink it. Zhang Yu looked at the other party as he prepared to drink the medicine, but he was used to it. That's what we have in Sonyang. That's the full force of our high school students. However, at that moment, he saw the referee on the side walk up and actually stopped Lian Tianji from drinking the medicine. This time Zhang Yu was shocked instead. Is this competition even drug banned? Is this still the Kuan market? But after the referee checked Lian Tianji's backpack, he confirmed that they were all compliant drugs. Then he said directly, "It's all fine. Go ahead." So Lian Tianji first drank a bottle of medicine, then took a few capsules, then began to take out a syringe and stick it towards his arm. And as the medication entered his body, Lian Tianji's body showed obvious changes. The muscles were vaguely swollen, and a single vein blossomed on the surface of the body. The breathing begins to increase in weight and bowling. And looking at the other party's state of constantly dosing and eating more and more, Zhang Yu was speechless for a while. Can you stop respecting me? Can't you just belittle me and look down on me? Then Zhang Yu gradually realized that something was wrong. This was because Lian Tianji was still chanting towards one side while administering the medicine. I've been taking this combat hyperactive for 3 months now, and it works really, really well. Ability to quickly release muscle potential and suppress pain. Zhang Yu looked at the other purple cloud person who was still holding a cell phone on the side, shooting at Lian Tianji. Couldn't help but say, "You're doing a commercial?" Lian Tianji, I usually share and live stream my study and cultivation routine online. This time, by the way, I'm recommending some reliable and good combat potions with my fans. Then he added, "Student Zhang Yu, don't take this lightly. On the long road to immortality, learning to make money and having the ability to make money is a very important thing. As the saying goes, money is the path to the mountain of books, and money is the boat to the sea of learning, and one will only spend money that. Those who don't know how to make money won't go far on the path of immortal cultivation." Zhang Yu looked at the referee on the side and said, "Can we start?" The referee squinted at him. "You don't even let the drugs finish you before you start. Don't you feel like winning?" Zhang Yu is convinced. Fight it, just fight it. A few moments later, it's been a long time. Lian Tianji arched his hand towards Zhang Yu. Then, let's start. With the referee's shout of 3, 2, 1 to start, the two men shot out in unison, electrifyingly. Then there was a loud crash. Lian Tianji's fist and Zhang Yu's phaseless cloud deity roared with every collision. Zhang Yu then felt an explosive force contained in his opponent's fist. As soon as it touched his astral energy, it exploded abruptly, rushing the phaseless cloud astral deity to scatter continuously, causing Zhang Yu to only bring up his mana continuously to replenish it. It was none other than the expert level technique that Lian Tianji cultivated, explosive fluctuation fist. Level 3 push. This fist technique is inspired by the explosion of dynamite and the shockwave of air currents. The special mana it transforms into is known as explosive fist power, able to directly detonate the mana blasted out, not only multiplying its power, but also making it impossible to defend against, difficult to haul. Lian Tianji secretly said in his heart, the Wuji Cloud Hand specializes in using the phaseless cloud deity to leverage power, but my explosive fluctuating fist is explosive power, and there's no way for the phaseless cloud deity to pull in. Instead, they will be constantly blasted apart. Zhang Yu's power is not as strong as mine, and his magical power is not as strong as mine. Shouldn't be able to resist anytime soon. In theory it should have been. However, Lian Tianji was surprised to find that Zhang Yu was not only able to, blocking his moves at just the right time, and even more gradually drawing in his explosive fist power, taking his explosive punching power against his explosive punching power. It was Zhang Yu who was tugging and diverting Lian Tianji's mana with the indestructible seal technique. Surprisingly, he was able to pull my fist power? This means that in addition to his infernal cloud hands, it also specializes in another profound martial art that can lend strength and mana. Thinking of this, Lian Tianji laughed out loud. Zhang Yu, you really didn't let me down. Just then, the purple cloud man on the stage said, Lord Alchemy Heaven's greatest. The advertisers said if they couldn't fix the other guy in a minute, they were going to deduct money. Lian Tianji's face darkened and said, I know. Zhang Yu felt the other party steeply serious this time, and the smile on his face ceased. Even the slightest hint of a murderous aura showed in his eyes. At the same time, the aura in the air gradually churned up. Zhang Yu's gaze twitched. Did this Lian Tianji also bring a combat spirit route to compete? Money is the path to the mountain of books, and money is the boat to the sea of learning. These two quotes are from a book called My Maiden's White Bones, which is a book I recommend in passing here. Chapter 72, Bathing in Blood. The battle could be taken slowly. Lian Tianji wasn't in a hurry. Although Zhang Yu had made up for many of the gaps in physical strength with him with his powerful techniques. However, Lian Tianji still had enough confidence to defeat his opponent. He's more than willing to spend a little extra time fighting his opponent. Confront and learn the powerful techniques of Zhang Yu in real combat. Martial arts competitions are not, after all, real live battles, where nutrients are absorbed in the course of combat, and become stronger, which was equally important in Lian Tianji's opinion. But since it was the advertisers who asked him to settle his opponents quickly and manifest the effects of the combat potion, then he could not delay any longer. While learning through combat, as well as earning money through advertising, both can become stronger. But sure enough, it's still the power of money that's more important. I'm sorry, Changyu. While I'd like to interact with you for a while longer, the advertiser's request cannot be ignored. So Lian Tianji directly activated his least combat spirit root. Along with the commotion of spiritual energy in the air, spiritual energy began to converge towards his hands. Combat spirit root surge. Spiritual energy will be continuously injected into his body and actively participate in the operation of mana while he fights. It was used to increase his martial arts prowess, and if it was combined with his explosive Hado fist, it was even more effective. Only to see that at this moment, he once again blasted out a fist towards Zhang Yu, and surging chi energy poured out. This blow heralded the detonation of the spiritual energy around the fist. It brought up a round of shockwaves that ruthlessly smashed into Zhang Yu. And this approach not only boosts the power of the explosive wave fist, even more so, the attack range of this fist technique was expanded by several times. This would mean that Lian Tianji's fist did not need to touch Zhang Yu and the phaseless cloud deity in Zhang Yu's hand. The shockwave of the explosion was then able to blast Zhang Yu through the air. Boom! 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 Punch after punch. It was as if Lian Tianji had transformed into a human-sized cannon at the moment. Constantly blasting a fist at the Zhang Yu in front of him. The surging waves of air engulfed Zhang Yu's figure instantly. But just when Lian Tianji thought that this series of attacks would be enough to defeat Zhang Yu, at his astonished glance, Zhang Yu, who had already been blown up and covered in blood, unexpectedly violently smashed through the shockwave, his hands bringing up layers of white mist as they fiercely blasted towards him. You're going to keep fighting when you're obviously already so badly injured? Aren't you afraid of going broke? Although he didn't understand Zhang Yu's choice, Lian Tianji's fighting spirit, who had an advertisement in his body, was sky high. It's even less likely to hold back in front of the camera. And so it was seen that the two unavoiding parties slammed into each other. Fist winds and palm shadows devoured each other, with the sound of a rumbling explosion. Lian Tianji then felt his fists bombarding Zhang Yu's body again and again, while Zhang Yu's hands also bombarded his body again and again with the phaseless cloud deity. This made Lian Tianji feel even more puzzled. No longer have the heart to maintain your skills? How dare you choose to engage me in a physical fight with wounds for wounds? Pop! Snap! Watching Zhang Yu's body split open under his explosive fluctuating fist, with blood continuously gushing out, Lian Tianji already had a premonition that his opponent wouldn't last long, but 10 seconds later, the other side was still blasting away at him. 20 seconds later, the other side still did not show the slightest sign of stopping. How? Lian Tianji looked at Zhang Yu, who was clearly covered in blood but still had a dragon spirit in front of him. Instead, he was getting hit in more and more places all over his body, and the injuries were already gradually making the punching movements start to distort. At this moment, Lian Tianji only felt incredible. What the hell kind of drugs did he hit? And at the same time, the astral energy in Zhang Yu's body rolled and flowed all over his body like a Yangtze River. After reaching level 10 on the infinite cloud hand, Zhang Yu was then already able to stimulate the phaseless cloud deity from all parts of his body. This would mean that he had been able to operate the phaseless cloud deity to all parts of his body, without harming the body in the slightest. So after deciding to hide his level 10 infinite cloud hand, he came up with a new tactic that, he called it, subcutaneous astral. He operated the undifferentiated deity chi to all parts of his body, yet it was hidden under his skin, not exploding out. At the moment, the undifferentiated deity was like a piece of protective armor being worn under his skin, carrying for him all kinds of damage that penetrated his skin. This made Zhang Yu's body look like it was drenched in blood. But he was only injured on the skin and flesh. It didn't really hurt. Instead, Lian Tianji was recoiled by the phaseless cloud deity over and over again as he and Zhang Yu blasted against each other, bounced back by its own power. Especially the more impatient he gets, the harder and more ferocious he gets. The power that returned from Zhang Yu then became more and more surging. It was only the painkillers that suppressed the sensations, allowing him to keep striking out at full strength. But after the constant accumulation of injuries, vomit, Lian Tianji violently spat out a large mouthful of blood and felt his body trembling slightly. My strength, speed, and physical abilities are clearly above his. Close combat, I can't even spell him? Looking at Zhang Yu, who was covered in blood and was obviously more seriously injured than himself, Lian Tianji couldn't figure out why his opponent hadn't fallen yet. What's the point of winning like this? Do you have enough for medical expenses? Just then, the purple cloud man on the stage said, Lord Alchemy, heaven's greatest. The advertiser's side is very dissatisfied. If they can't beat Zhang Yu in the remaining 30 seconds, they're going to pull the ad. And to cancel all future collaborations. Withdrawal of ads? Cancel the partnership? Hearing these words, Lian Tianji's fighting spirit instantly skyrocketed in his eyes. Like a frightened beast, a new wave of power immediately diffused from his body. Must. Immediately. Resolve. Zhang Yu. Explosive Hado Fist. Self-destruct mode. Use spiritual machines and mana explosions to propel this fist technique, pursuing the limits of power with a serious injury to the arm. At this moment, Lian Tianji erupted with his strongest power. Only his right arm swelled violently with the infusion of spiritual energy and mana. Bang! Along with Lian Tianji's foot stomping down, the entire ring shook violently. In the next moment, Lian Tianji's right arm was already wrapped in a roiling mist of blood. With a power that surpassed the limit, it blasted fiercely towards Zhang Yu. In the face of this raging punch, Zhang Yu did not dare to be the slightest bit careless, and the astral energy in his body surged. The infinite cloud hand and the undying Dharma seal operated at the same time. The bloodstained crimson phaseless cloud deity also took the initiative to harden itself against Lian Tianji. In the next instant, both fists and palms, violent explosions came from the stage. It echoed over the entire arena as if it had struck a string of muffled thunder, and it also attracted the attention of countless people. Zhang Yu's body was once again blown out in a blood-red color. The force was even pushing him towards the edge of the ring like a wild tidal wave. Bang! 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 However, after 4 steps in a row, he still stood steadily in front of Lian Tianji's disappointed gaze. How dare you defuse even this punch of mine? Your martial arts skill. Zhang Yu smiled faintly and said, "Thank you for pressing me in this battle. Finally, I've made my infernal cloud hands break through the limit and reach level 4. Hearing that Zhang Yu had actually made a breakthrough in the middle of the battle, Lian Tianji let out a bitter smile and eventually sat down on the ground. At this moment, Lian Tianji's right arm was heavily injured, and his body injuries had erupted one after another. It was already completely incapable of fighting again. Lian Tianji said, "I'm afraid it's more than just the Wuji cloud hands, isn't it? I won't be able to stop me for so long with this martial art alone." Zhang Yu nodded his head, saying what he had already prepared to say. "I have also practiced the indestructible seal technique for traction of mana, and a horizontal martial art." Pretending to have practiced a horizontal martial art used to disguise the effects of the astral energy under the skin. This was Zhang Yu's plan. Lian Tianji nodded in understanding, then looked at Zhang Yu with incomparable complexity in his gaze. "Given the conditions at Songyang High School, it's amazing that you were able to start your freshman year of high school half a year in. I've practiced 3 martial arts. It even allows you to make up for the gap between you and me in terms of physical strength. Your martial arts talent makes me feel envious." The first aid team under the stage quickly rushed up, lifting Lian Tianji onto a stretcher and sending him aside for treatment. Zhang Yu, who was covered in blood, was similarly carried over, but as soon as he saw the EMTs coming, he then hastily raised his hand to stop the other party and shouted, "Wait, how much do you want to pay for my injury? And how much will the insurance cover?" Zhang Yu was truly afraid of winning in the ring and ending up giving himself a whole bankruptcy withdrawal under the ring. The EMT frowned. "You have time to worry about that when you're hurt like that?" At the moment covered with blood, Zhang Yu in the eyes of the emergency doctor, "Where is bleeding? This is in the flow of money. He's hurt so badly? How can he afford his medical license if he doesn't get $1 million to $800,000? As the EMT examined it, he said, "With injuries this severe, if you don't get treatment right away." He suddenly froze. There doesn't seem to be any major injuries? With the protection of the astral body under the skin, plus the extreme operation of the full concentration state, Zhang Yu kept avoiding attacks on the vitals of his body, constantly preventing some places from being hit repeatedly, which makes his injuries far less serious than they seem. "I can't believe it's just a little flesh wound." The EMT was surprised when he said, 5,000 for tests, 15,000 for treatments, and 10,000 for drugs. It's all routine items that insurance can cover. So let's get started, shall we? Hearing the offer, Zhang Yu was shocked. So expensive? The EMT was impatient. How are you going to compete in the next race if you don't get better? What are you afraid of if you take the insurance anyway? Okay, cure it. Zhang Yu sighed in his heart. Alas, this time the insurance premiums will go up. White Dragon High School's rest area. This Lian Tianji has some skills. He's showing a physical strength that's going to be 2, 3, right? That's a very powerful fist technique, and paired with his combat spirit root, comprehensive actual combat strength should be second only to Lu Mulan in Purple Cloud High School. That student from Songyang High School is completely overwhelmed and should be about to lose. But just a few moments later,
Amidst the shocked gazes of the White Dragon High School players, the ring ended up with Lian Tianji lying down and Zhang Yu standing,
greatly exceeding their expectations. Lian Tianji actually lost?
This Zhang Yu actually used martial arts to make up for so much of the gap.
And the medicine. He must have taken a very fierce combat potion,
which enabled him to top it until the end. Then it seems that old Chu's loss to this Zhang Yu is not outrageous.
On the stretcher, Chu Chouha,
who had been pretending to be dizzy, heard the crowd's exclamations and, the eyelids suddenly moved slightly,
and in his heart, he said, "Go for it, Zhang Yu." At this moment,
Chu Chouha was incomparably expecting Zhang Yu to win, even though he knew it was impossible. But he still couldn't help but expect Zhang Yu *** to blow Song Hailong all the way out of the ring and go straight for a championship. He felt like he should be the one in the room who wanted Zhang Yu to win the most. After all, it was about his campus reputation and campus status at White Dragon High School for the next 2.5 years.
After all, losing to the Song Yang people? Isn't that pure trash? But losing to the champion of a martial arts competition? That was indeed too strong of an opponent to be a non-combatant. Chapter 73 A Wild Storm. The fourth shift is over. Begging for monthly tickets. Just as Zhang Yu and Lian Tianji walked onto the ring, the other side of the ring,
Bai Xinjin was sitting on her knees,
waiting for her opponent, Xiong Wenwu from Hongta High School.
A student of demonic descent who was over 2 meters 7 in height and weighed close to 1 ton was also, like Song Hailong and Zhang Yu,
high school students who have earned a 300 rating.
And at this moment,
this demon descent student was staying in the rest area of Red Tower High School, blaring angrily at Tiger Yuntao.
Lost? Why did you lose?
And lost to a Song Yang? Xiong Wenwu slapped Tiger Yuntao on the head.
And the ferocious Tiger Yuntao in the ring was like a kitten at the moment, honestly squatting in front of him to be lectured. Only the tail that kept wagging behind his buttocks highlighted the impatience in his mind.
Xiong Wenwu hated it and said,
"We didn't even make it through the group stage. That's one less good grade on the resume without even a ranking.
Do you realize that it could have been this one grade difference that got you passed over for a college interview? If you don't get into a good university, you will be expelled from your son's father's house and sent straight to work in a factory." Dismissal. Working in a factory. Originally, Tiger Yuntao, who was obediently listening, couldn't help but stiffen his body when he heard this. Why is it that many of the demons that come out of the reserve don't have fathers? It's because they can't read. Demons who can only work part-time will be expelled from the childhood directly by their father Sama. Do you have any idea what a part-time job means? Xiong Wenwu continued his reprimand. It's hard for a demon to find a job. You'll just have to go and work in Father Superior's factory when it's time to be rehabilitated and planted on the assembly line. Eat and drink on the assembly line until you die like those cow demons, horse demons, and monkey demons, and spend your life paying off your breeding loans. Tiger Yuntao's fists clenched, and as soon as he remembered the factory he had visited, on that assembly line forged with the blood and flesh of great demons, countless workers and the assembly line were fused together, day and night. When he thought of the various half-step elementary school, half-step middle school, and half-step high school demon seniors on that line, a hint of fear welled up in his heart. After more than a decade of hard work and studying to get into high school, did you end up doing it just to get into the factory? Xiong Wenwu continued to scold. If you were at the top of the university, with a diploma from a prestigious school in your hand, who else can get rid of your son? Arrest you in the factory? Tiger Yuntao was filled with shame. Big brother, I know I'm wrong. For the next competition, I shall fight to the best of my ability and not slack off any longer. Xiong Wenwu sighed. I just don't want to see you study hard for years and end up not being able to go to college. After graduating from high school and being planted on an assembly line for the rest of my life, my father-in-law is one less good son and I'm one less brother. What happens after that is still up to you. I'll help you get your revenge first for what happened today. With that, he had turned around and walked quickly towards the ring's location. Tiger Yuntao reminded behind him. Big brother, that chick has a sneaking spirit root, able to reduce the perception of opponents. You have to be careful. Xiong Wenwu waved his hand, then after a burst of sprinting leapt up and, the nearly 1-ton body fell like a small mountain, crushing the entire ring with a rumble and shaking madly. Woman, I've never known anything like holding back in a real fight, and if you think you're going to die, just grab yourself and surrender. After Xiong Wenwu said this, he took out 3 syringes and stabbed them violently towards his neck. The 3 tubes of potion were pushed through his veins in an instant. Amidst the niggling sounds of it made all the hairs on his body stand up, and the sinews on his bare face rippled, just looking at each other's height. Wait, Bai Xinjin could feel the amazing power contained within, and based on Lei Jun's previous judgment, Bai Xinjin knew that Xiong Wenwu, a student of demonic descent, his physical strength was probably one of the highest of the many senior citizens on hand. It's somewhere between 2, 5 and 2, 6. Phew. Exhaling deeply,
Bai Xinjin also felt the release of the spirit root within her body. The moment she then felt as if her brain had been released from some kind of bondage. Countless counted and seen martial arts moves flipped back and forth in her mind as if they had come to life. Since entering high school and starting to practice martial arts, originally, he would only use the spiritual route to hide himself. After contacting the martial arts path, began to understand more and more about martial arts, not only learning martial arts more and more quickly, in the actual combat after the gradual ability to see a variety of martial arts breakthroughs. 3, 2, 1 to start the war. With the referee's whistle blowing, Xiong Wenwu leaps up and dives in like a cannonball. Can't take it hard. Can only retreat first. Bai Xinjin fiercely stepped backward, at the same time his fingertips pointing to the flickering of spiritual energy. A sharp sword chi had broken through his body. Expert level feats, body-breaking sword chi level 3 promote. A foot of sword chi spread out from Bai Xinjin's fingertips and stabbed towards Xiong Wenwu, who had just landed on the ground. But with the hairs flying all over the sky, Bai Xinjin only felt that his sword felt like it was stabbing on a steel plate, surprisingly splitting the hairs and epidermis before it was difficult to continue to penetrate deeper into the muscles. There's a body protection technique? There's also the effect of the combat spirit root, coupled with strong physical strength. Bai Xinjin's brows furrowed, and her figure disappeared from Xiong Wenwu's eyes in the next moment. But Xiong Wenwu was prepared for this, and did not see the slightest hesitation, as if he were a raging beast. Both claws even brought up gusts of cold light, like a raging storm without stopping to attack in the direction where Bai Xinjin disappeared. Meanwhile, Xiong Wenwu attacked while sniffing furiously for something with his nose. It seemed to be judging Bai Xinjin's location by its odor. Bai Xinjin stared wide-eyed at the other party's movements, and with the addition of her spiritual roots, every movement of her opponent, every change in the spiritual energy induced by each move, was clearly seen in her eyes. She was even able to vaguely judge her opponent's subsequent attack based on the flow of these spiritual energy in the air. But even when combined with the ability to sneak, Bai Xinjin, after dodging at the limit again and again, bruises were still starting to appear on the arms, thighs, and waist and stomach positions. Sharp claws swept across her skin, her muscles, like a hot blade across butter. It easily left horrific wounds of skin and flesh rolling over her body. Instead, her body-breaking sword chi was only able to cut the hairs on her opponent's body each time, leaving a few insignificant scars. Strength and speed are too far off after all. In 4 or 5 seconds at most, I'm going to lose. Despite this, Bai Xinjin felt that her heart was incomparably calm at the moment. Along with more and more moves from the other side, the spirit energy around them became more and more dense. She saw her opponent's moves and body become clearer and clearer in her eyes. At the moment, in her eyes, Xiong Wenwu was like a super big fireplace. More and more spiritual energy and mana coalesced within his body, blazing to propel his strong physical body. On top of that, Bai Xinjin could see that Xiong Wenwu's epidermis was densely covered with spirit energy. It's like wearing a spirit machine-like armor. The whole body is flawless. No, there are flaws, accompanied by several more bone-deep scratches on his calves. Bai Xinjin, however, gradually saw the other party's brokenness, breakdowns in stances, physical breakdowns. Finally, she took a step out, like a butterfly dancing in a raging storm. She took one step through the lashing sharp cold, one step to avoid the deathly sharpness. I don't want to stay on the first floor and work for the rest of my life. I'm going to get into the Big Ten. I'm going to go farther on the path of immortality. Bai Xinjin's fingertip sword chi roared as she slashed towards the brokenness in her eyes. Audience. Qian Shen and the three of them were watching with wide eyes as Xiong Wenwu and Bai Xinjin exchanged blows. Xiong Wenwu's offense is too aggressive and his movements are too swift. It was like lightning and thunder crushing toward Bai Xinjin. So much so that not only could the three men not part with the slightest thought of talking. More so, even from a distance there was an illusion of being oppressed by the other party's aura. Especially since Bai Xinjin's figure was so small in front of Xiong Wenwu, it gives the impression of being too soft. Qian Shen said in his heart, it's too fierce. The skin is broken just by being grazed. As long as you get hit head-on once, I'm afraid Bai Xinjin will be seriously injured without dying. It's going to lose. Seeing a patch of blood explode from Bai Xinjin's calf, adding another wound to the mix, all three of them couldn't help but feel a sinking in their hearts, as if they had already seen Bai Xinjin's body covered in blood and flesh. But in the very next moment, they watched in shock as Bai Xinjin passed through the roiling claw shadows of her opponents. Then a sword chi chopped out against the grain. Xiong Wenwu's figure seemed to give a slight lurch, followed by a large amount of blood spurting out violently from behind him. Zhao Tianqing was surprised. Broken defense? Hidayo, just now it was clear that they couldn't even break Xiong Wenwu's muscles. Why is it suddenly working again? Qian Shen frowned and thought deeply. Could it be that he hit a break in the opponent's gong method? Looking at the blood behind Xiong Wenwu, which soared more and more violently and gradually looked like a fountain.
Xianshen was shocked. This is a chopped artery? This bleeding is horrible. The other side of the field. Lei Jun looked at Xiongwanwu, whose blood was soaring furiously behind him, and looked at the part of the other party that was soaring with blood. Suddenly his eyes flashed. It's hemorrhoids, or external hemorrhoids. Yes, demons are supposed to mostly crawl on all fours. After having a human form and starting to learn and cultivate, but having to sit for a long time every day, the hemorrhoids must be even more powerful and bigger, especially since the external hemorrhoids have been detached from the body and are not protected by the body refining technique. Add to that the fact that Xiongwanwu had just been exercising strenuously and had taken so many strong drugs, the whole body is congested. And this hemorrhage is even worse. Lei Jun became excited. To think I can find this kind of break? It's really not a waste of time for me to tutor you for so long. But in the next moment, he saw Xiongwanwu in the ring with his eyes red and a wild roar that, as if it were a dying beast. Xiongwanwu's heart roared. I want to study. I don't want to die on the assembly line. I'm going to be Father Sama's son all the time. In the next instant, along with Xiongwanwu's high-speed rotation, the roiling blood and claw shadows covered the sky in all directions. Not good. Lei Jun's gaze froze. This demon has gone berserk. It's attacking completely indiscriminately. Looking at Bai Jinjin, who had injuries on her legs and was covered by Xiongwanwu's offense, he knew that in the face of this kind of haphazard attack without any rules, Bai Jinjin, whose movement was restricted by the injury on his leg, would find it extremely difficult to dodge. When Lei Jun came under the ring, then he saw that Xiongwanwu had fallen to the ground covered in blood. Aside, Bai Jinjin stood still panting violently, while, in addition to the scratches all over her body, her empty right elbow was already empty underneath. Her right arm was ripped off by a frenzied Xiongwanwu. Bai Jinjin wins. Lei Jun hurriedly picked up the other party's broken arm and carried Bai Jinjin to the emergency area. The EMT couldn't help but laugh in his mind when he scanned but turning his head to look at his colleague who took over Xiongwanwu, he couldn't help but be flooded with a hint of envy. Hemorrhage, overdrive, organ failure plus a hemorrhoid operation. The strength of the flesh is still so high. That bear demon can at least spend several 100,000 Sighing, he turned his attention back to Bai Jinjin, but just as he was about to make a move, Bai Jinjin struggled and said, How much? Can I go on insurance? The EMT blandly said, Checkups, basic treatments and an arm extension. Count you in for 88,000. There's still $30,000 left in the program that won't go on insurance and will cost you out of pocket. Out of pocket expenses? Bai Jinjin said angrily. I buy insurance and you want me to pay $30,000 out of pocket? The EMT didn't pay any attention to Bai Jinjin, but just urged, if you want to cure it, be quick. If the arm necrosis is serious, then I can't cure this, and I'm afraid I won't be able to beat $300,000 when I send it to the hospital. Chapter 74 Poor. Final 4. In the Final 4, the hemorrhaging on Xiongwanwu's side obviously attracted the most eyeballs. A large number of spectators looked over because of the blood all over the floor. Then surprised to find out that the students from Songyang High School won over the strongest person from Red Tower High School this time. Tiger Yuntao even rushed to pounce and sent Xiongwanwu for treatment. Upon hearing that Xiongwanwu's hemorrhage was actually due to hemorrhoids, Tiger Yuntao subconsciously then clenched his buttocks. What about this? Do we rely on surgery? Going to the hospital for hemorrhoid surgery every so often when it comes back? Thinking of the surgical fees that would have to be spent this time and time again, Tiger Yuntao felt a heartache. Damn it! Why am I an external hemorrhoid too? Why am I not an internal hemorrhoid? If you have internal hemorrhoids, you'll be protected by the body refining technique. There would be no need to pay for surgery. The race coach on the sidelines patted him on the shoulder and laughed. Silly boy. What do you do if you find that your head is being attacked as a breach? Of course it's practicing Iron Head Kung Fu. Tiger Yuntao's gaze twitched. You mean? Nice. The race coach's gaze suddenly went cold and, looking at Tiger Yuntao and Xiongwanwu on the surgical bed, he coldly said, Prepare to begin your bitter training once you return to school. Colonel Long is very unhappy with your performance this time. The EMT was listening to the conversation between the two and couldn't help but think, the head is the key to the, can't you just wear a helmet? The other side of the first aid area. Hearing the doctor's offer, Bai Jinjin's face sank, and after asking a few more times, suddenly, he said, I don't have to think about scarring or cosmetic or anything like that to fix these scratches on my body. Just treat it in the fastest and easiest way possible. It'll all go on insurance now, won't it? The EMT had no choice but to say, okay, then 98,000 on insurance. But these injuries on the body are sure to scar. As he spoke, he saw the EMT activate his mana, and his hands brought up a series of residual shadows that it had already begun to clean up. connect the arm, stitch it up, stop the bleeding, apply all sorts of medicines, and finally inject a kind of healing mana into Bai Jinjin's body to accelerate the healing of the wound. It's not a cheap charge, but this doctor is really good at what he does. After more than half an hour, Bai Jinjin felt that her injuries had mostly healed. Only a scar was left on his arms, thighs, calves and waist and stomach. After being sent back to the rest area, Bai Jinjin waved her arm and laughed. The technique is not bad. It doesn't feel like it's a big problem to use 80 or 90% power. As for the scars on her body, Bai Jinjin naturally didn't care about them. What with all the beauty treatments, scar removal and other operations, that's something only the rich do. It has nothing to do with her. Lei Jun, who was on the side, was looking at Bai Jinjin with a complicated face, said, "Are you going to keep competing?" Bai Jinjin laughed. "Of course, in the next match, as long as we beat that Le Mulan, I'll be able to meet up with Fizi in the finals, right? By then, one of us will be first and one of us will be second, and you'll have face, old thunder." Lei Jun sighed, "But your insurance has pretty much been deducted. I've seen that Le Mulan's fighting style. His sword is sharp, and his attacks are wide-ranging. The bill for the medical bills you call her at can easily go up to hundreds of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars." Bai Jinjin fell slightly silent at his words. Lei Jun said, "You're now in the final four. It's a great accomplishment to put on your resume, so why risk continuing to play?" And what he didn't say in his mind was, you can't get into a top 10 university. After all, first place in a martial arts competition isn't really that important to you. Lei Jun continued to persuade. Your fighting style is already prone to injury. If you still have a couple $100,000 on hand and don't have to worry about post-game therapy, then I would never advise you. But are you sure you want to carry $100,000 for this martial arts competition? Maybe even hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt? Looking at Bai Jinjin, who was still silent, Lei Jun helplessly advised, "Shin, we're not like those rich people, and there's a value for money issue to consider when competing." Just then, but a figure limped over in pain and it was none other than Zhang Yu who had just completed his treatment. Seeing Zhang Yu in this full-body wounded state, Lei Jun was helpless in his heart. It seems like Zhang Yu can't compete next either. However, Zhang Yu moved his arms and legs and said, "Don't worry, old Lei, I was paying attention when I fought. I didn't hurt anything vital, just flesh wounds. Plus I just practiced a horizontal martial art yesterday, and this injury just looks serious. Insurance only cost $30,000. Lei Jun was still unconvinced, but after helping Zhang Yu to examine the surprised, he looked at the other party. "You kid can do it, but you really haven't suffered any injuries? I'm going to get you some food and drink, so grab some rest." Not long after Lei Jun left, Zhang Yu, while looking at his cell phone, on the one hand, he said towards Bai Jinjin who was silent on the side, "Jun, I heard what you guys just said. You also know that the platform quota has been filled up by me. I can't get more than that. The most I can do is borrow some from my sister's side. But my sister, she doesn't have it easy." I asked around, and the most I could borrow from her was $200,000. "Do you see enough for your next fight?" "Bai Jinjin, I'll borrow my own money and pay it back on my righteous mother's side." "You don't have to borrow for me. But that Lo Mulan, I've looked closely at her. She's a bit of a bad fighter. She's too easily injured. To win her, might not be able to get down without a 400,000 save." Bai Jinjin sighed and said, "Fei Zi, you said it would be nice if we were rich people." Hearing these words, Zhang Yu, who had been a man for 2 lifetimes, could not help but become speechless. He hasn't been cast as a rich man in 2 lifetimes, so what can he say? A few moments later, with all of the top 8 battles over, and the contestants all receiving stabilizing treatment, after the life is free, the top 4 were announced, namely Zhang Yu, Song Hailong, Lu Mulan and Bai Jinjin. The next 4 battles were Zhang Yu vs Song Hailong and Lu Mulan vs Bai Jinjin. The winner of the 2 battles will then determine the contest winner. And it seems that because it feels like the final 4 is getting more attention, the 2 battles will not be fought at the same time, but successively. After the referee drew lots for the order of the matches, the first match was Lu Mulan vs Bai Jinjin. The second match was Zhang Yu vs Song Hailong. The ring. Lu Mulan looked at Bai Jinjin in front of her, and as her eyes swept over the ugly scars on the other party's hands and feet, couldn't help but frown slightly. She wondered, "Why did you leave a scar on your body?" Bai Jinjin shrugged. "There's no money for treatment." Lu Mulan was shocked. Even though she knew the poor were poor, she couldn't even afford to fix the scars on her body. It still sent a flash of appalling through her. Is this what being poor looks like? It's horrible. Facing an opponent whose healing wasn't even enough money, she instantly lost much of her battle spirit in her mind. A twinge of pity even welled up. Although his opponent was able to catch Xiong Wenwu's breaks to win with his weakness, Lu Mulan did not care, because against all the upperclassmen opponents in the Lu Mulan are confident enough
that she is not broken.
With a 3, 2, 1 start, Lu Mulan's fingertips pointed repeatedly, and his sharp sword chi had already chopped out through the air. Surprisingly, he shot directly towards where Bai Jinjin was. It was none other than Lu Mulan's Star Dipper sword art that she had already painstakingly cultivated to level 5. The level 5 Stardust sword art could already injure the enemy across a distance of 5 meters. At this moment, seeing this sword chi that spanned 5 meters, Bai Jinjin's face changed. He hastily urged his body-breaking sword chi to block, but soon Bai Jinjin realized that Lu Mulan's set of Stardust sword art was more than just sharp sword chi. Each sword chi was more like a formation with complex connections between them, always surrounding her from all angles. And if Bai Jinjin wanted to break through the blockage of these sword chi, then each step across the line feels like the opponent's offense is getting denser and denser. She felt as if she were in a large formation, and with Lu Mulan's continuous sword chi, the situation is becoming more and more dangerous by the constant compression of movable space. She tries to get into the sneak. However, the figure was soon exposed along with the collision of blocking sword chi and sword chi. The opponent's sword chi was just too swift and dense, and with her speed and explosive power, there's no way to dodge purely by moving it. As for waiting for the opponent to run out of mana, Bai Jinjin could see the incomparable surge of mana within his opponent's body. Simply cannot see the slightest sign of attenuation. Want to exhaust the opponent's mana? I am afraid that Bai Jinjin's own mana is gone first.
Bai Jinjin sighed in her heart. Alas, the ring is still too disadvantageous to use sneaking directly. It's only most surprising when it's used in the first battle, and it's not as useful later on when your opponent is prepared. While looking at Bai Jinjin's left and right awkward appearance, Lu Mulan was not surprised by this. My Stardust sword technique has formed a burst of its own. The sword chi is strict and measured, and the moves are flawless. Unless there is a strong bodyguarding technique to forcefully rush through otherwise it's impossible for an expert of the same level to get close to me. And Bai Jinjin really couldn't be considered on the same level in Lu Mulan's opinion. The breakage is there, Bai Jinjin said in her heart, but my own various stats aren't strong enough to. If I go in hard, I'll be seriously injured even if I can win, right? This sword could cost $30,000 or $400,000. To risk hundreds of thousands of dollars? Bai Jinjin felt hesitant. She had the courage to penetrate Xiong Wenwu's furious stormy attack and sword cut through her opponent's body breaks. But when it came to betting hundreds of thousands of dollars on a win, she felt hesitant. And it was this hesitation that made her realize that it would be difficult to succeed with the sword cut, because she no longer has the determination to go forward. Alas. So a few seconds later, when it looked like he was about to be completely surrounded by sword chi, Bai Jinjin chose to admit defeat. As she walked out of the ring, a trace of relief flashed in her eyes. After all, I'm still not strong enough and too poor. Never mind. Tell Hazuko to go ahead and tell the good Dale to teach this woman a lesson for me. He shouldn't have to spend that much. With Lu Mulan's win, the quarterfinals came to the second match, Zhang Yu vs Song Hailong. Chapter 75, The Back Dragon Turns the Mountain. When Lu Mulan returned to the rest area of Ziyun High School, she saw Lian Tianji kneeling on the ground. She walked up to the other party, and directly then she used Lian Tianji as a small stool. Sitting on each other's backs. This is her punishment for failing to refine the heavenly pole. The other had to be her bench for the next 3 days whenever he appeared before her. Lian Tianji asked, "It's over so quickly?" He'd seen the fight between Bai Jinjin and Xiong Wenwu back in the day, and although Bai Jinjin's stats weren't working, however, he is extremely capable of fighting in real life, and he is always able to see through the weaknesses of his opponents. Lian Tianji had thought that Bai Jinjin would be able to force the sacred grade number 1 out a few more moves. Lu Mulan frowned, and her cocked right foot kicked Lian Tianji's body. Fade said, "Stool, don't talk." Lian Tianji immediately closed his mouth. Still, Lu Mulan added, "She can't afford the treatment. Though even if there was money for treatment it would just be more time wasted." Lian Tianji instantly realized, but the world is like this. Money is also a part of strength. The lack of money is also a sign of weakness. White really is poor. And, Lian Tianji said in his heart, it's only right that the poor lose to the rich. Just then, Zhang Yu and Song Hailong came on stage one after another. Lian Tianji slowly moved his head and aimed his sight in the direction of the ring. There are often 2 ways a person responds after being defeated. Either that or say you were careless. Either blow the other team too strong. The former looks uglier, while the latter is more dignified. So Lian Tianji also wanted to choose the latter. If Zhang Yu wins against Song Hailong, I might even be able to get all my advertising partnerships back. After all, in doing so, it goes from defeated by the students of Songyang to defeated by the finalists. Way to go, Zhang Yu. Those who were also cheering for Zhang Yu in their hearts were Chu Chioha in the rest area of White Dragon High School.
He even couldn't help but secretly curse Song Hailong.
Although as a White Dragon man he was well aware of Song Hailong's terror, but in his heart,
he could not help but feel a hint of delusion, maybe carelessness. Accidentally lost? Song Hailong, only if you lose.
It's the only way everyone can look good. With Song Hailong in the ring with his arms spread wide and his hands raised high,
mountainous cheers immediately came from the audience. Song Hailong, first! Song Hailong, first! Zhao Tianqing listened to those white dragons' neatly organized shouts.
It only felt that Zhang Yu in the ring looked so isolated at the moment.
He couldn't help but think, shouldn't we also give Zhang Yu a boost?
But when he put the idea into words, he saw Hidayo on the side hastily skimming his head to pretend he didn't hear. Xianshan also said with difficulty, let's just forget about it.
This is someone else's white dragon's territory after all.
Looking at the exuberant shouts of the white dragons over there, Zhao Tianqing's original thoughts of cheering for Zhang Yu also gradually subsided. And to think that I felt incredibly nervous watching from afar. He could hardly imagine what kind of pressure Zhang Yu, who was actually standing on the stage, would feel again. The ring. With Song Hailong's right hand violently clenching his fist, the cheers from the audience immediately dissipated into thin air. The whole scene was quiet again. 2. Song Hailong looked at Zhang Yu and laughed. I really didn't expect a kid from Sonyang to. It's amazing that they were able to beat so many opponents all the way to the quarterfinals. As a reward for you, let me help you lower the difficulty of this battle. When he said that, he saw Song Hailong gather his prickly head with his hand and, the next moment he saw a set of numbers appear on his forehead.
$1 million?
While Zhang Yu was wondering in his mind,
Song Hailong then directly answered the question in his mind. This is a function that comes with my external spiritual root, capable of displaying the upper limit of my medical insurance costs. I have $1 million cap on my health insurance right now.
I'll concede defeat if you can blow the entire $1 million treatment budget.
Good guy.
You yourself brightened up the blood bar for yourself.
Right.
Zhang Yu stared tightly at that number.
Start thinking about the implications thereof for the rest of the battle.
But the thought of the other guy having enough insurance to cure $1 million.
And with only enough to cure 100,000. Oh no. Now only 70,000 injuries on his side.
Zhang Yu couldn't help but feel a pang of helplessness.
But in the next moment,
he had already activated the heart technique of the Tianwu refining heart technique,
suppressing all sorts of negative emotions, lifting up his battle spirit.
He fully committed himself to the battle in front of him.
And in the audience,
because Song Hailong's physique was too strong,
and his voice always shook the whole arena. Let the many spectators hear and see.
And at the moment it even caused a burst of gasps and praise. Not bad for being first in his grade in White Dragon. With a whole $1 million limit on all the insurance.
He's so rich. No wonder his grades are so good. Nonsense. How can a poor person be as good as Song Hailong?
Song Hailong has the highest scores on the monthly exams, and is so rich. I think the championship of the martial arts competition should just go to him.
And in the ring, Song Hailong waved his hand towards Zhang Yu. You go first. If I make a move, you might not get a chance.
Looking at Song Hailong's unguarded appearance,
Zhang Yu's tentative palm brought up the phaseless cloud deity and ruthlessly slapped on the opponent's chest, accompanied by a crackling explosion.
A palm that was enough to open a monument and crack a stone imprinted on Song Hailong's body.
Zhang Yu, however,
felt like he had hit a large piece of rubber tire. Not only did the other party's figure not see the slightest retreat.
Even the 1 million on the forehead is only reduced by 300.
Zhang Yu remembered the elephant tendon body that Lei Jun had introduced to him. This Song Hailong has been implanted with the elephant demon tendon flesh, and mana can be directly used to augment the strength of the physical body through the elephant demon tendon flesh.
Let his strength and resistance to blows not be estimated by common sense.
Plus the fact that the strength of his flesh was already far above mine.
There is also the protective effect of the external spirit root embodied spirit root. Apparently, because of Song Hailong's powerful physique, it allowed him to take this slap from Zhang Yu the hard way without sustaining any injuries. Meanwhile,
Song Hailong shook his head and said,
this palm can only cost me 300. The power is too weak. Give it some strength, old man.
If you're like this,
even if I stand and let you hit me, how long will it take you to beat all of this $1 million?
A few more palms blasted at Song Hailong's vital parts, but it was still the same feeling of hitting a rubber tire. And although Song Hailong's body trembled slightly a few times, but the numbers on the forehead add up to
just another 200 or so reductions.
Even more surprising
was the next moment that the numbers on Song Hailong's forehead actually showed signs of recovery.
What should have been a subtraction of over 2,300 gradually became a subtraction of 200 out. Seemingly noticing the change in Zhang Yu's gaze,
Song Hailong laughed. Pointing to the number on his forehead, he said, "Did it go back up? I'm sorry. The battle spirit root I used this time wasn't an ordinary embodied spirit root. Instead, it's a deluxe version of the embodied spirit root. In addition to the spirit root being able to enhance the strength of my physical body and its resistance to blows, it's also able to constantly absorb the spirit energy in the air, allowing the injuries on my body to gradually heal themselves." Looking at Zhang Yu's increasingly grave expression, Song Hailong laughed out loud and said, "Aren't you going to do it yet? It's going to go back up to $1 million if we don't hurry." Listening to these words spoken aloud by Song Hailong, whether it was the many spectators in the audience, the players from the various schools around the arena then felt the sight of countless amounts of money pressed horizontally in front of the two, making the crowd feel as if that $10 million was a wall that could never be penetrated. It blocked Zhang Yu's face, leaving him with no more chance of victory. "If you won't come, then I will." The 2-meter-5 tall Song Hailong opened his big hand and grabbed towards Zhang Yu like a dragon's claw. Mana was directly adding to his strength, his physique, through the elephant demon's sinews and flesh. It allowed him to not even need too many moves. Just this brute force was enough to sweep through Koichi. When he felt the overwhelming claw force, Zhang Yu was not the least bit alarmed. "The stats are so far off that it's hard to beat him purely on my own. The only way to defeat him is to borrow his power. Defense and counterattack is my method of warfare." Just as Zhang Yu was thinking so, and his arms drummed up the phaseless cloud deity to set up towards Song Hailong. However, he realized that the other party's claws had changed and had already performed a set of grappling techniques. Tackle? More than. In a state of full concentration, Zhang Yu watched the opponent's grip change inch by inch, and hurriedly dodged while one side blocked with the unfazed cloud deity. He quickly realized that Song Hailong was executing a set of grappling and wrestling martial arts. It was the expert martial art practiced by Song Hailong, Back Dragon Turning You Hands Level 1, that was unleashed. It is an expert martial art that uses pure physical violence to drive takedowns in wrestling. As for Song Hailong, who had implanted the elephant demon's sinews, all of his mana was used to fortify his fleshly body. This martial art that was purely driven by physical violence was an incomparable fit for him, though by focusing more energy in other directions, it made Song Hailong's martial arts skills not as strong as they could have been. This set of feats, even though it wasn't difficult, was only a measly level 1. But with that incomparably strong physique, coupled with this level 1 grappling and wrestling martial art, it was already enough for Song Hailong to crush strong people of the same level. At this very moment, Zhang Yu felt this pressure, and in a state of full concentration, he could feel his opponent's hands were like a big net that was bit by bit trying to envelop him all together before flinging him to the ground and subduing him completely. "Want to play wrestling with me? Playing with ground techniques?" Without any relevant skills, Zhang Yu was naturally unwilling to wrestle with his opponent on the ground. Then spells physical strength and ground skills. He was like a tiny swimming fish in Song Hailong's overwhelming net of one hard-grazed escape at a time. But finally, "Gotcha!" Song Hailong fiercely squeezed Zhang Yu's arm, a smile spreading at the corner of his mouth. However, at the very moment when he and Zhang Yu launched their forces at the same time, they saw Zhang Yu let out a roar. The phaseless cloud deity, which was originally just covering the area of both palms, suddenly skyrocketed. Surprisingly, it spread to the elbow area, and then it scratched out of Song Hailong's palm like a loach. Below the ring, Lian Tianji's figure shook, surprised in his heart. In the face of desperation, his Wuji cloud hand has broken through again? Level 5? This Zhang Yu is really a martial arts prodigy. Chapter 76, The Final Two, Payback Lone One. Feeling the vibration of the chair she sat down on, Lu Mulan didn't blame the other party, because just a moment ago, she was also surprised by this breakthrough of Zhang Yu. To be able to make a breakthrough in martial arts in the middle of a battle is truly impressive. No wonder Lian Tianji lost in the actual battle. But just like that, the gap between it and Song Hailong is still too big. Relying on the level 5 infernal cloud hands alone obviously wasn't enough to bridge the gap between the two sides. And the situation in the ring did seem to be just as Lu Mulan had anticipated. The breakthrough infinite cloud hand only brought Song Hailong some surprises. With his back dragon turning you hands executed, as well as his full suppression in strength and physique, he ended up dropping Zhang Yu to the ground with a handful of blows. It's over. Lu Mulan knows that people who are not good at the art of grappling and wrestling, after falling and being entangled in their opponents, it is a desperate situation, and there is absolutely not the slightest chance of winning. But in the very next moment, something that took her by surprise happened again. Zhang Yu actually started to use the back dragon turning you hands to deal with Song Hailong in the same way. The ring. After watching Song Hailong perform the back dragon turning you hands back and forth for a while, Zhang Yu, looking again at the back dragon turning you hands that surfaced on the feather book, he knew that his only chance of winning at this moment was to learn this martial art. Under the ring, Lu Mulan said in her heart, Crazy? Does he still want to learn how to wrestle now and fight Song Hailong on the ground? Mulan only thought that Zhang Yu was fighting stupidly, but in the next few moments of the battle, she was still able to feel that Zhang Yu's use of the method of grappling and wrestling was childish and deformed, but it was always able to delay the defeat at some critical moments and delay her own defeat, especially when combined with the Wuji Cloud Hand, which allowed him to use his strength to draw in attacks when entangled in a fight. The struggle grew more violent. Indeed, he is a marvelous talent in martial arts. As soon as he touches the method of grappling and wrestling, he even touches the same thing. It always works with one's original martial arts to find the key point where the power works, but it's only delaying defeat. Mulan felt as if Zhang Yu was dancing on the blade of a knife at this moment. She knew that the entanglement on the ground looked a bit ugly, but it was extremely dangerous, and once Song Hailong locked the joints and vitals, it would be a broken tendon and a broken bone, serious enough to paralyze. Maybe Zhang Yu, who was alive and well at the last moment. The next moment it was twisted into a puddle of mud by the huge force in Song Hailong's hands, but in the very next moment, Mulan stood up violently. In the ring, Zhang Yu's maneuvers suddenly changed, from the original childishness to sophistication. From chaotic to organized. He actually really sparred with Song Hailong with the back dragon turning you hands. Learned? No. Is already practiced? It wasn't just Mulan who felt surprised. Even Stool Lian Tianji stood up in surprise. Practicing the opponent's martial arts in battle? This kind of talent. His face was both excited and scared. This kind of horrible martial arts talent, not to mention witnessing it with your own eyes. Even if someone had that talent in recent years, they simply wouldn't dare use it. Lian Tianji muttered. Isn't he afraid of going bankrupt? This is broad daylight. Cracking martial arts and using a pirated version. At the same time, Bai Xinjin on the other side violently grabbed Zhang Yu's cell phone. Lei Jun's face was equally exuberant and horrified as he said solemnly, "Know the password?" Bai Xinjin nodded while quickly operating. "I've borrowed money for Fizi and know his password." Lei Jun reminded. "This martial art is called back dragon turning you hands. So you search back dragon." Bai Xinjin flew through the shopping site and found the back dragon turning you hands, but his face sank. Panicked. It's going to be $40. 000. He doesn't have enough balance. Right at this moment, a transfer notification sounded as if it was immortal music in Bai Xinjin's ears. Received a transfer of $40. 000 from Flutterby Zhang, along with the electronic secret book and the right to use it being sent to Zhang Yu's account. Bai Xinjin then breathed a sigh of relief. She and Lei Jun looked at the ring again and it felt like seeing a large and a small dragon entangled together on the ground. Although Song Hailong had the absolute upper hand, he was never able to completely suppress Zhang Yu, and as the two continued to spar, Song Hailong suddenly felt that the other party's martial arts has improved again. Surprisingly, he was able to intercept his attacks time and time again, and began to lock his body in turn. What? His back dragon turning you hands surpassed me? If it's a frontal, physical fight, fist to fist, palm to palm hardcore, then even if Zhang Yu used the same martial arts to surpass Song Hailong, it would be difficult for Song Hailong to lose. However, in the same situation of performing the back dragon turning you hands to entangle on the ground, even with Song Hailong's physique, once he was completely locked in, he was in danger. In particular, while Zhang Yu surpassed him in the back dragon turning you hands, both arms also erupted with level 5 unfazed cloud deity. This then allows Song Hailong's every takedown and wrestling to always be sabotaged by his opponent's traction. The opponent's grappling and wrestling once used would take Song Hailong more strength to break. The big thing is to spend time with him. With my physique, his strength will soon run out. The two tumbled and kept entangling, while Song Hailong, with a weaker skill set, one had to concentrate all of his mind to fight against Zhang Yu. Just then, he felt his opponent's power gradually begin to weaken. Song Hailong's heart rejoiced. The opportunity to win has come. But the next moment, Song Hailong suddenly felt an emptiness beneath him. At a time when he had no energy to focus on the outside world and was fully engaged in the ground war, without realizing it, he had already tumbled to the edge of the ring with Zhang Yu. Then it was thrown out of bounds by Zhang Yu. Bang! With his feet landing heavily outside the ring, Song Hailong's mind was still blank. I lost? Suddenly realizing that he had landed outside the ring boundary, a flash of fury flashed through Song Hailong's eyes. His body's muscles and flesh swelled violently in a circle, so he wanted to rush to the ring to fight again. But soon three figures had appeared steeply in front of him. The three referees pressed his shoulders at the same time, also allowing Song Hailong to gradually calm down. He took a deep breath, looked at Zhang Yu in the ring, and slowly said, "It's you who won." After saying that, Song Hailong's body shook and said, "Let go of me. I'll walk by myself." The three judges withdrew their palms and then he saw that Song Hailong, whose face was filled with ice coldness, had already walked back to the rest area of White Dragon High School, and in the ring, there was already another referee walking up and asking, Song Hailong's back dragon turning you hands, do you have access to it? Obviously. It was Zhang Yu's presentable appearance that gave rise to the suspicion of cracking martial arts and applying piracy. Just then, Bai Jinjin rushed over, holding Zhang Yu's cell phone and said, Bye. He bought the right to use the back dragon tumbler. That's the order. While showing the other person the order in his cell phone. While doing so, Bai Jinjin took out the talismanic book that Zhang Yu had left under the field again and showed the mark of the inspection department on it. Seeing the order and the book, the referee made no further moves. He just cautioned Zhang Yu and left. Bai Jinjin breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Zhang Yu and complained, What the hell were you thinking? Hacking martial arts directly on stage? Learn it now? If the company finds you, they'll just sue you until you go bankrupt. Zhang Yu helplessly scratched his head. Alas, the fight went to his head. There's nothing left in your head but wanting to win. With that he smiled again towards Bai Jinjin. And I just thought you guys would help me. Bai Jinjin rolled her eyes. This door-back dragon flipping you hand cost 40,000 ah. If you don't win this championship, just you take your time working to pay off your debt. After saying that, Bai Jinjin asked again, Did it hurt anywhere? Zhang Yu shook his head. The close combat was a vicious one, but apart from a few bruises, there's nothing wrong with Zhang Yu's body. Instead, it's mentally draining. At this moment, Zhang Yu kept rubbing his head, having just been in a state of total concentration for a long time. Close combat on the verge of bankruptcy line, and all-out combat practice. It doesn't feel like much when it's going on. The sudden end of this moment was what made him feel like his head had turned into a mush. Jun, help me back to rest. I'm dizzy. Bai Jinjin grunted and simply directly picked up Zhang Yu in a horizontal hug. Walking to the rest area at Ntei High School, as she walked, she said, We've invested so much in this martial arts competition. You must beat that smelly woman Lu Mulan in the next battle. Zhang Yu squinted his eyes and slowly rested his spirit, sniffing and softly humping. Bai Jinjin then whispered, Let me tell you where Lu Mulan's brokenness is. On the other hand, with the return of Song Hailong, it instantly looked like a depression had fallen over the rest area of White Dragon High School. Coach Competition couldn't help but cough and said, This Zhang Yu is indeed very powerful. He doesn't have high stats in all categories, but his martial arts talent is amazing, and he's more than capable of getting breakthroughs in battles back to back. It does have the capital to win with weakness. Alas, in fact, Hailong, your true strength is still stronger than him. If it weren't for the restrictions of the ring rules, it would only be a matter of time before he loses to you. There are two ways to argue when you lose. One says they were careless, the other blows the other's mind. Obviously the race coach is using both methods at the moment. In fact, this competition coach wouldn't have done so much if another student had lost. Let's get people on their knees first. But when the richest, highest achieving student in the class loses, it's clear he can't do that. The other students agreed. That Zhang Yu is quite powerful. Big brother Hailong just wasn't paying attention to his feet. And the ring is too slippery today. How else would he lose with his strength? Who would have thought that he would make back-to-back breakthroughs in battle? And even learned all the back dragon turning you hands? By the way, does he have access? Can he be disqualified? The referee has checked it and it's fine. So it's fine. With regards to Zhang Yu, the White Dragon people had an ambivalent attitude. Because Zhang Yu's true strength didn't surpass Song Hailong in their opinion. It's not even numerically better than them. So they're all a little less convincing. Yet, with his profound martial arts skills and talent, Zhang Yu, doing what they absolutely could not do, which in turn caused a hidden hint of admiration in their hearts, and on the side of the stretcher, has been pretending to faint Chu Choha heart secretly happy, blow ah, all give me then blow Zhang Yu ah. The stronger Zhang Yu was blown up, then the more normal his Chu Choha's defeat would be. Thanks to your enthusiasm, the book has broken 30,000 first orders. I'm actually flattered to be a white dragon for a single day's monthly results. I'll start by paying back a chapter of my monthly vote credit today. I'll try my best to pay back everyone's monthly credit one after another while maintaining quality, and then continue to beg for monthly votes. Please. Chapter 77, The Most Powerful Move. Inside the rest area of Purple Cloud High School, Lu Mulan had already resat back on Lian Tianji's back. She looks over there at Bai Jinjin, who's hurriedly running to the ring, holding a cell phone and explaining usage rights to the referee. Opening her mouth, she said, Bai Jinjin was actually able to use Zhang Yu's cell phone to shop? She knows the cell phone password and payment password? These two must be friends in life and death. Looking at Zhang Yu who slowly walked back to the rest area, Lu Mulan patted Lian Tianji's head, said, I remember you have this Zhang Yu buddy, right? As soon as Zhang Yu returned to the rest area, then he poured all the potions he had bought before the match to restore his stamina, mana, and energy into his mouth. feeling the rapid recovery of power in his body. He was slightly certain in his heart. A total of half an hour break was given by the organizers before the start of the finals. In Zhang Yu's opinion, it was enough to restore 80 to 90% of his physical strength and mana. Bai Jinjin said on the side, "Did you memorize what I just told you?" Seeing Zhang Yu nodding his head, she then continued, "Then without further ado, you rest well and prepare for the next battle." Shortly after Bai Jinjin left, Zhang Yu felt a slight tremor in his cell phone, open to see that it was actually Lian Tianji who had recommended a friend to him. Lu Mulan? Unable to figure out why Lu Mulan wanted to add herself, Zhang Yu simply chose to agree first. Then I saw a direct message from Lu Mulan, "Let's meet up. There's something I want to talk to you about." Zhang Yu came inside a walkway outside the arena where there weren't many people. Then he saw that Lu Mulan was already waiting here playfully. This school bully from Purple Cloud High School has a beautiful face and a temperament as cold as ice and frost. Everywhere you go you seem to be the center of attention and attract the attention of others. At this moment, after seeing Zhang Yu's arrival, she said bluntly, $200,000. I'll buy you to lose. How? Zhang Yu was slightly stunned. You're going to spend money on the competition champion? Lu Mulan did not care. Wealth is power, and money is part of strength. The martial arts competition picks the strongest, so why can't I buy it with money? Zhang Yu stared at the other party and hummed. You're not sure you can defeat me? Lu Mulan shook her head. I just thought that fighting you, it may consume more than $200,000, and using that $200,000, to buy a sure thing seems like a good deal to me. Looking at Zhang Yu, who had fallen silent, Lu Mulan added, 200,000 won't. 400,000 then, but that's the most I'll raise it to, and I won't agree to it if you try to raise the price again. Zhang Yu swallowed his saliva. He had to admit that at this moment, the 400,000 yuan that Lu Mulan had smashed over, it was more powerful than all the moves he had encountered in these consecutive ring battles. $400,000. What kind of technique can be purchased? How long can one rent a spiritual route? How many cultivation implements can be purchased? And how much can be upgraded in talismans? Zhang Yu even thought that if he could have the $400,000, the boost that would give to his cultivation was going to be far greater than the 50,000 prize money and an expert level technique for the winner of the martial arts tournament. After all, in the Koan market, as long as there's money, there's potential, there's qualification. It would be possible to advance wildly in the immortal path, and even the gods would have to serve man. Zhang Yu opened his mouth and said, "Fine, just hit my card directly." Lu Mulan spread her 5 fingers wide. A violet jade-colored talisman had surfaced in her palm. Sign a contract with me in the presence of the righteous god, and I'll immediately call you for money. Looking at Zhang Yu, who didn't agree and instead fell into silence, Lu Mulan was surprised. $400,000 and you're hesitating? She felt very strange. I heard Lian Tianji say that you can be hired as a security guard for a few $100s, right? You poor people obviously fight over hundreds and thousands every day. Why do you hesitate now that $400,000 is in front of you? It's not like you can go to a top 10 university with your background. Is first place in a martial arts competition that important? There wasn't the slightest hint of mockery in Lu Mulan's tone. It seemed to be that he was just really puzzled by Zhang Yu's behavior at the moment. Shaking her head, she turned to leave. Since you can't decide for a while, I'll leave first, but until the finals start, you can come and get the 400,000, but that's all it is at the most, and I won't raise the price again. Looking at the departing Lu Mulan, Zhang Yu used his cell phone to ask Zhang Flutter, "Sis, if I don't take first in a martial arts competition and only take second, how much does that affect my ability to get into a top Big 10 university?" Flutterby Zhang, the path I'm looking for you guys, the better your senior year grades need to be. The higher the contest ranking, the higher the likelihood of being selected. And naturally contest number 1 is more likely to be on the top 10 than contest number 2. Zhang Yu's heart is clear. That means that the 400,000 took. Doesn't seem like it would be impossible to get into the Big 10, only less likely. But just as a hint of wanting to agree to Lu Mulan really welled up in his heart. The damn ritual was wailing at him again. I knew it. You retarded thing is really afraid I won't get into the top 10. Feeling the 400,000 away from himself, Zhang Yu even rose a feeling of pain in the heart. It was a more painful sensation than when he sparred with Lian Tianji against his fists, or when he tangled with Song Hailong at full strength. Is this the heartache of losing a huge sum of money? At that moment, Zhang Yu immediately activated the Tianwu refining heart technique to cut off all those distracting thoughts. At this moment his mind was then left with only one thought. He's going to pound the dead rich man Lu Mulan on the ground in the ring. With the final opened, Lu Mulan and Zhang Yu walked onto the ring at the same time.
This martial arts competition had also finally reached its final stage, only to see a blue-white sword chi gushing out from Lu Mulan's body with a momentum that covered the sky and the earth. Towards Zhang Yu, he chopped violently. Once Lu Mulan's Star Dipper sword technique was executed, it was continuous, with a severe aura. As if in formation, it is difficult to break through. Looking at Zhang Yu's appearance as he dodged left and right under his sword chi, using the phaseless cloud deity to resist the sword chi from time to time, Lu Mulan felt like she was looking at a rat that was holding its head. Do you want to consume my mana? Lu Mulan laughed. Do you think you can consume it all? In the next moment, along with Lu Mulan's sword chi erupting, the mana within her body became more and more raging, like a monstrous river, surging endlessly. The momentum of its mana had clearly surpassed that of all the players present. At the same time, a female voice came from within her. Welcome to the Purple Cloud Interchangeable Endosperm. The amount of mana remaining in the inner elixir is 8 million. Lu Mulan touched her belly, then looking towards Zhang Yu in front of him. That one replaceable inner elixir in my body. I've charged a total of 8 million yuan worth of mana into it. At the same time, a line of writing appeared on her wrist too. Exactly a number that keeps decreasing backwards from 8 million. Obviously at this moment as she continued to explode her mana and burst her sword chi, the mana charged in the inner elixir was being consumed, but it was just a drop of thousands of dollars worth per second, and it was about $8 million away from being completely depleted. Obviously there is still a very long way to go. However, this also showed that every second that Lu Mulan fought at this moment was thousands of dollars spent. Just seeing Lu Mulan flick her fingertips, the sword chi blasted towards Zhang Yu like a storm, not to mention getting closer. It was simply forcing Zhang Yu out of the ring bit by bit. If you think that the meridians in my body can't withstand this surge of mana, then there's no need to worry. My combat spiritual root Fa Luo has already helped me protect all my meridians. It allows me to maintain a high output of mana all the time without worrying about wear and tear. Meanwhile, seeing Lu Mulan bombing wildly in the ring, the audience was thrilled by the ho-hum look of $8 million worth of mana that couldn't be used up. That's more adorable to them than Song Hailong's $1 million insurance premium just now. Because that 1 million insurance is the insurance company. And at the moment Lu Mulan smashed out can be the real money of the family. Some viewers praised Lu Mulan as she spread the money. It's so beautiful. It's so beautiful to see this kind of money not being spent as money. Some viewers were incredibly envious in their hearts. It's really good to be rich. It's really good to be happy. A spectator's mind realized. Indeed, if you want to go a long way on the path of the immortal way, still have to be smashing money. Today go back I have to ruthlessly burst the old thing gold coins. Must be on the road of the immortal road further. Accompanied by the cacophonous sounds coming from the audience. Lu Mulan frowned slightly. While she was shooting sword chi, she looked at Zhang Yu and said, hear that? Although they are a bit noisy, they are not wrong. Money is the foundation of cultivation. As a poor man, it would have been if you had made that $400,000 today. It could be a little closer to me. It's a pity that you voluntarily gave up this chance to become stronger. She looked in Zhang Yu's direction and asked with a sincere expression. I'm curious. You're obviously so poor. And yet they don't want to make money. Why is that? It seemed as if Lu Mulan had said so much just to ask the question that made her feel curious. Zhang Yu looked at the other party's look of sincere inquiry and suddenly felt himself laughing a bit in anger. The rich girl has come to observe the life of a poor man, hasn't she? He grunted. Priced at $400,000. Is it because you think you can win me for $400,000 at the most? Lu Mulan nodded. Good. I've calculated that your defeat is worth $400,000 at most. Every extra penny spent is a waste. At the same time, along with the constant bombardment of sword chi, the phaseless cloud dipper was finally broken open with an opening. A sword mark was cut on Zhang Yu's palm. Zhang Yu said indifferently, then what if I add the blood of a poor man like me to the mix? The blood dripped into the astral aura, causing the phaseless cloud dipper to be tinted with wisps of crimson. However, in the face of the injury on his hand, Zhang Yu did not panic in the slightest, but instead, as if he had prepared for it, spilling that handful of blood violently towards where Lu Mulan was, only to see Lu Mulan, who hadn't moved a muscle from the beginning to the end, and had been forcing his opponent with his sword chi all along. At this moment, he even slightly moved his feet, purposely avoiding the spilled blood. With this dodging movement of Lu Mulan's, immediately, there was a glimmer of a glaring break in her Star Dipper sword art. Zhang Yu's figure shot out, and he wanted to break through the heavy sword chi and approach Lu Mulan's side. At the same time, what Bai Jinjin said flashed through Zhang Yu's mind. The first break in this Lu Mulan is that she seems to have a cleanliness fetish. I suggest you just spit on her. Preferably spit. And not only will she have to duck out of the way of, definitely sword energy is not even willing to be used to interface water.
Chapter 78, The Champion, Request for Monthly Tickets. The White's real advice was to spit. However, Zhang Yu still felt that doing so was degrading to his status as an outsourced member of the inspectorate, and chose to use his own blood. And sure enough, this poor man's blood of his own equally disgusted Lu Mulan. It even preferred to dodge directly, rather than touching it with its sword chi. While on the other side, Lu Mulan watched Zhang Yu take the opportunity to rush in and let out a cold snort, flicking his sword finger. When he was trying to block the opponent with his sword chi, he realized that Zhang Yu was incredibly fast, simply because of the previous few battles down the road. The weighted suit on Zhang Yu had long been tattered and torn. Facing Lu Mulan in this battle required him to explode to full speed even more. So he simply, before the battle began, just took the weighted suit off and then spent the next 10 minutes or so getting acclimated. After the start of the battle, he deliberately didn't burst into full speed, partly to paralyze Lu Mulan. On the other hand, it's also about continuing to warm up. He had to get used to the speed of Lu Mulan's sword chi, and also to make your body your own blood warmer, hotter, more combustible. Bai Xinjin, her icy skin and jade bones should be a special physique. I don't know if she was born with it, or was it an acquired transformation. In any case, her mana didn't need to be specially transformed because of this physique. It's straight up cryogenic specialty mana. Mana that's superior as soon as it's refined. After this cryogenic mana is infused with sword energy, as long as it collides with her sword energy, its then body temperature is lowered, slowing down nerve responses, muscle speeds. You have to make your body hot to resist this low temperature mana for a short period of time. At this moment, as soon as Zhang Yu sprinted with all his might, it was immediately like a flash of thunder and lightning. It couldn't be said that it was so fast that Lu Mulan couldn't react, but it was indeed so fast that it was out of Lu Mulan's expectation. His full strength is surprisingly so fast? Retained his hand before? Cryo mana didn't work? And with this series of surprises, it caused Lu Mulan's sword chi reaction to slow down by another point. In the end, they could only chop in front of themselves in unison. To stop Zhang Yu in front of himself, facing the dozen or so sword chi chopping at his face, Zhang Yu's right arm slapped out with a red-colored astral aura. Surprisingly, he chose to fight the sword chi hard. Right in front of him was what Bai Xinjin had said. Another break about Lu Mulan. Although the Stardust sword chi is sharp, after all, Lu Mulan had not cultivated this sword art to the limit of what could be achieved in the chi refining realm. The surge of mana allowed her to soar sword chi with impunity. But with her mana control, it was simply not possible to exercise fine control over so much sword energy for a long period of time. So after fighting for some time, if more than one sword chi blasts in at the same time, because of Lu Mulan's lack of control over the sword chi instead affected each other, diminishing their power. In an instant, Zhang Yu's right arm had already come into hard contact with more than a dozen sword chi in front of him. Sure enough, the power isn't as great as expected. Using the phaseless cloud deity in conjunction with the undying Dharma seal, Zhang Yu shattered most of the sword chi. However, his palm was also sliced out with several sword marks once again, and the spilled blood dyed the astral aura more and more crimson, wrapping around his arm like fire. And without stopping for a second, Zhang Yu's footsteps had already rushed within half a meter of Lu Mulan. One grabbed towards the other's arm. In a furious roar, Lu Mulan's two fingers erupted with dozens of sword chi chopping towards Zhang Yu one after another. Zhang Yu's face remained unchanged, topping off his subcutaneous astral energy and indestructible Dharma seals, accompanied by sword wounds and blood all over his body. One clasped Lu Mulan's right arm. At this moment, Lu Mulan was completely close by Zhang Yu. The words spoken by Bai Xinjin also flashed through Zhang Yu's mind once again. I can feel her sword aura. Killing me isn't the first goal. Instead, forcing me back is the primary goal. Her last break was most likely due to the cleanliness of the not good at close combat. After all, high school has only been in session for half a year, and even with this kind of money, and I don't believe she's just really practiced facetiousness. At this moment, facing Zhang Yu's close quarters, Lu Mulan, who had seen Zhang Yu and Song Hailong wrestle, she instantly felt a full aura of danger at this very moment. Thus, Lu Mulan chopped out dashes of cryogenic sword chi at the first opportunity, trying to force Zhang Yu back, and Zhang Yu's rolling body was bursting with power at the moment. The phaseless cloud deity was even wrapped in the hot blood flowing out of his body and fiercely blasted out. For a moment, between the distance of half a meter, ice blue sword chi and crimson astral aura were exchanged. However, Lu Mulan felt as if Zhang Yu, who was close behind him, had been transformed into a blazing storm, constantly devouring her sword chi, and even more so, swallowing her body in one gulp. The sword chi was pulled by the astral aura and bounced off by the indestructible Dharma seal. At the same time, the level 2 back dragon tumbling Yu hands were launched blatantly. In just one stroke,
Lu Mulan was thrown to the ground so hard that her head was dizzy.
The next moment, looking at the blood-covered, the dirty and smelly Zhang Yu even sat directly on his body. Lu Mulan showed a look of horror and yelled, "Get out!" At the same time, the sword chi in his body was about to burst out again, but she was halfway through her roar, and her sword chi hadn't yet been fully exerted, either. He then felt a strange sound coming from his hands, having been twisted off his wrist joints by Zhang Yu with the heavy hand of the back dragon turning Yu hands. She couldn't feel the slightest bit of pain under the effects of the drug, but she could no longer burst her fingers with sword energy. Lu Mulan instantly looked at Zhang Yu in shock and anger, not expecting that a dodge of her own, a little oversight, and the other side was so caught up in the opportunity. It had actually caused her to fall into such a situation when she hadn't been able to fully utilize all her skills. Resigned and angry, she bounced her legs about to continue her struggle. However, he heard Zhang Yu's icy voice from his ears. "You said you were rich and that money was part of your power." Amidst the crackling and crunching, the joints of Lu Mulan's legs were also twisted off one by Zhang Yu. "Then I'm going to bust you right now. Try stopping me with money." At this moment, Lu Mulan felt like she had become a toy in Zhang Yu's hands. Along with the other party's execution of that back dragon turning Yu hands, the joints of the body were destroyed one by one, and soon they lost their mobility completely. It was difficult to move as he lay down on the ground. Lu Mulan stared at Zhang Yu dead in the face, as if she wanted to cut him into 1,000 pieces. Zhang Yu said indifferently, "I'll tell you one last thing. All of these breaks in you were seen by Baizhinjin and told to me. If she didn't have enough insurance, she can defeat you too." Boom! Grabbing Lu Mulan's head and flinging it fiercely, Zhang Yu threw his opponent out of the ring. It was as if it had been thrown heavily to the ground as if it were garbage. And looking at Zhang Yu, who was covered in blood and standing alone in the ring, for a moment the whole scene was silent. No one could have thought, no one could have predicted, or even imagined, that It was surprising that today's Budo competition would be a poor man from Songyang High School standing at the end of the day. Xiong Wenwu was defeated. Song Hailong defeated. Lu Mulan defeated. It's amazing that one by one, all the big three high school scholars and rich people have lost. To the poor, lost to other high schools. The poor win, the rich lose. It was at this moment when the countless students of these three major high schools all fell into silence and shock. Zhao Tianqing suddenly applauded with excitement. It was not that he had any idea, much less any desire to make a spectacle of himself. It was only after seeing Zhang Yu's accomplishments today that he subconsciously and uncontrollably applauded for the other party. At this moment, the tattered Songyang school uniform on Zhang Yu's body, it seemed to have all become elevated in Zhao Tianqing's eyes, but the lone applause seemed so abrupt in the empty, quiet hall of the, so much so that after a few claps, Zhao Tianqing stopped in fear, but soon enough, Baizhinjin under the ring cheered and clapped while doing so. Xianxin beside Zhao Tianqing also applauded, looking in the direction of the ring with shock in his eyes. He Daio, the son of the school director, also gently clapped his hands. "Count you as great. Earn a big face for Songyang." Ziyan High School's Lian Tianji also slowly applauded, thinking that his advertisement should be able to come back again. Song Hailong looked at Zhang Yu with a complicated gaze and suddenly applauded as well. And as he did so, then even all the white dragons applauded. Even Chu Qiuha, who was originally lying on the stretcher pretending to be dizzy, and at some point had reached out and clapped desperately. With the entire crowd applauding, Baizhinjin jumps into the ring with a big smile on her face. Champions, we are the champions. I told you that Lu Mulan couldn't do it. She can't fight close. She doesn't have that skill." She pulled Zhang Yu along with her and raised her hands high in the air, proudly looking down on the entire audience. The uniforms of MT High School seemed to have become even more piercing and eye-catching. She went on to yell, "Anyone who wants to place an ad or get an endorsement can contact us at. In addition to being the Budo champion, my brother is also the 4th place finisher in the Dharma tournament." On the side, Zhang Yu looked at the crowd throughout the arena, but felt his vision gradually blurring. Just now that battle he was not seriously injured, but under the full concentration of several martial arts used in succession. Blood was even flowing all over the place, and coupled with the loss from several previous battles, it made Zhang Yu unable to resist getting dizzy again at this moment. He extended his hand to Baizhinjin. "Jun, I'm dizzy, help me to see a doctor." Baizhinjin excitedly said, "Wait, stand for a while longer. The whole audience is watching us." Zhang Yu sighed. "In order for me to help you teach this Lu Mulan a lesson, risking bankruptcy and fighting for your life and bleeding, it's not even if you don't call out to your father. Now that he's not feeling well, you don't even want to help." Baizhinjin felt that this matter today Zhang Yu could be used to blow for the rest of his life. However, she was still dissatisfied with Zhang Yu's failure to accurately apply her tactics. Criticizing, It's not because you're so hardcore about playing it cool when you're out for so much blood? According to what I planned for you, isn't it safer and far more effective to just spit, blow your nose and spit than to spill blood? Not far away from Lu Mulan, who was lying on the ground waiting for first aid, her eyelids froze. A trace of shock seemed to flash in her eyes, and she realized one thing more in her heart: the lower limits of these two poor people are unfathomable. And Bai Jinjin had already picked up Zhang Yu and headed for the emergency area. Tell the man not to keep blowing it in his face. Lei Jun followed behind the two with a concerned look on his face. As long as he thought of Zhang Yu taking first place in the martial arts competition this time, he couldn't help but feel his heart pounding. I should be able to pay off another chapter of my monthly loan tomorrow, so I'll keep borrowing some from you all.